6 months earlier, an unprecedented global deep freeze descended. The land was buried under ice and snow, and the once thriving world was gone. Neither plants nor animals could endure such bitter cold, and most people were no exception, all walking toward the end of their lives. In everyone's heart, one truth was unmistakable. The apocalypse had truly arrived. June 2030. Yongqing, a southern Chinese city, temperature -55 degrees Celsius. Unit 802, Building 6, Lijiang Residential Community. Chen Fan lay wrapped in his quilt, his eyes dull and fixed on the faint campfire before him. His parents' final instructions before dying lingered relentlessly in his mind. Xiao Fan, run. Son, don't take revenge, just survive. Just last week, while returning from scavenging supplies with his parents and a few neighbors, the group was targeted by a gang. In the end, only Chen Fan escaped. His parents died tragically, his arm was slashed, and their food was stolen, making an already desperate life even worse. Chen Fan recognized the gang that killed his parents. They had been a debt collection team for an online lending company before the apocalypse, and after the world fell, they had become brazen and ruthless. They were one of the most infamous factions in the vicinity. Having returned to his home wounded, Chen Fan thought he would simply die there in disgrace. Then suddenly the system activated. Having read countless novels, Chen Fan instantly understood what the system meant. Its one and only function was shopping. It could buy every kind of item that had existed before the apocalypse. At a time of extreme scarcity, this system was practically godlike. He had hoped to use it to avenge his parents. Unexpectedly, the system only provided 20 yuan a day. Chen Fan tried every method to exchange for system currency, the cash at home, his mother's gold ring, furniture, appliances. Nothing could be converted. What could 20 yuan do? Besides barely covering daily food expenses, he had to save for several days to afford a single dose of medicine for his wound. If he called this misfortune, he was still luckier than those who died every day while scavenging outside. If he called it fortune, as someone with a system, he spent all day at home, unable to do anything else, let alone avenge his dead parents. Today's 20 yuan has arrived, please note. Balance, 25 yuan. At exactly midnight, the system distributed today's currency, as it always did. Although it was a pitiful 20 yuan every day, without this system, he would never have held on to now. At the very least, he could see a glimmer of hope to live. He glanced at the stitched wound, grateful that it had not become infected. After he healed, Chen Fan planned to join a team to scavenge supplies and try not to use the 20 yuan issued daily by the system. Once he had saved enough money, Chen Fan wanted to buy a gun from the system to avenge his parents. He also knew the idea was absurd. Even the cheapest handgun would require months of saving right. But it was his only path to vengeance. The next morning early, spending a few yuan, he bought half a jin of rice and 2 liang of lean meat from the system and cooked a big pot of pork congee. This pot was his food for the whole day. After eating, he exercised in the living room as usual. Suddenly, a long-absent knock came at the door. He walked over and looked through the peephole. The newcomer was his next-door neighbor, Wang Ming, a surgeon at the Second People's Hospital of Yongqing. The two families had always been on good terms. It was Wang Ming who had stitched his wound. Knowing that scammers often used familiar faces to trick people into opening doors, Chen Fan was cautious and did not open the door, speaking to her through the security door instead. "Sister Ming, is something wrong?" Through the peephole, he saw her take off the hood of her down jacket, revealing her delicate face, bare of makeup and rivaling any internet celebrity. "Xiao Fan, your wound needs to have the stitches removed." Chen Fan held the knife in his hand, double-checking through the peephole that she was alone before opening the door. "Sister Ming, come in." As soon as she entered, she saw the knife in Chen Fan's hand. Wang Ming didn't find anything wrong with that. It was perfectly normal to make sure it was safe before opening the door. Wang Ming smiled sweetly, and carrying her medical kit, was about to follow Chen Fan into the room. Suddenly she staggered and almost fell. Quick as lightning, Chen Fan caught her. "What's wrong?" After a moment she said, "I haven't eaten in 2 days." Chen Fan was startled. She was the only doctor in the entire residential community and had stockpiled quite a lot of medicine to survive by treating others. Those who went out to scavenge often clashed with one another. Injury was a common occurrence. Even when no one was hurt with weather like this, everyone had aches or fevers. Even if each treatment only earned her a little food, she shouldn't have fallen to such a state. After helping her from the living room to the room with the campfire, the aroma of pork congee drifted into Wang Ming's nose, making her swallow involuntarily. "You should eat something first." Wang Ming didn't move, instead asking, "What about you?" Chen Fan lifted the lid and filled a full bowl for her. "Eat. I still have reserves." Wang Ming took the bowl and cast Chen Fan a grateful look before beginning to eat. After a hot bowl of congee and the warmth of the fire, her whole body felt cozy. After she finished, she opened her medical kit and faced Chen Fan. He quietly watched this older sister neighbor he'd known for years. She had once possessed a delicate face and a figure 99% of women would envy. Now she looked exhausted, her eyes drained of their former spirit. "Huh." After untying the bandage over Chen Fan's wound, Wang Ming exclaimed in surprise, "You even managed to find medicine." Chen Fan naturally couldn't tell her that he bought the medicine from the system, so he casually replied, "I saved it when I was out scavenging before." "You boiled the cloth for the bandage, right?" "Yes, I boiled it. When the wound was stitched, there was no medical thread, so we used ordinary sewing thread." It might hurt a little when I remove the stitches. Bear with it. It's fine. Go ahead. Then Wang Ming began to remove the stitches. After finishing, she threw the cloth strips into a clean pot to boil. This was the only disinfection method available now. How did you end up with nothing to eat for 2 days? Crouching on the floor using tweezers to handle the cloth strips, Wang Ming sighed. Instead of answering directly, she asked, "Do you remember Teacher Wang on the 5th floor?" Chen Fan thought for a moment, then nodded. "Yes, what about him?" "I heard from others that he was injured, a 20-centimeter gash on his calf. That day he brought back a big bag of food, but none of his family would contribute even a little to treat him. 2 days ago his body was thrown out." Chen Fan shook his head and sighed. That kind of wound would have been treatable if Wang Ming had seen him. He wasn't foolish enough to berate Wang Ming with morality, spouting nonsense like, "If they don't give you food, you won't treat them." Once she opened the door to free treatment, people would definitely demand that she treat them for free forever. When Chen Fan's parents were alive, they had always looked after Wang Ming next door, which was why he was the only one who received her free treatment. Cases like Teacher Wang's are everywhere now. You haven't gone out for a week, so you can't see what's happening outside. Suddenly, a lot of people in the community died this week. More and more families are giving up on treatment. I never stocked food, so without my only source of food, I ran out 2 days ago. Chen Fan had just moved into this neighborhood 10 years ago. He was only 14 at the time, while Wang Ming, who lived across the hall, was a graceful 18-year-old young woman. Now she was 28, unmarried, and carried a mature charm compared to her younger days. During those ignorant years, Chen Fan had dreamed of her on many nights. But now with this goddess right in front of him, Chen Fan had no spare thoughts. Survival mattered more than anything. While his mind wandered, Wang Ming had already dried the cloth strips by the fire and was re-bandaging his wound. "All right, now we just wait for the wound to scab and fall off. Don't scratch it if it itches." After the reminder, Wang Ming began to pack up her medical kit. Chen Fan knew that if no one had come for treatment, that bowl of meat porridge might have been her last meal before dying. "Sister Ming, what are your plans next?" Wang Ming paused in her packing, shook her head wryly, and said, "If no one needs my treatment, I plan to join a team in the neighborhood and go out to search for supplies." Then she added self-deprecatingly, "I've only stayed in this neighborhood these past months. I know nothing about the outside. I wonder if anyone would accept me." The other survivors had already formed fixed teams over the past months. Wang Ming knew clearly that without hospital equipment and with her medicine exhausted, her role in any team would be limited. Her beauty might even cause a lot of unnecessary trouble, so all along her parents had gone out for supplies while she stayed home supporting the family by treating the sick. Compared to those who had long adapted to the cruel reality outside, she, who had always hidden in the neighborhood and depended on treating people, was more like a vase. Most likely no one would accept her. Team members usually chose the strong and capable people who could fight when it came to life and death struggles. A delicate, pretty woman like Wang Ming would very likely be taken advantage of and then discarded. If she happened to meet those with twisted minds, the consequences were unimaginable. Apart from years of acquaintance and her beauty, Chen Fan in this apocalypse needed a doctor by his side. Moreover, Wang Ming was someone he had known for years and knew through and through. Thinking that with the system he now had basic food for the two of them was guaranteed, seeing Wang Ming about to finish packing and leave, Chen Fan made up his mind and said, "Sister Ming, stay. I have stored food and my wound is almost healed. I'll go out to find supplies then, and you can look after the house." Hearing his words, Wang Ming wanted to smile, but the tears she had held back for so long could no longer be contained. Crouching on the ground, she leaned against Chen Fan's leg and burst into loud sobs. The purpose of her visit was not only to remove Chen Fan's stitches, but also to beg Chen Fan to take her in. She knew Chen Fan had not gone out for a week, yet still had food, so he must have reserves. After her parents disappeared, the only person in this neighborhood she could trust was Chen Fan. If she went out to form a team and met people with excessive demands, she didn't know how to face them. But after coming in, she hadn't the courage to ask Chen Fan because she felt she would become a burden, and she was afraid of dragging him down, and even more afraid of hearing his refusal. Seeing her break down, Chen Fan didn't know what to say, so he just gently patted her back. Everyone who had survived till now had a team. Normally one person must stay home to take care of the house. The one staying home didn't have an easy job. Take drinking water for example. The pipes had long frozen and there was no running water. The person at home had to find clean snow, bring it back, and boil it for drinking. In this apocalypse it had snowed only at the very beginning, and after that it never snowed again. At first everyone thought it was just an ice disaster. Once the snow stopped, everything would return to normal. Unexpectedly, the temperature kept dropping mercilessly. At first, to get clean snow to melt into drinking water, people only needed to go downstairs. Now to get clean snow, one had to go out in temperatures of minus 50-something degrees and walk at least 20 minutes to find clean ice and snow. If this continued, they would have to walk even farther. It was ironic. In this frozen apocalypse, snow was actually in short supply. People staying home also had to keep the fire alive, or they could freeze to death inside. The firewood for daily heating was initially stripped from furniture. When their own furniture was burned up, they pried wood from other people's homes, provided no one was there. If they came across solid wood furniture, they had to scrape off the outer varnish with tools before burning it, otherwise in a poorly ventilated room, the burning painted surface could poison them to death. In the early days of the apocalypse, many people didn't realize this, and entire families were poisoned to death. Later, when the survivors had burned all their furniture, they went to the surrounding mountains to cut wood. Fortunately, there were many forests around Yongcheng. As long as one was willing to walk, there was plenty of firewood. Besides that, the person staying home also had to prepare meals in advance and wait for the others to return. The rock-hard food took much longer to cook than before the apocalypse. The tasks above alone could consume almost an entire day for the person staying home. In the past, Chen Fan had his parents, so these tasks were shared. Now, living alone after coming back to finish these chores every day, he could barely rest before going out again the next day. Repeating such toil, no one's body could hold up. As for relying on the system's 20 yuan per day to scrape by, not realistic. To survive long-term in this apocalypse, such a tiny amount of funds was far from enough. He had to improve his living conditions before things got even worse. So when Chen Fan extended a helping hand to Wang Ming, he was actually helping himself. Be a lone wolf in the apocalypse. 99% of people who had survived half a year would consider that idea stupid. Last month, a young man in the neighborhood poisoned by apocalypse novels thought he was invincible. In the early days, he grabbed a huge pile of food believing he could survive until the end. Unexpectedly, the man went insane. Truly insane. In a fit of madness, he ran out disheveled, shouting wildly. Before long, he froze to death in the neighborhood garden. Without internet and social contact, staying alone in a 100 square meter space for a week was fine, for a month was fine, but for half a year, or even longer. Of course, those with godlike systems were an exception. Chen Fans. Woo-woo. After my parents went out for supplies that day, they never came back. I'm scared, so scared. I saved food hoping that if they came back one day there would be something to eat. But months have passed. I know they won't come back, and even if they did, I would have nothing left. I don't want to die. She was crying so violently that Chen Fan could no longer hear the rest of her words. At this moment, Wang Ming was leaning against Chen Fan's leg, her tears soaking his trousers. She was curled up like a ball. After a long while, she finally vented all her emotions. She looked at Chen Fan seriously and said, "Xiao Fan, thank you." Chen Fan wiped away her tears and comforted her. "You charge everyone in the neighborhood for treatment, but I'm the only one you treat for free. For that alone, I can't let anything happen to you. Move in with me. 2 people living together can save a lot of firewood." Wang Ming knew that Chen Fan was giving her an excuse to stay. It was true that Wang Ming treated Chen Fan for free, but over these 6 months, Chen Fan had driven away quite a few people who, under the pretense of seeking treatment, meant her harm. So she nodded hard. "I'll go pack my things and move in." As soon as she said it, Wang Ming realized she was clinging to Chen Fan. Remembering their tearful embrace, her face suddenly flushed. She hastily got up and left. Not long after, she carried over several quilts from her home and began to make a nest at the other end of Chen Fan's room. Yes, it was literally a nest. All the wood in Chen Fan's room, including the bed and wardrobe, had long been broken apart and burned for warmth. Only an empty room and a pot over the fire remained. What Chen Fan now called a bed was merely a portable folding cot off the ground. Wang Ming had no cot, so she could only spread 3 quilts on the floor to separate herself from the ground. A fire lay between the two. Looking at the small bundle of firewood Wang Ming had brought, Chen Fan knew that if he hadn't taken her in, she would have frozen to death before starving. In the frozen apocalypse, what was more terrifying than hunger was the cold. After Wang Ming moved in, she spent the entire day splitting firewood, cooking, and tidying the rooms, behaving as dutifully as a devoted young wife. She had a clear understanding of her role, knowing that once Chen Fan recovered, her duty would be to manage the household. With a stunning beauty wandering before his eyes, Chen Fan reaffirmed his decision to take her in. A beautiful things always brought joy. With Chen Fan's companionship, Wang Ming's once despairing heart found some relief, and a smile would occasionally surface on her face at something he said. Wang Ming never asked how Chen Fan was sustaining her. He had 2 locked rooms in his home, and simply told her he had stockpiled plenty of food, assuring her to stay without worry. Those locked rooms would serve as an excuse for retrieving supplies from the system in the days ahead. That evening, exhausted from her hard work, Wang Ming retired early. Just as Chen Fan was drifting into sleep, an excited system notification chimed in. "Today's system mall balance 40 yuan, please check." Balance 48 yuan. What the hell? It actually increased. Chen Fan had assumed the system would remain unchanged at 20 yuan daily. He never expected it to suddenly jump to 40 yuan today. Amidst his excitement, Chen Fan began to calmly analyze where this money came from. He trusted that the system wouldn't increase arbitrarily, so there must be some underlying pattern. Suddenly, by the faint firelight, Wang Ming's delicate features gave Chen Fan an immediate clue. He thought, could it be that taking in Wang Ming caused the system to raise the daily amount? Chen Fan felt there was a high probability that was the case. As he pondered this, his mind began to race. Could each person he took in mean an additional 20 yuan? A bold idea suddenly flashed through Chen Fan's mind. Currently, the rice and meat purchased with 5 yuan daily could barely sustain one person. This meant he could gain 15 yuan from each person he took in. Don't underestimate those 15 yuan. When the base number grew, it became substantial. The next day, Chen Fan purchased half a strip of pork belly, a small head of cabbage, and half a jean of rice from the system. When Chen Fan pretendedly walked out from another room, carrying items, Wang Ming's eyes widened in astonishment. Fresh vegetables were rarer than meat these days, and pork belly, with its high fat content, was even more scarce. Compared to before the apocalypse, fat had become essential for resisting hunger and cold. Wang Ming used to avoid high-fat foods whenever possible, but now she wouldn't turn any down. Wang Ming hesitated for a moment upon receiving the ingredients. The cabbage looked too fresh to have been refrigerated, and the pork belly still retained some warmth. Watching her incredulous expression, Chen Fan smiled. To celebrate your first day here. Wang Ming carefully accepted them and asked, eating this much in one day, won't it be too wasteful? Chen Fan laughed heartily. This is just one meal's worth for us. Rest assured our food reserves are fine. I won't squander it recklessly. That's good then. Wang Ming, despite her surprise, didn't ask any more questions and simply began cooking. Chen Fan was quite satisfied with this. No wonder those in power preferred people who did more and spoke less. After a satisfying breakfast, Chen Fan took out his phone and told Wang Ming, I'll go to building 3 later to borrow their power supply to charge and check the offline navigation. You wait for me at home. Do you need me to come with you? No, the people in building 3 are fine. Wang Ming nodded and helped Chen Fan put on his clothes since he had a wound on his left hand and dressing was inconvenient with thick clothing. Chen Fan hadn't gone out in a long time. As soon as he left the house with the fire and reached the elevator hall, a bone-chilling coldness seemed to seep into his bones. Without professional cold weather gear, the clothing reserves in southern homes were simply inadequate to face such temperatures. Just as he was about to head downstairs, footsteps echoed in the stairwell. Since the entire Yongcheng had lost power long ago, everyone used the stairwells to come and go. The footsteps belonged to more than one person. Chen Fan instinctively grew alert and drew a fruit knife, concealing it behind his back. Before long, the newcomers encountered him. Xiao Fan, where are you heading? The moment they spoke, Chen Fan recognized them, the family from the 11th floor. Uncle Wang, I'm going to building 3 to handle some matters. Are you heading out to scavenge for supplies? Uncle Wang greeted him with a smile and said, yes, something delayed us this morning, just heading out now. Though both sides appeared cordial on the surface, each remained watchful of the other. Anyone who had survived this long would see that warm facade melt into something grotesque the moment interests conflicted. Chen Fan stepped back from the stairwell and let them go first. Only after they had departed did Chen Fan descend. Building 3 had always been the most united and comparatively reasonable, which is why he dared to go alone. He arrived at room 304 in Building 3. Charging his phone once cost him 2 jin of meat. Absurdly expensive. But in the entire residential complex, only this household had a small fuel-powered generator. Considering the effort this building had invested together to protect the generator, he had no choice but to bear the cost. Chen Fan could have purchased a power bank from the system mall himself, but one power bank's price could buy 10 jin of meat. As for the generator itself, the cheapest would cost over 1,000. Chen Fan figured it would be more practical to save up for a gun instead. The purpose of charging was to access the offline navigation on his phone, which recorded supply locations his father had noted before he passed. Once his injuries healed, he would need to venture out for supplies. After that incident, Chen Fan's car had been lost, so he could only join other groups with vehicles. To gain acceptance from others, he had to demonstrate his value. The offline navigation contained supply locations recorded during his trips with his parents. This was his credential for forming alliances. Uncle Lu, what's the situation in Building 3 now? While waiting for the charge, Chen Fan struck up a conversation with him. A third left during the Great Migration. Over 200 remained at the start of the apocalypse, but fewer than 50 are still alive. Hearing this, Chen Fan was taken aback. Fewer than 50 had survived despite such strong unity. The Great Migration he referred to was what happened 3 months prior, when official experts determined the disaster would last at least several decades, and the remnants of China's government made the agonizing decision to relocate the entire nation. The destination was countries along the equator. The government would pave the way ahead, and civilians wanting to follow needed vehicles with superior off-road capability, specifically fuel-powered ones, and had to bring their own food for the journey. At the time, Chen Fan's family had barely enough food, but their vehicle was a new energy car, an EV as it was commonly called. Such vehicles couldn't possibly keep up with the southward migration in extreme cold. So Chen Fan's family, like most survivors unable to undertake such a long journey, chose to struggle on in place. The reason Chen Fan needed to form a team to scavenge for supplies was that only those with fuel vehicles had the means to travel farther in search of resources. Without a fuel vehicle, venturing out was impossible. These owners of fuel vehicles hadn't been able to keep up with the main group for various reasons at the time. Although those who stayed behind possessed fuel vehicles, they still needed a team for protection, otherwise they would easily become targets. Chen Fan's parents had originally teamed up with people from Building 8 who owned fuel vehicles, but they were targeted for their vehicle and ambushed on the road. Those who survived this long didn't risk their lives lightly, but a fuel vehicle was worth fighting for. According to Uncle Lu, Lijiang residential complex had a total of 18 buildings, each with roughly dozens of survivors remaining. This once thriving community of 7 or 8,000 people had been reduced to fewer than 1,000. Uncle Lu sighed and said, "Unity means more burdens. With so few vehicles able to travel, the supplies we gather when divided equally are sometimes worse than what you'd get fighting alone." As the two chatted idly, someone suddenly knocked on Uncle Lu's door. The woman who arrived was someone Chen Fan had met before. Upon seeing that there was someone else at Uncle Lu's place, she immediately felt embarrassed and said, well, someone's here then. I'll come back later. Then there was Uncle Lu's embarrassed smile. Chen Fan understood immediately. Uncle Lu's wife had passed away and his son had also died while searching for supplies. In this post-apocalyptic world, it was only natural that the lonely woman and he would find some comfort in each other. No wonder when they were talking just now Uncle Lu kept rubbing his lower back. It was the apocalypse after all. Without any form of entertainment, people grew restless. So he wasn't even as good as a man in his 50s. Chen Fan tactfully chose not to interrupt their time together and left even though his phone was still a few percent away from being fully charged. He placed his phone deep inside his clothes to prevent battery drain and quickly made his way back home. You're back. Yes, I'm back. That simple exchange made Chen Fan feel like they were an elderly couple. He picked up his phone, which he hadn't touched in half a year, and instinctively opened the photo album, finding a picture of him with his parents. He gazed at it for a while, gently running his hand over the photo of his parents. Blinking away the tears in his eyes and mindful of preserving his phone's battery, he took out paper and pen to start recording the locations marked on his offline map. Today 40 yuan has been credited to your system mall account, please check it. Balance 75 yuan. Without realizing it, it had already reached midnight, the time when the system distributed its daily rewards. The system had given him 40 yuan just like yesterday. This proved that simply interacting with others outside wouldn't bring him any additional rewards. To gain more benefits, there needed to be some kind of bond, like forming a team with Chen Fan. Determined to test his hypothesis, Chen Fan bid farewell to Wang Meng early the next morning and appeared at the residential compound's main gate. Eager to make the most of his system coins and prove his theory, he chose to venture out ahead of schedule in search of a team to join for supply gathering. As long as he avoided strenuous activity, the wound wouldn't cause any major issues. Excuse me, is your team still accepting members? I'm from Building 6. Uncle Zhao, do you still remember me? I'm Chen Fan from Building 6. May I join you on your supply run? I can offer half of whatever food I find as payment for the ride. Half an hour later, Chen Fan had approached 5 or 6 different teams heading out. Not a single one was willing to take him on. Every team already had their own established channels for obtaining food. Most people were reluctant to suddenly share their hard-won resources with a stranger. Even if Chen Fan did have access to supply points, he certainly wouldn't advertise it to everyone at the gate. Just as he was about to give up hope of finding a team, a voice called out to him. Are you Chen Fan? Since leaving the compound, everyone was wrapped up tightly for protection against the cold. The voice came muffled through a scarf, and for a moment Chen Fan couldn't place who it was. It's me. Who are you? There were 5 people in the group, all appearing to be young based on their clothing. One of them pulled down the scarf covering his mouth and nose, allowing Chen Fan to see his face clearly. Su Liang from Building 7. They had played together since childhood, but after one time, when Chen Fan had beaten him up, they had drifted apart and stopped keeping in touch. Just as Chen Fan was about to think Su Liang was looking for trouble, a girl in the group also pulled down her scarf so he could see her face. Brother Fan, it's me. Chen Fan was slightly taken aback. The reason he had beaten up Su Liang back then was precisely because of this girl standing before him. Her name was Bai Xiaobing, 19 years old this year, and she lived in the same building as Su Liang. It was because Su Liang had bullied her that Chen Fan had intervened and taught him a lesson. What are you zoning out for? You don't really think Su Liang would hold a grudge over a beating from when we were kids, do you? Look, Xiaobing is still alive and well with us now, isn't she? Hearing Su Liang's words, Chen Fan could only shake his head with a bitter smile. Chen Fan had acted out of a sense of justice back then. Having survived the apocalyptic world where death could come at any moment, a scuffle between teenagers really wasn't worth holding on to. Fair enough. Chen Fan gave Su Liang a thumbs up, then asked, heading out to gather supplies. Su Liang nodded and replied, we only have one beat-up car. If we squeeze, there's room for one more. Want to come along? Sure. Seeing how straightforward Su Liang was about the invitation, Chen Fan didn't hesitate. The other 3 males besides Su Liang immediately introduced themselves, and Chen Fan recognized all of them. They were childhood acquaintances from before. Like Su Liang, these 3 were all a year younger than him during their school days. Ever since Chen Fan had fought with Su Liang, none of the 3 had wanted anything to do with him. Now it seemed all old grudges had been set aside. Following them, Chen Fan arrived at a makeshift tin shed. Inside was parked an H6 that was over a decade old. Having accompanied his parents on supply runs before, Chen Fan naturally knew what needed to be done next. Once inside the tin shed, the group started a fire. At temperatures dropping below -50°C, starting the vehicle required warming it up first before it would turn over. The group sat around the fire. Su Liang spoke first, asking, you're the only one left. Chen Fan nodded in acknowledgement, then asked, what about your families? My dad fell through the ice while drilling to catch fish, and my mom died trying to save him. The others began sharing their own family situations as well. My mom passed away and my dad is now bedridden at home with disabilities. My parents were out of town and couldn't make it back before the temperature dropped. I haven't heard from them since. I'm in a similar situation. Only my grandparents are still at home and they're no longer able to go out. Each of them had suffered tragic losses, all from accidents or illnesses. Only Chen Fan's parents had been killed by human hands. After the apocalypse, the Lijiang residential compound organized teams by building. Between each building existed varying degrees of competition and conflict, so everyone tacitly avoided interaction with the others. This was the first time Chen Fan had learned about their circumstances. Without exception, not a single one of them had it easy. How did Building 7 fall apart? Chen Fan moved his hands closer to the fire and asked. A curly-haired man named Wang Yuliang answered. Once when we were fighting over those frozen pigs from the breeding farm in the South District, negotiations broke down and things turned violent. 7 or 8 people died. Although we managed to secure the pork upon returning home, the families who lost members demanded that this batch of meat serve as compensation for funeral expenses. In the end, we couldn't reach an agreement, so we split up. After he finished speaking, another person chimed in. Because of this incident, Building 7 broke into 3 separate teams. Later, due to various frictions, it eventually fractured into many small groups. Since we couldn't get along with the older members, we formed our own team. Listening to their gossip about Building 7, Chen Fan nodded in understanding. Over the past 6 months, Building 6 had witnessed far more outrageous incidents. So he changed the subject and asked, which direction are you heading recently? Su Liang replied, east toward the city. Past the toll station about 30 kilometers to that forest area, to gather firewood and do some exploring. Exploring meant venturing into areas no one had ever been to. The way to determine if a place was uncharted was simply by checking for tire tracks. No wonder they had proactively invited Chen Fan. Exploring new territory was both arduous and dangerous. After all, snow covered the roads and vehicles driving over them could easily get stuck with no way out, in which case they would have to rely on human effort. Do we have to venture 30 kilometers outside the city just to find supplies now? From here to the eastern toll station is 20 kilometers, and from there another 30 kilometers east. That's over 100 kilometers round trip. Su Liang shrugged helplessly and said, I'll be honest with you, we're nearly out of food. There's no way to find supplies in the urban area anymore. We have to risk going far away and hope for the best. If you're afraid, you can leave now. I understand. After learning about their situation, Chen Fan spoke up. Since we're teaming up, I don't have a habit of giving up halfway. I know a fish pond in that direction. After the apocalypse, few people probably know about it. Everyone's eyes lit up at Chen Fan's words. Many small ponds once covered by heavy snow turned into a blinding white expanse. Even the pond owners would struggle to find them. If the original owners had perished in the apocalypse, most of those fish would likely still be there. Such resources were typically kept as secrets by each group. Had Chen Fan mentioned them at the community gate, surely someone would have offered to guide him out. Yet Chen Fan preferred going without a team rather than revealing the information prematurely. This was precisely his intention. He did need to forge bonds with others to earn system coins, but he also needed to judge who was worth trusting. Through brief conversation, he could sense that these people had not let the apocalypse extinguish their humanity, so Chen Fan was willing to share this information with them. Brother Fan want a cigarette. Suddenly a cigarette was held out beside Chen Fan. The offer came from the stout Chen Guangxing, who had already shifted his address to Brother Fan, his sycophantic expression somewhat comical. You managed to find this stuff. Impressive, Chen Fan replied, though he could purchase anything from the system at any time. He was merely playing along. Chen Guangxing picked up a vigorously burning piece of firewood and offered it for Chen Fan to light his cigarette. His deliberately exaggerated manner prompted laughter from everyone. Being young, the two groups quickly found common ground. After some more idle chatter, they felt the vehicle might start. Su Liang tried, and it indeed turned over successfully. They extinguished the fire in the carport and drove away from Lijiang residential community. Before, Chen Fan, joined by Xiaobing, sat in the passenger seat, while the 3 men rode in the back, with Su Liang driving. With Chen Fan, now part of the group, squeezing 4 men into the back seat proved too cramped, especially given Chen Guangxing's substantial build. So Chen Fan and the petite by Xiaobing ended up sharing the front passenger seat. Road conditions were poor, and the 50-kilometer journey took nearly 3 hours to complete. Fortunately, as new acquaintances with 6 months of survival stories to share, they had plenty to talk about, and the time passed quickly. The vehicle stopped at an orchard on the outskirts of Yongsheng. The destination Chen Fan mentioned required a 1-kilometer hike on foot, and traversing the orchard would take at least half an hour. The fish pond lay in the center of the orchard, originally intended for irrigation. The orchard owner had released numerous fingerlings 2 years prior to rear them. Chen Fan's father knew the orchard owner and had once taken Chen Fan fishing there, which is how Chen Fan learned of the place. Once the vehicle stopped, letting the engine run idle for too long in this environment could make it impossible to restart. A running vehicle couldn't be locked, and if anyone happened to pass by, the car would be gone. So the honest and dependable Zhang Xiang stayed behind to guard the vehicle while the others entered the orchard. After leaving the car, the 5 of them began trudging through snow that reached past their calves, heading deeper into the orchard. Walking outdoors at minus 50+ degrees Celsius for 30 minutes was simply brutal. In wilderness survival, one couldn't bundle up like a dumpling. Such heavy clothing would severely restrict movement. This should be the spot. Everyone dig away the loose surface snow, Chen Fan called out, just as everyone was nearing their limit, spotting several iron pipes sticking out of the snow. Within minutes, the group unearthed a corrugated iron roof collapsed under the weight of accumulated snow. This is it. Let's surround ourselves with these iron sheets and gather some firewood to warm up first. Once the fire was lit, and everyone's bodies recovered somewhat, Chen Fan again relied on his memory to lead the group searching for the fish pond near the duck shed. Fortunately, the upper layer of ice on the pond was relatively loose. After digging for a while with an engineer's shovel, Su Liang was the first to detect the icy surface. Then the 3 fire axes took turns chipping away at the pond's ice layer. Fish. I see fish. After 2 hours of digging 2 or 3 meters deep, the first frozen dead fish finally appeared. Through the ice, many more fish could be seen frozen at the bottom of the pond. The others gathered around to inspect. Given the density, this little pond of over 1 mu held quite a catch, predominantly tilapia and grass carp. After cheering, everyone dug with even greater vigor. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaobing gathered firewood nearby, preparing to cook the freshly dug fish for lunch. The ice-hard fish could only be cut with a saw. After removing the guts, they were placed into a pot for boiling. The ice chiseling work was demanding, requiring everyone to rotate into the duck shed for rest every 15 minutes or so. Working in sub-zero temperatures caused sweating, and without prompt warming measures, serious health issues, even life-threatening ones, could arise. Though this pace was slow, caution was paramount in the apocalypse. Brother Fan. Ducks. Brother Fan, come quick. I found ducks. An excited cry came from Bai Xiaobing not far away. Since Chen Fan had provided information about this pond, it was natural he'd be told first. Still, the phrasing struck him as oddly awkward. The others hurried over to see. It turned out that while gathering firewood, Bai Xiaobing had spotted a wooden stake protruding from the snow. With a strong pull, she discovered the stake was attached to a net. She realized this was a fenced net used to corral ducks. Pushing through the net, she discovered a cluster of ice-hard dead ducks. Overjoyed at such a find, everyone worked with renewed energy. The 6 of them labored until 4 in the afternoon. Temperatures would drop another 10 degrees at night, and nighttime brought the constant threat of attacks. They needed to return to the vehicle as quickly as possible to minimize exposure on dark roads. Each person carried dozens of kilograms on their backs, stumbling through snow that swayed between deep and shallow. Everyone was unsteady on their feet. Particularly concerning was the fat Chen Guangxing. Though he wore 2 pairs of fleece-lined socks, his shoes were ordinary sneakers. He had disposable shoe covers when they set out, but they tore during the transport of supplies. Now his shoes sank deep into the snow, and snow drifted inside. Chen Fan worried whether he would suffer frostbite afterward. All his body fat proved utterly useless against the cold. Though freezing and exhausted, every time someone stumbled they chuckled and got back up, thinking of the abundant harvest on their backs. Before the apocalypse, the rainy season was frequent in the south. Most households owned rubber boots. Chen Guangxing had been wearing them recently, but after they wore out he switched to these sneakers. When Chen Fan had accompanied his parents on supply runs before, he too had worn rubber boots. While they prevented snow from entering, wearing multiple layers of fleece socks still left his feet numbingly cold. Imagine the agony of carrying dozens of kilograms. Everyone knew how excellent military-grade high-calf fleece-lined leather boots were, yet few in the southern regions had stockpiled such footwear. After the apocalypse, many people ordered fleece boots online, but none ever arrived. Logistics had completely collapsed by then. In total, they carried over 20 ducks, more than 100 jin of fish, and over 200 jin of slow-burning firewood distributed across their shoulders. Combined with the tools they brought, if not for their thick clothing, the ropes digging into their shoulders would have surely torn their skin. Yet for those who had been struggling in the apocalypse for so long, this was nothing new. Bai Xiaobing was petite with delicate features. Before the apocalypse, girls like her could captivate countless young men. Though she was spared the heaviest loads, compared to her tiny frame, the burden on her back still appeared considerable. Not once did she complain of fatigue. Her face radiated pure joy at the day's harvest. Su Liang's off-road vehicle had limited space. The fish and ducks had to be carried away in multiple trips. To avoid being discovered by others, they buried the remaining supplies in the snow nearby, creating the illusion that all the resources had been completely exhausted before leaving. Phew, that nearly killed me. Back at the vehicle, everyone collapsed into the snow from sheer exhaustion. Zhang Xiang, who had been guarding the car, stared at the massive haul of supplies in utter disbelief. If it weren't for the lack of firewood at home, they would have definitely brought more food. After all, during this extreme cold period, the importance of combustible materials was self-evident. Xiang, go cover up our footprints and make some tracks in the opposite direction. Upon hearing Chen Fan's words, Zhang Xiang immediately complied. Actually, Chen Fan's actions were somewhat redundant. This place was so remote that if anyone were coming, they would have arrived long ago. Even if someone saw the tire tracks, they would simply assume the vehicle turned back after finding no further road. After creating the decoy, the group loaded the wood onto the roof rack. If rationed carefully, it would last the 6 families 3 to 5 days. By the time all the supplies were loaded, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. In the post-apocalyptic world, darkness came early. Previously in June, it wouldn't get dark until after 7, yet now loading was finished before 5, and the sky was already dimming. The ducks and fish were placed inside the carriage compartment, as displaying them openly outside would be unwise. However, this arrangement meant the 3 people in the back seat had their feet practically on the food, with knees nearly touching their faces, an extremely uncomfortable position. Despite the exhaustion and dishevelment, the abundant harvest lifted everyone's spirits with laughter and chatter throughout the journey. Chen Guangxing immediately changed out of his soaked shoes and socks into the prepared fleece-lined stockings upon returning to the vehicle. The moment he removed his shoes, the pungent odor was so overwhelming that even at minus 60 degrees Celsius, they had to crack open the windows. Otherwise, all 6 lives in the vehicle would surely be lost to the stench. The driver Su Liang's eyes watered from the stench. Chen Fan quietly marked the 2 fish beneath Chen Guangxing's feet, with his knife determined not to receive those particular ones during distribution. At 8:30 that evening, Chen Fan and the others finally returned to the residential complex. The day's harvest was divided into 6 portions for each household to take home. Everyone should rest early tonight. Tomorrow we'll set out early to retrieve everything as quickly as possible, lest we suffer losses over time. Alright, rest well everyone. No problem at all. Throughout their interactions that day, Chen Fan had strategically revealed that he knew the locations of several supply caches, offering a glimmer of hope to those on the brink of starvation. As a result, no one resisted Chen Fan's commanding manner, including their original leader Su Liang. Chen Fan didn't believe for a moment that upon obtaining his system, some aura of dominance would cause people to bow before him. Providing supply coordinates was merely one factor. Both in high school and university, these people had attended the same school as Chen Fan, and during his school years he had been a legendary figure on campus. At every sports meet, Chen Fan held multiple records. Outside school, he was also the leader of street brawls. Furthermore, there were additional factors from Chen Fan's father's role in society. Chen Fan was perfectly content with this arrangement. As long as they survived the night, he would know whether these people could earn him system currency. Once successful, he would eventually gain absolute authority. If anyone proved unwilling to comply, Chen Fan could simply find replacements. These people who had struggled through half a year of the apocalypse surely understood the difference between one satisfying meal and sustainable survival. Upon returning home, Wang Ming rushed over upon seeing Chen Fan carrying dozens of pounds of supplies. Her first concern was not the food they had obtained, but to have Chen Fan drink a cup of warm water in his room before she began examining his wounds. As expected, the day's exertion had caused the scabbed-over wounds to crack slightly open. Wang Ming said nothing and promptly changed his bandages to fresh ones. She also brought a new thermal undershirt, demanding Chen Fan change into it. The shirt was what Wang Ming had washed with hot water earlier that day and had dried by the fire before Chen Fan's return. Upon removing his clothes, Chen Fan's well-built upper body was revealed, causing even Wang Ming, a medical professional, to feel somewhat embarrassed. Pretending nothing was amiss, she helped him change properly before beginning to sort through the food he had brought back. Only then did she marvel that Chen Fan could bring back such a bountiful haul on his very first day out. Her bright, watery eyes curved into delighted crescents. The advantage of having someone managing household affairs immediately became apparent. Chen Fan contentedly soaked his feet in the prepared bathwater while watching Wang Ming busily attend to her tasks. Too exhausted from the day, Chen Fan fell asleep the moment he finished eating. When he woke the next morning, he confirmed that the system's reward mechanism worked exactly as he had suspected. One night had seen an increase of 140 yuan. Even if Chen Fan, Wang Ming, and all 5 of Su Liang's people did absolutely nothing, but huddled together in a shelter, 140 yuan per day would guarantee they wouldn't starve or freeze, with surplus funds left over to purchase essential supplies. Wang Ming woke earlier than Chen Fan, knowing he needed to leave early, and had prepared breakfast well in advance. After eating, Chen Fan headed out. Exiting the Lijiang residential complex, he stood waiting at the sheet metal garage, where Su Liang's group had converted into makeshift housing. Within a few minutes, the others arrived. "Morning, Brother Fan. Have you been waiting long?" "Not at all, you all just got here." When Chen Fan tossed a pair of size 43 waterproof boots before Chen Guangxing, this 180-gene heavy man had tears welling in his eyes. "Found an extra pair at home, and I'd rather not endure that smell again." Everyone shared knowing smiles. "Thanks, Brother Fan." The waterproof boots had been purchased from the system for 30 yuan. With a steady income of 140 yuan daily, Chen Fan would not be stingy about buying shoes for his companions. Should one of them suffer frostbite, losing an obedient follower would be a poor trade by any calculation. Chen Fan's father had worked in engineering projects dealing with everyone from government officials to local power brokers. From childhood, he had taught Chen Fan the intricacies of navigating human relationships. Even though these people were willing to follow Chen Fan's lead, that didn't mean he could act arbitrarily. Some basic social graces and human decency still had to be maintained. In the apocalypse, a pair of waterproof boots could reduce Chen Guangxing's risk of frostbite. If he were injured by frost, he would be unable to keep up with the group. To speak plainly, this was nothing less than saving his life. As everyone sat huddled around a fire waiting for the vehicle to warm up, Chen Fan proactively shared his thoughts. "There's a kid living in my building. You all probably know him. The one who broke his leg a few years ago while picking fruit from the residential trees." After Chen Fan finished speaking, Su Liang recalled the incident. "I remember. He must be only 15 or 16 now. Why bring him up suddenly?" Seeing that everyone remembered the person, Chen Fan revealed his purpose. "Here's what I'm thinking. Some external forces out there are quite powerful. If we ever encounter them someday, we'll suffer greatly. My parents are a perfect example. If possible, I think we should expand our team. Now we're living in what they call the apocalypse and humans are social creatures. Fighting alone definitely won't sustain us. I want to bring that kid in. His parents died in the same conflict as mine. I know him well, and he's a good person. I know what you're worried about. Mainly that there won't be enough food to share. Chen Fan pointed to his head as he spoke, the marked supply coordinates. Relying on just our few people to consume everything before other groups discover them would be extremely difficult. Chen Fan added, of course in the end you'll be the ones making the decision. He would be assertive when necessary, but adding people to the team was not something he would impose unilaterally. After all, the vehicles still belonged to Su Liang. They were not unaware of the logic Chen Fan had presented. The first to voice their opinion was Bai Xiaobing. I have no objections. I think Brother Fan speaks with reason. I also believe this is the right approach. Next to speak was Chun Guangxing, who had just received the waterproof boots. Brother Fan, without you joining us yesterday, we might not have gained much. Since you say that kid is capable, then he is, said Su Liang, who also had no objection to Chen Fan's proposal. However, as the former leader among them, he naturally considered more than others. He voiced his concern. I have thought about forming a team as well, but there is a practical issue. Adding that kid would bring us to 7 people, which is the limit of my vehicle. If we want to accommodate more newcomers, how will we solve the transportation problem? In the current situation, expanding the team was not primarily about numbers. What mattered most was having enough fuel-powered off-road vehicles. Take Building 3 for instance. They were united enough, yet the number of vehicles and people going out each day was limited. Bringing back enough food to sustain a large group was difficult, far less efficient than Chen Fan's small team of a few members. After all, when Chen Fan's small team discovered a substantial food source, they could sustain themselves for a long time. Su Liang's concern was something Chen Fan had already considered. Wanting to buy a car from the system for 140 yuan per day was simply delusional. However, purchasing a gun was something he could achieve quite soon. As for where to get a vehicle after obtaining a gun, Chen Fan had already made his plans. He replied, I have a solution for the vehicle issue, but it is not the right time yet. Hearing Chen Fan say this, everyone's eyes lit up. Who would not desire a grand and well-equipped team? On the way back yesterday, they had encountered 2 vehicles merging from other entrances. Everyone on Chen Fan's car had grown tense, fearing the others might ram into them, force a stop, and spark a conflict. Even though they knew the other side would not dare to make a move given the roughly equal numbers. It was like a tiger and a lion meeting in the wild. They would not fight to the death, for both understood that a severe injury meant certain death. In this apocalypse, everyone understood this principle. Unless one reached the point where robbing was the only way to survive, no one would risk their life. Unless one side possessed weaponry that completely overwhelmed the other, meaning thermal weapons of course. But in China, nearly no one possessed thermal weapons. During the Great Evacuation, the authorities had centrally collected all weapons. Some large equipment, even if it could not be moved, had its critical components destroyed. Alright, we'll all follow Brother Fan's lead. Since Brother Fan says he has a way, then let us do as he suggests. Chen Fan could ensure a steady source of food and had a method to acquire new vehicles. What was there to hesitate about? Several people immediately expressed their support. With everyone's approval, Chen Fan immediately returned to Building 6. He came to the 3rd floor and knocked on Chao Zishuan's door. The latter was cautious. Even though his parents had teamed up with Chen Fan's family before their passing, he did not open the door upon seeing Chen Fan through the peephole. They spoke through the door. You are Brother Fan. Chen Fan removed his hat and scarf. Yes, it is me. What do you need, Brother Fan? I have been teaming up with a few people from Building 6 to scout for supplies recently. We want to expand our group. Would you like to join me? After Chen Fan finished speaking, there was silence for over 10 seconds inside. Then the door clicked open. Inside stood a slim youth of about 10 years old and an elderly grandmother wrapped tightly in clothing. Little Fan, come in, and we can talk, Chao Zishuan's grandmother said, inviting Chen Fan inside. Chen Fan entered the house, whose walls were similarly blackened by cooking smoke. At the far end of the living room on the balcony lay a corpse. Noticing Chen Fan's gaze, the grandmother explained, that is my late husband Zishuan's grandfather. I intend to bury him once this cursed weather passes. Chen Fan offered some comforting words, then mentioned his intention to take Chao Zishuan along on supply runs. Chao Zishuan's grandmother became emotional, grasping Chen Fan's hand through tears. Thank you, little Fan. You are a good child. She then called out to Chao Zishuan. Zishuan cowed out to Brother Fan. From now on you will listen to him, do you understand? Upon hearing this, Chao Zishuan did not hesitate and immediately knelt before Chen Fan. Chen Fan went to help him up, but the grandmother stopped him. In the end, Chen Fan accepted those 3 loud kowtows. Chen Fan let out a heavy sigh and took Chao Zishuan to find Su Liang and the others. The team had grown to 7 members. On the way to the fish pond from yesterday, Chen Fan asked Chao Zishuan about his situation. How did you and your grandmother survive after your parents perished? At first, there were still some food stores at home that could sustain us for a while. Later, my grandmother and I went to the suburbs to dig for sweet potatoes. Last week we finished digging that patch, and today only 8 sweet potatoes remained. Once those are eaten, I do not know where we will find food. When he was on the verge of starvation and Chen Fan was willing to extend a helping hand, those 3 kowtows were entirely warranted. The others in the car listened to Chao Zishuan's account with expressions of familiarity. It was nothing unusual. There were far worse fates than his. Arriving at the destination, the absence of new tire tracks brought everyone a sense of relief. Actually, their worries were somewhat unnecessary. Setting aside the fact that such village roads did not appear as cement paths on navigation maps, many people had never visited this area before the apocalypse. Unless the orchard owner could remember the exact location, the White Wilderness offered no clues as to where to begin digging. Without the step of clearing virgin land today compared to yesterday, it was somewhat easier, yet the harvest remained plentiful. Chao Zishuan, determined to prove he was not a burden, did not refuse their offer to lighten his load. He simply bit his teeth and carried the goods alongside them to the vehicle. They began the return journey at 4 in the afternoon. Fortunately, Chao Zishuan was rather slender, and 4 people could still squeeze into the back seat. Chen Guangxing no longer needed to remove his boots after getting the waterproof ones, and the suffocating odor inside the car was gone. They returned to the residential compound past 7 in the evening. After distributing the supplies, everyone went their separate ways. Chao Zishuan received 2 ducks, 4 frozen stiff large fish, and a large bundle of firewood on his back. The joy on his face was unmistakable. "Do you know which floor I live on?" Seeing his excited demeanor, Chen Fan asked with a smile. "I only know you live upstairs, Brother Fan, but I do not know which floor. I am in 802. If you need anything, come find me. Tomorrow I will come down and knock on your door before we go out together. Do not go out on your own." "Yes, I understand, Brother Fan." Chen Fan had just returned home and was enjoying the foot-washing water prepared by Wang Ming when knocking sounds came from the living room. Wang Ming went to check. "Who is it?" Hearing a woman's voice from inside, Chao Zishuan paused for a moment before replying. "I am looking for Brother Fan. I am Chao Zishuan." Chen Fan inside the room could naturally not hear their conversation. It was relayed through Wang Ming. Since it was nighttime, there was no light from outside the door. Chen Fan put on his shoes and approached the back of the door to observe. "Zishuan, what do you need at this hour?" He did not open the door, for there had been incidents before where acquaintances were used as a pretext to trick people into opening their doors. He feared that someone might have been watching Chao Zishuan when he returned with food. Realizing Chen Fan's wariness, Chao Zishuan said, "Brother Fan, I came alone. My grandmother has passed away." His words caught Chen Fan off guard. When he had seen her that day, he had sensed something was off. He never expected that the elderly woman, not wanting to be a burden to Chao Zishuan, had entrusted him to Chen Fan's care. Chao Zishuan held something aloft to illuminate the elevator lobby, allowing Chen Fan to see that no one else lurked outside. Only then did Chen Fan open the door to let him in. Only after ensuring the coast was clear did Chen Fan and Wang Ming lower the knives they gripped. In the apocalypse, one could never be too cautious. What he held in his hand was a hand-crank flashlight, the kind of toy where you continuously press to generate light. In this era, finding a flashlight with working batteries had become nearly impossible. "Wasn't your grandmother in good health today? What happened?" Seeing Chao Zishuan's tear-streaked face, Chen Fan asked despite already suspecting the cause. "I went back, but didn't see her. I searched for a long time and finally found her on the balcony. She passed away holding grandfather's corpse. This is a letter she left for you." Chao Zishuan handed over a letter. Chen Fan was not overly surprised and immediately took it to read. The contents of the letter aligned with Chen Fan's expectations, but something further down caught him off guard. "Do not share what is written here with anyone." "I understand. That is why I came straight to you after reading it." Chen Fan draped his arm around Chao Zishuan's shoulder and gave it a reassuring pat. "From now on, I am your brother. Stay strong. We must all survive." "I will, brother." The moment Chao Zishuan finished speaking, tears cascaded down his face. "Dinner here tonight." "All right." Before the apocalypse, Chao Zishuan and Wang Ming had undoubtedly crossed paths on the stairs of their respective floors. However, he had no idea that Chen Fan and Wang Ming had only begun living together just a few days prior. He had assumed Wang Ming had always been Chen Fan's woman. So after finishing his meal, he blurted out, "Brother Fan's sister-in-law, I've eaten. I'm heading back." Before either of them could offer an explanation, Chao Zishuan rose and returned home. Chen Fan's character was such that he would not be embarrassed by such a remark. If Wang Ming were willing, he would naturally be delighted. Paradoxically, it was Wang Ming, the seasoned surgeon accustomed to commanding operating rooms, who grew flustered. Her cheeks flushed crimson, she rose with a hint of panic and stammered, I'll clear the dishes." Before the apocalypse, Wang Ming managed the household, while Chen Fan ventured out to provide for them, a domestic arrangement reserved exclusively for married couples. Chen Fan was handsome, tall, and physically robust. In the current dire circumstances, Wang Ming had only Chen Fan to rely upon. Wang Ming would naturally not refuse. Watching Wang Ming's predicament, Chen Fan could not help but laugh out loud. "You bastard, Chen Fan." Seeing Chen Fan actually dare to mock her, Wang Ming angrily rose and struck him several times with her delicate fists. Humiliated and vexed, she took the dishes and hurried out. She had no idea that in Chen Fan's eyes this flustered demeanor was exquisitely alluring. Upon waking the next morning, Chen Fan discovered that the system had credited him with an additional 180 yuan. Chen Fan calculated it over and wondered why there would be an extra person's reward. It was likely obtained from contacting Chao Zixuan's grandmother the previous day. Could it be that merely sheltering someone, or even just the host team, also yielded rewards? He speculated that when Chao Zixuan's grandmother entrusted her grandson to him, some form of bond had been forged between them. If this were true, the difficulty of obtaining increased rewards would be further reduced. Should he go and meet the surviving relatives of Su Liang and the others? After all, they had operated as a team searching for supplies, and those supplies had benefited their families as well. Regardless, he wanted to try. Moreover, he had a perfectly legitimate pretext for doing so. Wang Ming was a doctor, and everyone belonged to the same team. Since their families consisted largely of the elderly or the frail, having the doctor conduct medical checkups was entirely reasonable. It would also win hearts and minds, achieving two objectives with one stroke. When Chen Fan and the others arrived at the garage, the vehicle was already warmed up. Zhang Xiang, who mostly kept watch over the car, rose 2 hours earlier than the rest to prepare it. A schedule Chen Fan had arranged. This way, while the others went out searching for supplies, Zhang Xiang could catch some rest in the vehicle. Rising early would save valuable waiting time. Seeing everyone present, Chen Fan stated his purpose for the day. Today I would like to make a detour to the Tianqi Mountain Villa district for a reconnaissance. The others considered it briefly. Since it was on the same route anyway, it would not cost them much extra time. Without asking for reasons, they agreed. Only Su Liang asked, "Won't it take too long? I'm worried we won't make it back before dark." A quick detour to retrieve something shouldn't consume too much time. Fine. You're in charge, Brother Fan. The others assumed Chen Fan had simply scouted that area during a previous supply run and had spotted something worth the trip. Only Chen Fan and Chao Zixuan knew what they were truly going to find in that villa district. Firearms. Yes, exactly what Chen Fan had been yearning for. Chao Zixuan's grandmother had worked as a caretaker for a wealthy family, serving them for many years. One day while cleaning, she had inadvertently discovered that her employer kept a firearm hidden within the villa. When the apocalypse struck, that family was out of town. She guessed the gun was still in the villa and told her son, Chao Zixuan's father. However, his father was too timid to dare retrieve it, for the authorities were still in control at that time. After the government collapsed and chaos engulfed the world, Chao Zixuan's father, fearing for his family's safety, finally mustered the courage to check whether the gun was still there. Regrettably, upon arriving, he discovered a gang had occupied the entire villa district. Those harboring resentment toward the wealthy saw the collapse of authority and immediately targeted the rich neighborhoods. Some psychologically twisted individuals believed that trampling those who had once looked down upon them could satisfy their long-suppressed desires. Witnessing this, Chao Zixuan did not dare approach, and the matter was quietly abandoned. Chen Fan naturally knew Chao Zixuan's father and could confirm, just as his grandmother had described, that he was indeed exceedingly timid. If it had been Chen Fan or Chen Fan's father in his place, they would have gone to any lengths to retrieve that firearm. Had Chao Zixuan's father not been so weak-willed, perhaps someone in Chen Fan's team would have carried a gun during that initial tragedy, and the disaster might have been prevented. But speaking of it now was useless. Chen Fan merely approached this with a hopeful but cautious mindset. Finding the gun would be ideal, but if unsuccessful, he could accumulate a few more days of system coins to purchase one. Still, having a firearm in hand, even one day sooner, was undoubtedly advantageous, and would save considerable funds. As the vehicle traveled along the ring road, Chen Fan glanced at the fuel gauge and asked, "Where do you usually source fuel?" Previously, when Chen Fan's father was still alive, they used to break into gas station storage tanks. Now all the nearby gas stations had long been emptied. He was curious how Su Liang had been refueling lately. "The auto repair shop across from Shengshe residential compound, you know the one." Chen Fan nodded. "I have some impression of it." Su Liang continued, "The repair shop owner somehow procured a large quantity of fuel, and everyone in the area buys from him now." Chen Fan pressed further, "What are their charging rates?" 800 grams of meat per liter of fuel. Chen Fan calculated it in his mind. By all logic, food should be more expensive than fuel, yet this repair shop, which had hoarded petroleum, had not taken advantage of the situation. They charged a rate proportional to pre-apocalypse prices. Even so, this price was still daunting for most people. It also temporarily extinguished Chen Fan's desire to use the system to purchase goods for resale. Yesterday, Chen Fan and his group had traveled approximately 100 kilometers round trip. If they went to that repair shop to pay for fuel, they would have to shell out nearly 10 jin of meat. For Chen Fan's team, which had been having decent harvests lately, this was barely acceptable. But for those teams who couldn't bring back anything, this price would be a fatal blow. Seeing Chen Fan gazing at the scenery outside, lost in thought, Su Liang continued, "I've also been wanting to talk to you about the fuel situation. There are only 4 barrels of oil left at home. Including what's in the vehicle, we can only manage 800 kilometers, assuming nothing goes wrong. We need to figure out refueling tomorrow. Also, my vehicle needs maintenance. The fuel consumption has increased significantly. Getting serviced at that oil-selling repair shop would cost dozens of jin of meat, but if I bring my own motor oil, it only costs 1 jin as labor fee." To his surprise, Chen Fan didn't consider this expense significant, and instead asked, "That repair shop operates so openly. Aren't they afraid someone will covet their supplies?" Su Liang shared his perspective. "The repair shop has over a dozen men guarding an iron gate. They're not someone to provoke easily. Moreover, everyone within several kilometers relies on them for fuel. Anyone daring to touch them would face the wrath of the entire community. Su Liang was right. No one dares to operate in such a manner without the means to defend themselves. The same logic applied to Wang Ming. For so long no one dared to harm her. Even if they couldn't provide food for her, they wouldn't allow the community's sole doctor to come to harm. Chen Fan made up his mind. Meeting with them might open the door to a partnership. Before he knew it, Chen Fan and his group arrived at the foot of the Tianqi Mountain Villa district. The entire villa complex was built halfway up the mountain. The villa Chao Zixuan's grandmother mentioned was located at the summit, but Su Liang's vehicle failed multiple attempts to climb the icy incline. Brother Fan, what should we do now? Su Liang asked as the vehicle came to a stop at the entrance of the villa complex. Chen Fan stepped out of the vehicle and surveyed the villa complex. All the windows and doors had been smashed, indicating that the very people Chao Zixuan's father had feared were no longer here. Living here would require climbing the mountain on foot every day, making it unsuitable for habitation. Chen Fan said, Su Liang and Wang Yuliang, come with me upstairs. The rest of you stay here and guard the vehicle. What do you think? No problem. Thus Chen Fan led the two toward the villa Chao Zixuan's grandmother had mentioned. The three men went light, each carrying a fire axe on their back. After walking for over 20 minutes, they arrived at a detached villa halfway up the mountain. Chen Fan confirmed it was the right place by the house number, and the three of them entered. The garden gate of the villa had long been destroyed. The glass on the first floor was already shattered. Stepping inside, they found all the furniture had been taken out and burned. From the appearance, it seemed no one had been here for quite some time. Chen Fan quickly made his way to the master bedroom on the third floor. He told Su Liang and Wang Yuliang to wait downstairs, then went alone to the master bathroom, stepped onto the sink, and pushed aside an aluminum panel in the corner of the ceiling. Removing his glove, he reached inside and felt around. When his hand touched something metallic, Chen Fan could already feel his heart racing. He knew he had succeeded. Taking it out and looking closely, it was indeed a pistol. He felt around inside again and found a box of ammunition. Although this was Chen Fan's first time handling a firearm during the early days of the apocalypse, when the internet was still available, he had studied weapons extensively. He recognized it as a Glock 17 pistol. The only drawback of this gun was its poor cold resistance. However, this did not diminish Chen Fan's excitement. Ignoring the cold on his exposed hands, he quickly removed the magazine. The bullets inside were full, and combined with the dozens of rounds in the ammunition box, it gave him a tremendous sense of security. He unzipped his chest pocket, placed the gun inside his clothes, ensuring he could draw and fire it quickly if needed. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Chen Fan headed downstairs. Brother Fan, how did it go? Did you find what you were looking for? Chen Fan simply waved his hand and said, let's talk about it back at the car. Returning to the car, the three quickly got in. Chao Zixuan met Chen Fan's gaze, and when the latter nodded at him, Chao Zixuan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Noticing Chen Fan's secretive behavior, Bai Xiaobing couldn't contain her curiosity and asked first, Brother Fan, what were you looking for? Did you find it? Chen Fan didn't hide it and took out the pistol from his chest. This immediately drew a round of exclamations from the others in the car. Su Liang nearly lost control of the steering wheel. Nowadays, Chen Fan had quite a few supply coordinates and was carrying a gun, which gave Su Liang and his group hope that they could survive in this apocalypse. Even with a gun, I can't guarantee our absolute safety because we can't be sure other factions don't have guns either. Everyone, don't let your guard down because of this. Yes, Brother Fan. Okay, dear brother. Got it. Everyone's responses were filled with excitement. Although Chen Fan spoke cautiously, the fact that he had a gun indeed gave them much more confidence. Soon everyone arrived at the fish pond. They divided the work clearly as before. On the way, Chen Fan took Chao Zixuan deep into the orchard. The others who were still working heard over a dozen gunshots coming from inside, which made them worry for a while. They only felt relieved after seeing Chen Fan and Chao Zixuan walking back. Because finding the gun had delayed their fish digging time. By the time they returned to the car that day, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Originally, driving in the dark was very dangerous, but after knowing that Chen Fan had a gun, that worry disappeared. Chen Fan himself clearly felt that he was no longer afraid of night roads. But sometimes coincidences catch people off guard. At 7:30 in the evening, the sky was already completely dark. Su Liang's H6 was driving on a road narrow enough for only one vehicle, when suddenly, without warning, a row of lights appeared in the oncoming lane. This instantly silenced the previously excited occupants. By now, everyone had figured out the source of the lights. It was two vehicles blocking the road ahead with blinding searchlights mounted on their roofs. The glare made it impossible for Su Liang to see the road clearly, so he slammed on the brakes and stopped. Just as Su Liang was about to reverse, bright lights flared up from behind them as well. The lights from both the front and rear slowly closed in, forming an encirclement around Chen Fan's vehicle. The intention was already very clear. They were being trapped. The snow piled along the roadside accumulated from when official vehicles had cleared the path before reached up to the height of the car door handles. It was impossible to break through from the sides. Brother Fan, what should we do? Chen Fan didn't hesitate. After pushing open the car door, he shouted, grab your weapons and get out of the car. Run to the snowbank over there. The people in the car didn't understand Chen Fan's intention, but after seeing him dash out with the door open, they followed suit. Chen Fan was too familiar with this scene as originally he and his parents had been attacked in this way. After seeing Chen Fan and the others abandon the car and flee, the opponents chose not to get out and chase. Their target was the vehicle and supplies. Chen Fan and his group didn't run far, either standing at a distance and watching them. By the light, Chen Fan could clearly see there were 6 vehicles in total. As they approached Su Liang's car, over 20 people poured out in a crowd. Each person held a gleaming, long-handled machete. Seeing Chen Fan and the others hadn't gone far, they weren't in a hurry. After checking the supplies in the car, they leisurely walked toward Chen Fan's position. The two sides formed a line about 10 meters apart. A biting cold wind blew. The leader pointed his machete at Chen Fan and the others. If not for the hood covering his face, one could certainly see his smug expression. Consider yourselves smart. We're taking the car and supplies. We won't make things difficult for you. Just stand there and don't move. After saying this, he turned around with an air of authority, not even bothering to look at Chen Fan and the others. Although Chen Fan's group had only a third of their numbers, if they really fought, they would definitely suffer casualties. To be fair, they also didn't want conflict. The people on Chen Fan's side saw him taking the lead and running away, and thought they could only watch helplessly as the car and supplies were taken. All of them were watching Chen Fan out of the corner of their eyes. Just as they were losing hope in Chen Fan, suddenly, they saw Chen Fan's hand slowly extend from his chest. Bang! A gunshot shattered the cold night. The crack of the gunshot sent the group instinctively ducking their heads and crouching low. Such was the natural reaction of ordinary people upon hearing the sound of a gun. Silence descended instantly. Thud! The once proud leader crumpled heavily onto the cold, filthy snow by the roadside. Still want to rob us? Still want to keep robbing? Bang! 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 More figures fell with each of Chen Fan's furious curses. Though it was Chen Fan's first time firing a gun, they had lined up in a row with no cover, standing close together. Marksmanship hardly mattered in such circumstances. Chen Fan fired one shot after another. Those who hadn't been hit finally realized what was happening. There's a gun. Damn it, run. The quicker ones scrambled behind vehicles, while others lay frozen on the ground in terror. Never had they encountered such a situation. They had always relied on numerical advantage and cold weapons to bully ordinary people. Now they faced an actual firearm. Seizing the chaos, Chen Fan swiftly reloaded and signaled his companions to advance toward the enemies. Chen Fan's jaw clenched tight, his expression fierce. The deaths of his parents had taught him one truth: anyone who posed a threat, regardless of the degree of malice, could only be dealt with through death. No lingering dangers allowed. Virum, Virum. While Chen Fan was reloading, one man scrambled into one of their vehicles. The engine still running, he floored the accelerator in reverse. Chen Fan immediately raised his gun at the fleeing vehicle. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets shattered the windshield, but lacking experience with firearms, he'd never considered aiming at the tires. Click. The magazine emptied. Chen Fan frantically reloaded. The man seemed about to escape by backing away. Virum. To his astonishment, that fool in his panic had driven the rear of the car into a snowbank by the roadside. An unseen ridge had caught the back wheels, sending them spinning uselessly in the air. Chen Fan smiled. You had your chance and failed to take it. The man must have been so afraid of being shot that he'd driven with his head bowed, unable to see the road behind him. That explained the blunder. What are you standing there for? You two go bring him here. Chen Fan commanded. Su Liang and Chen Guangxing beside him. Snapped from their daze, the two grabbed their fire axes and charged forward in fury. These men, Su Liang and the others, had endured half a year of apocalypse and had engaged in firefights before. Though inexperienced, they possessed basic courage. After 2 rounds of shooting, 7 or 8 figures lay fallen on the ground. Some writhed in agony, others motionless. The survivors had all taken cover behind the vehicles they'd arrived in. To prevent those hiding behind the cars from sneaking into the vehicles to escape, Chen Fan raised his gun and aimed at the tires of their makeshift shelter. Bang, bang, bang. 3 vehicles concealed over a dozen people. With their tires punctured, all escape routes were completely severed. As for fleeing into the trackless snow, that would be certain death. The nearest city lay at least 10 kilometers away, and in temperatures of 60 degrees below zero, wading through knee-deep snow would mean either death or amputation of both legs, even if one survived. Within moments, Su Liang and Chen Guangxing dragged the would-be escapee back. As soon as he stood before Chen Fan, the man dropped to his knees with a thud, begging for mercy. Spare me, boss. I was just following orders. Please let me go. Chen Fan ignored his pleas and called out to those still hiding behind the vehicles. Are you planning to face me all night? Come out. The men behind the cars dared not emerge, shouting through the vehicles, instead begging for their lives. Seeing this, Chen Fan summoned Su Liang and whispered instructions into his ear. After hearing the plan, Su Liang's eyes turned cold. He nodded and walked away. He climbed into one of the enemy's vehicles, floored the accelerator, and spun around in place. Chen Fan's group couldn't understand what Su Liang was doing. The men behind the cars didn't dare peek out, either utterly ignorant of what was about to happen, only hearing the engines roar, growing ever closer. Then, crash! A thunderous impact rang out. The SUV Su Liang drove had turned around and now bore down viciously on the dozen people hiding behind the vehicles. Those people had nowhere to flee. Several were launched from behind the 3 cars, the scene reminiscent of bowling pins scattering. Even those not killed instantly were limping. One man, half his lower body torn away, desperately crawled through the snow. The gruesome sight startled everyone, including Chen Fan's own group. Bang! Bang! Chen Fan wouldn't waste this opportunity as they fled their cover. He advanced while firing. In merely 20 minutes this chance encounter had reached its bloody conclusion. Over 20 bodies lay scattered across the ground. Due to the extreme cold, the blood froze the instant it spilled. No scenes of crimson-soaked earth here. 8 o'clock in the evening. No one would pass by at this hour. The biting wind continued to howl. Just moments ago Chen Fan had ordered his companions to finish off the dying with their weapons. Even Bai Xiaobing, the petite girl, had killed one with her own hands. The 6 months of frozen apocalypse they'd endured paled in comparison to these 20 minutes. Gah! Bai Xiaobing could bear it no longer and vomited onto the ground. Her retching set off Chun Guangxing, Chao Zixuan, and Zhang Ziang as well. Chen Fan then watched Su Liang's throat convulse repeatedly before he forced it all back down. Even Chen Fan's own stomach churned with acidity. After several more minutes, everyone finally overcame their nausea and gathered around Chen Fan, awaiting his orders. The blood-spattered Chen Fan cast his gaze across his crimson-drenched companions. He observed their transformation, from the terror of being robbed to the excitement of witnessing Chen Fan's counterattack, and finally the madness during the executions. In this dog-eat-dog world, one must be ruthless or perish. At this moment, they had, like Chen Fan, completed their metamorphosis. Chen Fan was thoroughly pleased that his team contained no cowards. He stepped forward, embracing each of them. Su Liang stepped forward. Yes, Captain. Go tow out that stuck vehicle. On it. Xiaobing Zixuan. Yes, Captain. Search those 3 damaged vehicles and take everything useful from them. Understood, Captain. Guangxing Zhang Yuliang. You 3 strip the bodies of clothing that's not too damaged. Don't waste the supplies. Yes, Captain. The team dispersed to carry out their tasks. Chen Fan's lips curled into a grin. He squatted before the man who tried to escape. Where are you from? Did you specifically lie in wait for us? We're from a transport company nearby, the man blurted out, bound and gagged by Chen Guangxing. We came out under cover of darkness to ambush groups like yours, solo travelers. Boss, please spare me. We weren't specifically targeting you, I swear. Before he could finish, Chen Fan drove the freshly picked up dagger into his temple. The other companions, busy with their tasks, glanced over at the gruesome scene. Their hands paused momentarily, then returned to their work. After obtaining firearms at the Tianqi Mountain Villa area today, Chen Fan had already planned where to get a vehicle. Unexpectedly, someone delivered them tonight, saving him considerable trouble. Firearms and fuel vehicles were the foundation of survival in the apocalypse. With new vehicles, more team members could join. More people meant greater daily rewards from the system. Everything was developing in a positive direction. Not wasting time counting supplies by the roadside, after quickly loading everything they thought useful onto the vehicles, Chen Fan and his party began their return journey. It was 9:40 p.m. Chen Fan chose one of the Wranglers to lead the convoy at the front. The vehicle had a raised chassis with enlarged off-road tires for easier recovery in snow and a winch of unknown weight mounted at the front bumper. A row of glaring searchlights was installed on the roof, which had been what blinded Su Liang earlier. Su Liang drove his original vehicle in second position. Chen Guangxing drove a Pajero in third position, also equipped with roof-mounted searchlights and upgraded tires, offering excellent off-road capability. Zhang Zhang brought up the rear in a Photon pickup truck similarly outfitted with a winch and oversized off-road tires, with an additional cargo box in the bed containing 2 large fuel drums. With this pickup truck, their transportation capacity had increased tenfold. Beyond that, each vehicle carried substantial supplies. Though time pressed, and they had not taken the time for a thorough inventory, everyone understood during the loading process that they had struck it rich. Now all 4 vehicles were equipped with walkie-talkies, 8 captured in total. With them, the convoy could communicate promptly from front to back. On the way back to Lijiang residential community, the walkie-talkies were being used so frequently, they nearly smoked. They had emerged from the earlier tension. Su Liang, this Pajero is far superior to your Havel H6. That's obvious, you fool. Let me tell you, if it weren't for my old Havel H6 that's been around for over a decade, we'd be starving right now. You begged like a dog when you needed me, and now that things have turned around, you look down on me. Haha, I'm only talking about snow performance. Don't get excited. How's Fan Ji's Wrangler? Let me drive it sometime. Chen Fan and Bai Xiaobing in the passenger seat exchanged a smile. Picking up the walkie-talkie, he said, starting tomorrow, I'll let you drive until you're sick of it. Tomorrow we'll take a rest day and sort through today's gains. Hearing they would rest, the group cheered immediately. For these past months, they had not dared pause for a moment. Skipping a single day of foraging could mean starvation. Since Chen Fan arrived, they seemed to worry less. Everything was improving, and everyone naturally had no objection to a good rest day. Besides, this day was meant for organizing their gains. From now on, everyone gets a walkie-talkie. Try not to expose them to the air to prevent rapid battery drain. With walkie-talkies, whether at home or outdoors, they could easily contact each other within 3 kilometers, avoiding much trouble. Su Liang, also take this opportunity to service your vehicle. Call me when you go. Yes, Fan, go. These 3 newly acquired vehicles have many exposed modifications. I'm worried someone might strip them if parked in the underground lot. Plus, all the supplies are in the cars. We need to leave 2 people to guard the underground parking tonight. Survivors who had made it this far typically enclosed their parking spaces, which not only provided warmth before departure, but also protected the vehicles as much as possible. With all those valuable modifications on Chen Fan's vehicles, without guards they could easily be stolen overnight. Fan, go. I'll stay tonight to guard the vehicles. Guangxing and I both have sheltered parking spaces on the lower level, but we haven't checked in 2 months. I wonder if someone has taken them, said Wang Yuliang. Before he finished, Chen Guangxing's voice came through the walkie-talkie. Fan, go. Yuliang, and I will stay. We'll check whether our spaces have been occupied. In the early days of the apocalypse, everyone, like Su Liang, had built shelters around their parking spaces. Later, either the vehicles broke down, or they went out searching for supplies, and never returned for various reasons, and these spaces fell into disuse. Chen Fan thought for a moment, and said, Yuliang and Guangxing, thank you for your hard work tonight. Go home quickly to reassure your families, have a meal, then come down to stand watch. Don't worry about the parking spaces. I have other ideas. I'll discuss them with you after I've thought it through. As he spoke, midnight passed. In Chen Fan's mind, the system awarded him another 180 system coins. The 4 vehicles slowly drove back to Lijiang residential community. The convoy's commotion and blazing headlights drew the attention of many residents. Upon reaching the underground parking garage, they found dome-shaped shelters covering each space with the survivors' vehicles parked inside. Chen Fan's team parked the vehicles they had brought back side by side in an empty row. After Chen Guangxing and Wang Yuliang returned home, ate, and came back down, the others also headed home separately. When Chen Fan opened the door at home, he found Wang Ming standing behind it with a worried expression. Seeing Chen Fan covered in blood, she immediately rushed over and checked him over. Xiao Fan, are you hurt? Take off your clothes quickly so I can see where the wounds are. What happened? Why are you back so late? Chen Fan simply stood there grinning foolishly. Since the apocalypse, besides his parents, no one had cared for him like this. You're still smiling. Are you hurt or not? Seeing Chen Fan ignoring her, she was on the verge of tears. Chen Fan suddenly pulled her into a tight embrace. Wang Ming froze for a moment, then held him back, just as firmly. Sister Ming, I'm fine. Had a little accident on the way, but everything's resolved. Wang Ming pushed away from Chen Fan and immediately insisted on removing his clothes. Only after confirming he was uninjured, aside from bloodstains on his windbreaker, did she finally breathe a sigh of relief. She wiped the blood from Chen Fan's face and said, Good thing you're okay. You must be starving. I cooked for you long ago, but when you never returned and I had no idea where to find you, I could only keep the food warm. Wang Ming led Chen Fan back to the room and promptly brought over a large bowl of food. Eat quickly. Take off your clothes when you're done. I'll wash them tomorrow. Having gone over 10 hours without food, Chen Fan was truly hungry and devoured the meal in large bites. Seeing him like this broke Wang Ming's heart. She believed Chen Fan must have suffered greatly outside. Combined with the blood staining him, she felt his calm demeanor concealed real danger. All she felt she could do was treat Chen Fan as well as possible. The younger brother next door had grown into a capable man without her noticing. Just as Wang Ming watched Chen Fan eat lost and thought, a voice suddenly came from Chen Fan's chest. Fan, good, do you copy? If you copy, please respond. Wang Ming had not contacted any civilized communication tools for months, and the sudden voice startled her. Chen Fan pulled the walkie-talkie from his chest and replied with a mouthful of food, Copy that. Can Guangxing and Yuliang in the basement hear me? Static crackled through the speaker. Fan, go. Copy, just the signal is weak. After all, we're in the basement. As long as we can receive, that's fine. You two have a tough night ahead. Everyone else rest early. After speaking, Chen Fan placed the walkie-talkie beside the fire and smiled at Wang Ming. We netted a big catch today. Finishing his meal in a few more bites, he handed the bowl to Wang Ming, then drew the gun from his chest. I've got this now. Sister Ming, don't worry about my safety outside. The blood on me is just from looting their supplies. Though Wang Ming was somewhat nervous seeing the gun, she felt considerably reassured knowing it was in Chen Fan's hands. Just be careful no matter what. Come back safely. Yeah, I know. Watching the beautiful and virtuous Wang Ming, Chen Fan suddenly felt a deeper meaning to returning home. That night Chen Fan had a nightmare. The gruesome deaths of those 20-odd people relentlessly tormented his dreams. Especially the image of that unarmed man, his face contorted with terror as he begged for mercy, only to ultimately be killed by Chen Fan himself. Before this, Chen Fan had taken lives before. When his father was alive during a conflict, he had fought and killed 2 people. But what transpired yesterday could rightfully be termed a massacre. Even though he knew deep down that if he spared these people and someday found himself in their hands, his fate would not be any better than theirs. To maintain authority among his companions, Chen Fan maintained a cold demeanor. He was merely a man in his 20s after all, such horrors could not be easily reconciled overnight. At 7 the next morning, Chen Fan was awakened by the crackle of the walkie-talkie. His companions, unable to resist the temptation of those abundant supplies, had long since gathered in the underground parking lot. When Chen Fan arrived at the underground parking lot, 6 companions were already seated in a row before the fire. In former times, starting a fire underground would have drawn immediate reprimand from property management. Now nobody cared. Have you had breakfast, Brother Fan? Zishuan roasted sweet potatoes for us. Come have one. Chen Fan smiled. I've already eaten. You enjoy. Guangxing and Yuliang, would you like to rest for a while? We took turns sleeping last night. We'll rest after we finish up. It's fine. Since they insisted, Chen Fan immediately assigned tasks. Everyone carried the supplies obtained from the 3 trucks to Chao Zishuan's residence. The commotion of moving goods drew several teams who had ventured out that morning to scavenge. Taking advantage of the distraction, Chen Fan inquired about the parking space situation at Wang Yuliang and Chen Guangxing's homes. As fewer and fewer survivors remained alive in the entire residential compound, their parking spaces had indeed been seized by others. However, those who had appropriated them had long since lost contact. The roaming groups in the compound moved like shadows, despair etched upon every face. In stark contrast, Chen Fan's team radiated vitality and purpose. Some still remembered the scene from several days prior when Chen Fan had begged at the main gate for shelter. A few had even gone so far as to explain to him their reasons for refusing him. Chen Fan had never held such matters to heart. Having witnessed yesterday's events, he suddenly felt that the petty scheming among these survivors was akin to watching children play with mud. Besides, those people truly had their own hardships. After moving everything to Chao Zishuan's home, Chen Fan led the group in bowing respectfully toward the 2 corpses on the balcony. The bodies were Chao Zishuan's grandparents. Chen Fan had wanted to offer to bury them, but remembering how frozen the earth had become, even machinery struggled to dig, let alone human hands, he swallowed his words. They would leave the bodies on the balcony for now. The freezing weather would preserve them. Once everyone finished their tasks and gathered around the fire, Bai Xiaobing began reporting the supply she had tallied. 17 windbreaker jackets, 13 pairs of windbreaker pants. Weapons: 19 long-handled machetes, 5 8-inch trail knives, 11 short daggers. 8 walkie-talkies with 17 spare batteries. 80 kilograms of compressed biscuits. 2 boxes of automotive repair tools. 2 cases of motor oil, approximately 50 liters. 3 spare tires. 1 large bundle of tow ropes. Over 400 liters of gasoline and diesel combined. 2 small diesel generators with a 50-meter roll of cable. 1 arc welding machine with half a box of welding rods. 1 large tent capable of completely enveloping a vehicle for outdoor heating. Various outdoor cooking utensils and portable stoves. Over 100 gene of assorted seasonings. And 1 large box of miscellaneous supplies. It could be said that had that robbing gang not encountered Chen Fan armed with a gun, they could have endured outdoors for several more days. Chen Fan still vividly recalled the expressions on his companions' faces the night before when they discovered the neatly stacked supplies in every vehicle's trunk after turning the tables on their attackers. With these supplies for the foreseeable future, we only need to focus on food and firewood, Chen Guangxing said with evident satisfaction, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he closed his eyes. The rest concurred. Each person's home now held dozens of gene of food stores, creating the illusion that they had conquered the apocalypse. Yet no matter how well they adapted, supplies were undeniably dwindling. Eventually, they would find nothing at all. When that day came, all their experience, equipment, skills, and strength would be meaningless. But he did not wish to shatter the confidence his companions had just built. Fortunately, Chen Fan's system mall could provide renewable supplies. He simply could not reveal this to them yet. I haven't yet decided how to deploy these supplies. Everyone should return home and rest. Su Liang and I will take the motor oil to the repair shop for vehicle maintenance. I'll rejoin you all afterward. With the plan set, Chen Fan and Su Liang headed to the nearby repair shop, while the others soon dispersed. After 3 kilometers, a sign reading, Yexing Auto Repair Shop, came into view. Beep beep. Su Liang honked the horn, and a face appeared above the reinforced iron gate. Su Liang stepped out of the car, exchanged a few words with the person, then returned to the vehicle. The repair shop gate swung open. Su Liang drove inside. The facility spanned approximately 3,000 square meters with roughly 30 maintenance bays. A row of 2-story structures lined one side. All originally ventilated openings had been sealed, making the air noticeably warmer, roughly 10 degrees higher than the outdoors. The continuous hum of generators echoed throughout the entire workshop. No wonder they could make a living selling fuel. The repair shop owner must have acquired 6 tanker trucks from somewhere. Tire tracks at the entrance and snow on the tanker tires indicated recent trips. This group undoubtedly knew a hidden fuel source. Learning that Su Liang was bringing his own oil, the owner showed little enthusiasm and summoned a youth under 20, issuing a few instructions before the young man took Su Liang's car into a room. Suspecting dishonesty, Su Liang followed. Chen Fan stood alone in the vast, empty workshop. Master, it's freezing outside. Would it be all right to wait in your office? The man eyed Chen Fan. Fine, follow me. Pushing through a glass door revealed another doorway beyond, clearly a post-apocalypse modification. Upon entering, Chen Fan himself was startled. The temperature inside was above freezing, approximately 15 degrees. It was a warmth he had not experienced in what felt like an eternity. 6 or 7 people sat clustered together playing cards, dressed in surprisingly light clothing. They all turned to assess Chen Fan's arrival. The man who had brought him in stated simply, "Here, for vehicle maintenance." The card players resumed their game. Noticing Chen Fan's surprise, he explained with practiced nonchalance, "We installed a full set of electric heaters. Keeping the generators running constantly consumes enormous amounts of fuel." Chen Fan scanned the room and confirmed that every wall was lined with electric heaters. "Such a setup must consume considerable power, doesn't it?" he asked curiously. Perhaps seeing Chen Fan as merely a youth, or perhaps simply bored, the man took a sip from his thermos and struck up a conversation. Through him, Chen Fan learned about generator fuel consumption, lifespan, and maintenance. Before long, a door connecting to an adjacent room was opened. The moment it swung open, Chen Fan noticed the intense brightness within. Under normal circumstances, such powerful lighting would not be required for mere illumination. And as the man opened the door, a pungent odor of waste drifted out. In his hands, the man carried a basket of vegetables, truly fresh vegetables, with roots completely free of any soil. But Chen Fan knew these could not have been refrigerated. He believed that apart from himself, a man blessed with a system, no one else in this world could produce vegetables so impossibly fresh. Combining the bright lights and the smell of waste, Chen Fan had already deduced the purpose of that room. Indoor cultivation. Indoor cultivation. After another few minutes, Chen Fan could faintly hear the sound of a rooster crowing. Though the noise came from several rooms away, it was undoubtedly a chicken call. Chen Fan began to ponder. The repair shop had over 20 rooms, and their generator clearly had the capacity to heat all of them. So why was everyone crowding into the very room where Chen Fan now sat? Over a dozen folding beds were lined against the corner, clearly indicating they not only lived here during the day, but also slept in this same room at night. An additional floor had been constructed upstairs with a partition where the murmur of voices could be heard. Every indication confirmed that the other rooms were exclusively used for breeding and cultivation. Chen Fan then raised his voice and asked the man, "Master, when that woman opened the door just now, I noticed you have indoor plants growing here." "That's impressive." The group of card players nearby also caught Chen Fan's words and shifted their attention toward him, curious to see what he had to say. The person who had brought Chen Fan, and having nothing else to do at the moment, patiently replied, "Before the apocalypse, our boss's wife happened to purchase some vegetable seeds, planning to grow them in the empty space behind the repair shop. We never imagined they'd prove so useful now. Many people who came here to buy oil or get maintenance had seen this, so there was nothing to hide. As for raiding these renewable resources, only fools during the early days of the apocalypse would attempt such a thing. Like the brainless, easily criticized characters found in novels, there were certainly plenty of them in this world. But those types had already been eliminated by now. Would major factions mobilize large groups of people to seize them? Not only would that result in mutual destruction with more loss than gain, but by the time these goods were transported back, they would have long since frozen to death. It would be far better to keep a repair shop like this and exchange goods when the opportunity arose. Of course, unless one possessed absolute, overwhelming force, such as a unit armed with firearms able to seize this place without lifting a finger. But this was Huaxiao, where firearms were exceedingly rare. Moreover, they had already been cleared out during the official mass relocation. So Chen Fan continued, "Master, who is your boss? Could I meet them?" Chen Fan spoke loudly enough that not only those on this floor could hear, but likely those on the upper level partition as well. Before they could raise any objections, Chen Fan added, "Here's the situation. I managed to acquire a large quantity of crop seeds during the early days of the apocalypse, and I've kept them stored above freezing temperature ever since. However, I haven't yet set up proper cultivation equipment. I'd like to bring some seeds for you to plant and verify whether my stored seeds are still viable after all this time. If my seeds can still germinate, we can make a deal later, for example trading seeds for fuel." After Chen Fan finished speaking, a bald man around 50 years old from the card-playing group stood up. "Are you certain they've been kept in perfect condition all along?" As he spoke, he walked toward Chen Fan and extended his hand. "I'm Huang Yeshing, the owner of this repair shop. What should I call you, brother?" Chen Fan shook his hand. "Chen Fan. Brother Chen, please sit over here. A Ming brew some tea." Upon learning that Chen Fan had seeds, the group's attitude underwent an immediate transformation. They stopped playing cards and listened intently. "I have spinach, lettuce, celery, beans, sprouts, and radishes. All of them have been under constant care, specifically prepared for indoor cultivation." "How many seeds do you have?" "Quite a lot." Hearing this news, Huang Yeshing immediately became excited. "Brother, I'll be honest with you. We have over 20 people here, and our initial reserves are nearly exhausted. People outside see that we're living better than others, but we all know very well that if things continue like this, we'll all perish. However, as long as there's a chance to survive, we won't give up. Perhaps if we live one more day, this damned severe cold snap will finally end." The boss was genuine and straightforward, without any hidden agendas. As for restraining Chen Fan and forcing him to fetch seeds, that kind of behavior was only something people from the early days of the apocalypse would resort to. Currently, there was an unwritten rule within teams: as long as a teammate was held captive, the others could abandon them to protect their supplies. Once the threatened person understood this, they also knew that betraying their teammates meant no one would survive. "After the maintenance is done, I'll go back and bring some seeds over to you." Soon the car was repaired. Huang Yeshing refused to accept even a single gene of meat as a labor fee. But Chen Fan simply tossed down a fish weighing over 2 gene and walked away. Seeing Chen Fan's generosity, Huang Yeshing and the repair shop crew were now completely convinced that Chen Fan was not joking. After all, they would not be the ones suffering if such a claim proved false. True enough, after waiting roughly 10 minutes, Chen Fan returned once more. He pulled 2 packets of vegetable seeds from his down jacket. After confirming once more that Chen Fan was genuinely gifting them these seeds at no charge, the group saw him off with profound gratitude. Spending just a handful of yuan from the system to earn these people's friendship proved to be a remarkably worthwhile investment for Chen Fan. In a few days, once they saw Chen Fan's seeds successfully germinate, he was confident that this group would become one of his greatest assets. Such a team of highly capable hands-on individuals was truly rare to come by. Returning to the residential compound, Chen Fan used his walkie-talkie to inform his companions that Wang Ming was now with him and intended to visit their families to conduct health checkups. This was Wang Ming's first outing in several days. Their first stop was by Xiaobing's home. Her father had suffered frostbite to 3 toes 2 months ago. Though not severe enough to require amputation, he required at least 4 months of recovery before he could venture outside. Her father was named Bai Yu. Recent events, including the supplies Chen Fan had brought them and the encounter from the previous night, had already been reported to him by Xiaobing. Now Chen Fan had brought Wang Ming over to provide free treatment, and he grasped Chen Fan's hand, repeatedly expressing his heartfelt gratitude. 2 bonfires were lit in the living room of Bai Xiaobing's home. The 12 of them sat together, enjoying a rare sense of warmth and cheerfulness. This was the finest meal they had enjoyed since the apocalypse. During the meal, Chen Fan learned that Zhang Xiang's grandparents had run a breeding farm before retirement with decades of experience raising chickens, ducks, and fish. Bai Yu was a head chef at a 5-star hotel. Wang Yuliang's mother Lu Wan ran an online shop specializing in traditional embroidery. The skills of these family members set Chen Fan's mind racing. Chao Zishuan hurried through his meal and was quick to depart. Everyone was puzzled. Upon inquiry, they discovered the young man was anxious about securing their supplies at home and wanted to return. Chen Fan pressed a hand to his shoulder. If someone could truly breach your defenses and steal those things, you wouldn't be able to stop them even if you returned. Remember, if the situation becomes truly dire, do not attempt to obstruct them by force. That would only cost you your lives for nothing. Do you recall last night when I had everyone exit the vehicle early? That's exactly how my parents and their group were cornered to death. 7 or 8 vehicles rammed into them, wedging the doors shut. We were forced to crawl out through the sunroof one by one, and the attackers picked us off like moles. Last night we escaped to a place their vehicles couldn't reach. Tell me, would they dare trade their lives for ours? They'd only shout threats at most. Under any circumstances, your survival always comes first. Then the group pieced together what had happened the previous night, each adding their own account. Wang Ming, hearing the danger for the first time, fixed her gaze on Chen Fan as he spoke confidently and silently clenched her fists for him. The meal stretched until 3 in the afternoon. Let's call it a day here. We still need to build a shelter in the underground parking lot and park the 4 vehicles together. Otherwise, warming them up one by one before heading out would eat up half the day. After speaking, Chen Fan rose and departed, and everyone else capable of going out made their way to the underground parking lot. They dismantled the parking shelters left behind at Wang Yuliang and Chen Guangxing's homes, even taking down the open-air shelter at Su Liang's residence on the estate's perimeter. With those materials, they constructed a 4-space shelter beneath Building 7 in the underground parking lot. Since most residents of Lijiang Estate had already perished, no one objected to Chen Fan's use of that row of parking spaces. Some who had gone out to scavenge for supplies even stopped by to greet him, and a few actually offered to lend a hand. Before the apocalypse, when superiors came to inspect operations, those seeking advancement would risk everything just to leave a favorable impression. They knew such encounters alone wouldn't alter their fate, but it's better than doing nothing at all. Over the past couple of days, everyone had watched Chen Fan's group acquire several vehicles. What does it say about them that they can still seize vehicles of this caliber from others? It shows Chen Fan's crew genuinely has what it takes. While our own vehicles are still running and our fuel reserves haven't run dry, forging ties with a dynamic team like Chen Fan's might just give us a fighting chance down the line. Even though today was supposed to be a rest day, there was still an endless stream of tasks to tackle. It wasn't until 8 o'clock in the evening that a shelter capable of housing 4 vehicles was finally completed. This was only possible with the generator and welding machine to aid them, otherwise it wouldn't have gone so quickly. Though the welds were uneven and crooked for Chen Fan, using a welding machine for the first time, it was already quite acceptable. The group stood outside the shelter gazing at the 4 bays enclosed with tin sheets, swelling with pride. Head back and rest well. There'll be plenty to do tomorrow. We really don't need to post a guard for the vehicles. No need. You can rest easy. Once home, Wang Ming curiously asked Chen Fan, why didn't you leave anyone to watch over them tonight? Chen Fan shrugged off his clothes with quiet confidence. Don't worry. Not just tonight. No one will dare lay a hand on the vehicles in my shelter now, or ever. Wang Ming wore a puzzled expression, but seeing Chen Fan unwilling to elaborate, she dropped the matter and went to heat water for him to soak his feet. As Chen Fan settled in to enjoy his foot bath in one apartment of Building 4, members of a survivor group sipped bone broth that had been reboiled throughout the week, swapping stories of the day's events. Heard about it. 3 rugged off-road vehicles were driven back to the parking lot today. You don't have to tell me. I made a point of checking them out on my way back. All 3 can absolutely dominate snowy terrain. I'm damn near envious. Did you notice the gun holstered at the waist of the boy leading them? I did. Do you think it's real? Are you kidding? Which crew out here doesn't pack real firepower? You think you'd manage to seize those 3 vehicles without any real weapons? Meanwhile, in Building 12, another squad of over a dozen people huddled together lapsing their watery kanji. Do you remember what happened to Old Bai's family next door? They were ambushed. I remember. Wasn't it that logistics company gang? Today we headed east of the city, past the toll station a few kilometers, and we found over 20 corpses. Guess who they were? Could it be the logistics company crowd? Exactly. That's excellent news. At least we've avenged Old Bai a bit. Sai, who could ever take down such tough opposition? Have you heard about those 3 new vehicles at the parking lot? Obviously. Those 3 are making me incredibly envious. Last night, I was thinking, wait, could those kids be responsible? Let me tell you something. This morning I saw those young men stepping out of the 3 new vehicles, each one covered in blood. After they left, there were 3 or 4 spent shell casings on the ground. I watched them unload dozens of garments from the cars. Certain areas of the clothes were worn smooth, almost polished. What does that tell you? It means someone wore them regularly. Precisely. And some of them still bore traces of blood. Holy shit, weren't those from buildings 6 and 7? From now on, even if we don't avoid them completely, we'd best keep our manners. Carrying guns is no joke. Old Sue, where's your boy? It's so late, and he's still not back. Damn it. Quick, go bring that kid back. He was about to try stealing the spotlights from those 3 vehicles' roofs. Inside Unit 802 of Building 6. Chen Fan, who had deliberately holstered his gun at his waist, scattered a few shell casings and displayed bloodied clothing for others to see, was already fast asleep. His feet were still soaking in the hot water bucket. Seeing this, Wang Meng walked over, drew his feet from the bucket, rested them on her lap, and gently dried them with a towel. After drying them thoroughly, she produced a fresh pair of socks and helped him put them on. During the process, Chen Fan's toes somehow pressed deep into the softness of her chest, a moment so intimate it could have stolen one's breath. Unfortunately, Chen Fan was already fast asleep and missed this thrilling scene entirely. The night passed without further incident. When Chen Fan awakened the next morning, the system delivered another surprise. Today it had awarded him 1300 yuan. His mind raced with calculation. Su Liang's group consisted of 5 people plus 4 family members, and with Chen Fan, Wang Meng, and Chao Zixuan, they numbered only 12 in total. Could it be that the 130 yuan included Chao Zixuan's grandmother, who had recently passed away? That would mean that from the moment the system appeared, anyone he formed a bond with would continue generating system coins for him regardless of whether they survived or perished afterward. Furthermore, once the number of bonded individuals exceeded 10, each person generated 100 system coins daily. If this was true, Chen Fan couldn't wait to discover what would happen when he formed bonds with 20, 30, or even 100 people. During the period when he was only receiving 20 yuan daily, he had secretly cursed the system as inadequate. Now he realized he had misunderstood it entirely. This cheat ability was far more powerful than he had ever imagined. Little Fan, what's got you so dazed? Breakfast is ready. Chen Fan was still pondering the purpose of the system when Wang Meng had already brought out breakfast. No matter how early Chen Fan woke up, she would always have breakfast prepared and waiting for him. I'm fine. Eat something. Even if you carry a gun when going out, don't let your guard down. Alright, I understand. As Chen Fan ate, he reflected that he shouldn't celebrate too soon. If things reverted to 20 yuan per person tomorrow, there would be nowhere to turn. Especially with Chao Zixuan's grandmother now passed away, he couldn't predict how long such bonds would endure. This time the system's reward gave Chen Fan nearly 2,000 system coins. Even doing nothing, he could sustain the basic food expenses for 13 people for a month. At this thought, Chen Fan felt satisfied. This is what it means to have an advantage. Sis Ming, I'm heading out. Be careful, I'll have a surprise for you when you come back tonight. A surprise? What kind? You'll find out when you return. Chen Fan scratched his head, unable to imagine what surprise Wang Meng could possibly have for him. After leaving, he spent 100 yuan from the system to purchase 2 magazines and 20 rounds of ammunition. The encounter 2 days prior, the time lost reloading, nearly allowed someone to escape. Now with 3 magazines and replenished ammunition, he felt considerably more at ease. Arriving at the underground parking lot, everyone had already gathered. Morning, Brother Fan. Good morning, everyone. We now have 4 vehicles and our priority is to quickly retrieve the food from that pond. Have you already divided up the 4 vehicles among yourselves, eh? After Chen Fan spoke, each person held up a key. They had already allocated the car keys before he arrived. Very well, let's move out. The 4 vehicles set off in a grand procession from Lijiang residential quarter. The Pajero led, followed by the pickup truck, second the H6 third, and the Wrangler bringing up the rear. Naturally, Chen Fan did not need to drive. With a gun in hand, he had to keep his hands free to protect everyone's safety at any moment. Zhang Ziang drove the Wrangler with Chen Fan in the passenger seat, and by Xiaobing and Chao Zixuan in the back row. The others drove separately. This time they arrived at the pond half an hour earlier than usual. Because Su Liang's H6 used to be fully loaded with 7 people plus various tools in the trunk weighing over 1,000 jin, so it couldn't go fast. Now the tools are evenly distributed among the other vehicles, and only Su Liang is in the car. While the power isn't extraordinary, the speed has indeed improved considerably. The other 3 vehicles found it easier to navigate the uneven snowy terrain compared to the H6. So as long as the H6 picked up speed, the entire convoy accelerated accordingly. The others teased Su Liang over the walkie-talkie, but he kept repeating the same thing: without this vehicle you'd have starved to death long ago. Arriving at the former parking spot by the fish pond, Chen Fan took out the walkie-talkie and said, "Wait here. The Wrangler will try to see if it can make the climb." Finally, after 10 minutes of effort, the Wrangler carved out a path. All the other vehicles could follow this route into the pond within the orchard. How comfortable. No more walking an hour to get in and out of here. Zhang Xiang, who used to guard the vehicle, came here for the first time. Not only did he add another pair of hands, but he also reduced the risk of being alone outside. Today we'll take all the ducks first. The fish buried in the ice layer. Even if others come, they can't take them all at once. Before there was only one vehicle, but now it's different. 3 cars with the rear seats folded down offer plenty of space, plus there's a pickup truck. The snow burying the ducks was quite loose, so it only took everyone 3 hours to find all of them. Not bad, there were quite a lot. About 120 in total. Each one weighed over 3 jin. Just the frozen ducks here totaled over 400 jin. Paired with rice, it would be enough for Chen Fan's team and their families to eat for half a year. In the apocalypse, nothing brings more peace of mind than having a well-stocked food supply at home. Even Chen Fan, with his system, couldn't help but feel this way. And this didn't even count the fish still buried in the fish pond. They loaded all the ducks into the pajero, and everyone began digging up the fish. While everyone was busy, Chen Fan and Chao Zishuan left again for an hour. This time the others heard at least 50 gunshots. Chen Guangxing muttered, "Do you think Brother Fan doesn't trust us? He only brings Zishuan to practice shooting every time." His words made the others fall into brief silence. After all, Zishuan's parents and Brother Fan's parents served in the same unit before, so it's natural that they're closer to us. "We just need to do our own jobs," Su Liang said, making excuses for Chen Fan. But actually he felt a bit disappointed himself. After all, he had already decided to survive alongside Chen Fan in the future. Naturally, Chen Fan had no idea what they were discussing. At 4 p.m., everyone finished their day's work. Although the 4 vehicles slipped all the way out and had to use the tow rope twice to reach the road in the middle compared to carrying heavy supplies and walking through half an hour of snow before, it was truly much easier now. On the way back, they couldn't crowd everyone into one vehicle to chat and joke like they did coming here. Because the rear seats of each vehicle were folded down to store supplies, only the passenger seat was available. 7 people, 4 vehicles. So one vehicle definitely had no one in the passenger seat. No need to guess, it must be Su Liang's H6. We shouldn't load so heavily next time. Although we don't have to walk, the rescue time is not short either. Yes, even going in felt a bit strenuous, let alone carrying a full load of cargo. Fortunately, today's transportation volume is equivalent to 10 or 20 times what we had with one vehicle before. Previously, because the H6 was fully loaded with 7 people and half the trunk space was used for tools, the space available for supplies was pitifully small. Plus firewood on the roof under long-term high load, the vehicle's condition was rather worrying. Nowadays, the 3 newly added vehicles are in good condition. Any one of them can carry 1,000 jin of cargo, not to mention that pickup truck. Team members don't have to squeeze together with the cargo. Everyone has their own seat. The biggest feeling is comfortable. Su Liang's suggestion came through the walkie-talkie. "Brother Fan, I think there's no need to take things home each time like before and come back to get them when eating. What do you think?" Chen Fan naturally had no objections to this. The previous food was enough for them to last a while individually. Taking a pile of stuff back alone might attract others' greed in the hallway. "Let's leave it at Zishuan's place first. His floor is the lowest, making it easier for us to carry." Chen Fan's proposal was most supported by Bai Xiaobing. A woman carrying the allocated food up over 10 flights of stairs was simply devastating. Moreover, if they had to distribute it today, Bai Xiaobing wouldn't need to do anything else tomorrow. Just carrying the food up the stairs would take her the entire day. And as Chen Fan worried, a slender girl carrying so much food spotted in the hallway could hardly predict what dangerous situations might arise. "Sister Ming, I'm back. You've worked hard. The meal is ready. Come in quickly." Sister Ming, you smell so nice." After returning home, Chen Fan caught the scent of body wash and shampoo on Wang Ming's skin, pressing closer repeatedly to inhale her fragrance. Wang Ming was thoroughly flustered by his behavior. Feigning annoyance, she shoved him aside and scolded, "Are you a dog, or what? Who smells people like that?" Her cheeks flushed crimson as she pushed Chen Fan toward his room. "Hurry inside and eat." Pushing open the door, he noticed a large wooden barrel steaming beside the fire pit. Wang Ming must be planning to use this for bathing today. The thought of a warm bath stirred deep nostalgia in Chen Fan. How long had it been? Nearly 7 months without a proper wash. Using precious firewood, painstakingly gathered, to heat a single barrel of water felt like a grave waste. Moreover, filling this enormous barrel required countless trips to fetch ice. The crux of the matter was that unless a substantial fire was kept burning indoors to maintain the temperature, the water would grow cold in no time. It was hardly worth the effort. Yet Chen Fan knew that as a woman, Wang Meng faced genuine health concerns from prolonged neglect of hygiene, a fact he understood better than anyone given his medical background. Let her bathe then. Gathering firewood had become considerably easier for him now. As they finished eating, Wang Meng said, "Remember what I told you before you left? I have a surprise for you." Chen Fan suddenly recalled her words before she had gone out. Between bites he asked, "What kind of surprise?" Wang Meng rose and produced a car battery with 2 wires from it extending to the bottom of the wooden barrel. "Wait a while after you finish eating. The water will reach the right temperature. You haven't bathed in ages. Take a bath tonight." Chen Fan paused. "Sister Meng, isn't this the water you already used?" Realizing he had misunderstood, Wang Meng spat playfully. "What are you thinking? I poured out the water I used today long ago. This is a fresh batch." Carrying his bowl, Chen Fan walked over and noticed the water was crystal clear. "This was prepared for me." Wang Meng nodded with a smile. "Where did you get this thing?" Wang Meng explained, "Yesterday a family in Building 16 came to me for medical treatment. I noticed it when I visited their home. They no longer had any use for it, so I accepted it as payment for my consultation. I also had them help carry this barrel of water to the elevator hallway." Chen Fan then remembered where the battery came from. It was one that he had asked Su Liang and the others to remove from 3 unusable vehicles at the transportation company. So Wang Meng hadn't wasted firewood after all. "Didn't I tell you not to go treating people, eh? Everyone knows we have abundant supplies now. What if someone harbors ill intentions and uses you to threaten me?" Chen Fan's tone carried a hint of reproach, making Wang Meng feel somewhat wronged. "Ungrateful. I'm doing this for your own good, and you're blaming me." But she understood he was only concerned for her safety and added, "Don't worry. That family, I know them well. I wouldn't dare visit someone I didn't know." Chen Fan nodded and smiled. "Good. Seems my sister Meng isn't as dumb as I thought. If I were stupid, do you think I'd still be alive today?" Wang Meng rolled her eyes at Chen Fan, then retrieved the laundry detergent and body wash from inside her blankets. "I was afraid they'd freeze, so I kept them wrapped up." After finishing his meal, Chen Fan found the water temperature was just right and eagerly began stripping. Wang Meng quickly stopped him. "You pervert. I'm still here." Chen Fan chuckled shamelessly. "Just turn around. You can't expect me to go outside and freeze. That won't do either. You can't bathe right after eating." "Fine, fine. Dr. Wang knows best." Once she had turned her back, Chen Fan stripped completely and climbed into the barrel. The moment he lay down, a long-lost wave of pleasure relaxed his entire body. Turning his back to Wang Meng, he began scrubbing. "This is wonderful. Thanks, Sister Meng." Seeing Chen Fan already in the barrel, Wang Meng got up to gather his clothes. "No need to thank me. Change into a fresh set inside and out when you're done. I'll wash these tomorrow." In truth, Chen Fan could purchase tap water from the system at pre-apocalypse prices, remarkably cheap. All items bought through the system could be materialized within a 10-meter radius, water included. But he could never produce it in front of Wang Meng. It would surely frighten her. For the next 3 days, Chen Fan and his companions repeated the same routine every day. They finally emptied all the fish and ducks from that pond. In the evening, everyone gathered the supplies at Chao Zishuan's house, gazing at enough food to last them half a year. Smiles adorned every face. Chen Fan's system coins had finally reached 5000. Su Liang reminded him, "Fanji, we need to prepare fuel again." Chen Fan nodded. "All right, let's pay a visit to the Yexing repair shop tomorrow. Since everyone's been exhausted these past few days, let's rest at home tomorrow and plan where to go next." Although they had obtained a decent amount of fuel from that previous encounter, those vehicles consumed quite a lot of fuel to begin with, and with each trip carrying substantial cargo, the fuel depleting at an even faster rate. Chen Fan could certainly purchase fuel from the system, but buying directly wasn't cost-effective. The vegetable seeds he gave to the Xingye repair shop must have sprouted by now. Vegetable seeds were quite cheap in the system, so trading them for fuel was the sensible choice. As for how much fuel a pack of seeds worth a few dozen yuan could exchange for, Chen Fan would discuss that with them tomorrow. "Actually, I know of a gas station." Chen Guangxing suddenly chimed in about fuel. "Though our vehicles might not be able to make it up there. There's a wind power construction site in the western suburb mountains, and the authorities built a new gas station on the road." Hearing this, Chen Fan had an inkling of where it was. Behind Longmen Mountain Villa. "Exactly." Chen Guangxing gave Chen Fan a thumbs up. "Didn't expect you to have done that much homework, Fanji." After the apocalypse, Chen Fan often studied offline navigation maps, with his father memorizing every location with supplies. The slope is too steep indeed, making it nearly impossible to climb up. The other end is a cliff. If a vehicle slips, there'd be serious trouble. Chen Guangxing nodded. "I know, which is why I never mentioned it before. But since we're going to the repair shop tomorrow, could we negotiate with them about vehicle modifications to give the tires better grip?" Chen Fan's eyes lit up. That was indeed a brilliant idea. When he visited the Xingye repair shop last time, he noticed 2 vehicles there had tire chains installed. Those repair shop folks probably used such methods to reach places others couldn't to fetch oil for sale. Even if they didn't have extra tire chains, couldn't he purchase them from the system? Guangxing's idea is worth trying. These days, supplies in easily accessible places have almost certainly been depleted. We can only go to places most people can't reach. Everyone rest up. I'll check the repair shop tomorrow, and then decide. After the others left Chao Zishuan's house, Chen Fan returned home. The moment he opened the door, he was greeted by Wang Meng's embrace. Having developed a taste for it, Wang Meng had become like a clinging spirit. Chen Fan could barely keep up. Indeed, only the bull dies from overwork, never the field. To increase the number of people bound to him, Chen Fan had been quite conspicuous these past few days. Ever since Wang Meng traded her services to heal someone in exchange for that bathtub, people in the residential complex knew she no longer lived in her original unit, but had moved into Chen Fan's home. Chen Fan was already famous in the community, bringing back large quantities of supplies daily. The only doctor lived in his house. These two facts were extremely attractive to other survivors. Letting others know Wang Meng was at his place was intentional on Chen Fan's part. Sure enough, someone came knocking seeking medical treatment today. Xiao Fan, someone came to me for treatment today, but after hearing their description, I realized there was nothing I could do. During dinner, Wang Meng told Chen Fan about what happened at home that day. Originally, Chen Fan didn't think much of it, just taking it as casual conversation. He said he's from Building 18. To put me at ease, he even showed me his pre-apocalypse military ID. He was carrying a bag of rice, begging me to treat his mother. His mother's symptoms seemed like pneumonia. I told him through the door that I couldn't help, and he left. When Chen Fan heard about the man's identity, he had other ideas. Having a well-trained soldier join their ranks would increase their chances of revenge. These past days, while searching for supplies outside, he had been training with Chao Zishuan and shooting, preparing to avenge his parents. The faction that killed his parents had at least several dozen members. Even with guns, Chen Fan knew that defeating them with just their current handful of people was impossible. In the third month after the apocalypse, the official organized mass migration wasn't mandatory. Some soldiers chose to return home to care for their families. These people's relatives couldn't make the long journey due to various circumstances. At this point, someone still willing to kneel at their door with food, begging Wang Meng to treat his mother, had at least decent character. Whether for revenge or increasing their numbers to generate system coins, Chen Fan needed people like this. Chen Fan immediately consulted Wang Meng about treating this illness. He said the onset was just 2 or 3 days ago. Optimistically, antibiotics costing a few dozen yuan before the apocalypse would cure it. If it's severe, there's nothing to be done. Do you remember the names of the medications? Wang Meng then mentioned 2 drug names. Chen Fan pretended to walk to the locked room and retrieve the 2 medications Wang Meng described. He then used the walkie-talkie to call the others, bringing Wang Meng to Building 18. After the apocalypse, each building had claimed its own territory. Even with a gun on him, Chen Fan didn't dare take Wang Meng alone. After learning Chen Fan's intentions, Su Liang and the others grabbed their equipment and gathered in the underground parking of Building 6, heading toward Building 18. When they first accepted Chen Fan, it was because they knew each other and Chen Fan had excellent combat skills. Now knowing the person was a soldier, they certainly didn't mind accepting such a person. During the early post-apocalypse period, when the internet still worked, it was these people who fought on the front lines, a point no country could match about China. The public's trust in soldiers far exceeded that in other survivors. When expanding the team, soldiers were the first choice. Not knowing which unit the man lived in, Chen Fan used the most traditional method of contact. Coming from the underground parking to the residential complex garden beneath the quiet Building 18, Chen Guangxing's booming voice called out a few times and immediately received a response. Without waiting for the man to come down, Chen Fan and the others went up. Building 18, Unit 601. Chen Fan met the man, about 30 years old with a stern, upright appearance. Clearly a soldier. Learning that Chen Fan and the others had come with medicine after hearing about his mother's illness from Wang Meng, the man directly bowed to them at a 90-degree angle. After Wang Meng gave the medicine to his mother, Chen Fan and the others sat around the fire pit in his home chatting. How have you all survived these past months? The other person was named Zhou Xianda, a veteran soldier from the northern military region before the apocalypse. 4 months ago, the temperature in my unit's area dropped to minus 70 degrees Celsius. Our superiors ordered us to evacuate. Not long after arriving at the southern military region, the military issued new orders, the great national migration that you all know about. In retrospect, their prediction was correct. At that time, my wife and child were gravely ill. I chose to leave the unit and return to care for them. But not long after, they passed away from me. As he spoke, tears glistened in Zhou Xianda's eyes. Last month, my father and several households from Building 18 went out to scavenge. 4 of our 5 vehicles got stuck in the snow. There were 20 of us, and the one vehicle that broke free couldn't take everyone aboard, so we planned to shuttle them back in 3 trips. During the wait, my father couldn't hold on. In the end, only 8 of the 20 returned. Now fewer than 20 people remain in our Building 18. If we can't find food within a week, we'll become the second building in the Lijiang residential complex to have no survivors. Chen Fan asked the second. Zhou Xianda nodded. Building 17 is already empty. Everyone sighed at his words. Zhou Xianda pulled out a bag of rice weighing about half a kilogram from a water bucket nearby and handed it to Chen Fan. This is all I can offer as payment for the treatment. Thank you for your help. No need. We don't lack this much, Chen Fan said, pushing the rice back after taking a deep breath. Since you have no food left, why would you still use it to save your mother? Before the apocalypse, if Chen Fan had said something so cold, he would surely have been condemned. But this disaster had already reached the point where humanity faced extinction. The survivors who made it this far were all rational. Many elderly had already formed an unspoken agreement. Food should go to young people with the best chance of surviving. Chao Zishuan's grandmother understood this truth, which is why she chose not to be a burden on him and departed alongside his grandfather. Zhou Xinda simply said calmly, "In the past I gave everything to my country and never fulfilled my filial duties. Now she's the only family I have left. I cannot let her die before me." Everyone present was deeply moved by his words. The countless scenes from television and short video platforms during the early days of the apocalypse surged forth again in their minds. Most people could stay by their families' sides while those soldiers performed rescue operations in the extreme cold. Countless soldiers perished on the roads during the northward civilians' migration south. "If it were me, I would do the same," Chen Fan agreed with a nod. He then changed the subject. "You've surely heard about our gains during this period, haven't you?" Zhou Xinda nodded in acknowledgement. The fact that Chen Fan's team had guns and had obtained large quantities of supplies was known to almost everyone in the residential complex thanks to Chen Fan's deliberate efforts. That's why Zhou Xinda knew knocking on Chen Fan's door would lead him to Wang Meng. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known that knocking on Chen Fan's door would lead him to find Wang Meng. Chen Fan pointed to Chao Zishuan and continued, "Half a month ago my parents and his parents were ambushed on their way back from transporting supplies. They all died in that conflict. Only I escaped alive." Zhou Xinda didn't understand what Chen Fan was getting at. He simply listened quietly. "Those people were from a debt collection agency. I know those bastards. After the authorities left some people from our building, 18 fell into their hands. I hear they still hold quite a few captives, mostly women." As Zhou Xinda spoke of this, his fists tightened slightly. Seeing this, Chen Fan stopped beating around the bush and stated his purpose directly. "I have a way to get a batch of guns. I need people like you to go with me and eliminate that gang." Zhou Xinda didn't hesitate. He said solemnly, "We're all dead anyway sooner or later. If I can eliminate that gang before I die, I have no objections." Seeing his look of readiness to face death, Chen Fan patted his shoulder. "Who said we're all doomed to die sooner or later? I have a way to survive this apocalypse. As for what method, it's not convenient to say yet." Chen Fan spoke casually, but Zhou Xinda was stunned by his words. He saw that confidence in Chen Fan's eyes. This was by no means empty talk. He didn't know why he believed Chen Fan unconditionally at their first meeting. He immediately stood up and bowed respectfully. "Please save my mother, Mr. Chen. From now on my life belongs to you." Chen Fan immediately stood up and helped him up. "Zhou Ji, please don't do this. The method I mentioned also needs your support." The conversation between Chen Fan and Zhou Xinda finally made Su Liang and the others understand why Chen Fan had shown no mercy to that group during their encirclement last time. It was because he detested such behavior. They also finally understood why he only brought Chao Zishuan to practice shooting each time they shared a common enemy. Su Liang immediately interjected, "Fan Ji, are you treating us as outsiders? If you're going for revenge, count me in." "Me too. I'm going too." The others immediately expressed their stance as well. Chen Fan nodded to everyone, then pulled out the last and used walkie-talkie from his chest and handed it to Zhou Xinda. "We all need to live well. Take this. During this time, come with us to search for supplies. I won't act until I'm confident I can destroy that group." "All right." Zhou Xinda's hand trembled slightly as he took the walkie-talkie. Seeing that neither he nor his mother could survive the next few days, he hadn't expected hope to come so suddenly. When Chen Fan came, he had already prepared some food and left it before departing. After Chen Fan left, Zhou Xinda opened the bag and saw inside 10 jin of rice, 2 ducks, and 5 fish. Zhou Xinda was so emotional that he embraced his mother and wept bitterly. "Son Xiao Fan is a good child. When you've received his kindness, you must repay him well. Do you understand?" "Mom, I know what to do." Today's events made Su Liang and the others once again clearly realize that if they hadn't invited Chen Fan back, then Chen Guangxing wouldn't have had those waterproof boots, wouldn't have had the fish pond coordinates, might not have escaped that encounter, and wouldn't have had that abundant feast. Let alone the many supplies hoarded at Chao Zishuan's home. Weren't they too saved by Chen Fan? Walking back, Chen Fan's back appeared much taller than before. As for Chen Fan's earlier claim about having a way to survive this apocalypse indefinitely, they believed him. But they didn't ask, believing that someday Chen Fan would tell them. At this moment, Chen Fan's heart was also unsettled. A flame was rising within him. This contact with Zhou Xinda made him realize that the system mechanism he possessed was by no means meant to exist solely for his own survival. Before the apocalypse, he was also just a young person who had just entered society. Concepts like national extinction or patriotic sentiment seemed very distant from him. But now he realized he needed to do something. No longer just for himself, it had elevated to, for all of humanity. It sounded a bit cheesy, but this guy has a system. Inside Chen Fan's home, Wang Meng held him close and said, "Xiao Fan promised me that even if you go for revenge, you must be fully prepared before acting." Chen Fan kissed Wang Meng's forehead and said, "Rest assured, I no longer live solely for myself. I live for you and our companions as well." Wang Meng nodded in satisfaction, then burrowed herself into the blankets. In the early hours of dawn, after the exhausted Wang Meng fell asleep, Chen Fan's consciousness entered the system mall for a browse. After midnight, as Chen Fan had anticipated, the system disbursed 1500 system coins. Including Zhou Xianda and his mother, he had now formed karmic bonds with 15 people. The system coin balance had now climbed to over 6,000. When Chen Fan first obtained the system, his balance hovered around merely dozens of coins, enough only to browse for bullets, magazines, cold-proof jacket zippers, buttons, and other trivial items. The items available in the system were unlocked based on the amount of money currently possessed. Therefore, each time his funds increased, Chen Fan would enter the system to see what new items became available for purchase. His gaze lingered on the AK-47. The price of 3500 coins per unit made his heart race. This weapon possessed excellent cold resistance, featured fully automatic fire, and came equipped with a 30-round magazine. Once he saved up enough system coins, he could consider taking revenge. The following day, at Xingye repair shop, Huang Yexing warmly welcomed Chen Fan and the others upon their arrival, saying, "Brother Chen, your vegetable seeds have been preserved remarkably well. The germination rate is nearly 100%. Chen Fan was slightly surprised by the near-perfect germination rate, but then remembered these were system-produced seeds and dismissed his astonishment. Taking a sip of the tea Huang had poured, he said, "Boss Huang, I've come today to discuss a trade with you." "Please speak, Brother Chen." Huang Yexing sat up straight. "I'd like to exchange my vegetable seeds for fuel." "Of course. How do you propose we structure the exchange?" Chen Fan laid out his idea. "Initially, I considered calculating by seed weight, but different varieties yield different harvests. Perhaps you could designate several seed types, and we'll set prices based on their expected yields. What do you think?" Huang Yexing raised his thumb in approval. "Brother Chen, you've thought this through thoroughly. But can you actually supply all the seed varieties we need?" Chen Fan answered without hesitation, "Yes." Huang Yexing was somewhat taken aback and probed further. "May I ask how much quantity we're talking about?" Chen Fan smiled confidently. "That depends on how much fuel you have available, Boss Huang." This time Huang Yexing could no longer maintain his composure. At first he had assumed Chen Fan might possess only a few large bags of seeds. Yet here Chen Fan was confidently claiming he could absorb all the fuel from the tank trucks in Huang's workshop. This could only mean his reserves were truly massive. He confirmed once more, "Are they all in perfect condition?" Chen Fan spread his hands and said, "You can wait until they sprout before paying me in fuel." Huang Yexing did not doubt Chen Fan's ability to provide such quantities of seeds. Before the cataclysm, when everyone was scrambling to hoard supplies, no one had thought to snatch seeds. Acquiring large quantities had been relatively easy back then. The true challenge lay in preserving them under these conditions. Generally speaking, when temperatures dropped below -20 degrees Celsius, the survival rate of common plant seeds would become extremely low. But now with temperatures hovering around -60 degrees Celsius, virtually all seeds would perish. Looking into Chen Fan's eyes, Huang Yexing knew the young man would never joke about something so critical. He became thoroughly electrified. If Chen Fan truly had sufficient seeds, he and the others at the repair shop could survive for a very long time. They might even endure until this damn cold snap finally ended. Others at the repair shop shared Huang Yexing's excitement. They now looked at Chen Fan with entirely different eyes. Of course, they harbored no thoughts of overstepping. The mere fact that Chen Fan and his group had arrived in several off-road vehicles spoke volumes on its own. Furthermore, Zhou Xianda, standing beside Chen Fan, carried himself with the unmistakable bearing of a soldier, one who had clearly been retained from military service. So Huang Yexing spoke candidly, "This packet of spinach seeds you gave us, based on our current planting conditions, it should yield approximately 500 caddies. However, I cannot calculate payment based on that full harvest. As you've seen, our growing conditions require us to carefully nurture the crops for over a month before harvest. Therefore, I can only offer payment based on half the projected yield. How about this one packet of equivalent quality seed in exchange for 20 liters of fuel?" One thing Huang Yexing did not say aloud was that without his seeds, Chen Fan would have no means to grow anything anyway. Of course, this was merely Huang's assumption. Chen Fan's team's situation was not yet ready, but the possibility existed for the future. Chen Fan's purpose in this trade was not merely to acquire fuel at a low cost. His primary objective was to test whether this cooperative relationship could generate karmic bonds and thereby earn system coins from the system. If this method proved viable, the 20-plus people at Xingye repair shop could generate over 2,000 system coins daily for him. Moreover, Chen Fan could replicate this model across other groups. He believed no one would reject the hope of survival in the apocalypse. As for recruiting them into his team the way he had with Zhou Xianda, that was not even worth considering at present. They already possessed independent means of survival, and Chen Fan could not expect submission before he established absolute strength. Furthermore, many of the mechanics at the repair shop were old enough that Chen Fan would need to address them as uncles. Did he really expect Junior to lead Senior? Chen Fan understood his own limitations clearly. This was not ancient times. Unless driven to desperation, very few people would willingly submit to the authority of someone younger than themselves. Before arriving, Chen Fan had done his own calculations. He had hoped that one packet of seeds might be worth as much as 10 liters of fuel. He had not expected Huang Yexing to be so generous. The cost of one seed packet purchased through the system was merely 8-something coins, and the same coins would procure only 1 liter of fuel. Even at this favorable rate, Chen Fan feigned consideration before responding, "Boss Huang, I believe 30 liters per seed packet would be more appropriate." Huang Yexing considered that even at 30 liters per packet, he would still be gaining enormously. Inside their greenhouse, every single seed was treated with utmost care. Chen Fan's entire bag of seeds could potentially produce 800 caddies, yet Huang had only promised payment based on 500 caddies. After further negotiation with Huang Yexing, they ultimately agreed on a rate of 25 liters of fuel per seed packet. Chen Fan's entire team observed the negotiation from nearby. They could not believe that even in the apocalypse, Chen Fan still had access to such vast quantities of tradable seeds at home. Judging by Chen Fan's tone, even all the fuel from the tank trucks at the repair shop would not be enough to match his reserves. The most pressing fuel problem had been resolved so effortlessly. Was this truly the source of hope Chen Fan had spoken of the night before, never giving up the will to survive? The most profoundly shocked person was Zhou Xianda, who had only recently joined. For the past 6 months, they had been worrying over mere 3 or 5 caddies of food. Anything exceeding 10 caddies would likely spark violent conflict with other survivors. Yet Chen Fan was already negotiating bulk resource trades with other factions. Zhou Xianda felt deeply fortunate that Chen Fan had taken him in. No, he felt fortunate that Chen Fan had allowed himself to be taken in. With the transaction concluded, the cars that had arrived were undergoing modifications at the repair shop. The 3 newly acquired vehicles not only received maintenance, but also had cargo racks installed on their rooftops. Huang Yexing crafted 4 sets of anti-slip chains for the 4 vehicles. While waiting for the modifications, Huang Yexing had his staff venture out to acquire spare tires for all 4 cars at 0 cost, loading them onto the rooftops of every vehicle. By the time all this was finished, half the day had passed. Lunch was eaten at the repair shop. In the pre-apocalyptic world, closing a deal with a celebratory meal was commonplace. Yet this was the apocalypse where treating someone to a meal had become an extravagant luxury. It spoke volumes about how much Huang Yexing valued Chen Fan. However, Chen Fan was equally generous. When departing, he paid a sufficient amount of seeds as compensation for repairs and the meal. Though Huang Yexing politely insisted, "Brother Chen, this is too much, I really can't accept it," his grin stretching from ear to ear betrayed his true feelings. Returning home, it was only 3 in the afternoon. Chen Fan, accustomed to bustling about outside every day, found himself with nothing to do, thus meeting Wang Meng's alluring gaze. At a time like this, pregnancy was a terrifying prospect. Fortunately, Wang Meng was a doctor and knew many methods, especially after she had been unlocked. Those techniques, even Chen Fan, no stranger to perversion himself, found them excessive. 43 minutes later. "This weather makes cleaning such a hassle," Chen Fan remarked, watching Wang Meng squat in a horse stance to clean herself. Wang Meng had long grown accustomed to it. "The snow you brought back when you returned earlier is enough to last us several days." Chen Fan recalled carrying buckets of snow up multiple trips earlier, his legs trembling with exhaustion. And that was with Zhou Xianda's assistance. 7 or 8 round trips to the 8th floor. Anyone else who couldn't eat their fill would have been done in by the effort. This ordeal planted the seed of moving in Chen Fan's mind. He even entertained the idea of coming clean to Wang Meng. "No more pretending I'm a person with a system, and 2 or 3 system coins can buy enough tap water to last us a long time." But he held back in the end. Though he knew that conjuring things from thin air would eventually be impossible, to hide the time wasn't right yet. The sudden leisure left Chen Fan deeply unsettled. After dinner, it was only 6 in the evening. He certainly couldn't spend the entire night playing cards with Wang Meng. He took another look around their home. Other than the 4 blackened walls, a few blankets, several large plastic buckets for storing clothes, a fire pit, and a couple of pots. That was it. Even the fabric sofa in the living room had been dismantled, its wood extracted for the mere purpose of burning for half an hour. "What are you thinking about, Xiao Fan?" Wang Meng nestled in Chen Fan's arms, noticing his faraway gaze and asking. Chen Fan withdrew the hand that had been kneading and poked at the fire. "I want to improve our living conditions. When I'm away, you're stuck here alone like a prisoner." Wang Meng hugged him tighter, guiding his hand back to its original position. "As long as I can see you return safely each day, nothing else matters to me." In the cold apocalyptic world, Chen Fan was warmed by this simple expression of care. "Rest assured, I wouldn't dare abandon my precious pomelo." Wang Meng feigned annoyance and pulled his hand away. "Punishment, no touching for 5 minutes." Chen Fan chuckled and lit a cigarette. "This isn't a trivial matter. Many people's mental states are deteriorating." Seeing Chen Fan discussing this seriously, Wang Meng's expression grew solemn as well. "Yes, I've noticed it when treating patients. Many people's mental health has suffered to varying degrees. Back then, if it weren't for survival, I wouldn't have dared visit other people's homes." Hearing her say this, Chen Fan asked, "Has anyone tried to do anything inappropriate to you?" Wang Meng sighed. "There were a few times. They wanted to trade food for me." Chen Fan had only asked casually, never expecting there to actually be such incidents. His expression darkened as he was about to demand names. "Those few are already dead," Wang Meng interrupted, knowing what Chen Fan intended to say. "Besides, I'm not so easily bullied." Noticing Chen Fan's hand sneaking back in, Wang Meng gave him a sidelong glance. Besides you, who else would dare mistreat me? Don't they fear that I'll refuse to treat them? Only then did Chen Fan relax, grinning shamelessly as he rubbed her sensitive spots with 2 fingers. I'm thinking of moving. Climbing 8 floors without an elevator is too much of a hassle. Wang Ming's body went limp. She swatted his mischievous hand away and asked where to. Chen Fan considered for a moment. I haven't settled on an exact location, but with so many empty houses now, anywhere without high floors would work. Wang Ming nodded in agreement. Moving would be nice. Daily trips outside to dispose of waste and collect snow are indeed troublesome. I'll listen to the others' opinions when I go out with them these next few days. Maybe they have some good suggestions. Wherever you go I'll follow. I'll do whatever you say. The night passed without incident. Upon waking, Chen Fan saw that yesterday's system had granted him only 1,500 system coins, bringing the total to 8,000. It seemed the business relationship with the repair shop folk wouldn't increase his system coins. Today's destination for Chen Fan's team was a reservoir on the mountain ridge south of the city. Catching fish from the water had become the top choice for all survivors, and Chen Fan's team was no exception. Because easily obtainable land-based meat had long been plundered clean. That mountain ridge required climbing, and many vehicles couldn't reach it. There was a high chance fish still remained. Yesterday, all 4 vehicles had been fitted with anti-slip chains, so Chen Fan's team wanted to try their luck. At 9:30 in the morning, the 4 vehicles arrived at the mountain's base. Before them lay the first uphill slope. The gradient was about 35 degrees, stretching 400 meters. Unlike that gas station Chen Guangxing had mentioned, which sat beside a cliff, this location had embankments on both sides. Hence numerous vehicles had attempted the climb. Traces of successful ascents were visible to the naked eye. But wheel marks from vehicles that slid back after failure were even more numerous. This snowy slope had stumped most vehicles attempting to enter the mountains. If most fuel-powered vehicles hadn't followed the official mass evacuation, Chen Fan believed quite a few convoys could have made it up this slope. However, conquering this slope was merely the first step. The mountain road twisted and turned for another 6 kilometers before reaching the reservoir. Those several kilometers included not just uphill, but downhill sections as well. The Wrangler goes first. Everyone wait here. Chen Fan directed Zhang Ziang to drive the Wrangler up the first slope. After several attempts, the vehicle returned without success. Despite the anti-slip chains, once the tires slipped and plowed through the dozens of centimeters of snow, they met the original concrete surface beneath, extremely wet and slippery. The Wrangler only made it halfway before sliding back down. Fortunately, both sides of the road were slightly elevated embankments, allowing the vehicle to safely return to the starting point each time. Both sides of the road were lined with trees, making it impossible to drive along the embankments. Bring out all the tow ropes. The tow ropes from the vehicles they'd looted earlier contained tow ropes. Everyone began extracting them, linking them one by one using the clasps. Then they connected them to the Wrangler's front winch and secured the assembly to the thickest tree at the top of the slope. Unfortunately, the combined tow ropes measured only 300 meters, still 100 meters short. Chen Fan took advantage of everyone's inattention and pretended to open the floor mat in the Wrangler's trunk. He quickly purchased several more coils of tow rope and placed them inside. Oh, where did these extra coils come from? Zhang Ziang curiously inquired. Chen Fan answered without hesitation. I anticipated this situation last night, so I took them from my home reserves and loaded them onto the vehicle. No one doubted Chen Fan's words. They all praised his foresight. Since the tow ropes couldn't be wound into the winch, someone needed to stand ready to replace them at any moment along the route. The person carrying the rope upward immediately discovered that the thickest tree at the top bore marks from previous rope bindings. Indeed, the vehicles that had previously succeeded had used this exact method. With everything prepared, the vehicles attempted the slope once more. After 20 minutes of effort, the Wrangler finally reached the summit. After the first car successfully climbed the slope, the rest was straightforward. All that remained was to connect the tow ropes and repeat the process for the trailing vehicles, pulling up the remaining 3 cars in one go. Towing the cars required little effort, since climbing uphill was merely a matter of gathering momentum. When the last H6 came up, they even attempted pulling it manually with ropes instead of using a vehicle. As expected, several people were able to help the vehicle up the 45-degree slope. This was done simply as a trial run for the first car that would later break through. Since no one could predict whether there would be trees on the upcoming slopes to anchor the ropes, this method saved the trouble of repeatedly switching cliff section by section. Although there were more slopes ahead, none were as long as the first one. When descending, they used 2 cars, pulling one to move down slowly. 2 slopes turned out exactly as anticipated. Nothing to anchor to, perhaps buried under snow, and too much effort to dig out. Using human-assisted towing, once the first car made it up, the rest became considerably simpler. They spotted a car stopped in the middle of the road. Fortunately, this was a 2-lane road, so they could squeeze past by nudging it slightly. Later, they saw another car whose side tires had dropped into the roadside drainage ditch while descending. Everything inside the car had been stripped. The next 6 kilometers took Chen Fan and the others over 3 hours to reach the reservoir. Only upon arriving did they discover another convoy stationed here. Their vehicles had clearly been parked for quite some time. The frozen reservoir also showed signs of ice being cut. The opposing group had only 3 vehicles, just one of them 4-wheel drive. Their cars were parked near a small house over 100 meters from Chen Fan. In the quiet environment, they had long heard Chen Fan's group arrive. About a dozen people stopped 50 meters away, and one of them waved and called out, "Hello friend, may I come forward to speak?" Chen Fan replied, "Just one person can come over." The speaker approached alone, keeping his hands visible to prove he was unarmed. Even though it was just one man, Chen Fan's group did not lower their guard. They signaled everyone to retrieve weapons from the vehicles, while Chen Fan's own hand slipped into his jacket toward his pistol. Zhou Xianda slowly stepped forward, positioning himself to shield Chen Fan. The man stopped a dozen meters away and said, "We mean no harm. We're trapped here and cannot get out." Chen Fan retorted, "Are those two cars by the road yours?" "Yes." Chen Fan asked again, "How long have you been here?" "Trapped for half a month, and we finally waited for someone to come. We broke two tow ropes trying to rescue those two cars. You've seen our vehicles, everyone is old. The only four-wheel drive our best hope we tried sending out. Without a tow rope, we couldn't climb that steep slope halfway up and were forced to return here helplessly. Fortunately, this reservoir has enough fish to sustain us until now." Chen Fan thought about it. The downhill section of about 300 meters upon entering was indeed extremely steep. On the return trip, it was uphill, and without a rope, they simply couldn't reach the trees at the top of the slope. People cannot pull a rope while standing on flat ground. Trying to haul back up a slippery mid-slope was equally unrealistic. The final result was cars tipping into ditches with everyone pulling, collapsing along with them. The fact that they had managed to enter proved they were not stupid. They had likely tried every method available. "Currently, we've dug up 2,000 gene of fish. If you can help us break free, how about we split it equally with you?" Worried Chen Fan might think it insufficient, he added, "The deepest part of this reservoir is over 10 meters deep. We only found fish after digging to the bottom. The workload was enormous and the returns were meager. We are deeply worried about our families outside. Can you help us? I beg you." Saying this, he bowed deeply to Chen Fan. If Chen Fan refused to help them once the fish here were consumed, they would certainly face a dead end. Despite his reluctance, he knew he had no choice but to make this decision. Of course, they could attempt to walk out on foot, but even if they managed to traverse these few kilometers of mountain road, they would still need to walk another 20 kilometers back to Yongcheng. No one could accomplish such a feat. Chen Fan would naturally not refuse food delivered straight to his doorstep, especially since this journey had already consumed considerable energy and fuel. However, he would not fully believe their words, so he agreed. "Very well, but I need to assess the situation first. We will take you with us when we leave." Over 10 minutes later, inside the small cabin beside the reservoir, more than 20 people sat gathered around a fire. Chen Fan had already learned where this group came from and where they resided. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Chen Fan directly displayed his gun before entering the house. This group was also sensible. They threw all the knives in the house outside the door before inviting Chen Fan and the others in. The leader was named Qin Yue, who had been the fleet captain of a bus company before the apocalypse. The rest were survivors from the same company's family housing complex. After everyone sat down, Qin Yue began recounting their story. "During the Great Migration, everyone who could leave from our entire housing complex did. Those who remained stayed together because their families had known each other since the previous generation, and we formed a tight-knit community to survive. These vehicles were the only fuel-running SUVs we could find after others departed. Unfortunately, they were outdated and poorly performing. Even the tow rope we brought snapped. At the beginning, we had to support over 80 people from the entire housing complex. Half a month ago, when we first arrived here, the complex was down to only 40 people. Look at our group's ages. All of us have elderly parents above and young children below. If we cannot get out, not only will the dozen or so of us trapped here perish, but our families outside will also die once our provisions run out." Qin Yu finished with a heavy sigh. Chen Fan said nothing, simply asking him to lead the way to see where they had been digging for fish. Over this period, they had dug several large holes. The reservoir was indeed very deep, and after the temperature dropped, the fish had all hidden in the deepest parts. Qin Yu remarked from the side, "The mountain road is treacherous and excavation is arduous. If we had known, we would never have come in. It was truly not worth the loss." All signs indicated Qin Yu was not lying. This place was not worth consuming so much fuel and energy. Just as Chen Fan was about to help them return in exchange for 1,000 gene of fish as compensation, several people learned that Qin Yu had committed to half the reward without their consent and were displeased. The group erupted into an argument. "How are we supposed to survive after leaving without a vehicle? I'd rather stay here. Qin Yue, if you want to leave, pay that 1,000 gene yourself. Don't touch our share." Qin Yu stamped his foot in anger. "Once we're out, we can think of other solutions. Here there is only a dead end. Do you not care about your families outside? But it can't be 1,000 gene of fish. We worked tirelessly digging for over 10 days for such a meager harvest. Why should we give away half because of one word from you?" Qin Yu could not afford to dwell on this. He approached Chen Fan and apologized. "Mr. Chen, forgive the spectacle. Let me resolve our internal matter first. Please wait a moment." Chen Fan had no interest in listening to their quarrel. He waved his hand and said, "It's still early to head back. I'll walk around the reservoir to see if there are any other findings. Discuss among yourselves." Just as he was about to leave, one of the opposing women shouted at Chen Fan, "It's just a matter of escorting us out once." And you actually want to take half of our harvest. You are utterly heartless. A heavy slap landed on the face of the unruly woman. Chen Yu pointed at her and shouted, "What does our dispute have to do with Mr. Chen?" Although Chen Yu had struck her, his true intention was to protect her. After all, Chen Fan held a gun, and if he acted in anger and killed them all, wouldn't the 2,000 plus caddies of fish outside all belong to him? Chen Fan and the others understood Chen Yu's purpose. But the woman had no patience for such considerations and immediately scratched at Chen Yu. "Chen Yu, you bastard. When we need you most, you side with an outsider instead of defending us. I'll fight you to the death." To pacify Chen Fan, Chen Yu and his men restrained her. Seeing the woman's wretched state, Chen Fan could only shake his head in bitter resignation and leave the hut. With his face covered in scratch marks, Chen Yu immediately chased after them to apologize. "I hope Mr. Chen won't hold a grudge against the hysterical woman. These times drive people mad too easily." Chen Fan waved it off indifferently. "I'm not that petty. If you're leaving before 3 o'clock, have 1,000 caddies of fish ready." Seeing that Chen Fan harbored no anger, Chen Yu bowed repeatedly in gratitude. Chen Fan's vehicles drove along the reservoir's edge and discovered a vast array of solar power equipment on the mountainside. Although the extreme cold meant barely 2 sunny days per month, and even when the sun appeared, temperatures rose only a few degrees, the solar panels still functioned, albeit with very low efficiency. Unfortunately, none of Chen Fan's team possessed knowledge of this field. During earlier supply runs, Chen Fan had noticed lights in certain areas on his way back late, likely powered by solar energy. He had envied those illuminated shelters. Solar power naturally brought wind energy to mind. In the early days of the apocalypse, many regions relied on wind turbines for their electricity. All he could do was regret not downloading relevant technical knowledge when the internet still existed, knowledge that could have been applied to power their future shelter. Chen Fan's sudden interest in clean energy stemmed from his recent relocation plans. If his new dwelling could harness such power, it would certainly be far more comfortable than relying on firewood. Burning firewood required opening windows too wide, and the cold poured in too narrow, and the air grew stale. Electric heaters, by contrast, only needed basic ventilation. The others remained unaware of Chen Fan's extensive deliberations, busily working on the reservoir's ice surface. With no way to start a fire for cooking, they made do with compressed biscuits for lunch. Upon returning to the hut, Chen Yu and his dozen or so companions were already prepared. The middle-aged woman emerged to apologize to Chen Fan. "Mr. Chen, I lost control earlier. Please don't take a woman's rash words to heart." Chen Fan never took the incident seriously and brushed it off with a smile. As 3 o'clock approached, he led them back. With sufficiently long ropes and over 20 people now involved, the operation was well coordinated. Pulling a vehicle up the slope proved far easier with a larger group. Only the pickup truck, heavily loaded with fish, presented some difficulty, taking over 2 hours to fully extract everything. When they arrived at the bus company residential building, a crowd emerged immediately. Seeing Chen Yu and his group return, they embraced in tears of relief and joy. While moving supplies, Chen Yu approached Chen Fan and said, "Mr. Chen, we cannot abandon our vehicles there. They are essential for our survival. Could you take us back in tomorrow? We will bring tools into area to cut timber and construct a garage, providing shelter for the vehicles left behind, then use today's method to recover them. How about paying you another 1,000 caddies of fish here in 5 days? Chen Fan considered this briefly before nodding in agreement, then led his team away. After Chen Fan departed, one member of Chen Yu's team questioned, "Brother Yue, why does bringing us in cost so much fish? I'm confident that any capable team could manage this for just 200 or 300 caddies of fish." Chen Yu cursed. "You have no idea. They could have easily eliminated us and kept all 20,000 caddies of fish for themselves, but they didn't. With anyone else, the outcome would be uncertain. Furthermore, I deliberately held back. Anyone with eyes can see we caught over 2,000 caddies of fish, yet I only offered 1,000 instead of the promised half. Do you think Mr. Chen is unaware? He doesn't even consider our meager provisions worth his attention." Moreover, when Xiao Lu's wife threw a tantrum, Mr. Chen showed no anger. "Considering all these factors, he's clearly someone we can fully trust. That's precisely why I proposed these terms, to build a stronger relationship with Mr. Chen." After hearing Chen Yu's explanation, they finally understood that 1,000 caddies of fish was a reasonable price compared to the vehicles they depended on for survival. Chen Yu continued, "Have you noticed that man in his 30s with the crew cut?" One person shook his head. "He's just plain looking, nothing special about him." The person they were discussing was Zhou Xinda. Chen Yu explained, "When that man removed his gloves to warm himself by the fire, I noticed calluses on his thumb and index finger, the kind formed from years of handling firearms. He's likely a soldier who stayed behind after the great evacuation. This man is definitely no ordinary person. Think about it. Why would a local soldier show such respect to a young man like him?" Everyone knew Chen Yu had served in the military for several years, so if he approved of someone, that person must be extraordinary. If Chen Fan had overheard these words, he would have likely praised Chen Yu's imaginative speculations. He had merely offered assistance when Zhou Xinda's mother fell gravely ill. One person, noticing Chen Yu's circuitous explanation, asked directly, "Brother Yue, what's your plan?" Chen Yu looked around at everyone and said, "You all know how badly these vehicles are deteriorating. What happens when they finally break down? We will continue interacting with Mr. Chun in the future. I'm thinking of finding an opportunity to bring everyone under his group. What do you think? Silence fell over the group. They knew their situation all too well. Their vehicles had been running at maximum capacity for extended periods without access to replacement parts, making failure inevitable. Before the vehicles became useless, they needed to find a group willing to accept them. Otherwise, every survivor in the bus company dormitory area would perish. Yet they dared not join another group lightly. Previously, a man had left with his wife and daughter to join another group only to return alone. Soon after, he took his own life. Having heard of his grim fate, none of them dared to bring their families to join unreliable groups. After Chen Yu's analysis, they recognized that Chen Fan's group operated within certain moral boundaries, making them the most viable option for alliance. Meanwhile, on Chen Fan's side, the 1,000 caddies of fish represented a significant drop from what they had previously secured at the fish pond. To Chen Fan's current team, this yield was merely confirmation that the effort had not been in vain. Yet compared to other groups, such a haul would be described as abundantly successful. Through today's events, Chen Fan discovered another method for acquiring supplies, some materials he might otherwise dismiss as not worth the trip. But to others, these resources represented a lifeline. For locations like these, where resources are too valuable to abandon yet insufficient to justify solo expeditions, Chen Fan could easily recruit others to harvest them, taking a share of the profits without doing the work himself. When Zhou Xianda followed the others in stacking all the collected supplies at Chao Zishuan's residence, he was stunned. This abundance of provisions would sustain them for at least half a year. Upon returning home and seeing his mother's marked improvement, Zhou Xianda's faith in Chen Fan's earlier words about enduring survived strengthened. He only regretted not having encountered Chen Fan during those early days. Had he done so, his wife, child, and father might still be alive. Though recognizing Chen Fan back then would have been futile, as he had not yet acquired his system. The next day, Chen Fan arrived at the bus company dormitory as promised and sent Chen Yu's men to the reservoir. For the following 4 days, Chen Fan spent his time exploring the wasteland. Because of the 4 vehicles, no one dared to provoke them during that time. As time went by, supplies became harder and harder to find, and the corpses on the road grew more numerous. Although Chen Fan and his team located the supply coordinates recorded on the offline navigation map, each one, without exception, was extremely difficult to obtain. The total harvest from these 4 days was less than what they had gained from that orchard pond. One day, something interesting happened. Chen Fan's team barely made it to a small reservoir, where over 30 people were already digging for fish. Seeing people approach, the 30-plus individuals grabbed their weapons and came over to drive Chen Fan's team away. In the end, Chen Fan left with 500 caddies of fish offered by the other side. During those 4 days, they had nearly visited every marked supply point nearby, but the results were all unsatisfactory. The reason remained the same: extraction was too difficult. Given the current manpower of Chen Fan's team, leaving people stationed there to mine was simply unrealistic. Just as Chen Fan was at a loss as to how to solve the resource extraction problem, time reached the 5th day. That day, Chen Fan's team arrived at the reservoir and met Chen Yu. This time they were lucky, digging up roughly 1500 caddies of fish. Chen Fan wasn't going to take a smaller share just because they had obtained less food, and Chen Yu didn't haggle with Chen Fan over that point either. A deal was a deal. 1000 caddies meant 1000 caddies. This time they also brought out the vehicles that had been left there. On the way back, Chen Yu took the initiative to get into Chen Fan's car. Mr. Chen, after this we won't dare come here alone again. If our car breaks down and we're trapped in the mountains and we don't run into a team like yours, we're done for. I have an impertinent request. Chen Fan smiled. Go ahead, old Chen. Chen Yu immediately stated his purpose. If possible, Mr. Chen, could you arrange a vehicle to accompany us? If we get stuck and can't get out, even if your vehicle can't help us break free, at least someone can come back on their own to report to you. Chen Fan thought it over and immediately understood his intention. If Chen Yu's people were trapped inside, Chen Fan wouldn't care. But if his own people were trapped and didn't return after some time, Chen Fan would definitely go in to search for them. With no communication devices available, now this was the only way Chen Yu could think of to ensure their safety while maintaining the partnership. Seeing Chen Fan deep in thought, Chen Yu continued. Of course, the people you send won't have to do any work. We'll provide their food during the trip. Count each trip as 5 days, and we'll give 500 caddies of food as payment. If we're trapped and need you and your other vehicles to come rescue us, it's still 100 caddies of food. What do you think of this proposal? To be honest, although their vehicles were quite battered, getting out on their own in a short time shouldn't be too much of a problem. Just sending one vehicle and 1 or 2 people and earning 500 caddies of food in 5 days without doing any work. This deal was definitely profitable. Chen Fan and the others didn't even need to go out to work. They could support everyone just from this food source. As for Chen Yu, hauling a few hundred caddies of fish every 5 days was enough to sustain him and the dozens of people in his extended family. This proposal also made Chen Fan instantly think of how to handle the supply points he had recently discovered. I think it's feasible, but I need to go back tonight and discuss it with my team. If we reach a decision tomorrow, I'll send a vehicle to find you. Chen Yu beamed with joy. All right, Mr. Chen. After saying this, he made a pistol gesture with his hand and added, Can the person who comes bring a gun? Safety first, you know, haha. Chen Fan immediately understood. The other party had not only taken a fancy to his team's vehicles, but also wanted armed protection. No problem. Very well, Mr. Chen. I'll wait at home tomorrow for your news. When Chen Fan's father had been in construction, many of his projects were outsourced. This model could now be applied to the apocalypse. Let others serve as the labor force while his side only needed to ensure their safety and handle transportation. Adding the Yeshing repair shop, he was now a contractor with 2 projects on his hands. It was just a pity that this kind of relationship couldn't bring system coins. But upon thinking that after resources were completely depleted, these people would become his main source of system coins, Chen Fan no longer felt anxious. After the 2 sides parted ways, everyone gathered at Bai Xiaobing's home. It was once again time for the dinner gathering everyone looked forward to. At present, their food sources were quite monotonous. The rice, duck, and fish they had stockpiled before. Apart from these 3 items, there was no other food. If the gathering had only these 3 things to offer, nobody would be looking forward to it at all. What they looked forward to were the good things Chen Fan brought. Fresh fruit and desserts served before the meal were rare treasures that had vanished after the apocalypse. Sugar in particular. If people went without it for too long, their bodies would start to fail. Long-term sugar deficiency could lead to insufficient energy supply to the brain, impairing its normal functions and neural activity. Sugar brings people pleasure and satisfaction. A prolonged lack of sugar may lead to irritability, anxiety, depression, and other negative emotions, and can also affect the quality of sleep. Everyone except Chen Fan and Wang Ming could clearly feel these effects. Things that had been within easy reach before the apocalypse were now priceless. The main meal consisted of fresh vegetables, pork, beef, and mutton. If they had gone out to eat before the apocalypse, a dinner for these dozen-plus people would have cost no less than 1,000 or 2,000 yuan. Now purchasing it through the system had cost Chen Fan only 300 system coins. With his balance having accumulated to 1,400 coins, Chen Fan naturally wouldn't be stingy about this little expense. An occasional team-building activity was beneficial to everyone's cohesion. After the meal, Chen Fan shared the content of his conversation with Qin Yu that day. Naturally, no one had any objections. Without having to work, they could split the harvest with the laborers. It seemed like the Dragon Slayer had become the dragon. The essential difference between Chen Fan and the dragon was that without his protection, those people would most likely be unable to survive. Before the apocalypse, the opposite was true. Without the dragon, they would have lived better. Now the only ones without family to care for were Su Liang, Chao Zixuan, and Chen Guangxing. It was most fitting to assign this task to 2 of them. But Chao Zixuan's home was where everyone's supplies were stored, so it would be inconvenient for him to leave. Thus the task fell to the other 2. Chen Guangxing asked, "Brother Fan, didn't he say they wanted a gun to ensure their safety? How should we handle this?" As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Fan took a brand new pistol from his coat and handed it to him. "What the hell, Brother Fan, this?" Before Chen Guangxing could finish being astonished, Chen Fan pulled out 2 more guns. One for Chao Zixuan and one for Zhou Xianda. Chao Zixuan wasn't surprised because Chen Fan often took him to practice shooting. He had never forgotten that he was going to seek revenge alongside Chen Fan. Zhou Xianda, however, felt differently. Although he was surprised that Chen Fan somehow had 2 more guns, he was even more stunned that Chen Fan had actually issued a gun to him, the last person to join the team. By all rights, several people here were more qualified than he was to receive a gun. The 3 guns with 2 extra magazines for each and dozens of rounds of ammunition per person cost Chen Fan 500 system coins. The system coin balance, which had just been somewhat replenished, fell back to 4 digits. But as long as safety was in hand, everything else would come again. Tomorrow, have Brother Zhou lead everyone in practicing how to use firearms. From now on, all core members will be issued guns. As for where the guns come from, I'll tell everyone when the time is right. I can ensure that no one goes hungry, and now I'll also ensure everyone's safety. Clap, clap, clap. Someone started the applause, and soon everyone joined in. This gave Commissar Chen a little boost to his vanity. After the hearty meal, Chen Fan brought up the second agenda for today's gathering. Living scattered among different households is not only unsafe, but also inconvenient. I want us to live together as a community. During this period when we went out to search for supplies, I had noticed some potential relocation sites. The others had long considered communal living, knowing that other groups survived this way. It would conserve heating fuel and keep those at home safer. No one had raised the topic first, for who would not want their family looked after when someone ventured out? After careful observation over the past period, I believe the Zhongding shopping center, about 1 kilometer away, is the most suitable. Having said this, everyone immediately recalled the situation of that shopping center. The Zhongding shopping center consisted of 4 plots. Each plot contained 4 separate malls, building materials, furniture, clothing, and sports, along with a cinema. Except for the largest building materials venue, which had 5 floors, the other 3 venues each featured 3 above-ground floors and 2 underground levels. Each independent venue was separated by roads, but they were connected underground by a broad tunnel. Xiao Fan, tell us your thoughts, spoke up Zhang Xianzhong, Zhang Ziyang's grandfather. Chen Fan turned the question back to the group. If this apocalypse does not end for decades and all the supplies are exhausted, what should we do? At these words, everyone fell silent. Those who had endured this long must surely have contemplated this possibility. The question was inherently unanswerable. Chen Fan did not let the pessimistic mood linger. He continued, in the face of such a catastrophe we need a place where we can achieve self-sufficiency and recycle our supplies. Zhang Xianzhong had also heard his grandson Zhang Xiang mention the Yexing repair factory. Suddenly his eyes lit up as he asked, Xiao Fan, do you intend to use the interior space there for indoor cultivation? Exactly, Chen Fan confirmed with a nod. Not only indoor cultivation, but indoor farming as well. What we need to solve now is the energy issue. Fuel cannot be extracted and the oil and gas station tanks has run dry. Recently behind the reservoir where we rescued Qin Yue, there is a vast area of solar power equipment. Once we transport it all back, we can install it on the enormous roof of the Zhongning shopping center. Even if the cold severely limits power generation, now as long as we have enough solar equipment, we can sustain our heating and cultivation. A collective gasp rose from the crowd. Everyone was stunned by the magnitude of Chen Fan's plan. Though transporting and installing at -60 degrees was extremely difficult, it was not entirely impossible. Zhang Xianzhong pondered for a moment and added, Xiao Fan, I do not wish to dampen anyone's spirits, but where can we still find living poultry nowadays? We do not need many. As long as we have paired males and females, they will multiply over time. The difficulty lies in finding the initial stock. As a livestock farmer, Zhang Xianzhong was confident he could manage breeding conditions. His question, however, struck at the most practical problem. Zhou Xianda was the first to catch on. A Fan, was another reason you maintained relations with the Yexing repair factory, their poultry. With his words, everyone's faces showed sudden understanding, for all they knew was that the factory had live poultry. Seeing their assumption, Chen Fan saw no need to elaborate further. In fact, the information from the repair factory was exactly the opposite. Chen Fan had privately confided in Huang Yexing that he possessed not only vegetable seeds, but also living poultry. His intention was to win them over. Chen Fan knew he lacked the capability at present, so he planted seeds early. As long as they survived, there would be ample opportunity later. Consequently, Huang Yexing had already shifted from addressing Chen Fan as Brother Chen to the more respectful Mr. Chen. Indeed, I have already reached an agreement with Huang Yexing on this point, and besides trading with them, I have other means to acquire more poultry. This announcement sent excitement rippling through the group. Brother Fan, when do we start? I feel like I could walk 2 miles right now. I can haul 100 tons of cargo per day. With guns, food reserves, and a sustainable food source, if they truly established a shelter, they could live in peace regardless of the apocalypse raging outside. After some light-hearted banter, Chen Fan returned to the main topic. Next, I plan to distribute the supplies from the offline navigation among the rest of you. With fuel and food no longer a concern, our focus should shift to building the shelter. The group then deliberated on the matter for nearly 3 hours. And so the post-apocalyptic survival team centered around Chen Fan was born. Though many aspects were impractical, it was at least the hope that would carry them through. Early the next morning, everyone arrived at the Building Materials Pavilion in Zhongning Shopping Center. After the apocalypse, this place had not been vandalized for who would come to loot building materials. The adjacent furniture pavilion, however, had suffered. Its wooden furniture had been dismantled and taken home for firewood. In the underground parking lot, aside from electric vehicles, there was not a single fuel-powered car. After spending half an hour familiarizing Su Liang and Chun Guangxing with pistols and firing several dozen rounds, the two drove the Pajero to the bus company dormitory area to rendezvous with Qin Yu. Chen Fan stayed behind to investigate. The pavilion was massive, estimated at over 20 meters high, 300 meters long, and 200 meters wide, making it one of the largest building materials markets in Yongqing. Inside the pavilion, all the shops remained in decent condition save for some wooden display racks that had been taken. Tiles, sanitary ware, wall materials, cabinets, and paint were all untouched. The entire building materials market had 2 atriums with translucent roofing installed overhead, allowing natural light to penetrate even during power outages. Over the next few hours, Chen Fan inspected all 4 pavilions and recorded useful information. He also checked the existing infrastructure here. The previous shelter concept was already roughly satisfied, and now a long construction phase would begin. Thinking of renovating this place, the image of his father appeared in his mind once more. If his father were still alive, he would certainly be leading this project. Wait, Dad. How could I have forgotten this? Suddenly a thought flashed through Chen Fan's mind. Brother Fan, what occurred to you? The others glanced at Chen Fan with confusion upon noticing his sudden burst of excitement. Chen Fan waved his hand and said, let's go to a place. There's someone I need to find. The group quickly fell into step behind him. Yongqing Economic Development Zone, a half-constructed real estate project. At this moment, 2 groups were locked in a standoff. More than a dozen vehicles blocked the exit of the underground parking lot. All of them had been heavily modified, most of them pickups. The glass on each vehicle had been welded shut with iron mesh to prevent outsiders from smashing the windows, giving them an overwhelming post-apocalyptic vibe. The underground parking lot's main entrance was blocked by 2 vehicles with a group of people taking cover behind them, watching the situation outside. Whenever someone from the outside tried to approach, they were driven back by sharp objects thrown from within. Zhao Guangxing stopped this pointless resistance. I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the stuff, and we can end this peacefully. Lu Yide, where's your face? On what grounds should we give it to you? Lu Yide roared, fine. If you won't take the path of survival, then wait and see what I do to you. After waiting a while longer, 2 pickups loaded with cargo came speeding toward them. A sinister grin spread across Liu Yi's face as he grabbed the walkie-talkie. Brothers, bring out the stuff. As soon as the 2 pickups stopped, the people outside immediately swarmed around them. The pickup beds were filled with gasoline and all sorts of plastic waste. The people outside began tossing these materials from above the underground parking lot into the entrance and exit passages, intending to set them ablaze and smoke everyone out. Seeing the items drop, the people inside immediately understood the enemy's plan. Brother Zhao, what do we do? If they burn those plastics, we're done for. Zhao Guangxing gritted his teeth. Have Lao San and the others come back yet? No sooner had he finished speaking than the man they called Lao San came running back, clutching his shoulder. Lao San, what happened to your shoulder? Lao San panted heavily. Brother Zhao, even the only stairwell is blocked now. They've barricaded it with spears. As soon as Monkey stuck his head out, he was stabbed. My shoulder got hit too. Where's Monkey? Lao San said with bitterness. He's left there. Another person asked. Brother Zhao, let's regroup and charge out through the stairwell. Zhao Guangxing raised his hand to stop him. Charging out would be useless. We have no vehicles. We'd just be chased down and killed. Another person spoke up. Brother Zhao, it's just 2 generators, right? Hand them over and be done with it. Zhao Guangxing sighed. Do you really think giving them to him would spare us? They've never dared to clash with us head-on until now. Clearly they've been preparing for this, determined to wipe us out completely. The generators are merely an excuse. If 2 generators could have really sent them away, I would have handed them over long ago. Everyone understood this point as well, and now their teeth were clenched in hatred. Back then, to prevent cold air from flooding in, they had sealed off all other exits with 2 trucks full of cement. The only ways out were the stairwell guarded by men with spears, and the parking lot entrance in front of them, which was about to be set on fire. Who would have thought that the decision to seal off the exits would ultimately cut off their own escape? Damn it, Liu Yi. Before the apocalypse, we only had a minor disagreement with them, and now they actually want our lives. Brother Zhao, let's charge out and fight them. We're going to die here anyway. Zhao Guangxing, who had been in a tense state, suddenly calmed down. He looked at the group of brothers who had followed him to the city to make a living. Brothers, I'm sorry to all of you. If I had let you take time off early during the first cold snap to go home for the new year, none of this would have happened. The others immediately chimed in. What are you saying, Brother Zhao? The overtime pay back then was so high. We stayed of our own free will. Exactly, Brother Zhao. If we hadn't been greedy for that extra money, we wouldn't be here. How could we ever blame you? Brother Zhao, whatever you say, we'll follow. Zhao Guangxing's eyes turned fierce. Brothers, move the vehicles and grab your weapons. If we're going to die, we'll take a piece of them with us. Everyone nodded firmly. All right. If we die together. Right? With all of you here, what's there to fear? We'll be heroes again in 18 years. Hearing the sound of vehicles moving from inside, someone outside immediately reported via walkie-talkie. Brother, they're moving their cars. Liu Yi looked and immediately relayed the order. As soon as they clear the way, rush in and pour gasoline. Liu Yi had intended to do this all along, to force Zhao Guangxing out. But he hadn't expected Zhao to have posted sentries. As soon as the sentries spotted Liu Yi's people approaching, they immediately blocked the entrance and exit with 2 vehicles. It was only because they needed to gather enough plastic to ignite the gate that the standoff had lasted this long. Before Liu Yi's vehicles could charge in and splash gasoline, Zhao Guangxing and more than 20 others had already boarded 5 vehicles, each person wielding a sharpened steel rebar. Brothers, charge. With the roar of engines, Zhao Guangxing's group sped out of the underground parking lot. Crash. The gate had long been tightly blocked by the vehicles Liu Yi had driven in. Escape by ramming was impossible. The front ends of both sides collided with tremendous force. After the collision, Zhao Guangxing's people immediately jumped out of the vehicles and grabbed their weapons. But when they looked outside, they were stunned. Dozens of the opposing side held steel rebar spears over a meter long, poised to throw. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of sharp-headed steel rebars flew toward Zhao Guangxing and the others. Thud, thud. The air rang with the dense sounds of steel clashing and glass shattering. The vehicles that had driven out were pierced like hedgehogs. Those with quick reflexes scrambled back inside. Those slower were pierced clean through. Shouts of pain echoed endlessly. The earlier fervor was instantly replaced by panic. Fortunately, the barrage of rebars was only 1 round. Zhao Guangxing, the first to recover, shouted, Brothers, does fear mean we have to die? Fight with them. More than a dozen people who could still move immediately snapped out of it, raising their weapons to charge and fight to the death. Crash. The restless crowd was silenced by a single gunshot, bringing instant quiet to the scene. Both sides turned toward the sound, seeing 3 vehicles slowly approaching. In one of the vehicles, a person held a pistol and leaned out of the window. When the vehicles were about 10 meters away from both groups, they came to a stop. 4 or 5 people stepped out, one of whom spoke. Uncle Zhao, long time no see. Your temper hasn't changed at all, has it? Zhao Guangxing found the voice familiar, but the person's mouth was covered, making it hard to recognize immediately. The newcomer removed his neck gaiter and said, You're not deliberately pretending not to recognize me, just because you owe me 2 packs of cigarettes, are you? Once Zhao Guangxing clearly made out the newcomer's face, his eyes lit up. Chen Fan, how did you find us? The person was indeed Chen Fan. When building the shelter, Chen Fan's first thought turned to his deceased father. His father's final project had been this very residential compound. Before the apocalypse, Uncle Zhao, who had followed Chen Fan's father for over a decade, was stationed here, overseeing the project. Uncle Zhao had watched Chen Fan grow up since childhood, though not by blood, he was closer than family. So Chen Fan naturally thought of him first. He had merely come here to take a chance, wondering if Zhao Guangxing had managed to escape or had relocated south with the main group. To his surprise, he actually found him, and at that just in time to rescue Zhao Guangxing from peril. Some others in the crowd who had also served Chen Fan's father for many years immediately recognized Chen Fan. Little boss. Little boss has a gun. We're saved. By their voices, Chen Fan recognized them at once. They were all veteran workers who had accompanied his father for many years. They used to joke call him Little Boss, and before he knew it the nickname had stuck. But now was no time for reunions. Chen Fan glanced around and turned his gaze toward the group besieging Zhao Guangxing, his expression growing mocking. A grin curled at the corner of Chen Fan's lips. The gunfire already fired by Chen Fan, Xiao Zixuan, and Zhou Xinda had proven their weapons were real. Lu Yeta and his gang dared not move a muscle, terrified that the first to bolt would be shot dead. After all, that's exactly how it played out on television. With Chen Fan's piercing gaze fixed upon them, their nerves frayed further. Aside from the screams of those wounded by spears, no one else dared make a sound. Unhurriedly, Chen Fan reached into his coat and produced 2 magazines. There are 6 rounds in my gun plus these 2 magazines, 20 rounds in total. Zhou Xinda and Xiao Zixuan immediately understood and mirrored his actions, pulling out 2 magazines each. Chen Fan added, now we have 62 rounds. Chen Fan's words extinguished any lingering hope of escape. There were over 60 of them. The bullet count was precisely enough to kill every last one. Lu Yeta immediately dropped his weapon and the rest reluctantly followed suit. But before they could react, Chen Fan's gun roared again. Bang! Bang! Holy shit! Wait boss, please don't. Seeing Chen Fan opening fire, Xiao Zixuan and Zhou Xinda immediately joined in. The merciless crack of gunfire was colder than the biting winter air. Nearly every bullet claimed a life. Realizing Chen Fan would shoot without warning, the survivors scattered in every direction, but none got far before being felled upon the open snowfield. Some didn't dare run at all, their legs giving out, squatting where they stood in terror. Bai Xiaobing and Wang Yuliang, who had witnessed such scenes for the second time alongside Chen Fan, no longer felt the paralyzing fear they had once known. But Zhao Guangxing and the others watched Chen Fan with palpable dread. Dozens of lives extinguished in moments. Even after they had surrendered, Chen Fan showed no mercy. This was a stark contrast to the Chen Fan they had known before the apocalypse. After dispatching those who fled and reloading, Chen Fan showed no intention of sparing anyone. He methodically moved on to those still crouching in place, continuing his execution. When the shooting ceased, Zhao Guangxing and the others stood frozen, too terrified to move. Such a Chen Fan frightened them deeply. If these people survive, they will certainly seek revenge. You cannot guard against thieves for 1,000 days. Chen Fan's explanation reminded them that this very group had intended to wipe them all out. Once that sank in, they found his actions entirely justified. Little boss, you're amazing. We owe you our lives, little boss. If you hadn't arrived in time, we'd be dead. Ignoring the flattery, Chen Fan turned to Zhao Guangxing and asked, is there anyone else? Prompted by the question, Zhao Guangxing suddenly remembered that a portion of the group was still holed up in the stairwell. Have some people tend to the wounded. The rest come with me to deal with the others, Chen Fan ordered, gesturing for Zhao Guangxing to lead the way through the corridors. Those barricaded in the stairwell had already heard the gunfire and sent someone to investigate. But the scout, upon seeing his comrades slaughtered, never returned to warn the rest. He simply fled. Unaware of what had transpired, the group in the stairwell hesitated to move, fearing Zhao Guangxing's people might escape from another route. By the time Chen Fan arrived, they were eliminated in one stroke. One of them cursed before dying, damn it. That damn Lao Lu went to scout and bailed on us. What a fucking Lao Lu. After clearing them out, Chen Fan immediately ordered Brother Zhou drive around the area and find this Lao Lu he mentioned. He then turned to Zhao Guangxing. Brother Zhao, send 2 of your vehicles to search as well. He couldn't have gotten far. Zhao Guangxing instinctively replied in the tone one reserves for a superior yes. Let's go. I've noticed quite a few of your people are injured. Only then did Zhao Guangxing recall those fallen to the spear throws earlier. He immediately led Chen Fan to inspect the casualties. 2 had died outright from the spear barrage. 3 others had been struck in vital areas. With their current medical conditions, they stood no chance. Howling in agony, they begged Zhao Guangxing to end their suffering. Unable to bring himself to do it, Chen Fan wasted no time granting them release. The remaining injuries were not critical. They would only need stitches and bandaging. 10 minutes later, Zhou Xinda returned. The escaped fugitives had been dealt with. The entire enemy group had been wiped out. They made their way to the temporary shelter Zhao Guangxing's group had established in the underground parking garage. Only then did Zhao Guangxing and Chen Fan sit down to discuss what each had endured during this period. Upon learning that Chen Fan's parents had perished while being besieged, Zhao Guangxing and his men finally understood why Chen Fan had been so merciless. Xiao Fan, did you come looking for me specifically? Chen Fan nodded. I was merely taking a chance. I didn't expect to actually find you here. Gazing at the meager pile of food stacked in the corner, Chen Fan asked, "Is all this that you have left?" Zhao Guangxing shook his head helplessly. "Having any leftovers at all is remarkable. Uncle Zhao, you know the situation well enough. Scavenging for supplies is no longer sustainable. I now have both the means to protect myself and the resources to survive. Come with me." Earlier, Chen Fan had openly declared to the others that he possessed ample food seeds and livestock, enough to sustain long-term survival once the shelter was established. Upon hearing Chen Fan's invitation to Zhao Guangxing, the others regarded him with hopeful eyes. Chen Fan had not come solely for Zhao Guangxing. Building a shelter required many hands. However, aside from Zhao Guangxing, he would not proactively recruit anyone else. He trusted Zhao Guangxing, who had followed his father for over a decade. As for the others, Chen Fan wanted them to request inclusion themselves. He would not recklessly absorb people merely to accumulate system coins. If he had accepted anyone and everyone, all the survivors in Lijiang compound would already have been recruited. There would be no need to make a special trip here. Zhao Guangxing glanced at the group, extinguished the cigarette Chen Fan had offered him, and said, "Xiao Fan, if not for your father taking me in back then, I would have been worse off than a dog. I am yours to command whenever needed. But can you also take these old companions of mine along?" Seeing Zhao Guangxing speak on their behalf, the others eagerly chimed in with their own pleas. Satisfied that his objective had been achieved, Chen Fan raised his hand and addressed the crowd. "Everyone, since Uncle Zhao has spoken for you, I will give you a chance. But let me be clear, from now on you will follow my orders. Anyone who undermines the shelter will face the consequences themselves. Many of you have followed my father for years. Those willing to stay with me, rest assured, as long as I have food, none of you will go hungry. If you accept these terms, gather your things and come with me. For those who wish to return and find your families, choose one of the vehicles left by the others. I will provide food for your journey. Make your choice now." With that, Chen Fan fell silent, allowing them to decide. The first to speak was Lao San, who had just received basic wound treatment. "Even if I return and find my family, how many would survive out there? Little boss, I'm with you from now on. Tell me what to do, and I'll do it." "Xiao Fan, Uncle Zhao, I'm coming with you. Little boss, I'm with you too." In the end, 18 chose to follow Chen Fan in building the shelter, while 3 opted to take food and a vehicle to search for their families. At 4 in the afternoon, a convoy of more than a dozen vehicles headed toward Lijiang residential community. Such a grand procession sent the entire community into a panic. They feared some faction was coming to loot them. But upon learning that Chen Fan's forces had grown stronger, many residents restless with ambition. On the 3rd floor of Building 6, the apartment next to Chao Zishuan's had been empty for a long time. That night, Chen Fan arranged for over a dozen people to stay there and prepared ample food for a hearty meal. He also had Wang Meng suture the wounded. While everyone was dining, Chen Fan noticed Zhao Guangxing seemed preoccupied and approached him to ask, "Uncle Zhao, what's on your mind?" Zhao Guangxing finally voiced his concern. "Xiao Fan, this one meal already consumed so much. I'm worried about burdening your reserves. Perhaps I should lead them away tomorrow." Chen Fan was heartened. As someone who had followed his father for over a decade, Zhao Guangxing was still considering not putting him in a difficult position. Chen Fan smiled and replied, "Uncle Zhao, come with me for a moment." Taking Zhao Guangxing to Chao Zishuan's home, he let him see the food they had stockpiled over this period and said, "Uncle Zhao, there's enough here for us to last over half a year." Zhao Guangxing breathed a sigh of relief. "Then I'm at ease. But we can't just sit and eat into our stores. We must establish the shelter as soon as possible." After settling everyone and returning home, Wang Meng, her cheeks flushed, rested her head on Chen Fan's chest and asked, "Xiao Fan, why do you seem so distracted since we got back?" Chen Fan naturally wouldn't tell her. He was eagerly anticipating whether the system's reward after midnight would undergo a major change. Smiling, he made up an excuse, "I'm thinking about the shelter." Wang Meng kissed him and teased, "The little brother next door is becoming more and more responsible. But you need to take care of yourself too. Don't overwork yourself." Chen Fan frowned and said, "Who are you calling little brother?" Seeing his expression, Wang Meng already knew what he was about to do. It was midnight again. Today's deposit 16500 yuan. Please check your account. Balance 25653 yuan. If not for fear of waking Wang Meng in his arms, Chen Fan would have jumped up and shouted in triumph. He quickly calculated in his mind. Before 10 people, each person received 20 system coins. After 10 people, each person received 100 system coins. Now with Zhao Guangxing and the others, there were 33 people bound to him. 16500 divided by 33 equals 500 system coins per person. So the system's pattern was to multiply by 5 each time a certain threshold was reached. Satisfying. Would the next 5-fold increase trigger at 50 people or 100 people? If it could be raised to 2500 system coins per person. Life was looking increasingly promising. If only Wang Meng weren't asleep, he would have done something to celebrate. The next day, full of confidence, Chen Fan led everyone to Zhongning Shopping Plaza. The moment he arrived, he stated his requirements to the construction crew. The more they listened, the more wrong it felt. Because Chen Fan's shelter was designed to accommodate a large group of people. This wasn't a shelter, it was practically a small society. To put it bluntly, it was far too unrealistic. Zhao Guangxing appreciated Chen Fan's vision to help humanity, but reality had to be considered. He didn't contradict him in front of everyone and remained silent nearby. After Chen Fan finished explaining, Zhao Guangxing pulled him aside and whispered, "Xiao Fan, be honest with me. How many people do you want to shelter?" Chen Fan answered truthfully, "No exact number. As many as possible within our capabilities." Hearing this, Zhao Guangxing immediately grew anxious. "Xiao Fan, uncle needs to analyze this with you. Take sewage disposal for example. Feces and wastewater must be separated. The contents of the septic tank can be used as fertilizer. If only 30+ people survive here, we can just carry wastewater out to dump like before. But once the numbers grow, we'll need pipelines to discharge it outward. Yet the current temperature makes it impossible to transport wastewater externally. An illness is unavoidable when people crowd together. Without sufficient medicine, can we really expel someone who contracts an infectious disease from the shelter? If I listed all the disadvantages of having too many people, it would take all day. I'm not making excuses about the scale of construction. The real difficulties are right in front of us. Xiao Fan, shouldn't you reconsider?" Chen Fan naturally understood his concerns. Without the system, he would have thought himself mad too. "Uncle Zhao, I never fight unprepared battles. You boldly list the materials you need. The rest leave to me." Seeing Chen Fan's determination, Zhao Guangxing couldn't press further. Looking at the transparent tempered glass, he said, "All the glass on the first floor storefronts must be sealed with concrete. Only then can we retain heat better and ensure safety. However, mixing cement requires a generator and electric heaters. You have 2 generators, but electric heaters are hard to find." Chen Fan asked calmly, "Uncle Zhao, how many electric heaters do we need?" An electric heater could be purchased from the system for 500 yuan, a price that would have pained him before, but for someone earning over 100 system coins daily now it was nothing. Zhao Guangxing estimated this space of several hundred square meters needs about 5 units to raise the temperature above zero. Chen Fan simply nodded and said, "Fine, no problem." Zhao Guangxing was somewhat surprised. Had he even stockpiled these? Then he added, "The water supply issue also needs solving. We can look for water trucks or large water storage tanks. Gathering melted snow would significantly slow progress." Construction plans that were once effortless were now fraught with difficulties under the minus dozens of degrees temperature. Fortunately, water trucks or large storage tanks could still be found outside. These materials were worthless in the apocalypse. All morning, Chen Fan tallied the materials needed for construction. In the afternoon, over 20 vehicles split into 2 groups to search for the supplies mentioned earlier. For safety, Zhou Xianda and Xiao Zixuan, both armed, each led one convoy. Chen Fan increasingly felt that the team's manpower and firearms were insufficient. As dusk approached, both groups returned. Each pickup truck was loaded with bags of cement, sand, and red bricks, plus they towed back a water truck. The water inside had frozen solid and needed to be heated and thawed before use. What was missing now was the electric heaters Chen Fan had promised. Without them, everything discussed earlier would be castles in the air. Chen Fan was stumped. How could he produce electric heaters? Could he just conjure them out of thin air? Or drive out alone in a circle, then pretend to bring the items back? Either way, the entire construction cycle would be wasted just covering up the system's existence. What was most urgent was the electric heaters. Without them, work couldn't begin. Before the apocalypse, few households in Yongqing, a city in the subtropical region, had installed heating systems. People sent out to search for supplies couldn't possibly find any. Without electric heaters, construction could not proceed. Chen Fan returned home and fell into deep thought. Ironically, he was troubled by the very existence of his system. Wang Ming assumed he was still planning out the shelter, so she quietly prepared dinner without disturbing him. Xiao Zixuan came to Chen Fan's house that evening for dinner, browsing a novel on his phone. Before the clearing operation, Chen Fan had visited his place to start the generator and charge his phone to check offline navigation, and at that time, he noticed Xiao Zixuan charging a power bank. The novel inside was one he had downloaded before the network went down. Chen Fan turned his head and took a look, amused. The title read, "Frozen Apocalypse, I have a shopping system." Chen Fan teased with a smile, "Haha, reading an apocalypse novel in the apocalypse." Xiao Zixuan looked miserable. "If I'd known, I wouldn't have read it. It wasn't until near the end that I realized this is a tragedy. Everything in it is just heart-wrenching death after heart-wrenching death." Putting aside his worries about the system, Chen Fan laughed and asked, "How so tragic?" Xiao Zixuan began his rant. "The protagonist in the novel has a system. He hides away with his extended family and lives comfortably. But after some time, his parents fall gravely ill, and despite purchasing medicine from the system, it does nothing to save them. So the protagonist takes his parents out of the shelter and heads to a hospital to find survivors who might help treat them, but by the time he arrives, the hospital is nothing but corpses. Later on, one of his wives dies in childbirth. The protagonist begins to regret his decisions. Afraid others would discover his system, he had refused to aid the survivors at the hospital. Eventually, the environment where the protagonist stays becomes uninhabitable, so he decides to evacuate with his entire family. On the way, they are ambushed by a gang and half of his family perishes as a result. Then the protagonist regrets again, not recruiting an armed force when there were still plenty of survivors. All day long, the author describes how extravagantly the protagonist lives, but what good does it do in the end? If the internet weren't dead now, I'd definitely flood the comments section cursing this lousy author. Xiao Zixuan went on and on. Originally Chen Fan had only asked casually, but unexpectedly Xiao Zishuan's words made his heart skip a beat. When Xiao Zishuan noticed Chen Fan's serious expression, he stopped complaining about the book. Brother Fan, did I say something wrong? Chen Fan patted his shoulder. You're not wrong. You're absolutely right. After dinner, when Xiao Zishuan left, Chen Fan spoke to Wang Meng in a joking tone. Sister Meng, that novel Zishuan mentioned. What do you think would happen if the protagonist told others about his system? Wang Meng thought he was merely joking and replied after a moment's thought. As long as that person isn't evil, doesn't abuse others with his abilities. Basically, as long as he doesn't overstep. I believe most people would follow him. If someone like that had been by my side back then, my parents wouldn't have had to take such risks, and they wouldn't have died. For the hope that my parents might live on, if a person with a system were in danger, I would definitely be the first to stand in front of him and protect him. If that person's ability cannot be stolen, then almost zero people would harbor ill intentions. One filling meal versus meals every day. Anyone who survived this long can tell the difference. At that moment it hit Chen Fan like a bolt from the blue. He had wasted his past 24 years. If he himself didn't have a system and were standing beside such a person, he would undoubtedly follow and protect him. Before the apocalypse, most people were nothing but beasts of burden. After the apocalypse, why couldn't those same people become his followers? Besides, this was a matter of life and death. His own awareness was inferior to that of Wang Meng and Xiao Zishuan. 3 days later, the guards Qin Yuesu Liang and Chun Guangxing returned from their fishing expedition. Once everyone had gathered, Chen Fan organized a banquet. This was the first time all 30-plus members were present in full. The meal was held at by Xiaobing's home. After all, he had his father, a master chef, to prepare it. With Xiao Guangxing and the rest of the workers, nobody had to eat sitting on the floor this time. 3 large round tables and plastic stools were set up in the living room. The generator provided lighting, and even the TV in their living room played a movie stored on a USB drive. Today's dishes were unusually lavish, so lavish that they were taken aback. After all, Chen Fan now possessed over 70,000 system coins. On top of that, water, wine, cigarettes, and fruits were provided without restraint. Everything was essentially the same as before the apocalypse. The laughter from Bai Xiaobing's home could be heard throughout the Lijiang residential compound. It formed a stark contrast with the other survivors. As for anyone thinking of doing anything harmful to Chen Fan's team, that would be courting death. Setting aside the size of Chen Fan's team, the fact that 4 guns were involved was known to all. They were not foolish enough to cause trouble. Instead, every day when Chen Fan entered and exited the compound heading to Zhongding Shopping Plaza, others would specially detour to greet him respectfully. Those who followed Chen Fan felt a sense of pride. Some had asked to join his team, but Chen Fan neither flatly refused nor immediately accepted, telling them it was not yet the right time. When Bai Xiaobing's father Bai Yu brought out the last dish, everyone raised their glasses to toast Chen Fan. Chen Fan took only a small sip. Before the apocalypse, this crew of construction workers would certainly have jeered at Chen Fan for not drinking heartily. But now everyone understood. They had endless work every day and needed to stay sober to ensure safety. Even though Chen Fan had promised unlimited alcohol, nobody drank past the 3rd portion. After the feast, Xiao Guangxing, seated beside Chen Fan, brought up the shelter construction and voiced his concern. Xiao Fan, in a few more days, all the materials we need for bricklaying will be collected. Since we can't find electric heaters, why don't we just burn firewood to maintain warmth and get started? Chen Fan put down his chopsticks. Uncle Zhao, there will be a solution tonight. Saying this, Chen Fan stood up. Seeing him rise to speak, the previously lively and cheerful atmosphere instantly quieted down. Chen Fan first had someone draw the curtains, then smiled and addressed the crowd. Let me perform a magic trick for everyone to liven things up. Everyone had originally thought Chen Fan had an important task to assign, but upon hearing this, their serious expressions melted into smiles and applause broke out. Great. Brother Fan, show us. Xiao Fan, we've seen plenty of grand shows, and we're quite picky. Don't try to fool us with cheap tricks. Boss, no matter what you perform, I'll cooperate, and make a surprised face. Ha ha ha. Ignoring their banter, Chen Fan slowly composed himself and raised his hand into the air. In the next instant, an apple appeared in his palm. Although nobody could see exactly how it appeared, there happened to be apples on the table, so everyone assumed Chen Fan had secretly hidden one. Great. Although the applause was enthusiastic, nobody was truly astonished. They were simply giving him face. Chen Fan placed the apple on the dining table. Then he reached into the air once more, and a dessert appeared next. This time, everyone was genuinely surprised. Yet still no one suspected anything beyond the ordinary. They simply assumed Bai Yu had secretly saved a portion while cooking and handed it to Chen Fan to use for his trick. Chen Fan placed the dessert on the table as well. Next, he took a step back and walked to the center between the 2 tables. With a sweep of his hand, an electric heater materialized on the floor. At this point, everyone lost their composure, for Chen Fan could not possibly be hiding something so large on his person. Moreover, it truly appeared before their eyes in an almost science fiction manner. This time, everyone was so stunned they forgot to applaud. Chen Fan did not wait for anyone to react before producing another electric heater. And then, 3, 4, 5. The construction team required 5 electric heaters per building materials shop. Now Chen Fan had simply conjured them forth like that. The room fell completely silent. Yet Chen Fan's magic had not ended. At this moment, he formed a gun-holding gesture with both hands. And then an AK rifle appeared in his grip. People who had just been sitting calmly sprang to their feet the moment they saw it. By now they had realized that everything unfolding before their eyes might not be magic at all. A single thought rose simultaneously in every mind: something monumental is about to happen. Chen Fan's magic show continued as he handed the freshly conjured AK-47 to Zhou Xianda, who received it in a daze. The scene repeated itself, and Chen Fan conjured a total of 3 AK-47s, distributing them to Su Liang and his companions. Combined with Zhou Xianda, their original team now possessed 7 weapons. Chen Fan then began conjuring box after box of ammunition from his hands. Within those few minutes, the crowd's expressions shifted from joy to grave solemnity and finally to fear. Indeed, it was fear. When confronted with phenomena that science cannot explain, instinctive terror seizes human hearts. They no longer dared to determine whether Chen Fan was human or ghost, demon or fiend. Some people's bodies even began trembling. At this point, Chen Fan's magic show finally concluded. The scene fell into absolute silence. It wasn't until Chen Guangxing's cigarette had burned down to his fingertips that the silence was finally broken. Zhao Guangxing was the first to speak up. "Xiao Fan, what's really going on here?" Chen Fan raised his hand, signaling for everyone who had risen in shock to sit back down. They obeyed like wooden puppets. Only then did Chen Fan begin to speak. "After my parents died, I fled home alone. At that time my arm had been cut open and I was terrified of infection. I thought to myself, if only there were medicine to treat the wound, because I couldn't die. I had to avenge them. Then a bottle of medicine appeared in my hand. I was stunned. Once I calmed down, I thought I had acquired some kind of magical ability. But when I tried to conjure things on purpose, it didn't work. Over the following days, I discovered that I could only conjure a small amount of supplies each day, barely enough to survive." Speaking to this point, Chen Fan looked at Wang Ming and said, "Until that day when Wang Ming could no longer survive on her own and I took her in, I found that I could conjure slightly more. After forming a team with Su Liang's group, my ability improved further. I could conjure more and more things. Now that Uncle Zhao and the others have joined us these past few days, I can conjure even greater quantities. I am 100% certain. This ability of mine grows stronger with each person who genuinely follows me. Though not omnipotent, I can conjure some irreproducible items every day. This is the true foundation behind my demanding requirements for the shelter." After much deliberation, Chen Fan decided to reveal his secret to everyone, framing it as a superpower. After Chen Fan finished speaking, he watched the stunned faces of everyone, his heart filled with unease about what would happen next. He only knew that since he intended to lead everyone to survive together, this secret could not be hidden forever. "Fanji, you're amazing. Young boss, you're amazing. That's wonderful, Xiao Fan. We have hope." Suddenly the scene erupted in excitement. Chen Fan was swarmed by everyone. Their faces beamed with joy, even more fervent than a bridegroom on his wedding night. Chen Guangxing punched the air wildly. Wang Ming and Bai Xiaobing embraced each other tightly. Zhao Guangxing's hands trembled as tears streamed down his weathered face. Dreamlike. Everything today felt utterly dreamlike. Seeing everyone's genuine emotions overflow, a great weight finally lifted from Chen Fan's heart. He raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Only then did everyone snap back to reality. Right, we mustn't spread this around." Those who had followed Zhao Guangxing were especially moved. Despite still being newcomers and outsiders compared to others, they never expected Chen Fan would share the secret with them as well. Third brother regained his composure and led the group in a bow, saying, "Thank you, young boss, for your trust." The others who had begged to join immediately stood up, bowing gratefully for Chen Fan's acceptance and trust. Chen Fan helped them up and said, "The reason I told all of you uncles and brothers is because my ability can sense whether people genuinely follow me. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't dare reveal this to everyone. Your sincerity has earned my trust." This statement was clearly fabricated, intended solely to prevent anyone from harboring malicious intentions in the future. Chao Zixuan immediately thought of the novel's content and asked, "Fanji, is this because of what was written in that novel that you decided to tell everyone?" Chen Fan stroked his head and nodded. "That's right. This secret has been weighing on my heart for so long. I can't keep pretending to go out every time everyone needs something, can I?" Zhou Xianda said, "No wonder you were willing to give those bus drivers a chance to bond with us. I actually thought it was inappropriate that day to reveal our whereabouts to them. After all, we essentially robbed them of their food. Although they couldn't have escaped that place without us, the twisted humanity in this apocalypse can't be judged by old moral standards." Su Liang suddenly understood as well. "No wonder you deliberately showed off your abilities in the residential area. You wanted people to come and join you." Chen Guangxing added, "The cooperation with Yesheng Repair Shop. Fanji, that was also for this purpose, right?" Chen Fan acknowledged each point with a nod. Zhang Xinzhong, old Zhang Xiang's grandfather, breathed a sigh of relief. "This old bag of bones has been useless to Xiao Fan, like a good-for-nothing living off all of you. Knowing this makes me feel much less guilty." Chen Fan smiled and said, "Old master, please don't say such things. Our poultry will still depend on you to manage." Zhang Xinzhong slapped his chest and pledged, "Xiao Fan, this old man will manage everything perfectly for you." With their hearts finally at ease, everyone drank until they reached about 70% capacity. Bai Xiaobing's cheeks were flushed red, and in a moment of heated excitement, she blurted out what would become the most socially mortifying words of her life. Fanji, are you going to have a harem like a protagonist? Silence. Only after speaking did she realize she had misspoken. The crowd that had been so animated moments ago suddenly fell quiet, staring at her intently. At that moment she desperately wished she could find a crack in the floor to disappear into. Everyone wore knowing smiles as they looked at Chen Fan. Even Chen Fan felt awkward. Wang Ming was right there after all. Bai Yu puffed on his cigarette, watching his own daughter with an amused grin. Honestly, who didn't know that those faction leaders outside had gathered countless women, with some being so depraved it defied description. Fortunately, Wang Ming stepped in to rescue her in time. She pulled Bai Xiaobing close and chided with mock anger. What are you all staring at the girl for? Making her too embarrassed to show her face. Get lost, go drink your wine. Now that's what I call presence. The aura of the main woman showed immediately. Wang Ming's heart was filled with the greatest joy at this moment. She shifted the topic. Xiao Fan, so those 2 locked rooms in our home are actually empty. Chen Fan held her hand and said, Mingjia, I never quite figured out how to explain this ability of mine, making you misunderstand. Tears immediately glistened in Wang Ming's eyes. She had always believed Chen Fan didn't trust her enough. Though she never voiced it, her heart was still deeply hurt by Chen Fan's secrecy. Now that the misunderstanding was cleared up, Chen Fan no longer had to sneak around. Everyone was overjoyed. That night, Chen Fan's confession finally helped everyone understand that establishing such a large-scale shelter wasn't an unrealistic fantasy after all. With Chen Fan's ability, what they once dared not even imagine could now be boldly conceived. Seeing everyone had regained their composure, Chen Fan spoke. Finding building materials takes too much time, causing the project to progress slowly. I have an idea. We should recruit some survivors to find building materials for us, and I'll pay them with food as compensation. Everyone's eyes lit up. This truly was an excellent solution. Currently, survivors found it difficult to venture out searching for food, but finding these building materials would be effortless. This way, those constructing the shelter could focus entirely on the work. It wasn't because Chen Fan had obtained his golden finger that they developed thoughts of idly waiting at home for benefits. They simply wanted the shelter to be completed as soon as possible. In the past, they would have definitely opposed Chen Fan's proposal. Zhao Guangxing expressed his concern. Xiao Fan, recruiting more people would certainly be best, but does your ability have any impact on you? If it does, please don't push yourself. When Zhao Guangxing asked this, everyone immediately became tense, worried that Chen Fan might be affected in some way. Chen Fan was the hope for survival of everyone present. He was possibly the hope for survival of all people remaining in Yongsheng, and even throughout Huaxia. Anyone else could fall, but Chen Fan absolutely could not. Wang Ming tightly grasped Chen Fan's hand, and also said, Xiao Fan, I'd rather the progress be slower than risk affecting your health. Chen Fan had no intention of explaining the system coins. Instead, he gave everyone a reassuring look. Rest assured, I'll manage this according to my capabilities. It won't affect my body. Hearing Chen Fan say this, everyone finally felt relieved, trusting that Chen Fan himself would know the limits. Su Liang raised his concerns. Fanji, how do we ensure your golden finger isn't discovered once we have more people? Chen Fan said, there are still 3 exhibition halls at Zhongding Shopping Mall that haven't been developed. Tomorrow we'll seal them off and let later arrivals believe the supplies are stored there. Zhao Guangxing nodded. This is indeed the best solution at present. The secrets on my body won't be hidden forever. As long as we're strong enough, we won't have to worry about others coveting. Chen Fan turned to Zhou Xianda. Zhou Ji, once we establish this shelter, the entire Yongsheng will know about it. The temptation of living forever will force some forces to resort to extremes. We need to build a force capable of facing any invading enemies. Zhou Xianda said seriously. I have 2 or 3 trusted comrades from my military service. They might still be in Yongsheng. I want to try to find them. With them here, we can better guarantee your and everyone's safety in the future. And also, your parents' revenge. Zhou Xianda clearly hadn't forgotten his original promise. Chen Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. Once the team was built up, it would be time to avenge his parents. He nodded in agreement. Since they're people you trust, let's search for them during this time. Finally, everyone discussed how much food to exchange for a survivor's day's labor. In the end, they settled on 1 gene of food for an adult laborer's 10 hours of work. The food consisted of 60 rice, 20 meat, and 20 vegetables, costing approximately 4.5 system coins. If someone was surviving alone, 1 gene of food could sustain their daily energy expenditure. If the other party was a family of 3, it would only guarantee they wouldn't starve. But it was still much better than them being unable to find food outside, especially as supplies would only become scarcer over time. Spending just 4 system coins to acquire 1 laborer made Chen Fan feel the joy of a capitalist exploiting the working masses for the first time. Without realizing it, the discussion went on until midnight. The system coins spent on tonight's magic tricks were replenished in just 1 night. The next day, everyone gathered in the underground parking lot had never been so excited. Seeing the light of hope made everyone spirited. Upon arriving at Zhongding Shopping Mall, Chen Fan began issuing orders. Today's primary task was to establish an environment for everyone to live together. After turning on 5 electric heaters and waiting an hour, this several hundred square meter store had only reached -6 degrees Celsius. Chen Fan purchased 2 more from the system, finally raising the temperature to 15 degrees. Even though it wasn't the first time seeing Chen Fan's ability to conjure items out of thin air, this worldview-shattering sight still left everyone awestruck. No renovation was needed, only sealing the windows. 20-plus people working together, it took merely 2 hours to create a warm, livable space. This one will temporarily serve as living quarters, Chen Fan said, then purchased 7 more electric heaters, asking Zhao Guangxing to lead the construction workers to continue working on the stores one by one. The others returned to Lijiang Residential Complex to move their belongings. Throughout the day, the moving activities of Chen Fan's team puzzled the entire Lijiang Residential Complex. Just as the last trip was about to be completed, a large group walked out of the underground parking area, immediately alerting Chen Fan's team. However, they soon realized these were all survivors from Lijiang Residential Complex. They didn't get too close, instead standing several meters away to speak with Chen Fan. Mr. Chen, are you all moving south? They had seen Chen Fan's team growing larger day by day and had stockpiled food and fuel vehicles, assuming they were planning to migrate south. Chen Fan didn't hide his movements and said to these people, "We're not planning to move south yet. We're now moving to Zhongding Shopping Mall to build a shelter." Once these words were spoken, the scene erupted in commotion. Chen Fan raised his hand to calm everyone. "I'd like to take this opportunity to announce some news. The 4 exhibition halls of Zhongding Shopping Mall will be under our control. Building the shelter requires a lot of building materials. I will post a list of needed items outside the halls, and everyone can go out to find these items and exchange them with us for food." These people had assumed Chen Fan was migrating south and came hoping he would take them in and bring them along. They never expected Chen Fan was building a shelter and was even willing to provide food as payment. "All right, I'll go check tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. Chen, for giving us this opportunity." "Wonderful, Mr. Chen is truly a benefactor." Those with quick reactions immediately asked, "Mr. Chen, do you still need workers for building the shelter? I'm in the renovation business." The moment this person spoke, many others immediately began showcasing their own skills. Chen Fan raised his hand to calm them. "If you truly have abilities, we can discuss it. We'll arrange trial work when the time comes." Looking at the truckloads of food on Chen Fan's pickup truck, they naturally had no doubt about his ability to pay. Everyone eagerly prepared to give it a try tomorrow. The move was completed by just 3 p.m. Zhao Guangxing had already processed the 3 storefronts with his team, one for living, one for the kitchen, and the last one for storing goods and making a temporary washroom. He also wrote a list to be posted at the entrance of Zhongding Shopping Mall. Starting tomorrow, a large number of survivors would help them search for the materials on the list. Chen Fan held a copy of the list and gave instructions. "Su Liang, Chen Guangxing, you 2 go to the bus company residential compound to contact Qinyu. Pause the reservoir fishing plan and have them switch to searching for construction materials." The 2 took the list and left with their guns. Since Chen Fan no longer needed to conceal his golden finger, that night, he purchased water sources from the system. Everyone enjoyed a comfortable hot bath. The entire living space no longer carried the smell of body odor, but was filled with the fragrant scents of shower gel and shampoo. After nightfall, everyone gathered together, chatting and laughing as they shared their evening meal. "Xiao Fan, the temperature keeps dropping these days. What if someday even the shelter cannot withstand the cold? Have you considered migrating south?" Zhao Guangxing put down his chopsticks and voiced his thoughts. Chen Fan had finished eating by now. Taking out a cigarette and lighting it, he said, "I think we'll eventually have to migrate south. If this place were truly livable, the authorities wouldn't have left. But before that, we need to recruit enough people." Su Liang leaned in with a puzzled expression. "Fanji, since you think we'll eventually migrate south, why go through all the trouble to build this shelter?" Chen Fan smiled and asked in return, "If someone came to recruit you telling you they have inexhaustible food and the capability to migrate south, would you believe them?" Su Liang shook his head. "I wouldn't believe it unless you had the ability to conjure supplies like you do. If they could leave, why would they still be here?" Chen Fan continued, "I can't just casually reveal my abilities to others. If we want the people we're trying to recruit to see that I have the capability to migrate south, I need something tangible they can see and touch as proof." Su Liang's eyes lit up with understanding. "I get it now. Build a reliable shelter, and others will beg to join." Wang Yuliang chimed in, "We select from them those who would be helpful to the team after we migrate south. When we encounter trouble on the road or need to rebuild a base at our destination, we'll have capable people ready." Chen Fan smiled and nodded in approval. With this, Chen Fan had revealed his entire plan to everyone present. It gave them another dose of confidence in their will to survive. After arranging the next day's work, everyone retired to sleep. Early the following morning, as Chen Fan drove 4 vehicles away from the shelter's entrance, over 100 people had already gathered there. Chen Fan did not stop, but drove directly toward the city district. These people had all come after receiving news from Lijiang Residential Complex yesterday. Some had come from other neighborhoods drawn by the crowd gathering here. Everyone chattered excitedly about the announcement posted on the wall. "Old Wang, aren't you an electrician? 1 gene of food for 10 hours of labor. Could that sustain you and your wife?" It's better than going out and risking danger. I suppose this is all we can do. Shally, don't you have a small delivery truck? Hauling cement and sand through the city streets. That looks promising. Want to team up with me? TCH, a whole truckload of cement and sand only gets you 2 gene of food. I'd rather take my chances going out to explore. Someone up front, could you please read out what 1 gene of food includes? The food package includes 60 rice, 20 meat, and 20 vegetables. Vegetables too. I haven't had vegetables in so long. That sounds doable. Anyone want to team up for some brick hauling? I have a van. 1 trip should earn 1 gene, and I can definitely make 3 trips a day. At this moment, Zhao Guangxing stepped out, followed by Zhang Xiang, who was carrying an AK rifle. When the crowd saw the rifle, they instinctively stepped back, creating space for Zhao Guangxing to speak. Zhao Guangxing began explaining the announcement's contents one by one. He covered prices for equipment, such as small cranes, electric drills, welding rods, shelving for planting bases, grow lights, feed fertilizers, and more. The crowd immediately understood this shelter plan to build indoor livestock farming and indoor farming operations. Those with relevant experience signed up right away. Some had stockpiled food at home and weren't interested in the meager earnings. They wanted to get acquainted with the shelters, people hoping for a chance to join later. This was precisely Chen Fan's ultimate goal. With that, Chen Fan's shelter trading center officially opened for business. At this moment, Chen Fan's team had officially entered the city district. It had been a full month since they'd last entered the main urban area. Although supply vehicles going out daily had churned the snow on the roads into muddy slush, it was still much easier to travel than the exploration routes beyond the city. Occasionally, they encountered vehicles and streams of people, clearly more than in the Lijiang residential complex area. In the early days of the apocalypse, the authorities had opened their granaries and distributed food. Many families received enough basic supplies to last 2 to 3 months. Otherwise, not so many people would have survived until now. After the authorities left, many people began prying open others' homes for food. Every storefront along the street had its windows smashed, leaving behind a desolate scene of chaos and destruction. People resolved their bathroom needs indoors, filling containers and then carrying them outside to dump. Over time, this created the grim spectacle of human waste piling up on the sidewalks. When Chen Fan and Wang Meng lived there, Wang Meng would dump their waste from the balcony every day. In times like these, one couldn't speak of civilization or hygiene. Walking 10 or more minutes just to dump waste, that would be foolish. Besides, no one would be foolish enough to stand below anyway. The more densely populated an area, the more waste accumulated on the streets. Beyond the waste, what was even more visible were corpses. Each one frozen rigid, their expressions frozen in varied states of agony. Some corpses had already been stripped of their clothes. There were even some well-proportioned women lying there like art pieces. Though frozen dead, their intimate areas remained polished smooth by passers-by. After over an hour, they arrived at the home of Zhou Xianda's first comrade. Unfortunately, that person had gone out. After leaving their contact information with his family, Chen Fan's team moved on to the next house. The second one was the same situation. It wasn't until the third house that they found him at home. His wife was critically ill, so he hadn't gone out searching for supplies today. There was also an 8-year-old child at home. Just as they were in the depths of despair, Zhou Xianda arrived with Chen Fan. Without hesitation, they immediately packed their things to leave with Chen Fan. This kind of family was more suitable for Chen Fan's purposes. Before establishing mutual trust, having ties and responsibilities made them easier to control. On the way back, Chen Fan deliberately passed by the building where the debt collection company's gang was located. This intersection was precisely where Chen Fan's parents had been killed. Chen Fan's parents and the Chao Zishuan's parents' bodies still lay on that cold ground. This time he hadn't come to recover their remains. He had come to observe whether this group of women was still living there. Although Chen Fan desperately wanted to take his parents' bodies, Zhou Xianda's words made him abandon this idea. Often if we go to recover the bodies now, 2 situations could arise. First, when they see us collecting the bodies, they might guess that one of us is the one who escaped back then. If they come out to eliminate any potential threats, we'll definitely expose our fighting capability. We're short-staffed right now. If we get into a firefight, most of them will escape. Second, we can't rule out that they might also have firearms. That would put us in serious trouble. If something happens to us, it's not a big deal, but you cannot fall into danger. Give me some time. I can train a team that will crush them. Once I've drawn up a proper battle plan, we'll go annihilate them. Although Chen Fan's heart burned with rage, he knew Zhou Xianda was right. Alright, let's consider it this way. My parents can watch from here how these people are destroyed. In truth, Chen Fan was even more worried that his parents' bodies might be eaten. Because just now on the road, he had seen some corpses with parts of their bodies missing. The cuts were clean and precise, clearly having been sawn apart with a saw after the bodies had frozen. By now, eating human flesh was no longer such an unusual thing. Fortunately, this debt collection gang had food supplies, and the entrance to the building they occupied was avoided by everyone. His parents' intact bodies were for the time being still guaranteed. By the time they returned to the shelter, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Zhou Xianda arranged for Wang Meng to examine the new comrade's wife, while Chen Fan went to survey the day's developments at the shelter. Zhao Guangsheng reported, 8 people joined today. I kept 7 to work, but drove 1 away for being completely useless and merely drifting along. 6 truckloads of building materials have already been brought back for trade with us. Chen Fan nodded. The number was fewer than he had anticipated, but it did not matter. With the passage of time and the shelter's growing reputation, more people would come. These 7 workers were merely on temporary employment and would return home each evening. Chen Fan did not expect system coins from them. He wanted to observe them first before considering whether to take them in. Now Chen Fan was no longer as hurried as before. Everything would proceed at its own pace. As dusk approached, Chen Yu arrived with 3 truckloads of rebar to exchange for supplies. Upon seeing Chen Fan again, he was visibly excited. He repeatedly expressed his gratitude for the opportunity Chen Fan had given their entire bus company family building. Witnessing the thriving construction at the shelter, Chen Yu mustered the courage to request joining Chen Fan's team. Chen Fan's team currently commanded over 20 vehicles and needed exactly a group of seasoned drivers like them, so he readily agreed. Old Chen, bring your families here tomorrow. Those unable to venture out will assist with construction, while those capable of going out will seek supplies. I will even care for your children. Mr. Chen, rest assured. The youngest among our children is already 10 and the oldest approaches 20. They will not be freeloaders and can handle whatever tasks lie within their abilities. Very well. It is getting late. Hurry back and travel safely. Chen Yu led 7 or 8 drivers who immediately knelt and kowtowed before rising to depart. Hardly had the bus company people left when Zhou Xianda's other 2 comrades arrived, indeed bringing their families along. One came with his father, the other with his wife. Their other relatives had already perished in the disaster. After a brief understanding of their circumstances, Chen Fan agreed to their admission. The shelter now counted exactly 39 formal members and 7 on temporary employment, not to mention the nearly 40 residents from the bus company family building. Once the shelter was established, the pace of recruitment accelerated dramatically. After dinner, Zhao Guangsheng approached Chen Fan and said, "Today we built 9 commercial units. We allocated 1 for you and Wang Ming to occupy privately. Those who know your secrets have been split into 2 rooms, while Zhou Xianda's comrades and Chen Yu's upcoming arrivals will share the remaining ones equally. Once all the glass walls are sealed, we will make further arrangements." Chen Fan had no objection. At midnight, Chen Fan's system coins increased to 2,000. The reward for 40 people accounted for 39 existing members, with the 40th being Chao Zixian's grandmother, who had already passed away. Initially, Chen Fan had worried that the rewards for deceased members might cease over time. That even after such a long interval the dead still generated system coins for him was his greatest joy. As for Chen Yu, since he had not formally joined, no reward had been granted on his behalf. The next morning, 10 people including Chen Fan were led by Zhou Xianda to an underground parking lot in another venue. Each was now equipped with a rifle, the AK model chosen for its excellent cold-resistant performance. Today's training focused on marksmanship and team combat. The 10 included Chen Fan, Zhou Xianda, and his 3 comrades plus 5 members from Su Liang's former team. Since weapons had to be concealed within down jackets during outdoor operations, temperatures averaging -60 degrees, even the cold-resistant AK could not withstand prolonged exposure to freezing air. Therefore, the ability to swiftly draw weapons became the priority training objective. Only when the walkie-talkie crackled did Chen Fan leave them to continue training. Chen Yu's team had arrived, 37 people in total. Despite Chen Fan's support during this period, several had still perished. After settling them in, Chen Fan spent the entire day training with Zhou Xianda's group. Having witnessed his own parents' corpses the day before and being unable to give them a proper burial still weighed heavily on his heart. The session also included hand-to-hand combat drills. It was not until today that Chen Fan truly understood Zhou Xianda's capabilities. Alone he could contend with Chen Fan and several others simultaneously. Even combined, his 3 teammates could not match him. And this was while everyone was bundled in thick clothing, severely limiting their full combat potential. One of his comrades, named Li Lei, remarked, "If not for the constraints of this clothing, Captain could take on 5 of us." So Zhou Xianda was a soldier of legendary caliber, a true treasure Chen Fan had stumbled upon. During their sparring, Zhou Xianda had initially held back, merely disposing of Chen Fan's charges with controlled throws. But when Chen Fan insisted on full contact combat, Zhou Xianda had no choice but to deliver a proper beating. Thanks to Chen Fan's remarkable stamina, he kept rising after each fall to press his attacks. In the end, Zhou Xianda was forced to give him a spectacular panda eye. When they returned from training that evening, everyone could hardly contain their laughter at Chen Fan's appearance. During dinner, progress reports were given. With more people, work progressed considerably faster. The glass for the entire first floor of the building materials hall would be sealed by the following morning. Elder Zhang Xianzhong had already begun constructing the breeding facility. Today, 35 truckloads of materials arrived, exchanged for 40 jin of food. The women from the bus company were no idle spectators either. They had scoured nearby residential compounds for dozens of new quilts, washing the original bedding that had gone unwashed for 6 months, finally cleaned only after exhausting the sprinkler truck water supply. That night, 76 people occupied 4 rooms within the shelter. Chen Fan purchased 30 electric heaters from the system. However, a new problem emerged. The 2 generators could barely sustain this load, and beyond that, voltage stability became a concern. Purchasing additional generators from the system would be an excessive drain on Chen Fan's current income. Just then, Wang Ming suddenly came up with a solution. Xiao Fan, our hospital has a high-power generator capable of sustaining the entire facility during outages. If possible, we should see if we can retrieve it. Wang Ming's proposal invigorated everyone. Zhao Guangsheng and the construction team members who had previously undertaken hospital projects were well aware of the hospital's equipment room. Thus, the group decided to visit the Second People's Hospital the following day. Upon waking the next morning, Chen Fan, who had been bracing himself for the financial strain of the sudden population surge, was greeted with wonderful news. This time Chen Fan was genuinely stunned. The system had awarded him an additional 19,000 coins. He confirmed that the daily reward had increased fivefold. It was likely triggered once the population base reached 50, raising the per capita reward from 500 to 2,500 system coins. After the initial excitement, Chen Fan detected an inconsistency. With 76 living people plus Chao Zixian's deceased grandmother, totaling 77, the calculation at 2,500 per person should yield 19,2500, not a neat 19,000. It was not that Chen Fan was being miserly over the missing 2,500, he simply wished to understand the mechanism. Had Chao Zixian's grandmother's reward been cancelled by the system due to the prolonged duration since her death? Mo noted this discrepancy to investigate during today's trip to the Second People's Hospital. The journey was delightful with 3,000 system coins now resting in his account. Initially, he had considered the system mediocre, but now, truly a system is always reliable. It was simply exquisite. Before heading to the hospital, they first stopped at Yexing repair shop to refuel. By now, Huang Yexing had already learned about Chen Fan establishing the shelter. Seeing Chen Fan's 6 armed guards surrounding him, Huang Yexing's posture was notably deferential. Moreover, he had some troubling news to share with Chen Fan today. Mr. Chen, I'm afraid we won't be able to continue our transactions. Chen Fan was not particularly surprised upon hearing this. In fact, his recent large-scale purchases of fuel from them had been precisely waiting for Huang Yexing to say these words. To be frank with you, we had discovered a hidden oil extraction point before, but yesterday we found it completely depleted. After speaking, Huang Yexing fell to his knees before Chen Fan, with tears streaming down his face. Mr. Chen, I know you are a man of great capability. I implore you for the sake of our previous cooperation to take us in, all 15 of us. As expected, the difficulties Huang Yexing described matched what Chen Fan had anticipated. With social order completely collapsed, how could there be an endless supply of oil extraction sites for them to exploit? Depletion was inevitable. They understood this well, but hadn't expected it to happen so suddenly. Compounding this, Chen Fan's near-daily large purchases of fuel for the shelter had accelerated their own reserves depletion. After Huang Yexing finished speaking, the remaining dozen men and women in the repair shop also knelt down, though 2 of them appeared somewhat reluctant. Chen Fan wore an expression of genuine difficulty as he said, Mr. Huang, our shelter is still under construction. Let's discuss this again once it's completed. Rest assured, we need quite a bit of labor, especially those with automotive repair expertise. Your kind will be given priority consideration. For now, we won't be purchasing fuel from you temporarily. Your own reserves should last you a while. Though we're no longer doing business together, given our relationship, if you encounter difficulties, come find me at the shelter. Huang Yexing didn't doubt what Chen Fan said. After all, a newly established shelter couldn't possibly accommodate so many people all at once. After being helped up by Chen Fan, he expressed his gratitude repeatedly. No problem at all. When that time comes, all our farming equipment, including the repair shop, will be yours, Mr. Chen, as long as you can lead us brothers to survival. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Chen Fan bade farewell to Huang Yexing. After he left, a young man around 30 approached Huang Yexing. Brother Xing, why must we join him? All he has is more guns than us. What if one day his resources run out too? Will we become discarded pieces? From his perspective, this viewpoint wasn't entirely wrong. But Huang Yexing had thought further ahead. Without answering the young man directly, he addressed everyone. Have any of you wondered why all this time no one has come after us, say? Without waiting for others to respond, Huang Yexing answered himself. Because we've had a steady supply of petroleum to offer everyone, and we can service their vehicles. Now we've lost our fuel supply, and our engine oil is nearly depleted. All that remains is this indoor farm that makes all survivors envious. If someone covets our farm and attacks us, would those who once relied on us for repairs and maintenance still help us? The idiom about possessing treasure, making one guilty, doesn't need me to explain. You all understand. While we still have this farm, why not use it as a token of submission to join a powerful faction? How long do you think we can survive otherwise? With just our limited technical skills, joining Mr. Chen's group would barely keep us alive. But with this entire farm, even if we truly become abandoned pieces one day, at least we won't be the first. What if by some chance this damned apocalypse ends then? Besides, there are so many factions out there. Which one of them, unlike Mr. Chen, wouldn't abuse their power for evil? Having finished speaking, Huang Yexing sipped his tea in solitude and said nothing more. Chen Fan's convoy entered the city once more. Wang Ming accompanied them today. After all, they were heading to the hospital where she worked before the apocalypse. Along the way, she witnessed devastation unlike anything she had seen before. She hadn't expected the city to be in such dire straits. If not for Chen Fan, she might have very well ended up as one of the corpses lining the streets. She held Chen Fan's arm even tighter. Zhou Xianda in the passenger seat spoke up. Often there were two people among that group who seemed rather unwilling. Chen Fan had noticed this naturally. After all, his vantage point at that moment was like a teacher observing students from the podium. That's why I didn't agree immediately. Seeing how meticulous Chen Fan's thinking was, Zhou Xianda nodded and said nothing more. Half an hour later, the 4 vehicles arrived at the Second People's Hospital. There were still many barricades the military had placed when the temperature first dropped in front of the hospital entrance. It was evident that vehicles had been coming and going frequently recently. They tucked their guns into their clothes and stepped out, entering the hospital's emergency hall. The moment they entered the hospital lobby, the roar of generators filled the air. Great, there are still people here. As expected, shortly after, 3 individuals carrying riot sticks approached immediately. 2 of them wore what were clearly military coats, though all insignia had been removed. When they approached and caught sight of the guns Chen Fan's group had hidden in their clothes, they immediately grew tense. Zhou Xianda stepped forward promptly. No need to be nervous, gentlemen. I presume you're all fellow comrades who stayed behind. As he spoke, Zhou Xianda produced his identification. The 3 men visibly relaxed upon seeing it. Their envy toward Chen Fan's group for possessing weapons was apparent. After the official mass evacuation, all publicly visible weapons had been confiscated, leaving them only with riot sticks and knives. Seeing that Zhou Xianda bore no ill intent, one of them asked, "Are you here to see a doctor?" "See a doctor? You mean the hospital is still operational?" Seeing that Chen Fan's group actually wasn't aware of their situation, the man explained. "Yes, after the officials left, the hospital has been surviving by treating survivors in exchange for food." Upon hearing this, Wang Ming stepped forward immediately and asked the 3 men, "Hello, I was a doctor here before. May I ask who's in charge here now?" Had it been someone else asking, these 3 might not have answered. But Chen Fan's group all had guns, so they certainly wouldn't dare hide anything. Right now, Director Lu Yang is in charge. A spark of hope lit up in Wang Ming's eyes. "Is she here? I'm her student, Wang Ming. Could you please let her know I'm here?" With Wang Ming speaking this way, of course the 3 wouldn't refuse. Building good relations with a group armed with firearms would add another layer of security. "Of course, no problem at all. Miss, please wait here a moment, I'll inform her." The man agreed and immediately walked inside. Shortly after, he returned with several others. One of them approached and asked, "Which one of you is Xiao Ming?" Wang Ming's heart leaped with joy upon hearing this. She pulled down the scarf covering her mouth and nose. "Teacher, it's me." The speaker also quickly removed his scarf, eyes brimming with tears. "Xiao Ming, you're alive, thank goodness." Wang Ming stepped forward and embraced him. Once the 2 composed themselves, someone beside them reminded them, "Director Lu Xiao Wang, let's go inside to talk. It's cold out here." Yes, look at me. "Come, Xiao Ming, and the rest of you, please come inside." Chen Fan's group was led to a hall equipped with electric heaters where dozens of beds were densely arranged. Everyone had gathered here to conserve energy. "Conditions are harsh, everyone please bear with us." Upon arriving here, Lu Yang removed the scarf and hat that had covered his face. Even in this apocalypse, he remained as courteous as before. He was around 60 years old with considerable gray touching his temples. Though lean and gaunt, he retained an energetic spirit. As they removed their coats, the guns concealed on their bodies were suddenly exposed. Everyone taking shelter here immediately broke into a panic. Seeing this, Wang Ming stepped forward and said, "Please don't be alarmed, everyone. These are my companions." Only then did everyone realize that the person who had entered with Lu Yang was actually their colleague Wang Ming, who had vanished for months. After a round of pleasantries, their vigilance gradually dissipated. "You must be Xiao Chen, right?" After roughly understanding Wang Ming's situation over the past year or so, Lu Yang proactively approached Chen Fan to strike up a conversation. Chen Fan shook the hand extended toward him and said, "Hello, teacher." Lu Yang chuckled. Since he was Wang Ming's boyfriend, calling him Director Lu would create unnecessary distance. Following Wang Ming's lead and calling him teacher pleased Lu Yang greatly. "Xiao Ming's father was my junior brother. I watched her grow up since she was a child. Given the current situation, I'm relieved knowing she's being taken care of by you." Then he turned to Wang Ming to explain, "Xiao Ming, at that time everything was in chaos and the hospitals were under official control. We had no way to leave. After the official mass evacuation, all the doctors who stayed behind had family members outside. I couldn't lead by example and waste public resources searching for loved ones. Teacher is sorry for that." Wang Ming quickly shook her head. "Teacher, I understand." From Lu Yang's account, Chen Fan roughly learned the situation here. After the authorities took over the hospital, they initially provided free medical treatment for everyone. But later hospital beds and medicine ran short. When the authorities began planning a major evacuation, the hospital was forced to turn away ordinary civilians. To preserve high-end talent, the authorities started selectively admitting people. After the authorities departed, they took most of the young and able medical staff with them. The hospital reverted to Lu Yang's control, but by then they had virtually no supplies to sustain themselves, let alone medicine. So they could only gather all the doctors who couldn't leave, send them out to find fuel to operate the hospital's generators, keep some medical equipment running, and charge ordinary civilians with food in exchange for treatment. This was how they survived until now. Even so, the only thing they had that Wang Ming lacked was medical equipment. Without medicine, many patients simply couldn't be treated. Some of the soldiers who had originally stayed at the hospital chose to bring their families here, taking on the responsibility of going out to search for supplies and ensuring the hospital's security. Those 3 people outside were the soldiers who stayed behind. Originally, there were over 40 doctors remaining at the hospital, more than 10 soldiers, and their families plus the families of these people. Nearly 150 people at the Second People's Hospital in total. Now there are fewer than 80 left. Xiaoming, what's the purpose of your visit today? Wang Ming hesitated to speak and looked at Chen Fan. Chen Fan said directly, I've established a shelter. Currently, we're acquiring more and more electrical equipment, and we need a high-powered generator. Wang Ming remembered the hospital had one, so we came to take a look. At these words, everyone at the hospital immediately grew tense. This was their foundation for survival. Fortunately, Chen Fan immediately added, but since teacher and everyone are here and the hospital hasn't been abandoned, we certainly won't act arbitrarily. I believe other hospitals have similar equipment. We'll just search through a few more places. Chen Fan's words made everyone present breathe a huge sigh of relief. After all, Chen Fan's group had guns. If they had really tried to forcefully take the generator, they would have been completely helpless. Lu Yang was very pleased with Chen Fan and didn't pay much attention to Chen Fan's shelter. After all, they only had so few people. He assumed it was just a small outpost. Good Xiao Fan is a good child too. Wang Ming desperately wanted to ask Chen Fan to take Lu Yang in, and she also knew that Chen Fan needed to recruit more people to enhance his golden finger. But since Chen Fan hadn't brought it up, she wouldn't speak first. Looking at the gaunt, emaciated faces of everyone here, Chen Fan asked, Teacher, how is the hospital currently operating? When Chen Fan asked about their sore spot, Lu Yang sighed deeply. Many people now refuse to come to the hospital, even when they're sick or injured. Our living conditions have deteriorated to the point where we can't even eat our fill. Actually, there was no need for him to answer. The condition of the people here made it obvious. Chen Fan spoke up, Teacher, come with us. The shelter I'm building has plenty of supplies to sustain you. Hearing these words, Wang Ming cast a grateful glance at Chen Fan. Lu Yang waved his hand dismissively. I'm just an old bag of bones. There's no need to waste food on me. You and Xiaoming live well and survive. Perhaps someday this apocalypse will pass. With just these simple words, Lu Yang earned Chen Fan's approval. People who survived in this apocalypse had more backbone than those eliminated during its early days. Some people were willing to sacrifice themselves, leaving resources for their friends and family who had a better chance of surviving. Although this type of person represented only a small portion, Lu Yang was one of them. People like this wouldn't beg for a morsel of food. Because after eating the food bought with dignity, there would still be no next meal in sight. The ending was death anyway, so why sell one's dignity? Neither would they bow to others for someone else's meager hoarded supplies. They might say on the surface that someday the apocalypse would end, but they didn't truly believe this disaster would conclude anytime soon. Unless, give them a chance to live forever. That was forever. This was also why the 30-odd people who knew Chen Fan's secret, regardless of whether their seniority or abilities surpassed Chen Fan, still obeyed him without question. Chen Fan also understood this deeply. Having a system meant knowing how to use it wisely. After all, the system rewarded more based on the number of followers one had. Seeing Wang Ming with words unspoken on her lips, Chen Fan gave her an encouraging look. Wang Ming immediately understood. Teacher, the shelter Chen Fan established isn't what you imagine. Immediately, Wang Ming began elaborating on the shelter's scale and future plans, adding more details to her account. She felt somewhat embarrassed talking so boastfully, but for the sake of getting her teacher to come to the shelter, she had uttered what she considered to be grand claims, something rare for her. But only Chen Fan knew that the system currently gave him nearly 2,000 system coins per day. Wang Ming's earlier descriptions had actually been quite restrained. Now Chen Fan was confident that if even he couldn't lead the shelter's residents to survive, then no one in all of humanity could exist. After hearing Wang Ming's description, Lu Yang was greatly astonished. If things were truly as she said, he certainly wouldn't miss this opportunity. Who would choose death when they could live well? Having dignity didn't mean being foolish. Others had also heard Wang Ming's words. The scene erupted into an uproar. Some people were already itching to ask Chen Fan for shelter. The buttons on 2 nurses with decent appearances had somehow come undone at the front of their uniforms. Lu Yang fell into deep hesitation. As the hospital's overall person in charge, leaving everyone behind and departing alone wasn't his style either. But asking Chen Fan to take so many people felt inappropriate to him. Wang Ming knew Chen Fan didn't accept just anyone, so she could only hint so much. Just as the scene fell into brief silence, someone arrived from outside. One of the 3 guards from before rushed in and said, Director Lu, several injured people have arrived outside. They need immediate treatment. The doctor? Where's the doctor? Someone come quick. Lu Yang led over a dozen doctors outside, and Chen Fan, having nothing to do, followed along. In the hospital lobby, they spotted a group of people hurrying in with several injured, some carrying blades in their hands. In the past, Lu Yang and his team would have immediately brought the patients inside for treatment. Yet now one of them stepped forward to haggle over the price. Lu Yang wore an expression of shame. As a physician, he felt this was wrong, yet if they broke this rule, would every subsequent arrival expect free treatment? He had dozens of people to feed, truly with no other choice. The commotion stirred the remaining security personnel. Over a dozen soldiers stationed in Yongchang came sprinting from inside wielding batons and knives. Zhou Xianda and his 3 comrades formed a fan-shaped formation shielding Chen Fan behind them. Minutes later, after the hospital side agreed on the price, those wounded were about to be rushed inside for emergency treatment when a piercing screech of brakes echoed from outside. After barely a dozen seconds, over 10 people charged in. These people are not to be saved. Anyone who dares treat them is declaring war against us at Hongqing Agricultural Market. A domineering voice announced itself before its owner appeared. Soon Chen Fan caught sight of the newcomer as the crowd parted, revealing a figure tightly wrapped from head to toe stepping forward. Zhou Xianda and his 3 teammates immediately began retreating, pulling Chen Fan deeper into a corner for safety. Chen Fan had no objections. After all, this was not his conflict. The hospital staff, clearly accustomed to such incidents, had the soldiers separate the medical team from the patients being wheeled in for emergency care. Witnessing this, those claiming to represent Hongqing Agricultural Market turned their attention elsewhere. The men who had escorted the patients inside immediately positioned themselves in front of the wounded. Damn it, we've already handed over everything. What more do you want? Oomph, is this your first day surviving the apocalypse? Your power company people took a beating this time. Do you really think we won't seek revenge? Brothers, cut off the roots and finish them off. Charge. Their brief exchange made clear to Chen Fan and the hospital side the root of their conflict. Even the soldiers showed no desire to intervene. They would simply wait for the fighting to end and then move the bodies away. Just as both sides were about to clash with weapons, a gunshot rang out. Bang! And everyone froze in their tracks. It was none other than Chen Fan, the ever-meddlesome one, sticking his nose where it didn't belong once again. When the 2 groups had arrived earlier, neither had noticed the concealed weapons on Chen Fan and his people. Now that the shot had been fired, everyone instinctively turned to look. Zhou Xianda and his 2 companions guarding Chen Fan revealed their AK-47s. For drivers who had been watching vehicles outside entered, also brandishing AKs. Everyone was stunned. What the hell was going on? When had the Second People's Hospital been armed? Hadn't all the military weapons been confiscated after the authorities left? 1 AK per person seemed excessive. If they had known the hospital's guard unit still carried firearms, they would never have dared cause trouble here. They would have waited until the armed group left before settling scores. As the leader of Hongqing Agricultural Market, the first to regain his composure, he tossed his knife to a subordinate at his side and bowed toward Chen Fan and the others, saying, "Leaders of the hospital and distinguished officers, we sincerely apologize. We have some disputes with them and lost control of our tempers. We are leaving right now." Then he glared at the dozens of men he had brought with him, cursing, "What are you standing around for? Apologize before the leaders lose their temper and get the hell out of here with me." Those men were quick to understand the situation, nodding and bowing as they retreated. Chen Fan's people released them since he gave no further indication. The group from the power company who had been under attack immediately dropped their weapons and bowed to thank the hospital staff. Liu Yang offered no explanation, allowing outsiders to assume Chen Fan's armed men were part of the hospital, and immediately gestured, saying, "Let's get them inside for treatment." Once they were inside, Liu Yang expressed his gratitude. "Xiao Fan, thank you." Chen Fan simply smiled and replied, "You're too kind, teacher. It was the right thing to do." Only those who accompanied Chen Fan understood his true motivation. It was because of their affiliation with the power company. Over recent meals, the conversation had centered on energy. Generators were one thing, but solar panels were also something Chen Fan intended to mount across the entire exterior facade of Zhongning Shopping Center. Chen Fan was already running an impressive daily revenue of nearly 2,000, so fuel wasn't a concern. Yet the solar panels served a purpose beyond necessity. They were designed to intimidate. If outsiders saw the shelter surrounded by power generation equipment, the number of people begging for refuge would surge. In truth, the entire shelter was little more than a facade demonstrating strength. The sub-zero temperatures had arrived without warning, yet other survivors could theoretically construct their own shelters. So why hadn't they? Was it only a shortage of seeds and livestock? If that were the case, the government could have simply mobilized people to build underground farming facilities and live below ground. So why the mass evacuation? Basic necessities like water, energy, and medicine alone couldn't sustain so many people underground. Moreover, with modern industry already collapsed, producing pre-apocalypse essentials had become impossible. Chen Fan needed outsiders to believe his shelter was a permanent refuge, which meant spots would go to those who arrived first. This incident reinforced the hospital staff's awareness of the advantage firearms provided, compounded by Wang Meng's earlier description of the shelter plan. The staff could no longer remain passive. Rather than approaching Chen Fan directly, they went to Liu Yang, who understood he could not delay any longer. He bowed deeply to Chen Fan and said, "Mr. Chen, I am begging you with every ounce of my dignity. Could you take our hospital staff to that shelter?" Chen Fan immediately rose to help him up, then addressed the group. "Everyone, my shelter does need people, and it especially needs those with medical expertise like you." A wave of hope surged through everyone, until Chen Fan continued with, "However." The words sent their hearts plummeting like a roller coaster. Chen Fan then outlined the requirements for joining his shelter. In essence, the shelter would not harbor idle hands. During the early period without medical duties, everyone would follow assignments and work alongside one another. Unity and mutual support were expected. No one was to act entitled based on their pre-apocalypse status. Chen Fan held final authority over these standards. Those who accept may come with us, those who cannot stay behind. No one will be forced. We all know what kind of world this is, he added. Anyone who violates the shelter regulations will not be permitted to leave. Secrets cannot be allowed to spread. Such an overt threat was entirely reasonable in the current climate. But with the stick came the carrot. Chen Fan continued, anyone who joins the construction of my shelter, I guarantee their safety, their family will be fed and warm, and they will have human rights. The phrase human rights would have been laughed at before the apocalypse. Now most factions denied basic humanity to anyone outside their inner circle. In the end, all 53 people at the Second People's Hospital agreed, without exception, to join Chen Fan's shelter, including the 14 former military personnel on duty. Another 11 people had gone out searching for supplies and had not yet returned. Chen Fan was confident that when they returned in the evening, the other hospital staff would explain the situation to them, and they would all agree to follow. The hospital still had nearly 20 days' worth of food. Of course, this could only last 20 days under extremely rationed conditions. If they ate at the rate of Chen Fan's group, it would be depleted in just 5 days. Chen Fan could not yet take them away as he needed them to stay and dismantle the hospital's medical equipment. These items were far beyond what Chen Fan's current modest income could afford to purchase, so whatever could be taken must be taken. Even if some equipment would break once dismantled, they would still take it all since buying parts was cheaper than buying the complete unit. What delighted Chen Fan even more was that these dozen remaining soldiers knew Zhou Xianda. Of course, Zhou Xianda did not recognize them. But here was the remarkable part. It turned out that Zhou Xianda had earned 2 individual second-class meritorious deeds and 1 collective first-class meritorious deed. 2 of those second-class honors were earned at the border at the cost of life and death. The first-class honor was the reason they recognized Zhou Xianda. He had led a single platoon to win exercise championships for 3 consecutive years, and not domestically, but in multinational exercises. If it hadn't been for his family members falling ill and being unable to accompany the official long march, Zhou Xianda would never have fallen into Chen Fan's hands. One could not help but sigh that even the most formidable individuals had to bow before natural disasters. Since these people had joined Chen Fan's team, gifts were still in order. He had his men unload quite a bit of food from the vehicles, including fruits they hadn't eaten in a long time, and instructed them not to skimp on their portions. After all, they would need strength for the upcoming relocation of hospital equipment. The workers from the power company looked on with envy. Chen Fan picked a few apples from the supplies and handed them to the workers, asking, "Are you all staff from the power company?" After thanking Chen Fan, the other party replied, "Yes, Commander." Because everyone in the group followed Chen Fan's orders, they instinctively assumed Chen Fan was an officer. "Do you know how to disassemble and install solar equipment?" The several workers immediately realized their opportunity had arrived. "No problem at all. Whatever you need, just give the order." For them, even if Chen Fan offered no pay, those few apples alone would be enough to motivate them to work for him. After some thought, Chen Fan said, "Do you know the Zhoning shopping plaza?" The group nodded in unison. "Can you handle installing solar power equipment on all the rooftops and facades of those exhibition halls?" After thinking for a moment, Chen Fan added, 1 day's work per person in exchange for 2 jin of food. Originally, according to the labor compensation standards in Chen Fan's team, they only offered 1 jin of food. Considering the high-altitude work, Chen Fan doubled the offer. At least he was still a good boss who adhered to principles. Chen Fan's casual words astounded them. They had originally thought it was just installing solar power equipment at some small shelter. What was the scale of the Zhoning shopping plaza? They had certainly been to this shopping plaza before. Roughly estimating in their minds, one surface covered thousands of square meters, and one exhibition hall had 5 surfaces with 4 halls totaling 20 surfaces. This was a project covering over 1 million square meters. Did they want to take it? Of course they did. Did they dare take it? Of course not. Was this a project that a handful of small fries like them could handle? Not knowing Chen Fan's temperament, if they offended him, because of this the consequences would only be worse than provoking that group from the Red Star agricultural market. Seeing these people hesitating, Chen Fan roughly guessed their concerns. He asked, "How many people do you have?" One of them replied, "Reporting to the commander, only 13 people can work. The rest are family members." After thinking for a moment, he added, 6 are in critical condition and currently under emergency treatment. Only 7 of us can work right now, so we really can't take on this project. After saying this, he bowed apologetically. Chen Fan waved his hand and said, "I'm not asking how many people you have. I have plenty of workers on my end. What matters is whether you can control all the processes and avoid mistakes." Seeing that Chen Fan had addressed their greatest concern, the group immediately agreed. Another person stepped forward and said, "Commander, could you give us some time? The people we offended earlier know where we live. I'm worried that after you leave they might harm our families. We need to find a place to move to and settle our families first before coming to find you. Would that be acceptable?" Normally these people could certainly move into the shelter, but before Chen Fan fully understood them, he could not let them enter. Just like these hospital people, Although Chen Fan had promised to shelter them, he would only take them to the shelter after spending quite some time dismantling the hospital equipment. Chen Fan looked at Zhou Xianda, who understood his meaning, and stepped forward to ask, "Afan, what should I do? I estimate that group will be waiting outside for them to leave. What if they get followed home on the way back to move?" When Chen Fan reached this point, Zhou Xianda immediately understood. He called 2 comrades over and said, "Xiangbin Lu Yuesheng, you 2 go with them and ensure their safety." "Yes, platoon leader." When those people heard Chen Fan's arrangements, they wanted to kneel down in gratitude. In truth, after accompanying their companions here for treatment, they only needed to leave 1 or 2 people behind, and the rest should hurry back to move. But they were afraid that people from the Red Star Agricultural Market were lying in ambush outside the hospital, which was why they dared not leave. After Chen Fan helped them up, he instructed them to move to a place near the shelter. At this time, many residential complexes had vacant houses. No matter which residential complex they moved to, as long as they told the people there that they had come to work for the shelter, Chen Fan believed no one would dare to provoke them. 2 hours later, the power company workers and their family members gathered at the hospital. Before leaving the hospital, Chen Fan also instructed the hospital's administrative office director to search for people from medical equipment companies, since dismantling, installing, maintaining, and repairing these devices would also require skilled personnel. It would be best if he could find them. The hospital received Chen Fan's promise of shelter. Lu Yong, 5 doctors and 4 nurses followed the convoy in the first batch to the shelter. Because some people in the shelter had various health issues, these medical professionals could treat the people who had already officially joined the team. After arriving, these medical personnel would also need to discuss the equipment installation work in advance with Zhao Guangxing, who was in charge of construction. When they arrived near the shelter, Chen Fan had Zhou Xianda's comrades kindly go and notify the people of a nearby residential complex. The power company workers would be temporarily arranged to live there. As expected, the residents of this residential complex would certainly not object. After all, they were so close to Chen Fan's shelter. Everyone knew about trading building materials for food, so they would be eager to fawn over the newcomers. When Lu Yong arrived at the shelter, he was not disappointed by the gap between reality and his imagination. After all, Chen Fan had already told them that the shelter was just starting construction. However, when they ate, they immediately realized the strength of Chen Fan's team. There were leftovers. They actually had leftovers after a meal. In other places, this would be a capital offense punishable by firing squad. Moreover, during the meal, Zhang Xianzhong happily told Chen Fan that the first set of livestock equipment was ready. They could first try raising 400 laying hens, which would enable the shelter's current population to achieve egg freedom. Among the bus company families, an auntie had led several women to also successfully prepare 200 square meters of indoor planting, waiting for Chen Fan to provide seeds for the first planting experiment. These newcomers, like Lu Yong, were shocked by the 2 pieces of news. According to their estimation, this 200 square meter indoor planting, using multi-tier shelving for indoor cultivation, once successful, would not only provide vegetable freedom, but also have significant surplus. "Teacher, why are you crying?" "Nothing at all, Xiaoming. You're imagining things. It's probably just the new construction. Sand got into my eyes." Chen Fan was awakened by the system notification. Although the hospital personnel had agreed to join, just like Qin Yue, they did not officially count until they formally joined. Chen Fan was already mentally prepared for this. However, today's figure was off again. The refuge currently had 87 people. Calculating at 2,500 per person today was short by 5,000. Last night, Chen Fan had only thought that Chao Zishuan's grandmother had died and would no longer yield system coins. Then today, 2 people's rewards were missing, which meant something was definitely wrong. Chen Fan thought of one possibility: someone was not sincerely joining. One had to admit that human hearts were hard to fathom. Even though Chen Fan had provided them with food, shelter, and safety, some still did not fully align with them. Fortunately, with Chen Fan's team strength, those 2 could not cause much trouble. Perhaps as time went on, after mutual team cohesion built up, those 2 would truly integrate into the refuge. He did not expect everyone in the refuge to be of one mind. In his previous life, even a single dormitory could have cliques, let alone a team of nearly a dozen people now. Having only 2 such people was already quite good. As long as those 2 did not cause trouble and worked honestly, everything would be fine. Otherwise, the cold, snowy wasteland outside would be their final destination. After sorting it out in his mind, Chen Fan reached his hand into Wang Meng's soft embrace and continued sleeping comfortably. The next day, during breakfast, Chen Fan gathered several people who knew his secret. "Brother Fan, are you saying there is a traitor among the newcomers?" Chen Fan waved his hand and said, "Traitor is too strong a word. The 2 simply have not yet aligned their hearts with ours." Zhao Guangxing pondered and said, "Regardless, you have given everyone a chance to survive, and to harbor such thoughts is truly inappropriate. We should keep a closer watch on them during this period." Zhou Xianda asked, "Fan, if you find out who those 2 are, how will you handle it?" Chen Fan said, "If they have not done anything extreme, we will warn them first and observe for a while. If there is no improvement, we will deal with it then." The third elder interjected, "3-legged toads are hard to find, but 2-legged people are everywhere. Young Fan, you need to lead everyone to survive and maintain a positive image. Leave such dirty work to me." The third elder, named Zheng Yang, had followed Chen Fan's father for nearly a decade. While his father was still alive, Zhenyang handled much of the unsavory business. Though he appeared carefree on the surface, he was actually quite meticulous in his work. Zhao Guangxing patted Zhou Xianda's shoulder and said, "Xian'er, at the beginning of the apocalypse, you gave up your family to help all the people. After the disaster, you never used your strength to oppress ordinary folk. Uncle Zhao admires people like you. You have guarded the bottom line that a soldier ought to uphold." Then Zhao Guangxing looked at Chen Fan and said, "Young Fan, being kind is not wrong. The mistake lies in the fact that we are now in extraordinary times. I believe your special ability will not give you warnings without reason. You two go about your duties and leave these matters to us old folks." In the eyes of both Zhao Guangxing and Zhengyang, Chen Fan and Zhou Xianda were still just young men. Although they had slain dozens of people that day, Zhao Guangxing and Zhengyang knew that as long as the opponents did not commit heinous crimes, Chen Fan and Zhou Xianda would not act with merciless cruelty. One was merely a 24-year-old youth who through sheer coincidence had obtained a golden finger and now bore the burden of ensuring humanity's survival. The other had entered the military at 18 and now 30 years old remained stubbornly devoted to guarding his sense of justice. Wang Ming, who had been silent until now, thought for a moment and spoke up. "Uncle Zhao, regarding one of those two, I suspect one of the 5 doctors." Everyone turned their curious gaze toward Wang Ming, and she continued, "Before the apocalypse, I knew he accepted bribes." After Wang Ming's account, everyone agreed it must be that doctor. Zhao Guangxing did not give everyone a chance to continue discussing. He stood up, placed one hand on Chen Fan's shoulder and the other on Zhou Xianda's, and said, "Uncle Zhao has finished eating. You two eat slowly." Zhengyang also rose, pilfered the cigarettes from Chen Fan's table, and smiled. "Uncle 3 has a heavy smoking habit. No need to bring out such expensive brands. I'm afraid my taste will become too refined." Chen Fan and Zhou Xianda exchanged glances, recognizing that this was another form of protection from their elders. It was more like a lesson to Chen Fan and Zhou Xianda. The world had changed, and one's guard could no longer be as gentle as before the apocalypse. All uncertainties had to be ruthlessly crushed in their cradle. Since that was the case, Chen Fan left this matter in their hands, confident they could handle it properly. After breakfast, Chen Fan arranged the day's work. "Qin, you led the power company personnel to the reservoir behind the mountain to dismantle the solar power equipment there. They drove away with 5 pickup trucks well supplied with food to stay and carry out the dismantling work. Chen Fan personally went to the hospital to handle follow-up matters. As soon as Chen Fan arrived, those who had not been present yesterday immediately requested to be taken in. The office director he had assigned the day before was highly efficient and found 3 medical equipment maintenance technicians. Upon learning that Chen Fan had established a refuge, the medical equipment personnel also requested to join. Such talents were not to be missed, so Chen Fan naturally welcomed them. The following week proceeded in an orderly fashion. During that week, 2 unexpected incidents occurred within the refuge. One involved a bus company employee's relative who was killed when construction materials fell on him from the 2nd floor while operating a crane. The other was the doctor Wang Ming had mentioned. He apparently slipped and fell, striking his head on a sharp object and dying. No one in the refuge suspected murder, as the construction conditions were indeed crude. That morning, Chen Fan tossed 2 cartons of cigarettes to Zheng Yang, who was having breakfast, and said, "Third uncle, from now on smoke to this standard. You will have plenty." Zheng Yang happily took them and simply said, "Thanks, Boss Chen." Chen Fan's gesture made those who were aware of the matter understand that those 2 were indeed the individuals Chen Fan had spoken of. After giving them a full week without any increase in system coins, Chen Fan naturally lost patience keeping such people around. Besides the doctor that Wang Ming had revealed the other one, Zheng Yang's judgment Chen Fan did not ask. This incident once again proved that experience still triumphed over youth. "Today our team will welcome the doctors and their families from the 2nd People's Hospital. 9 armed personnel will accompany us." Thus Chen Fan took out more than 20 handguns and distributed them to those who knew his secret. "You have all learned to use firearms during this period. Today I am equipping each of you. But remember, do not wear them while working." Everyone accepted the handguns with joy and nodded in agreement. Chen Fan's act of distributing weapons was not only to enhance the refuge's security, but also to reaffirm his trust in the 30-plus people who knew his secret. Including Chen Fan himself, only 10 people in the refuge were armed. If they all went out together and someone caused trouble, they would have the means to defend themselves. When Chen Fan's convoy of more than 20 vehicles exited the refuge, nearly 30 trucks were already waiting outside. These trucks belonged to survivors who had recently cooperated with the refuge. Given that the refuge was renting them, not a single survivor refused. After all, Chen Fan offered a wage of 5 jin of food per day with fuel provided by the refuge. The grand procession drew the attention of all survivors hiding in their homes. The first item transported from the hospital was that large-scale power generation equipment. After a full day of installation and debugging, the 2,000 kW generator could meet the electricity and heating demands of the underground planting and breeding areas, as well as 7 commercial shops. Once the hospital personnel relocated, 5 of the 7 shops would serve as living quarters, while 2 functioned as utility rooms. Each shop was approximately 400 square meters, more than sufficient to house 30 to 40 people. With external temperatures plunging to minus 60 degrees, maintaining adequate heating for the entire shelter would require dozens of such units. Chen Fan learned from Zhao Guangxing that one piece of equipment cost as much as 4 million. Still buzzing from reaching 2 million system coins that morning, Chen Fan now felt the gap between himself and his goal remained impossibly vast. Zhang Xinzhong conducted calculations for the underground farm area. Roughly 200 square meters of land could sustain one person. The building materials warehouse basement parking lot spanned approximately 60,000 square meters, and by utilizing vertical space with multi-tier indoor shelving systems, excluding walkway areas, it could support food requirements for over 1,000 people. With all farm preparations complete, Chen Fan brought those aware of his secret to the underground farm. Amidst the astonished gazes of everyone present, he produced bag after bag of crop seeds. The varieties covered nearly every fruit and vegetable commonly found on the market, with rice seeds comprising the majority. If plant seeds appeared lifeless, resembling mere inanimate objects, then the shock upon Chen Fan summoning chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep was utterly incomparable. Everyone stood frozen in stunned silence, feeling the genuine texture of live poultry, hearing them cluck incessantly within their cages. Never before had such sounds seemed so beautiful. Prior to the farm's completion, they had lived in fear that Chen Fan's supernatural abilities might vanish without warning. Now, with the shelter fully self-sufficient, the assurance brought far greater peace of mind than any display of summoning food or weapons. Zhao Guangxing's construction team had already excavated water reservoirs and fuel storage tanks in the basement level 2. Chen Fan need only periodically purchase water or fuel from the system to replenish them. A septic tank was also dug, its waste to be used as organic fertilizer. Everything had officially begun operating smoothly. Future construction would expand alongside growing population. The hospital relocation took 4 days. A total of 81 people, including hospital staff and related personnel, finally arrived at Chen Fan's shelter. Wang Ming, their former colleague, personally gave them tours of the farm and living quarters. Clothed in tattered rags, these people felt equal parts excitement and trepidation, but overwhelmingly tears of joy streamed down their faces. That evening, the dining tables groaned under dishes that only existed before the apocalypse. In the past, Chen Fan would have felt constrained facing such a large crowd, but over time he had grown accustomed to it. After a brief welcome address for the hospital personnel, words were unnecessary as everyone raised their glasses in celebration. Chen Fan's aura as a leader grew increasingly commanding. When others offered him drinks, a mere sip sufficed. No one dared object. After the meal, everyone enjoyed long overdue hot showers. Returning to the private quarters he shared with Wang Ming, Chen Fan began anticipating the system rewards after midnight. Chen Fan's team now numbered 176 people. Given the system's pattern, surpassing 100 should trigger another 5-fold increase in rewards. When midnight struck, the 2.2 million system coin influx not only bolstered Chen Fan's confidence, but also filled him with quiet relief. His people's numbers had perfectly matched the reward threshold. It meant none of them harbored disloyalty or betrayal in their hearts. Overcome with excitement, Chen Fan became playful with Wang Ming. Throughout, she desperately muffled her sounds with her hands. The soundproofing in this converted shop was poor, and they could not risk being heard. 14 military personnel from the hospital had remained in Yongsheng. With the shelter's armed department now established, Zhou Xianda took command. Excluding Zhou Xianda, the 18 soldiers joined forces with Su Liang's original team members. The youngest among them was 16-year-old Chao Zixuan. This 23-person squad would thereafter be responsible for protecting the shelter's inhabitants. The 14 newcomers were stunned to receive weapons on their very first day. Without last night's system coin acknowledgement, Chen Fan would never have distributed firearms so promptly. The basement level of the adjacent furniture store had been transformed into a training base where they drilled whenever no other duties called. With the shelter's population now larger, most people found themselves idle after breakfast. If Chen Fan's system could display remorse values, every person holed up in their rooms would radiate overwhelming guilt toward him. Thankfully, such guilt did not linger. With the underground farm entering its planting phase, when Zhang Xinzhong arrived at the dormitories requesting 40 people to assist with planting, everyone rose to their feet immediately. The planting zones were heated, creating a comfortable working environment. As daylight arrived, people came to the shelter's exterior bearing supplies in exchange for food. When Zhao Guangxing requested 10 people from the dormitory area to help move items, 20 volunteers stepped forward. Most of the remaining people were hospital newcomers who, under Liu Yang's leadership, transported equipment from the hospital to the second floor. Even with insufficient power, they prioritized organizing and positioning everything properly. Their unwillingness to be idle brought Chen Fan great comfort. Though the shelter's walls insulated against the bitter cold outside, unheated interior spaces still registered 40 degrees below zero. Chen Fan's current concern was how to raise the temperature throughout the entire space to a comfortable level. Once the power company personnel returned, he would consult with them, for this was not his area of expertise. Of course, Chen Fan could simply recruit members blindly, letting system coins accumulate wildly, then purchase ample power generation equipment and electric heaters. But this was a method he dreaded using unless absolutely necessary. Chen Fan went nowhere that day. He occasionally observed Zhou Xianda's training sessions. He checked on renovation progress. He watched other survivors return with trading goods. Walking through the shelter, every member would pause their tasks and respectfully greet him. Those coming to trade supplies immediately deduced Chen Fan was the shelter's commander, and they too offered respectful greetings. Yet Chen Fan felt no arrogance. He knew all of this stemmed from the system. He could easily indulge every desire within the shelter, choosing whichever women caught his eye. Even if he were such a man, many would still willingly serve him. But Chen Fan's grandfather and his father's teachings before death deeply shaped his character. His grandfather had fought in the Vietnam War, instilling in him the importance of national duty and moral integrity. His father taught him that a man with capability must shoulder social responsibility. Previously, Chen Fan had dismissed their words as mere nagging. Yet those beliefs were now carved deep into his bones. Just as Chen Fan thought he would spend this day in leisure, he spotted someone familiar. Or rather, he heard a familiar voice. The person was bundled completely in thick clothing, bargaining with the engineering department. Big brother, wasn't it agreed that 1 ton of materials would be exchanged for 1 ton of food? I have a full 1.5 tons here, why can't I exchange it for 1.5 gene? Sorry, these steel bars of yours are too short, we can only use them as scrap material, so it only counts as 1 gene of food. Would 1 gene and 2 liang work? I ran 15 kilometers for all this, please give me a bit more. No way, we have our own rules too. It can only count as 1 gene of food. Chen Fan observed with keen interest for a moment before tentatively calling out, Yang Yaomin. The bargaining voices paused, and the man turned to look at Chen Fan in confusion. Chen Fan slowly removed his neck warmer, letting the other party see his face clearly. When Yang Yaomin spotted Chen Fan, his eyes widened, and he nervously began untying his scarf. After confirming it was him, Chen Fan signaled the worker he was bargaining with to let him pass. Yang Yaomin jogged toward Chen Fan, speaking excitedly and incoherently. Holy shit, Chen Fan. You're actually still alive, this is great. Chen Fan shot back with an exasperated smile. It's been ages since we last met, couldn't you say something nice? Yang Yaomin showed no sign of understanding what was wrong with his words, responding with complete sincerity. The fact that you're still alive is the greatest blessing there is. Chen Fan rolled his eyes. This guy really hadn't changed a bit. Are you here alone? Yang Yaomin immediately slapped his forehead. Tian Yu, A Hong Lugo, and several other classmates are outside. Let me go fetch them. Before Chen Fan could refuse, Yang Yaomin practically skipped through the crowd. A few minutes later, inside the warm shelter, the 5 of them stared at Chen Fan in disbelief. You mean, this shelter, you built it? Fuck, Brother Fan, you're the man. Let me stick to you. Brother Fan, please take us in. Brother Fan, we're still healthy and capable of working, please help us out, we really can't make it on our own anymore. 10 years ago, Chen Fan's father had already amassed a fortune worth hundreds of millions at just 41 years old. The deputy mayor overseeing urban development at the time was a classmate of Chen Fan's father. Though the deputy mayor offered certain conveniences, Chen Fan's father operated strictly within legal bounds while maintaining quality and quantity standards. Unfortunately, the deputy mayor's backer was defeated in a political struggle and he was transferred away. A different faction took over, halting Chen Fan's father's project loans and severing his cash flow. To plug the financial hole, the Chen family was forced to transfer their project and sell all their assets, barely managing to stay afloat. They moved from their villa into the Lijiang residential compound. Yang Yaomin and his 4 companions were not only neighbors from the villa district, but also Chen Fan's classmates from elementary through middle school. When Chen Fan's family fell on hard times, they never looked down on him. They treated him exactly as they always had. Of course, moving and transferring schools naturally led to less contact over time. Now that old classmates had reconnected, Chen Fan wasted no time waving and calling out, Uncle Bai, prepare some food for these friends of mine. Uncle Bai acknowledged and hurried to the kitchen. The group profusely thanked him. Enough with the formalities, you don't need to be so polite with me. I've known you all for years, and I'm happy to help. But I have my rules here. I won't tolerate special treatment just because you claim a connection to me. I trust you understand what I mean after everything you've been through. The 5 of them immediately patted their chests in assurance. This place is divided into 4 divisions: construction, agriculture, armed forces, and technology. I don't support idle hands, so go home and tell your families. Once you arrive, choose which division suits you and learn from its head. Times have changed. Drop those spoiled rich kid attitudes. After surviving the apocalypse for these past months, I believe you will cherish this opportunity. Don't blame an old friend for being blunt from the start. To run this shelter well, there must be rules, and no one enjoys privileges. Yang Yaomin spoke first. Brother Fan, we have that much awareness, don't worry. That's right, you're giving us a chance at life. We won't be unreasonable. From now on, you can order us around and scold us as you see fit. Whatever your members do, we'll do too, and we won't make things difficult for you. As soon as they finished speaking, Uncle Bai carried out several steaming dishes of food. They couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight. Chen Fan laughed and chided, what are you staring at? Eat. The group did not hesitate and immediately began devouring the food voraciously. Holy shit, the vegetables are fresh, awesome. And this pork isn't frozen, haven't had anything this fresh in ages. Brother Fan, oh god, do you need a boyfriend? Chen Fan lit a cigarette and teased with keen interest, with your faces you'd waste an opportunity if you didn't do food vlogs. Holy shit, there's even cigarettes. Brother Fan, can I have a puff? Uncle Bai brought Chen Fan a cup of coffee. After taking a sip he cursed, damn it, swallow your food first before you talk. One of the female classmates, Tian Yu, had worn a hat from the moment she entered through the entire meal. Even though she tried her best to conceal it, Chen Fan still noticed the scar on her face. A beauty who had been the school flower, a 7 to 8 centimeter scar across her face, made Chen Fan sigh with sorrow. She had been trying to control her eating manners, but she could not escape Chen Fan's sharp tongue. What, Miss Tian, you can't get used to eating without a knife, fork, and wine glass? Because she had studied abroad, Chen Fan teased her in this way. Tian Yu burst out laughing and kicked Chen Fan under the table, then proceeded to eat, without any pretense of elegance. Chen Fan deliberately behaved as he had back in the day, and the wall of unfamiliarity between them quickly melted away. Speaking differently to different people was something Chen Fan had learned from his father. After they finished eating, Uncle Bai came over to clear the dishes, and they all hurried to their feet wanting to help. All right, young masters and young miss, stop pretending. Let Uncle Bai handle it. Hearing Chen Fan's words, they rose from their seats and thanked Uncle Bai, who smiled warmly as he carried away the plates. After finishing their meal, the two sides began sharing their respective experiences. Many people they all knew had either fled south or met tragic deaths in Yongcheng. Everyone was chatting happily when suddenly Zhou Xianda walked over with a rifle slung over his shoulder. The classmates instinctively tensed upon seeing someone armed enter. Zhou Xianda, noticing outsiders present, signaled Chen Fan with his eyes, asking whether he could speak plainly. Chen Fan nodded and Zhou Xianda said, Mr. Chen Xiaofang told me he has a group of comrades living in the Jiangbei area, and I would like to go find them. Xiaofang was one of the military personnel from the hospital. Chen Fan nodded and replied, then let's take a look tomorrow. Seeing Chen Fan's agreement, Zhou Xianda returned to the training ground. In front of outsiders, he would no longer call him a Fan, but would respectfully address him as Mr. Chen. After Zhou Xianda left, Yang Yaomin patted his chest and said, I thought this old classmate of yours was finally showing his true colors, feeding us full before putting us in chains as slaves. Chen Fan smiled. With room and board covered, isn't being a slave not such a bad deal? The two sides chatted for a while longer, and then they bade Chen Fan farewell, anxious to go back and move. They did not want to stay in their original environment for another moment, only eager to relocate as quickly as possible. After seeing them off, Chen Fan could not help but sigh that the apocalypse, for all its horrors, was not entirely useless. It had forged resilience in these former idle rich kids. That evening, Chen Fan's 5 classmates arrived with 7 family members, a total of 12 people seeking refuge. The results of the Midnight System reward confirmed that the admitted classmates and their families showed no abnormalities. With 2.35 million earned overnight, Chen Fan's system currency was pushing toward the 8 million threshold. Wang Ming beside him had long fallen asleep. During the day, she worked alongside hospital staff like Lu Yang on medical equipment, and at night, she was still at Chen Fan's beck and call. Truly exhausting work. Chen Fan did not spoil her simply because she was his woman, allowing her to do nothing. Wang Ming in turn did not leverage her relationship with Chen Fan to seek special treatment. Chen Fan's shelter did not harbor idle people. The arm department was taking shape. That night, Chen Fan had asked Zhou Xianda numerous questions about weapons and equipment, vehicles, individual gear, communication tools, and more. Lying in bed, unable to sleep, Chen Fan developed a fear of insufficient firepower. At that moment, he was browsing the armored personnel carriers from the Russian section of his system. These vehicles possessed overwhelming presence when deployed, and their firing ports allowed armed department members to shoot without disembarking. While fuel consumption was high, everything had to yield to safety. Moreover, such vehicles could handle the vast majority of current road conditions. Upon seeing the price range of 3.5 to 20 million, Chen Fan immediately abandoned this idea. This was even considering the system's quite reasonable pricing. Poor, still too poor. When wealthy in the future, he would definitely equip the armed department with everything. Unable to afford vehicles with weapons, he decided to search for those purely for carrying personnel and supplies. Search keywords, track capacity for 10 or more. This time the prices he saw were much more approachable. The GAZ 3344 tracked vehicle. It consisted of a cab section and a rear trailer. This vehicle possessed excellent off-road capabilities, able to easily traverse mud, sand, snow, and marshland, while also having water travel ability. The cab could accommodate 1 driver and 4 passengers. The rear section could hold 12 people with a total payload capacity of 6 tons. Combined with the trailer, the price was 500,000. This was the one. After confirming the transportation, he looked at individual equipment. Truly not cheap. Including the AK-74 MS, they currently used helmets, body armor, radios, plus various accessories. For each member of the armed department, a complete set cost 400,000. The next day, Chen Fan gritted his teeth and purchased 2 tracked vehicles, equipping himself and 23 armed department personnel with full gear. Additionally, he purchased military coats to wear over the equipment. The coats wrapped around the guns, which, though affecting mobility, ensured the firearms would not jam. Thus, he spent 200 million system currency. Truly painful. But when these two uniquely styled and majestic tracked vehicles rolled out of the shelter, the astonished and fearful gazes of everyone made Chen Fan reconsider. It was worth it after all. Inside the vehicles, Su Liang and the other recruits touched this, and that overjoyed their smiles impossible to suppress. The tracked vehicle's only flaw was its maximum speed of 60, but its advantage was maintaining that 60 consistently. Take the previous off-road vehicles for example. On terrible road conditions, they could only stop. The tracked vehicles, however, traversed terrain as easily as walking on flat ground. The cab had 4 seats occupied by people who knew Chen Fan's secrets. Thus Zhou Xianda directly asked, "Fan, now that your abilities have improved to the point where you can conjure even these things?" Chen Fan smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Su Liang driving laughed. "If it were before, I would definitely complain about this handling, but now it easily crushes bumpy roads. That's so damn satisfying." Zhang Ziang stared blankly and said, "Su Liang, can you drive back onto the road?" Su Liang gave an embarrassed laugh, steering the vehicle from the roadside snow pile back to the main road. Chen Fan paid no attention to their banter, asking Zhou Xianda, "Have you thoroughly understood the situation of those soldiers?" Zhou Xianda replied, "They were all Xiaofang's comrades. Their last contact was 5 months ago. We can't guarantee they're all still alive. If these people are no longer with us, I have an idea." Chen Fan looked at him, gesturing for him to continue. Zhou Xianda continued, 2 months ago I passed by the 3rd middle school. Many students, teachers, and parents had formed groups to survive there. These children, barely over 10 years old, adapt extremely well. We could recruit them, and after intensive training, they would quickly become qualified members of the armed department. Take Chao Zishuan for example. Except for strength, where he can't compare with people in their early 20s like Su Liang, his training performance is excellent in every other aspect. Strength can be built up gradually. Modern warfare places greater emphasis on technical ability, tactical awareness, psychological quality, and team coordination. We currently have almost no possibility of close-range confrontation, so the demand for strength only comes from carrying heavy loads. Chen Fan found his reasoning sound and nodded. Younger people are more obedient and cause far fewer problems than adults. Let's find an opportunity to visit the 3rd middle school. Finished speaking, Chen Fan sighed. Information about conditions inside Yong City is now calculated monthly. I wonder how many people are still alive. Gazing at the increasingly numerous corpses and dismembered remains on the streets, Zhou Xianda said, "The growing crowds at the shelter's entrance indicate that available food has plummeted. It won't be long before Yong City has no one left." Just as Chen Fan and the others were lamenting humanity's plight, Xiaofang's report crackled through the radio in their helmets. "Mr. Chen, it's the building ahead." Chen Fan looked up. "Turtle's Nest Entertainment Club?" he asked with an odd expression. "Xiaofang, are you sure your comrades are legitimate?" Xiaofang couldn't help but burst out laughing. "When they said they lived in this building, I had no idea there was a club here." Chen Fan shrugged and said, "Announce them with the loudspeaker." Xiaofang immediately shouted his comrades' names through the loudspeaker toward the club. In moments, a person walked out from the club's entrance. Soon Xiaofang and the newcomer embraced. They had found the right person. "Mr. Chen, all my comrades are here. Shall we go in and talk?" "Sure, let's go in and find out more." Surrounded by the armed department, Chen Fan entered this straightforwardly named establishment. Inside a presidential suite of 40 square meters, over 20 people were squeezed together. 5 men, 17 women. The women were either hostesses or service staff from the club. Xiaofang warmly introduced everyone to each other. Seeing Chen Fan's well-equipped team, these 20-plus people moved to one corner, making space for Chen Fan to sit. "Mr. Chen, some people went out to gather supplies. I'll have them recalled." Clearly they had fixed sources for finding food. Otherwise they couldn't simply locate supplies just like that. After waiting an hour, the people who went out returned. During this period, Chen Fan had already figured out why these soldiers were staying with this group of hostesses. These soldiers had all migrated from the north to Yong City with their families. Because of traveling with families, they couldn't keep pace with the main group during the Great Migration. Nearly 30 soldiers remained in Yong City, forming groups to survive together. The able-bodied went out searching for supplies while all family members gathered in one place. For a while things went fairly smoothly. But one day when they returned home full of excitement, they found all their loved ones had been killed. What was even more tragic was that they had no idea who did it. The living had to continue. After picking themselves up, they began rebuilding their shelter. While searching for supplies, they came to this club and encountered these dozen hostesses. Thus the dozen hostesses invited these soldiers to stay and share the generator while also asking for their protection. The soldiers, now without any attachments, chose to stay. Under the care of these dozen hostesses, they filled the emptiness of losing their families. Once everyone was assembled, Xiaofang began to outline the conditions and requirements for the shelter. Upon hearing the terms, the women standing behind them gazed at Chen Fan with eyes sparkling like gold. However, when Xiaofang announced that they would only accept the soldiers and turn away the women, an oppressive silence blanketed the room. Though these women bore traces of weariness, they appeared far more vibrant than the other survivors, a clear testament to the diligent care these naive soldiers had provided. At that moment, they looked upon the soldiers with hearts heavy with sorrow. After a long pause, one of them stepped forward as their spokesperson and addressed Chen Fan. "Mr. Chen, we are grateful for your invitation. After thorough deliberation, we have decided to remain. Chen Fan had read this situation all along. These soldiers stood no match against such cunning women in the realm of strategy. Hearing that his former comrades refused to leave, Xiaofang flew into a rage and began berating them harshly. Yet the soldiers merely kept their heads bowed in silence. With an air of nonchalance, Chen Fan remarked, "Xiaofang, let us depart." Watching Chen Fan turn to leave, Xiaofang hesitated for a moment before delivering a frustrated kick toward his former teammate, then stormed off in exasperation. Just as Chen Fan was about to exit, he suddenly stopped and turned to the women with a wicked smile. "Since they refuse to go, would you lovely ladies be willing to accompany us instead, eh? Our shelter is in desperate need of women." This remark instantly made the soldiers' fists clench. Had Chen Fan's men not been armed, they would have pounced upon him without a second thought. What they could never have imagined was that every single woman agreed without the slightest hesitation. All the sacrifices they had made over the past several months flooded back into their minds. Some of their brothers had even lost their lives in the process. And just moments earlier, they had decisively rejected Chen Fan's proposal on behalf of these women. His lewd intentions had been blatant, yet they still pretended to be eager to leave with him. How despicable. The old adage that prostitutes are heartless and performers unfaithful was demonstrated to its fullest extent. Witnessing this scene, Chen Fan laughed heartily and strode outside. Xiaofang, continue your conversations with your comrades. I shall wait outside for 10 minutes, and we shall return thereafter. Xiaofang quickly grasped the situation. Mr. Chen was executing a masterstroke. Astounding, truly astounding. These 15 soldiers may have been principled, but that did not make them foolish. Moments ago, they had been indignant at Chen Fan's conduct, but now they instantly comprehended his strategy. No matter how intelligent these women might have been, confronted with the shelter's superior conditions and the promise of eternal survival, they had accepted without a moment's deliberation. Seeing Chen Fan's demeanor, the women suddenly realized they had been manipulated, their beautiful faces flushed with dismay. Several minutes later, all of Xiaofang's comrades emerged from the establishment. The dozen or so women trailed behind, weeping and desperately attempting to detain them. It took considerable effort to shake off their grasping hands. Once they had all boarded the vehicle, Chen Fan waved his hand grandly and declared, "Let us return home." Inside the car, Su Liang, who had been keeping watch, curiously inquired about the events that had transpired. Upon learning the full account, he also lavished Chen Fan with effusive praise. Unmoved by Su Liang's flattery, Chen Fan gazed out the window in silence, his memories drifting into the distance. When he was 16 years old, Chen Fan had fallen deeply in love with a female classmate. The girl never explicitly rejected him, nor did she offer any genuine opportunity, simply keeping him dangling indefinitely. In the awakening of his affections, Chen Fan had pursued this classmate relentlessly for 2 entire years. It was not until he turned 18 that another girl burst into Chen Fan's world. She was extraordinarily beautiful and remarkably proactive, showing Chen Fan utmost devotion and unconditional compliance. Finally, Chen Fan was no longer anyone's servile admirer. He and the girl had come together. For several months, they existed in a blissful, deeply romantic embrace. Suddenly, the girl proposed a breakup, citing his family's mediocre circumstances as the reason, and fled with a wealthy heir. Chen Fan was utterly bewildered. In a dazed state, he had been taken by his father to an upscale establishment. As reality began to dawn on Chen Fan, he wondered why his father would bring him to such a place. Suddenly, a girl pushed open the door. It was precisely the girl who had burst into Chen Fan's world and then cruelly departed. She was a prostitute here. "Xiao Fan, this is your inaugural lesson upon reaching adulthood." Chen Fan's father was fully aware of his submissive behavior at school. The girl had been deliberately arranged by him all to teach Chen Fan that a man must possess strength and capability before he can obtain what he desires. It was brutally pragmatic, mercilessly harsh. Following the decline of his family's prosperity, Chen Fan had undergone another transformation. Upon returning to the shelter, these 15 soldiers respectfully expressed their gratitude to Chen Fan, not only for granting them refuge, but also for helping them confront reality with clear eyes. Though they were of similar age, Chen Fan now regarded them as his own father had once regarded him. "My parents suffered the same misfortune as your families. That is an irreversible reality. However, given my capabilities, I shall endeavor to prevent such tragedies from occurring with such frequency." Chen Fan patted one of them on the shoulder and continued, "Can I place my trust in you?" The soldiers' slumped postures immediately straightened. Without waiting for their response, Chen Fan smiled and said, "I have already received my answer from your eyes. Welcome home." With those words, Chen Fan left the group, with his imposing silhouette turning away. Those 3 simple words, "Welcome home," had brought tears to the soldier's eyes. The moment Chen Fan turned around, he happened to encounter Yang Yaomin and a few other classmates approaching from the opposite direction. "Brother Fan, you have returned. We have already selected our designated positions. I wish to join the armed division alongside Brother Da, while Tianyu and sister-in-law will gradually train within the medical team. Our family members have also been assigned suitable roles, and everyone has treated us with great kindness. Thank you, Brother Fan." Chen Fan's previously solemn expression immediately transformed into a cheerful grin as he threw his arm around Yang Yaomin. "I am starving. Let us go, let us go. We can converse while dining. Just as they were partaking in their meal, the representatives from the power company finally returned. They were profoundly grateful to Chen Fan. Following the hospital's relocation, their families had not been harassed within that residential compound, and several of their comrades who had been slashed in attacks were now recuperating within the shelter. Have you taken your meal? Chen Fan scanned the surroundings spotted by Yu and called out loudly, Uncle Bai, prepare some food for the brothers from the power company. Observing Chen Fan's approachable manner, they did not decline and took their seats to begin reporting on their progress. The leader of the power company team was a middle-aged man named Feng Yujin. He stated, Mr. Chen, after several days of arduous effort, we have salvaged sufficient solar equipment to cover the entire roof. Starting tomorrow, we shall commence the installation of the first panel. While dining, Chen Fan inquired, You have worked tirelessly these past few days. What is your estimated timeline for completing the installation across all 4 facilities? Feng Yujin replied cautiously, We are only 7 workers, and even under optimal conditions the task will require at least half a year. Chen Fan shook his head. Half a year is far too prolonged. We cannot afford to wait that long. The shelter's population is steadily increasing, and the power supply remains grossly inadequate. Should you require additional personnel to assist, do not hesitate to request them. Feng Yujin ultimately gritted his teeth and declared, With sufficient manpower, we can complete the work within a month and a half. At that moment, Bai Yu brought over several plates of food for them, and Chen Fan gestured with his finger indicating they should eat and converse simultaneously. Do you not require individuals with specialized training? Feng Yujin accepted the utensils from Bai Yu, expressed his thanks, and responded, As long as we provide guidance on site, anyone possessing basic practical skills will suffice. Chen Fan finished his meal, wiped his mouth, lit a cigarette, and fell silent. Feng Yujin understood this was Chen Fan's way of granting them time to eat undisturbed. The group immediately bent their heads to their meals. Observing that they had consumed their food within mere bites, Chen Fan pushed the pack of cigarettes on the table toward them. The power company workers lit their cigarettes, their faces washing over with deep relief. It had been countless months since they last savored both a proper meal and a smoke. Seeing Feng Yujin's conflicted expression, Chen Fan understood what they were thinking and asked directly, Are you worried that once the work accelerates and gets completed, I won't need you anymore? Feng Yujin immediately stammered like a child caught doing wrong. Mr. Chen, please rest assured I would never deliberately delay the project and cling around. Biting his lip, he added, Could you take us in? We can subsist on minimal food while doing the hardest labor. Just help us and our families survive. With a thud, this middle-aged man, old enough to be Chen Fan's elder, dropped to his knees and wept uncontrollably. Seeing this, the rest of the power company workers immediately knelt before Chen Fan as well. After letting out a sigh, Chen Fan nodded and said, Bring your families to the shelter shortly. From now on, you and your families will be official members of my shelter. Bang, bang, bang. Despite their attempts to stop them, the group persisted and delivered 3 forceful blows to Chen Fan before relenting. Xiao Fang arrived with over a dozen comrades who had just toured the shelter, catching sight of this scene at the dining hall. Did you see that? An opportunity others would beg for, and you actually walked away from it. I honestly want to punch you all. Seeing their sheepish expressions, Xiao Fang laughed. Enough? Mr. Chen isn't that petty. Come on, let's get you fed. In the vast dining hall covering several hundred square meters, Chen Fan remained unaware of their exchange. Turning to Feng Yujin, he proposed, Split into 2 groups, 4 stay behind to handle installation at the shelter, while 3 head into the mountains to dismantle equipment. I'll assign 50 people to each team. Feng Yujin wiped his tears and nodded. That's ideal, but where do I find these people? Everyone already seems occupied with their own tasks here. Chen Fan smiled. Have you forgotten the hundreds who come here daily looking for work? There must be at least 200 out there. Feng Yujin immediately grasped the situation. I'll recruit 100 tomorrow. What should I offer them? Chen Fan considered this carefully. The mountain team faces harsh conditions, and those installing inside the shelter are doing high-altitude work. 2 jin of food per day should suffice. Feng Yujin gave a thumbs up. You're generous, Mr. Chen. Chen Fan patted his shoulder. Bring your families over. Ask Uncle Zhao to coordinate. He'll oversee all shelter construction matters. Thank you once more, Mr. Chen. We'll get to work now. Good, go ahead. As the power company workers departed, Chen Fan felt a growing sense of anticipation. With the 20-plus members and their families joining, Chen Fan's team had finally surpassed 200 people. When the count first exceeded 10, it had doubled once. Then again at 20 or 30 and multiplied 5-fold at both 50 and 100. Beyond 100, there had been no further increases. But today they finally crossed 200. Chen Fan worried the system might stop rewarding beyond that threshold. The more time passed, the more system coins Chen Fan needed. After dinner, he worked out with Wang Meng, then lay quietly feeling the weight of waiting as if time itself had become unbearable. Finally, after what felt like the longest wait of his life, midnight arrived. Today's deposit 13,375 million. Please check your account. Balance 19,074.3 million. The system's chime rang so beautifully, more pleasant than Wang Meng's voice moments earlier. Chen Fan nearly jumped up to shout. System incredible. Indeed, exceeding 200 triggered another five-fold multiplier, 62,500 per person. The numbers aligned perfectly with the headcount, no internal discord in sight. His heart raced, hands trembling. Just yesterday, he'd lacked funds for armored personnel carriers and had to settle for civilian models stretching every yuan. Within a single day, yesterday's wish materialized. At dawn the next morning, Zhou Xiande delivered the long-awaited news Chen Fan had been waiting for. 39 individuals were now fully capable of exacting revenge for Chen Fan's parents. Over half were combat-ready soldiers, while the remainder, through recent training, could handle perimeter encirclement operations. Not a single soul from the online lending collection agency would survive. Without hesitation, Chen Fan spent 600,000 on full combat gear for the newly arrived recruits. Another 16 million went toward one infantry fighting vehicle and two wheeled armored cars with full weapon systems and ammunition packages for each. Watching nearly 20 million system coins drop back down to 2 million genuinely pained him. Yet upon seeing those three formidable armored vehicles appear before him, that sting vanished instantly. The two tracked vehicles from yesterday had already stunned the survivors outside the gates. Now, with three authentic military war machines on display today, their reverence for the shelter had reached unprecedented heights. The shelter members, unaware of Chen Fan's secret, assumed these weapons had simply been stored in the other three restricted venues all along. This misconception only deepened their curiosity about those three additional facilities. Today's entire armed department deployment wasn't heading toward the collection agency at all. It was a mountain exercise. But an unexpected complication arose, forcing the drill to conclude after just 1 hour. The wheeled armored vehicles had discovered that the two exposed machine guns subjected to temperatures below -60 degrees had jammed. The sole solution was installing a heating system, and they acted immediately, driving the armored vehicles to Xingye repair shop. When these formidable machines appeared at the facility, Huang Yexing and his team braced themselves as if facing a formidable adversary. Only when Chen Fan emerged from the vehicle did they exhale in relief. "Old Huang, can you handle this?" Chen Fan asked after the repair crew examined the situation. Huang Yexing deliberated with his senior technicians before deciding to attempt the repair. Machine guns heat up during sustained firing anyway, so ensuring reliable initial shots should suffice. Several hours later, two metal enclosures were mounted around the machine guns, housing a heating system powered by automotive batteries with only the muzzle openings exposed. The result looked crude, but practicality mattered more than aesthetics. They tested the modifications in the mountains, and while the heating process consumed significant power and took considerable time, the weapons now fired reliably. The limitation was that once firing ceased, the batteries couldn't sustain the heating system. But for Chen Fan's immediate needs, this proved sufficient. Watching Chen Fan's shelter grow stronger, Huang Yexing grew anxious. "Mr. Chen, about my request from last time." Chen Fan had actually come with the same intention, but two people from the previous visit had shown reluctance. Now, understanding that the system would deny system coins to those unwilling participants, Chen Fan felt no concern about their inclusion. After tonight, if two were still missing from the reward count, he'd know exactly who they were. So he agreed to Huang Yexing's request. With dozens of vehicles now belonging to the shelter, maintenance personnel were certainly needed. The sudden joy caught Huang Yexing off guard, and he began relocating that very night. But when Huang Yexing arrived at the shelter's basement level for a tour, expecting his repair shop's small farm to make a significant contribution, he was utterly stunned. The crops stretched endlessly across the vast space, sprouting under the careful attention of dozens of workers, creating a scene of thriving prosperity. From the corners came the constant clucking of poultry. Huang Yexing sighed and consoled himself. At least we've gained Mr. Chen's hospitality. The two reluctant individuals from before shared the same look of disbelief in their eyes. That night, Chen Fan's system coins showed no one left behind. Recalling how the guide described their expressions during the tour, he immediately understood. Their mindset could be changed. Not everyone remained incorrigible like that doctor or the bus company representative who refused to bend despite a week's time. Most people, upon witnessing a shelter of such magnitude, recognized the futility of resistance and submitted willingly. 3 days passed in a flash, and the 40 members of the armed department had already finalized their revenge plan. At 4 a.m. that day, with the temperature at -67 degrees, the 40 armed personnel and 60 support staff from the shelter in a convoy of nearly 20 vehicles set off majestically toward the city center. At 5 a.m., the office building occupied by the debt collection company was surrounded. Chen Fan stepped out of the vehicle. Together with several others, he carried the remains of his parents and Xiao Zishuan's parents into the coffins prepared in the car. A biting cold wind swept past as Chen Fan stood there motionless. The sky had not yet dawned, but the headlights and commotion from Chen Fan's convoy had long since roused the nearby survivors. This naturally included the debt collection company team inside the building. One man staggered out from the building. "You, leader, may I ask what you were doing here?" Earlier they had vaguely seen Chen Fan's convoy carrying something into vehicles through the snow and assumed they were merely passing through in search of supplies. Now, upon seeing the 4 coffins at the back of the pickup truck, he fully understood that among the corpses around the building there must certainly be relatives of the man before him. and most of those corpses had been ambushed and killed by them when those survivors happened to pass by. The man knew that any explanation would be futile, for their deeds could be confirmed by any survivor living nearby. He decisively betrayed the people inside the building. There are 123 members in the building along with 87 captured women. I beg you to spare me, I was also forced to. Bang! Chen Fan drew a pistol from his chest and ended the man's life. The team had already arrived, and the information he offered was now worthless. No matter how many people were inside, today's operation would not be halted. Seeing Chen Fan deal with the man, Zhou Xianda gave the order, attack. Chen Fan had equipped the 40 members of the armed department with night vision and infrared devices. Well-equipped firearms against cold weapons was always an overwhelming advantage, especially in nighttime combat. The outcome was beyond speculation. The 40 men charged into the building, and from below, the lights of the armed department could be seen advancing floor by floor. Chen Fan and the remaining 60 personnel formed a net-like perimeter around the building, ensuring no one could escape. Only 2 or 3 gunshots echoed along the way as the armed department smoothly reached the 19th floor. Through the walkie-talkie system, Zhou Xianda's report came through. The people here have realized they are surrounded. Most have taken refuge on the top floor, the 20th floor. Chen Fan did not respond to his report, but instead asked, if the enemy uses the 87 women as hostages, how would you choose? In the past, Zhou Xianda would have certainly hesitated over such a decision. But after experiencing Zhao Guangxing and the third brother Zheng Yang's tactful education, Zhou Xianda now knew how to choose. He replied, I will not simply allow the armed department members to be put in a passive position to avoid casualties among the hostages. Hearing his answer, Chen Fan fell silent. The other members of the armed department had clearly heard their conversation. Almost none of them were saints who had survived to this day, but neither were they indiscriminate killers. If Zhou Xianda had not made his position clear, the armed department's operations might have become hesitant when facing hostage situations. But now his meaning was clear: avoid the hostages whenever possible, and if avoidance was truly impossible, then so be it. Immediately afterward, dense gunfire erupted from the top floor of the building, accompanied by heart-rending screams. The surrounding survivors did not feel afraid because of this. On the contrary, they supported Chen Fan's actions. Because the wicked deeds of this gang had long threatened the nearby teams. The fierce gunfire lasted less than 10 minutes. It was not as spectacular as Chen Fan had imagined, nor was there any desperate fight to the death. Chen Fan's team concluded this revenge operation with an absolutely dominant posture. By the time Zhou Xianda and the others returned to the first floor, the twilight had gradually faded. The 40 men slowly approached Chen Fan. Mr. Chen, all enemy forces have been eliminated. Zhou Xianda finished speaking and quietly waited for Chen Fan's instructions. Chen Fan felt no joy after revenge. He himself did not know what state he was in at this moment. One person in the crowd was sobbing. He was the shortest among the more than 40 people. That person was Chao Zixuan. Chen Fan walked over and embraced him, then said to everyone, let's wrap this up. Just as everyone was about to board the vehicles, 20 or 30 women emerged from the office building. They lined up in a row, silently watching Chen Fan's team prepare to leave, their expressions lost and helpless. Their hearts were filled with contradiction. On one hand, they were grateful to Chen Fan for helping them escape their suffering. On the other hand, they had lost the food source provided by the debt collection company and did not know how to survive in the days ahead. In the apocalypse, a woman's beauty was no longer an asset, but a curse. In this moment, Chen Fan became the focal point of this area. The shelter members looked at him. Those women looked at him. The survivors in the surrounding buildings also looked at him. At this moment, Chen Fan remained in a pose with one foot stepping on the door edge, about to board the vehicle. Beside him, Zhou Xianda maintained the posture of holding the door open for him. Apart from the sound of vehicle engines and the howling wind, there was no other sound on sight. Sighing, Chen Fan turned his head to look at the group of women. If you still have the courage to live, follow us. After speaking, Chen Fan boarded the vehicle and quietly closed his eyes to wait. Those women originally had dull expressions, but upon hearing Chen Fan's words, a desire for life burst forth in their eyes. Then the first woman stepped forward, came to Chen Fan's car, and bowed to him through the glass. Someone immediately helped her into the rear vehicle. Then the second woman stepped forward in the same manner to bow. Following that, the third. The fourth. In the end, 17 women got on. Beneath that building, several women did not move. They could be seen numbly and slowly stripping off their clothes. In no time, they froze and collapsed on the ground. Chen Fan knew that people determined to die could not be taken with them. This was their destination then. Let's go. With Chen Fan's order, once again the convoy finally began to move. As soon as the convoy departed, the surrounding survivors began to pour into that office building frantically. After dealing with the debt collection company, Chen Fan had not requested to take away any supplies. Chen Fan looked down on these supplies, but for the nearby survivors, they were their hope for survival. Room 802, Building 6, Lijiang Residential Community. Chen Fan returned here once again, this time accompanied by the 2 coffins of his parents. You all wait outside for me. Let me be alone for a while. Zhou Xianda patted Chen Fan on the shoulder, signaling the others to leave. After everyone had gone, Chen Fan stroked his parents' coffins and murmured, Mom, Dad, I've brought you home. The emotions he had been suppressing finally erupted. Kneeling before his parents' coffins, he broke down into uncontrollable weeping. Click, suddenly the door was opened. Chen Fan did not turn around, for only Wang Ming could open the door to their home. A pair of hands embraced Chen Fan tightly from behind. Uncle and Aunt, I will take good care of Chen Fan on your behalf. Chen Fan is so remarkable now. He can lead us to live on forever. You must bless us all to stay safe. After a long while, Chen Fan collected himself and left. From then on, Yongcheng gained a shelter that swept away evil forces. 5 nights later, an emergency meeting was convened at the shelter. It was because the temperature in Yongcheng had plummeted to a new low once again. The highest temperature during the day sat at a chilling -60 degrees Celsius, while nighttime dropped to -68. From the day he obtained the system, barely over a month had passed, yet the average temperature had fallen another 8 degrees. This was an extraordinarily ominous signal. Although the pace had slowed considerably compared to the early apocalypse, when temperatures plunged dozens of degrees per week, the relentless downward trend remained the most terrifying prospect. If this continued, no living creature would survive in Yongcheng except those within Chen Fan's shelter. It further validated the authorities' decision for mass evacuation. Old Feng, how many hospital-grade generators would we need to maintain heating and power for the entire building materials shelter? Chen Fan's question hung in the air, and the power company personnel immediately began calculating on their computers. After a moment, Feng Yujin replied, including the one already operational, we would need 16 more to sustain power throughout the building materials shelter. Mr. Chen, I do not know how much fuel you have stockpiled across the other 3 venues, but I can assure you that even with this quantity of generators, we cannot sustain operations. That is because 17 generators of this caliber would consume approximately 1,000 liters of diesel per hour. Feng Yujin then educated the attendees. If all 17 2,000 kilowatt generators run simultaneously, they could drain a fully stocked medium-sized gas station in less than half a day. Zhao Guangxing looked at Chen Fan and asked, Little Fan, are you confident we can pull this off? Those who understood Chen Fan's abilities knew he was really asking whether his system could bear the enormous fuel costs. Chen Fan fell into deep thought. He now earned nearly 20 million system coins per day. If he truly ran 17 diesel generators to power the shelter, the daily fuel cost would only amount to over 1 million system coins. It was acceptable after all, since the entire shelter depended on it as its foundation. However, the total cost for 16 additional generators of this scale was 180 million system coins. Chen Fan, who had painstakingly saved 90 million system coins over this period, could only afford a fraction of these generators. Time was growing increasingly urgent. Chen Fan turned to Feng Yujin again and asked, if the solar equipment at all 4 venues is fully completed, how many 2,000 kilowatt generators worth of power would that produce? Feng Yujin, having anticipated this question, replied immediately, the 4 venues have approximately 9,000 square meters of exterior surfaces. Aside from the roofs that receive consistent sunlight, the 4 sides of each venue would need significant reduction factors. Under pre-apocalypse temperature conditions, solar equipment of this scale would equal about 100 generators. But under current climate conditions, it would produce no more than 65 generators worth of electricity. However, relying solely on the upcoming solar equipment would fully sustain heating and power for all 4 venues. Mr. Chen, there is no need for excessive worry. Upon hearing this, everyone saw a glimmer of hope. Yet Chen Fan did not share this optimism, for Feng Yujin had mentioned that even with special protective materials installed, the solar equipment could only operate down to -70 degrees, and they were dangerously close to that threshold. What if this cursed apocalypse brought endless temperature drops? Feng Yujin, who had followed Chen Fan for several days, noticed his concern and asked, Mr. Chen, are you worried about what I mentioned earlier, the solar equipment's ability to function at -70 degrees? Chen Fan nodded in acknowledgement. The others heard this news for the first time, and at Chen Fan's cue, Feng Yujin shared the information with everyone present. The crowd, who had just glimpsed hope, was taken aback by this revelation. Chen Fan raised his hand to calm them and asked, does anyone know where the meteorological station is? The attendees were puzzled by Chen Fan's sudden question. Qin Yu immediately stepped forward and said, Mr. Chen, I know where it is. Chen Fan nodded and said, good. We will visit tomorrow to see if any staff are still alive. I need to find people with this expertise before I can determine our next course of action. Then he turned to Zhao Guangxing and Lu Yang and asked, can the medical area and dormitory zone on the 2nd floor operate normally once powered? Both nodded to confirm completion. Chen Fan then asked Zhou Xianda, Brother Zhou, how is the clearance operation progressing? Zhou Xianda sat up straight and reported, the 6 largest criminal syndicates in Yongcheng have been eliminated. The remaining small gangs pose no real threat. We rescued a total of 177 trapped prisoners, all of whom have been settled into residential compounds near the shelter according to your arrangements. As for the remaining minor players, after experiencing recent events, I believe they will not dare any reckless actions. Chen Fan nodded with satisfaction and first instructed Feng Yujin, tonight arrange 5 generators on the -2nd floor. Connect all the reserved wiring and ensure proper exhaust ventilation. Before the power company personnel could recover from their astonishment, Chen Fan turned to Zhao Guangxing and added, "Starting tomorrow, restore power to the first floor, second floor, and negative first floor." Zhao Guangxing knew Chen Fan could definitely deliver. Though surprised by the sheer magnitude of his abilities, he was not entirely shocked. After all, Chen Fan had once said that the more people he took in, the stronger his powers became. He nodded and replied, "No problem. Everything is already prepared." Chen Fan then ordered Zhou Xinda, "Tomorrow divide the armed unit into 3 teams. The first team will accompany me to the Meteorological Bureau to recruit personnel with relevant expertise. The second and third teams will begin continuous citywide patrols and outreach. The shelter will aggressively recruit anyone capable of restoring human society's productive capabilities." He then reminded Lu Yang, "Teacher Lu, the shelter's medical zone will officially commence operations starting tomorrow. New members will continue arriving in steady streams, and both they and their families require timely medical treatment." Without giving anyone a chance to ask questions, Chen Fan rose from his seat, and Zhao Guangxing and the other construction personnel immediately followed him out. Chen Fan's rapid succession of orders allowed everyone present to roughly guess what he intended to do. Either root themselves in the shelter and endure the coming extreme cold, or prepare for evacuation in advance, following the route the authorities had originally charted southward toward the equator. If even equatorial temperatures proved unlivable, then all organisms on Earth would have no reason to struggle anymore. At the underground parking lot on the negative second floor, Chen Fan spent 60 million system coins to materialize 5 generators from nowhere. He also purchased over 40 large fuel storage tanks, filling them with diesel, enough for the shelter to last 3 days. Then he instructed them to notify the power department to begin connections the following day. The next day, when the power department personnel discovered the suddenly appearing generators and fuel tanks, Feng Yujian had already begun to suspect something extraordinary. But he did not share his suspicions with his companions. Shaking off his brief astonishment, he immediately directed everyone to test and connect the equipment to the power grid. Meanwhile, the entire city of Yongcheng began receiving news of Chen Fan's shelter recruitment drive. At this point, anyone still clinging to the delusion of small group survival was nothing short of foolish. Survivors across Yongcheng who received the news made a unanimous decision that day to abandon their plans for scavenging supplies and head to the shelter to try their luck. Chen Fan arrived at the Yongcheng Meteorological Bureau only to find it long deserted. Just as he and his team were about to leave, a car pulled up before them. A man stepped out of the vehicle and greeted Chen Fan's group. Word had spread throughout Yongcheng during this period about Zhou Xinda's fierce reputation for crushing dangerous forces. Chen Fan's shelter was unmistakably identified by its tracked vehicles and armored cars, so ordinary citizens did not fear Chen Fan's team. In fact, they proactively reached out in friendliness. By chance, the car was headed to the Chen Fan shelter for an interview. Not expecting to cross paths with them here, but eager to make acquaintances upon learning that Chen Fan was seeking Meteorological Bureau personnel, they provided him with a lead. "So you mean all the official personnel who haven't fled are gathered living in the stadium in Qingshan district?" "Yes, they relocated there long after the official mass evacuation. Most people wouldn't know. It's quite normal actually, because aside from the daily convoys sent out to scavenge for supplies, few enter or exit. We happen to live nearby, so we caught on to some of what's going on. I suspect the authorities have moved the Meteorological Bureau people there since monitoring temperature is a critical function." After thanking them, Chen Fan's team set out for the Qingshan District Stadium. Chen Fan's shelter lay to the southwest, while the stadium sat in the southeastern suburbs, nearly a diagonal across Yongcheng. That area was an empty development zone with no resource-rich locations worth visiting, so it was only natural that they knew little about it. What they hadn't expected was that a sizable official shelter existed there. Over an hour later, Chen Fan's convoy slowly approached the Qingshan District Stadium. The sports complex comprised 3 fully enclosed venues, a football field, a basketball arena, and a swimming pool. With sufficient power to maintain heating throughout, it would indeed make an excellent large-scale shelter. But Chen Fan suspected they lacked the resources to warm the venues. At best, they were likely confined to the underground parking garage beneath the stadium. Only a few hundred meters from the stadium, 2 military off-roaders immediately emerged and sped toward them. Zhou Xinda signaled the convoy to halt. His vehicle slowly rolled forward to negotiate with the newcomers. Chen Fan had assumed a brief conversation would suffice to meet their person in charge. Instead, over 10 minutes passed, and Zhou Xinda was still communicating. Chen Fan keyed his walkie-talkie. "What's going on?" The response came immediately. "They've agreed to let us enter and speak with their leader, but we cannot bring any weapons inside. Can't they come out?" After Chen Fan asked, he could clearly sense Zhou Xinda hesitating. Then he said, "The mayor of Yongcheng is in there." Hearing this, Chen Fan immediately understood. The mere fact that these officials were willing to receive a commoner like him was already a concession, expecting them to come out. Did the mayor not care about his dignity? Chen Fan found it deeply amusing. Here they were facing the end of the world, and they were still clinging to bureaucratic posturing. Still, the opposition was hardly toothless. The people who emerged were clearly military personnel accompanied by a police car, armed undoubtedly. While Chen Fan's side had armored vehicles, those vehicles could not enter the premises, so they posed no real threat. Dragging this out wouldn't work. Chen Fan spoke up. Ask them if 100 gene of meat will persuade them to come out and talk in detail. As expected, the offer was immediately relayed via walkie-talkie inside. Soon after, Chen Fan was granted an audience. However, the person who came was merely an office director. The meeting took place outside the stadium's underground parking lot inside an RV. Young man, you're from that shelter in the southern district, correct? Director Lu, a portly man, sipped tea from his thermos before asking in a non-committal tone. Chen Fan ignored his casual manner. Achieving his goal was what mattered. He nodded with a smile and said yes. What brings you here today? Chen Fan immediately explained his need to recruit meteorological experts. Director Lu pondered for a moment before saying, the Meteorological Bureau staff are indeed living inside with us, but they are invaluable talents in this post-apocalyptic era. Chen Fan cut him off. Add another 100 gene of meat. Director Lu's expression instantly softened into a warm smile. You're a sharp young man. He then instructed someone nearby to go inside and fetch the meteorological experts. After a few minutes, 3 people arrived, one around 60 years old, the other 2 in their 40s. Unlike Director Lu, they carried no trace of arrogance. The lead figure spoke humbly. Mr. Chen, greetings. I am Hao Chaoyang from the Meteorological Bureau. I understand you're looking for our people. How may I assist you? From the moment all 3 entered the RV until now, Director Lu hadn't so much as glanced their way. It was clear that the Meteorological Bureau staff had become practically irrelevant within their shelter. Having roughly gauged their situation, Chen Fan got straight to the point. Mr. Hao, greetings. I represent the Southern District Shelter. We are here to invite your specialized professionals to join our shelter. We can guarantee our members food security and medical care. And most importantly, our members enjoy unrestricted freedom of movement. Chen Fan deliberately stressed the word freedom. Having observed the scene upon arrival, he could see that except for military and police personnel, the vast majority of people were not permitted to come and go freely. Director Lu remained unfazed by Chen Fan's blatant attempt to poach talent right under his nose. Inside, he secretly scoffed. This young fool lacks any political savvy. The moment he meets a bureau-level director, he thinks he can simply lure him away. Hao Chaoyang did not rush to answer. In the days before the apocalypse, his thinking might have mirrored Director Lu's. But now, fully aware of his own status and circumstances, the fact that Chen Fan dared to ask him outright whether he would leave with the man. Either Chen Fan was foolish or he possessed genuine confidence. Glancing at the armored vehicles outside, Hao Chaoyang temporarily categorized Chen Fan as the latter. He gestured toward the armored convoy beyond the RV. Mr. Chen, regarding the security you mentioned, I harbor no doubt. Then he pointed toward the official stadium. Even this shelter built by the government through mass mobilization cannot guarantee food security or medical care. I can see you carry real confidence, but I cannot simply abandon everything based on a few words and follow you. Chen Fan understood that the official shelter certainly possessed more comprehensive facilities than any outside faction. Though he and the 2 beside him were gaunt and emaciated, at least they were alive. No man with even a modicum of security would be swayed by mere rhetoric. Prepared for this, Chen Fan withdrew a smartphone from his pocket, opened a video, and smiled as he handed it over. Director Lu, curious, leaned in to watch. The video first displayed the full panorama of the shelter, followed by 6 large generators running continuously, dozens of fuel storage tanks. Next came footage of the farm, lush crops, thriving poultry moving actively, and a full view of their well-equipped armed contingent. Finally, snippets of daily life appeared, the meals served each day. Scenes of survivors arriving each day at the shelter entrance to exchange supplies were also shown. Having watched the entire video, Hao Chaoyang stood dumbfounded. Director Lu beside him was equally astonished. I had initially assumed Chen Fan was merely a minor faction that had somehow acquired a few tracked armored vehicles to show off, never imagining their operation would be this large scale. While the population size might not match the official shelter, that certainly wasn't the metric that mattered. The only true standard was the ratio of population to resources. Otherwise, how could Director Lu allow Chen Fan to poach people right under his nose? Because he knew how long the supplies in the official shelter would last, and having those superfluous individuals depart on their own accord would actually yield the best outcome for him. This way, their resource consumption could be reduced somewhat. Those who had survived this long understood the vast difference between merely surviving and enduring forever. Based solely on the farm visible in the video, as long as Chen Fan could maintain a proper balance between population and output, they could endure forever. After viewing the footage, Hao Chaoyang immediately developed a favorable impression of this young man. This was because Chen Fan, having sufficient means himself, willingly shared surplus food to assist other survivors. This stood in stark contrast to the officials who had chosen to remain behind. Hao Chaoyang steadied his emotions before asking, Mr. Chen, I'd like to know what brings you to us. Chen Fan offered no pretense, stating directly, current temperatures continue to drop, and as the authorities warned before the Great Migration, the climate in Huaxiao will eventually become uninhabitable. I need personnel from the Meteorological Bureau to resume weather monitoring so we can determine whether to stay or leave. Even if departure becomes necessary, I need to know the latest possible timeline. This gives me time to recruit as many people as possible to join us. Upon hearing this, Hao Chaoyang immediately felt deep respect for Chen Fan. He understood that during the original southern relocation, only a third of the population had been able to follow the authorities, with most of the remainder perishing. If someone possessed the capability to organize another southern migration, it would be a deed of immeasurable merit. Very well. Since you say you can lead those who couldn't depart before on another southern migration, I'll follow you, Hao Chaoyang said. Chen Fan extended his hand and replied, "Welcome to join us, Mr. Hao. Please go home and make arrangements for your family. We'll wait for you outside." Hao Chaoyang appeared visibly startled and asked, "Did you just mention family?" Chen Fan nodded. "Yes, we couldn't possibly leave behind the families of our members." At this moment, Hao Chaoyang's eyes began to well up with tears, for he had already resolved to leave his family behind and take only a few experts along, hoping to create conditions that would enable more people to migrate south. Hao Chaoyang said nothing further and departed after bowing to Chen Fan. After Hao Chaoyang left, the other party had already transformed into an exceedingly kind and benevolent smile, entirely shedding the initial arrogance. His voice was distinctly sycophantic as he chuckled, "Mr. Chen, I'll immediately report this to the mayor. I'm confident he'd be willing to meet with you. What do you think?" Chen Fan did not let the change in attitude go to his head, still responding with a composed smile, "The honor is mine." Then, as though casually mentioning it, Chen Fan added, "I wonder if former director of the Agriculture Bureau Sun Yuyong is in the shelter. He's a distant relative of mine. I just suddenly remembered he might be here." Director Liu didn't give much thought to Chen Fan's subsequent inquiry. It was perfectly normal for someone with capability to search for relatives in these times. What he didn't know was that after Chen Fan asked, his heart rate increased significantly. "Director Sun, he's here, but..." Holding back his excitement, Chen Fan maintained a steady tone and said, 100 gene of pork. Director Liu quickly waved his hands. No, Mr. Chen, that's not what I meant. I mean, Director Sun is currently very ill and may not be able to come out to see you in person. In the past, Director Liu would have unquestionably accepted those 100 gene of pork, but after witnessing the strength of Chen Fan's shelter, he realized the person before him could now stand on equal footing with the overall director of the official shelter. He could only seek to establish a connection. Chen Fan's heart skipped a beat inside, but he didn't ask about the nature of the illness. Instead, he continued, "Could I send my people in to bring him out?" "Don't worry, we won't bring any weapons inside." Director Liu readily agreed. Chen Fan immediately summoned Zhou Xianda and explained the situation. Zhou Xianda then led several people into the official shelter without delay. After some time, a middle-aged man with a beaming smile arrived at this RV. As soon as he entered, he extended his hand warmly and said, "My goodness, heroes emerge from the youth. Regarding Mr. Chen's matter, my people have already reported to me. The fact that you can still extend a helping hand to ordinary citizens at a time like this makes us, in the official sector, feel deeply ashamed." This man, even if turned to ashes, Chen Fan would recognize. Xiao Weiman, the mayor of Yongqing City. It was precisely his rise to power that led to the suppression of Chen Fan's father's company, replaced by someone from his faction. However, Chen Fan at this moment maintained a composed expression as he shook the other's hand, saying, "Mayor Xiao is too kind in his praise. I don't even know how long my assistance can be sustained. We are all Huaxiao people, and it's only natural to help one another when we have the ability." Xiao Weiman glanced at Director Liu beside him, pointing at Chen Fan and praising, "Look at this, neither arrogant nor rash. This is truly how a worthy son of Huaxiao should conduct himself. Quick, sit down and let's chat." After sitting down, the other party began speaking incessantly. As for the style of conversation, it bore a striking resemblance to certain state broadcast programs. In any case, after chatting for a full 5 minutes, Chen Fan still hadn't grasped what the other was trying to convey. It was only then that Xiao Weiman came to his senses. The person before him was merely a young man in his early 20s, and finally stopped the empty talk, shifting instead to discuss practical matters. "Young Chen, currently our official resources are strained, but our labor force still holds certain advantages. Perhaps there could be opportunities for cooperation." Chen Fan chuckled inwardly. This was an attempt to compete with other survivors for opportunities. Only you, Mayor Xiao, would think of something like this. However, outwardly, Chen Fan responded with a smile. "Mayor Xiao, our shelter is still under construction at present, and naturally, there are numerous challenges that ordinary survivors cannot overcome. Our official shelter is brimming with talented individuals, such as the Meteorological Bureau expert I just invited, something ordinary survivors wouldn't have access to." Upon hearing Chen Fan's words, Xiao Weiman displayed a satisfied smile and said, Exactly. During the Great Migration, the authorities brought along experts from various fields specifically so they could quickly rebuild shelters once they reached the equator. And as for us who were assigned to remain in this area, whether officials or individuals, we must keep pace with the authorities, pool our efforts, and persevere in survival. Should the main official force that traveled far return one day after this apocalypse ends, we can immediately provide the necessary human and material resources to contribute to Huaxia's reconstruction. Chen Fan let the words wash over one ear and out the other, smiling as he replied, "Mayor Xiao has considered everything thoroughly. In that case, should I have any needs in the future, I won't hesitate to ask for your assistance. Rest assured, I will not fall short on the compensation owed." Seeing Chen Fan's responsiveness, Xiao Weiman burst into hearty laughter and patted his shoulder, saying, "Excellent. Moreover, if you desire a particular position, I can certainly put in a good word for you. Chen Fan sneered coldly inwardly. This was clearly a probe to see whether he would willingly join the official authorities. If he did, would he not simply be surrendering his shelter into others' hands? An identical formula, the same grasping principle wrapped in different words. Rather than refusing outright, he adopted a contemplative expression and said, I will give Mayor Zhao's proposal serious consideration. After speaking, he noticed through the RV window Zhou Xinda carrying someone wrapped in blankets out of the shelter. Xiao Weiman followed Chen Fan's gaze and asked with a smile, does young Chen have relatives among our officials as well? Chen Fan did not answer directly. Instead, after watching Zhou Xinda guide the person into the vehicle, he turned back to Xiao Weiman with an unvarnished manner saying, Mayor Xiao, the person I was looking for has arrived. Until we meet again. With that said, Chen Fan disregarded his astonishment and rose to depart. After Chen Fan departed, Xiao Weiman merely assumed his emotional lapse stemmed from concern for his ailing kin. He muttered to himself that youth indeed lacked composure. Turning to Director Lu beside him, he asked, Xiao Lu, who did he take with him? As for people leaving the shelter, Xiao Weiman harbored no intention to stop them. Culling useless populations was an unwritten principle they tacitly upheld. As long as key personnel remained intact, doctors, soldiers, and police for instance, everything else was inconsequential. Director Lu bowed slightly and replied promptly, a few people from the Meteorological Bureau. As for the one wrapped in a blanket, that is Sun Yuyong, formerly the director of the Agricultural Bureau. The moment his words fell, Xiao Weiman's expression darkened. He slammed his palm heavily onto the desk, causing Director Lu to nearly lose his balance. Who was Sun Yuyong? The former deputy mayor of Yongcheng and a member of his political rival's faction. Without that incident back then, Xiao Weiman would never have assumed this position. After the upheaval, Sun Yuyong was transferred to a prefecture-level city and later demoted back to Yongcheng as head of the Municipal Agriculture Bureau, where he had been relentlessly suppressed by Xiao Weiman ever since. No wonder Chen Fan had been courteous before, but his attitude shifted dramatically once Sun Yuyong boarded the vehicle. He was clearly worried that Xiao Weiman would obstruct the release. Xiao Weiman now regretted it bitterly. Was he still naive enough to imagine cooperating with Chen Fan? It would already be an act of mercy if Chen Fan chose not to retaliate. Fortunately, Xiao Weiman was unaware that Chen Fan's father had been driven bankrupt by his machinations. To Xiao Weiman, Chen Fan's father was merely a negligible figure unworthy of remembrance. Had he known, he would have found some excuse to detain Chen Fan at all costs. Instead, he ordered, send someone to keep watch on this faction. Report back to me immediately at the slightest sign of trouble. Director Lu had been transferred from out of town before the apocalypse and knew nothing of the turmoil 10 years prior. He obediently carried out the orders, merely attributing his master's increasingly erratic behavior to growing irascibility. Meanwhile, aboard the tracked vehicle, Chen Fan held tightly to Sun Yuyong's withered hand. Gazing upon this elder who had been more than a brother to his father, someone who had given everything to help when both families faced hardship, Chen Fan's eyes reddened deeply. Sun Yuyong barely opened his eyes, and seeing Chen Fan gripping his hand forced a weary smile. Good child, you are still alive. That is all that matters. Uncle, I will cure you. It will be all right, Chen Fan said. Sun Yuyong reached out with his other hand and gently patted Chen Fan's, nodding silently. No one on the vehicle had ever seen Chen Fan so undone, and they remained quietly respectful. 2 kilometers from the shelter, Zhou Xinda immediately radioed the medical department. As the vehicle entered, the shelter medical staff promptly loaded Sun Yuyong onto a stretcher. Everyone within the shelter could see Chen Fan refusing to release the withered hand of the gaunt middle-aged man sprinting alongside the stretcher all the way to the second-floor medical wing. Only Zhao Guangxing among those present recognized the man. Outside the emergency room, Chen Fan waited for 5 long hours, producing every medication the medical team required the moment it was needed. Xiao Fan, go get something to eat, Wang Meng offered with concern. Chen Fan absent-mindedly waved her off. His grandfather and Sun Yuyong's father had been battle companions, while Sun Yuyong himself had been Chen Fan's father's closest childhood friend. In his childhood, with his parents perpetually occupied, Chen Fan had regularly dined at Sun Yuyong's home, and on occasions too late to return, had simply slept there. His bond with Sun Yuyong ran deeper than ordinary family ties. With a creak, the emergency room door pushed open from within. Chen Fan was on his feet in an instant. Dr. Lu, how is my uncle? Lu Yang shook his head. Xiao Fan, you must steel yourself. The illness itself was not severe, but its prolongation without proper treatment, compounded by chronic malnutrition, has led to severe organ failure. Chen Fan seized Lu Yang's hand urgently. Doctor, whatever medicine, whatever equipment, you need only ask, and I will deliver it. Lu Yang sighed. Xiao Fan, I can only do what I can to extend his remaining days. At those words, Chen Fan understood nothing more could be done. The medical department's soundproofing was inferior to that of a hospital, and Chen Fan and Lu Yang's conversation had reached the ears of the now awakened Sun Yuyong. From within came a voice calling out, Xiao Fan. Chen Fan pushed open the door and rushed inside. Lu Yang gestured for everyone to leave, granting them a private moment. Chen Fan took Sun Yuyong's hand once more, his voice cracking. Uncle, I'm here. Sun Yuyong reproached him faintly, A real man does not weep like a child. Chen Fan swiftly wiped away his tears. Tell me about this shelter, Sun Yuyong requested. Chen Fan recounted his entire journey without omitting a single detail. When he reached the news of his parents' death, Sun Yuyong, who had just reprimanded him for crying, found his own eyes welling up. That stubborn old mule of yours. For months ago, when I still had freedom, I sent someone to find him, and he refused to come along. Fool. Absolute fool. Chen Fan knew this to be true. Before the Great Migration, Sun Yuyong had indeed dispatched someone to seek him out. But at that time, everyone believed it was merely a temporary crisis that would pass with patience. After the authorities departed, chaos erupted outside. Chen Fan's father had visited Sun Yuyong's residence, but found him absent, assuming he had joined the southern migration column. To Chen Fan's surprise, a casual inquiry at the official shelter had somehow led him to Sun Yuyong. When Chen Fan confessed his ability and the establishment of the shelter, Sun Yuyong gazed at him in utter disbelief. Chen Fan, not wishing to unsettle him, further hesitated, but Sun Yuyong insisted on seeing the ability demonstrated. After witnessing it, Sun Yuyong fell momentarily silent, then burst into raucous laughter. Excellent, excellent. The heavens favor you, you rascal, a child blessed with destiny. He coughed violently. Chen Fan moved to help him, but Sun Yuyong waved him away. What a pity. I shall not last much longer. I truly wish I could see how far you will rise. After I am gone, place my coffin beside yours, next to that stubborn old mule of a father of yours. And if this apocalypse one day draws to a close, write down your story and burn it for me. Perhaps below I shall turn your tale into novels for those demons and ghosts to devour. After Chen Fan finished speaking, Sun Yuyong asked, tell me about the official shelter. Hearing this, Sun Yuyong sneered. Ha, the official shelter. Official in name only, it has effectively become a private organization of the Shao Weiman family. After recounting the situation within the official shelter, Sun Yuyong inquired, Shao Fan, what are your plans going forward? Chen Fan replied solemnly, at first, I only sought a trusted group of people with whom I could survive, shielded from the greed and treachery of the outside world. But as more people followed me, I realized I must establish a system as swiftly as possible, so that even if I lose this ability one day, my followers can sustain themselves and endure this calamity. Gradually, I have found my ability growing ever more powerful, so much so that it has become a burden, for I do not know how long it can endure. I dread the day it suddenly vanishes, and I witness the disappointment in everyone's eyes. How would I lead them then? Would they still obey me as they have in the past? For all this time, Chen Fan had projected an image of resilience and decisiveness to the world. This was the first time he had ever shown vulnerability before another, because the man before him was an elder he trusted completely. Having listened to Chen Fan's words, Sun Yuyong reached out and stroked his head. Child, I am gratified to have witnessed you become a man of integrity. At 24, your concerns are entirely natural. From this day forth, you must bury your weakness forever deep within. Let me teach you with my final breath how to forge a legend. Create a god. Yes, create a god. Chen Fan glanced at Sun Yuyong with perplexity. The latter offered a cryptic smile and said, this catastrophe appears more like divine retribution upon mankind. For millennia, humanity has been consumed by ceaseless internal strife. Wars, religions, and ethnic conflicts are but weapons forged by rulers to consolidate their power. This ignorant behavior has grievously impeded the progress of our species. Let us indulge in naive speculation. Had humanity over the past several thousand years forsaken these disputes and united in common development, our technological advancement might long ago have rendered us immune to such a calamity. Perhaps you deem my words impractical. Allow me an example. If all of humanity had known of this disaster 50 years in advance, would you still believe we could not have escaped this apocalypse? Chen Fan answered almost instinctively, 50 years need not be waited. 10 years, or even 5 would suffice. Sun Yuyong nodded and smiled. In truth, even a single year would suffice. The duration merely determines how many lives we can preserve. Our purpose is not to preserve all life, but to safeguard the human species itself. Chen Fan had already discerned what Sun Yuyong intended to convey. Shao Fan, wield your abilities to lead a remnant of humanity to propagate and endure. That is your mission. When the time is right, there shall be no need to conceal your powers. Envision this: should a deity suddenly descend upon this world, regarding the salvation of all sentient beings as their sacred duty, rescuing the populace from their dire plight, manifesting items beyond current creation, and guiding humanity to rebuild their homeland. Would the people uphold their former rulers, or would they rally behind this supreme divine being? Even if this deity ultimately cannot perform further miracles, the people will merely believe they exhausted their divine power in creation and will never regard them as mortal. Do not presume that because your uncle lies on his deathbed that his mind has wandered. I know precisely what I am saying. Sun Yuyong's gaze was utterly resolute. Shao Fan, if you wish to lead everyone toward survival, you must cast aside the innate humility and refinement embedded in the Chinese character. You must employ decisive authority to make the entire world understand you are the savior, the one and only God upon this earth. To achieve this, and even if the path demands you become ruthless and feign virtue, you must press forward without regret. Act boldly, and seize this opportunity to forge a new world. Remember from this moment forth you are God. Though Chen Fan maintained composure, a flame burned within his veins. The two sat in silence for a considerable length of time. Sun Yuyong then called toward the doorway, "Zheng Jie, come in." Upon these words the hospital room door opened, and a beautiful woman of approximately 30, her face bearing traces of weariness, stepped inside. Chen Fan knew only that she had accompanied Sun Yuyong from the official shelter. Preoccupied with concern for Sun Yuyong's condition, they had exchanged no words outside the ward. "Xiao Fan, this is my former secretary Zheng Jie." Zheng Jie offered Chen Fan a slight bow. "Good day, Mr. Chen." Chen Fan returned a gentle nod. Sun Yuyong smoothed his breathing and said, "I have several trusted confidants within the official shelter. I brought only Xiao Zheng out so as not to arouse suspicion from Xiao Weiman. Later I will record a video message. Upon seeing it, those individuals will willingly follow you. Had it not been for this apocalypse, our long-prepared counteroffensive was on the verge of launching. What a tragedy." With a self-mocking smile, Sun Yuyong added, "I was just now preaching to you about the afflictions of mankind with such conviction, yet on the brink of death, I remain consumed by thoughts of struggle. How deeply ironic." Over the following days, Chen Fan spent nearly all his time in Sun Yuyong's hospital room, save for sleep. 7 days later, Sun Yuyong passed away. In his final 7 days, he had imparted a lesson to Chen Fan, one that would profoundly shape his future. Now at least 500 people gathered daily at the shelter entrance seeking employment opportunities. In days gone by, half of them would not have endured standing in the bitter wind for more than half an hour. Shelter No. 1, formerly the building materials hall, was now fully powered. At Chen Fan's direction, a temporary heating pavilion had been erected outside the shelter. The temperature within the pavilion was maintained at 10 degrees above zero, and survivors would linger there throughout the day in anticipation of opportunity. As Chen Fan began construction on Shelter No. 2, the facility's material requisition list grew increasingly frequent, and the majority of those who waited there secured employment. On occasion, Chen Fan also arranged for Baiju's culinary team to distribute complimentary ginger sugar water and meat porridge. Those who fell ill were treated by the medical department. Even when some feigned illness merely to gain entry to the shelter, Chen Fan's team would examine them and simply drive them away once deemed unharmed. Chen Fan's benevolence would significantly reduce the mortality rate in the surrounding areas. One day, Sun Yuyong received Zhou Xianda in private for 2 hours. Whatever they discussed remained unknown, but from that day onward, Chen Fan found himself accompanied by several attendants wherever he went. Compared to before, Zhou Xianda's protective measures had strengthened considerably. When Chen Fan appeared at the shelter entrance flanked by armed guards, the survivors knew immediately that the central figure was none other than Chen Fan himself. They greeted him warmly and offered their respects. Upon Chen Fan's entry into the pavilion, everyone instinctively cleared a path. The Shelter No. 1 facility has been completed and can accommodate 350 member slots. Recruitment requirements will be made public shortly. Do not be discouraged if you are not selected in the first batch. As the shelter expands, the number of member positions will increase. Our goal is to ensure that everyone has the conditions necessary to survive. These words sent the crowd into an uproar of cheers. Long live Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen's righteousness. Chen Fan raised his hand, and the scene fell silent instantly. For families with children under the age of 13, you may bring them to the shelter. I will cover all their food, clothing, and necessities and hire teachers to ensure the children can continue their basic education. The crowd fell deathly quiet. Suddenly, some among them immediately knelt before Chen Fan. Clearly, these individuals had children of the appropriate age at home. During this period, Chen Fan frequently encountered people kneeling before him. Initially, he had felt completely at a loss for those who knelt, were begging, seeking help, or pleading for mercy. Gradually, however, Chen Fan grew accustomed to it, recognizing that their kneeling was an act of gratitude, much like ancient subjects to their emperor or students to their teachers. Without Sun Yuyong's guidance, he would never have given such a subtle shift in perspective a second thought. Chen Fan stepped forward and helped one person to their feet. Slowly, the others rose as well. After a moment of silence, applause erupted throughout the venue. Even those whose children were not of the appropriate age or whose children had already perished were deeply moved by Chen Fan's gesture. In times such as these, to unconditionally guarantee the survival of children and even provide them with education, what else could such a person be but a saint? Amid the heartfelt farewells of the crowd, Chen Fan offered a respectful bow and departed from the pavilion before the shelter. As personnel joined in the future, the living conditions in the shelter would become extremely cramped. During this period, Zhao Guangxing led over 100 people working overtime, using the simplest materials to renovate the 2nd to 5th floors into living spaces that could accommodate 400 people. There would be over 400 dormitories, most of which were about the size of a standard guest bedroom in an ordinary commercial apartment, equipped with bunk beds along with a wardrobe and a desk. Every 5 dormitories shared a wash basin and a toilet. Zhao Guangxing set aside 200 square meters on the 5th floor of the shelter exclusively for Chen Fan's residence. This area, comprising a bedroom, bathroom, dining room, living room, gym, and study, was the only fully functional and independent zone in the entire shelter. The furniture was nearly the best that could be found at present. This was the treatment that Chen Fan as the master of the shelter deserved. All materials were prefabricated and ready to use without any paint, so there was no need to wait for the space to air out before moving in. In addition, Chen Fan also had a 60 square meter private office on the 5th floor. The office wall was made of a single piece of bulletproof glass forming a floor-to-ceiling window with an excellent view. If one were inside, no one would imagine that outside was the apocalypse. Today Chen Fan sat in his office about to receive his first visiting guest. Knock knock knock. Come in. Now Zhou Xianda's 3 comrades, Li Lei Xiangbin and Lu Yuesheng, followed Chen Fan in rotating shifts, never leaving his side. Hearing Chen Fan's consent, Li Lei, who was on duty, opened the door from outside. The temperature inside the shelter was maintained at around 23 degrees Celsius. Zheng Jie, dressed in a professional suit, led a nervous elderly man into Chen Fan's office. Mr. Chen, Principal Nia has arrived. The visitor was Nia Wuhui, the principal of Yongxing Third High School. When Nia Wuhui saw Chen Fan rise from his office chair and walk toward him, he even disregarded the 40-year age gap between them and voluntarily gave a slight bow, saying, "Hello, Mr. Chen." Chen Fan courteously invited him to sit on the sofa nearby. Li Lei immediately came from outside the door and stood behind Chen Fan, one hand inside his coat, as if constantly on guard. Coupled with the bright and spacious office, the brand-new furniture, and the clean and tidy clothes of Chen Fan and Zheng Wuhui, whose own clothes were already worn and stained, felt even more ill at ease. He sat cautiously on the sofa, half his buttocks perched, waiting for Chen Fan to speak. While Zheng Jie brewed tea for them, Chen Fan smiled and comforted him. "Principal Nia, don't be nervous. I'm sure my people have already told you our intentions before you came." Nia Wuhui straightened his body again and said, "Yes, Secretary Zheng has already informed me of your plans. I am very grateful to Mr. Chen for giving all our teachers, students, and parents a chance to survive." Chen Fan smiled and asked, "I have some understanding of the situation at No. 3 High School, but it's not comprehensive. Principal Nia, could you tell me what you have experienced over these past 7 months? Nia Wuhui nodded respectfully and said, "Of course. In the early days of the apocalypse, the school sent the students home for vacation, leaving only some faculty members living in the staff dormitories next to the school. Later, as the outside world became increasingly chaotic, many children's parents died while searching for supplies. Those students could only return to the school to seek help from us. Gradually, more and more students came back to the school. Some parents even brought their children to the school. So we established a self-rescue team primarily composed of teachers, students, and parents. At its peak, we had nearly 1,200 people. For that, I applied for special official assistance and received additional help from the authorities. But after the official mass relocation, our supplies began to run severely short. The parents, teachers, and students had too few fuel vehicles, and the supplies we could gather could not support so many students. Moreover, many students fell ill, and our numbers began to decline rapidly." At this point, Nia Wuhui's voice choked with emotion. Chen Fan gestured for him to drink some tea and take a moment. After drinking the tea, he took a deep breath to calm himself and continued, "In the middle of it, a faction of over 100 people came to the school. They wanted to take the female students. They were only teenagers, those beasts." Nia Wuhui clenched his fists and said, "Fortunately, the boys were all over 16, young and full of vigor. To protect their classmates, they paid the price of 9 deaths and 22 injuries before driving them away." At this point, Nia Wuhui stood up and respectfully bowed to Chen Fan, saying, "I learned that a while ago. It was your people, Mr. Chen, who wiped out that group of scoundrels. Thank you and your team for standing up for justice at a time like this." Chen Fan gently pressed him back into his seat and said, "Principal Nia, there's no need for that. I believe that most people, if they had my resources, would do the same." Nia Wuhui did not follow Chen Fan's words because he had long understood that most people with Chen Fan's power would probably not act that way. They would only use their authority to do things that were unacceptable in modern society. Later, we teachers and students held a secret meeting. At this point, Nia Wuhui burst into loud sobs. He wept and slapped himself in the face. Chen Fan reached out and firmly grasped his withered hands, finishing the sentence for him, "You teachers and parents mixed human flesh into the food." Nia Wuhui froze. Trembling, he looked at Chen Fan, then suddenly collapsed like a deflated ball onto the sofa, his expression numb as he nodded in admission. Chen Fan released his hands and said slowly, "Principal Nia, you did nothing wrong." Nia Wuhui looked at Chen Fan in disbelief. This young man, clean and handsome, actually agreed with what he had done. After a long moment, he straightened up again and said, "I hope Mr. Chen can help me keep this secret forever." But Chen Fan shook his head and said, "No, Principal Nia, you are wrong. How long are you going to protect them? The youngest is already 16 and the oldest are 18 adults. Are you going to keep them in an ivory tower forever? There is a member of my team who is also 16 this year, just like them. He has killed at least a dozen people. All of them were those who took advantage of the chaos to do evil. If it weren't for this apocalypse, what difference would there be between him and your students? Now he is as strong and courageous as any adult. I believe that no matter how great the storm, he can go all the way with us. The reason I invited you alone first instead of bringing all your teachers and students here directly is to tell you one truth. I can only ensure they live like wolves, not raise them like flowers in a greenhouse. I have neither the obligation nor the responsibility to support them for free. The men will join the armed forces for rigorous training. The women will be assigned to various internal tasks. The shelter does not support idlers. Currently, the only ones who can enjoy the privilege of not working are children under the age of 13. We will take care of them on behalf of the survivors and provide them with education. As for the surviving teachers from your school, they can still contribute to the education of the next generation of humanity. Principal Nia, that is all I have to say. Go back and discuss it with the students and their parents. Nia Wuhui was enlightened by Chen Fan's words and immediately realized that his so-called protection was not true protection, or it might even harm these children. If the teachers and parents were to die one day, these children would never be able to adapt to this new law of the jungle. So he stood up and bowed deeply to Chen Fan, saying, I am ashamed, Principal Nia. Thank you for your reminder, Mr. Chen. This Mr. Chen was no longer the same as before. After returning to the school, Nia Wuhui, amid everyone's stunned expressions, straightforwardly confessed the fact that they had consumed human flesh with no beating around the bush. He then recounted the brutal reality they currently faced. Nowadays, there is a team that can provide warm shelter, guarantee food and medical care, and recently, they have also cleaned up those criminals. With great passion, he embellished and exaggerated the virtues of Chen Fan's shelter. Finally shouting until his voice nearly broke, he pleaded, Children, would you rather live as mindless wanderers feasting on raw flesh before perishing, or do you wish to survive with dignity? Most students, after overcoming their initial discomfort, quickly rallied once more, shouting in unison that they wanted to live with dignity. If Chen Fan were here, he would surely lament that Nia Wuhui did not join the success coaching team. That night, 561 people from Yongcheng High School settled into the shelter, including 32 teachers, 66 parents, 185 male students, and 278 female students. At the same time, a group of children arrived, 86 in total, ranging from 8 to 13 years old. These children were those Chen Fan had promised to care for on behalf of the survivors at the entrance. Many children cried and clung to their parents, unwilling to leave them, but the parents understood this was their only chance at survival, and they too departed in tears after seeing their children inside. In truth, many children still remained nearby and had not been brought to the shelter. Some parents feared Chen Fan's shelter harbored sinister tendencies, choosing instead to let their children suffer alongside them rather than send them in. Others were even more disturbing. Parents whose minds had been warped by the apocalypse, believing that if they could not survive, they would take their children with them into death. The shelter, once relatively quiet, came alive with vitality after the students and children arrived. Their first priority upon reaching the shelter was bathing and changing into fresh clothes. The girls also received sanitary napkins, a luxury they had long been without. After bathing and changing, they made their way to the dining hall, where the sight of fresh meals brought tears to almost everyone's eyes. In a corner of the dining hall, a group of people sat with knowing smiles fixed on the high school students. These were the soldiers led by Xiao Fang. Zhou Xianda had already arranged for the grueling training that awaited these students. This influx of new personnel more than doubled Chen Fan's team. The shelter's total population reached 882. However, to Chen Fan's disappointment, once the population crossed the threshold of 500, the system failed to quintuple as it had before. He suspected the next doubling would require reaching 100 people. Even so, the 968 people brought Chen Fan an astonishing 60 million in a single night, pushing his balance to 260 million. The only drawback was that 3 individuals had generated no revenue for Chen Fan. In the past, when his team was smaller, Chen Fan would have confided in those aware of his core secrets. But after Sun Yuyong's guidance, Chen Fan had grown less extreme about such matters. These people held no significant roles and posed no real threat to his current position. He could only hope that over time they would develop genuine loyalty. Even identifying these 3 was no longer straightforward given the larger population. The following day, all the students and children reported to the medical department for checkups on an empty stomach. Inside the female examination room, Wang Ming was conducting physical exams on several naked female students. Sister Ming, you're so beautiful. You look like an AI creation. I heard you're Mr. Chen's girlfriend. We haven't even met Mr. Chen yet. Is he handsome? Sister Ming, how can you have such a large bust? I'm so envious. Look at me, I'm flat like an orange. Wang Ming laughed and chatted with the group of teenage girls. Bai Xiaobing entered with examination tools, glanced at her own chest, then at Wang Ming's, and muttered with pouting lips, no wonder Fanji doesn't even look at me. I'll need to coax him into conjuring some papaya seeds tomorrow. Today the shelter buzzed with energy and busyness. Alongside the students and children, a large crowd of applicants had gathered in the first floor lobby for interviews. Chen Fan had publicly advertised 350 positions for professionals in relevant fields, drawing nearly 3,000 applicants. This represented roughly a third of all survivors in the surrounding area, revealing just how many people remained alive. With supplies suddenly vanishing, mortality rates had surged. On the 5th floor in Chen Fan's office, Hao Chaoyang and several other meteorological station staff were reporting on reconstruction efforts. The equipment they proposed was easily obtainable for Chen Fan, but discussions about satellite-related technology and personnel presented a significant challenge. Yongqing simply lacked the talent and equipment to manage this technology. It was almost certain that China's specialists had departed with the official Southern Relocation Forces. Of course, Chen Fan's predicament was not unique. According to Hao Chaoyang, few nations worldwide still maintain control of satellites since the apocalypse began. Since most countries capable of launching satellites lay outside the equatorial zone, any large-scale migration toward the equator would leave their ground infrastructure untended. Chen Fan sighed, fully aware that satellite technology remained beyond his reach. After Hao Chaoyang and the others departed, Zheng Jie, Chen Fan's secretary, spoke up. Mr. Chen, I'd like to visit the official shelter and bring back Director Sun's people as soon as possible. Before I left, they deliberately withheld medication and provided minimal food rations. Xiao Weiman's intentions are clear. He's systematically eliminating dispensable individuals. Director Sun couldn't withstand this pressure, and I fear delays will only make matters worse. Chen Fan nodded in agreement. The shelter population would soon expand rapidly, making it impossible for him to handle all decisions alone. Sun Yuyong's trusted team was precisely what he needed to fill this gap. Xiang Bin. Hearing Chen Fan's call, Xiang Bin immediately entered from outside. What are your orders, Mr. Chen? Fetch Department Head Zhou. With the shelter now organized into distinct departments, each headed by a minister. Yes, Mr. Chen. Moments later, Zhou Xianda arrived at Chen Fan's office. Please give your instructions, Mr. Chen. In the past, Chen Fan would have corrected his form of address, but now he simply gestured to a chair and said, I want to trade food with the official shelter to bring back some people. However, after last time, when we brought back Uncle Sun, Xiao Weiman will likely be on guard against us. This time he'll either demand an exorbitant price or simply refuse to release anyone. How do you think we should handle this? Chen Fan already had a contingency plan in mind, though his approach might conflict with Zhou Xianda's military principles. Zhou Xianda considered this for a moment before responding. Are you concerned that using force to retrieve them would put me in an awkward position with the soldiers stationed there? Seeing Zhou Xianda's forthrightness, Chen Fan acknowledged it with a nod. They are soldiers just like me, but if I know the so-called official shelter is committing atrocities, why should I hold on to old loyalties? Mr. Chen, rest assured. I understand that only you can lead us to survival, and I can distinguish between personal grievances and the greater good of our race. Chen Fan nodded approvingly and asked, what do you need from me for this mission? After a moment's thought, Zhou Xianda cautiously inquired, can we deploy a main battle tank? Zheng Jie stood nearby, her eyes wide with astonishment. An armored vehicle was already intimidating enough. Did Chen Fan's shelter possess a main battle tank? Only Chen Fan and Zhou Xianda understood the real question behind it. Can you produce a main battle tank? Chen Fan caught on immediately and replied, it's stored in Pavilion 3. I'll go unlock it so you can retrieve it. The shelter currently only has Hall 1 open out of the 4 venues. The underground parking lot of Hall 2 is reserved for the armed department's training. Everyone believed that Hall 3 and Hall 4 were stacked with massive amounts of supplies. This was a temporary measure to keep Chen Fan's secrets from being further exposed. Zhou Xianda immediately broke into a grin. With that thing's muzzle pointed at the official shelter, I'll definitely bring everyone back. As the two put on a show heading to Hall 3, Chen Fan secretly cursed Zhou Xianda as a wastrel under his breath. A single main battle tank cost 25 million system coins. This made Chen Fan, who had scrimped and saved to accumulate 250 million, feel his heartache. But the law of true fragrance might be late, yet it never fails to appear. When Chen Fan crawled into the main battle tank, he damn well felt it was worth it. The number of people outside the shelter hit a new high today, making this the perfect occasion for showing off. So Zhou Xianda led a convoy of 1 main battle tank, 1 infantry fighting vehicle, 2 wheeled armored vehicles, and 2 tracked vehicles out of the shelter in grand style. What welcomed their departure was a chorus of beautifully veiled curses from the survivors outside the gate. Watching them leave from the bulletproof floor-to-ceiling window of his 5th-floor office, Chen Fan's lips curled into a smile that belonged to a dragon king. Hearing the knock on the door, Chen Fan retracted the smirk from his lips and adopted a serious expression. Come in. Then a familiar voice came through, tinged with a hint of sarcasm. Mr. Chen, Wang Ming reports on the medical department's physical examination results. Chen Fan smiled and stepped forward, pulling her into his arms. Dr. Wang, please speak. Wang Ming rolled her eyes at him. Yongqing 3rd High School, 561 people, 497 healthy, and the remaining 64 have the following conditions. Hey, what are you doing? 12 of them are expected to need a month of recuperation. Hiss. 33. It's broad daylight. You. The simple physical examination report took Wang Ming nearly an hour to present, showing her attention to detail, until she left with a flushed face. After she left, Zheng Jie finally entered. As if she hadn't noticed the distinctive scent in the air, she reported, Mr. Chen, we interviewed 400 people this morning, but only half met expectations. He took the file and glanced through it. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Zheng Jie pick up a tissue to wipe the desk, then walk over to the trash can and toss it away. After finishing, she quietly stood opposite Chen Fan, waiting. Chen Fan reached under the desk to scratch, feeling somewhat embarrassed. These people can officially enter the shelter starting tomorrow. Although Zheng Jie was puzzled, she didn't ask further. Chen Fan did this for the several important figures arriving today. It was fine if a few ordinary members who hadn't genuinely joined slipped through. But these people wouldn't do. Inside the Qingshan district official shelter, Peng Bin, the former head of Yongqing's propaganda department at 46 years old, lay in a small dark room, his body covered in injuries. But what hurt more than his physical wounds was his heart. Yesterday, his mother's appendicitis flared up, and when he asked the clinic inside the official shelter to perform surgery, he was told his points couldn't cover the cost. That's right. The official shelter had already replaced currency with a point system. There was a farm inside where tending crops earned points. Going out to find supplies, hauling snow and ice to melt into water, emptying chamber pots, taking out these tasks earned points. Doctors treating patients also earned points. And points could be exchanged for food, medical treatment, and daily necessities. In short, without points you couldn't get anywhere in the official shelter. Initially, the official shelter had no such point system. It was all engineered by Xiao Weiman. This was precisely why Xiao Weiman could control everyone. Some had tried to resist, but all firearms and ammunition were in the hands of the patrol officers, led by Xiao Weiman. These people had been his confidants before the apocalypse with his younger brother at their head, so no one dared to be the first to rebel. Even important figures like Sun Yuyongbak then could only work inside the shelter, but the points earned from internal work were far less than those from outdoor missions, making it difficult. Not to mention receiving medical treatment, but even eating one's fill was hard to achieve. As for direct killings, Xiao Weiman still didn't dare, for if he provoked public outrage and suppressed everyone to death, where would he get his labor force from? Yesterday, Peng Bin had seen those doctors with nothing to do and wanted to beg them to treat his mother first, but when the patrol officers inside the official shelter told him it was not allowed, his normally cultivated temper snapped. What he received in return was a brutal beating from the patrol officers. Unless he left here with his mother to seek a way out, his mother would surely die if things continued like this. But within a few kilometers of the stadium, there was hardly any human presence or supplies. In this extreme cold weather, escape was impossible. He could barely manage to walk on his own, let alone carry his mother on his back. Just as he was at his wits' end, the door of the small dark room swung open. Peng Bin, your lucky break has arrived. Someone's coming to rescue you. At that moment, Peng Bin saw a glimmer of hope. Whoever this person was, as long as they could save his mother, he would repay them greatly, even if it cost him his life. Dragging his painful body to the underground parking lot, he saw that everyone had only a single blanket spread directly on the ground. From the dim light filtering in from outside, it looked like a pile of graves. Fortunately, there was heating inside. Although the temperature was only a few degrees, it was still better than the lethal sub-zero temperatures outside. Reaching the small area where he and his mother had been staying, he saw his mother's ashen face. Not caring about anything else, he wrapped his mother in the blanket and carried her away. Compared to others stranded here, his situation was relatively fortunate, because you never knew which person inside those piles of blankets had already died. These were all the lower-class people who had initially sought refuge in the official shelter. Meanwhile, the higher-ranking officials on the basement's second level lived comparatively well. They weren't feasting on delicacies, but at least they could manage 3 proper meals a day. When Peng Bin finally stepped out of the underground parking lot that had trapped him for over half a year, even though the bitter cold pierced to his bones, he felt the small world behind him was far colder than the outside. No sooner had he walked out than dizziness overwhelmed him. Just as he and the mother in his arms were about to collapse, 2 people caught him. One of them took his mother from his arms while the other supported his exhausted body as they left. In a daze, he found himself inside a warm vehicle. Then someone handed him a cup of hot water, which he greedily poured down his throat. As he gradually recovered, he noticed the person in front of him was wearing a white coat and smiling. Are you feeling any better? Here's some food. Eat first. We'll wait for a few more people before we leave. Seeing the insulated lunchbox offered by the person in the white coat, Peng Bin forgot to even say thank you and began devouring it voraciously. 5 flour pork, delicious. Shredded pork with green peppers, delicious. Hand-shredded cabbage, so flavorful. Halfway through his meal, he suddenly remembered his mother hadn't eaten all day. He was about to pass the food to his mother beside him when he realized she had already been taken care of by another person in a white coat who was feeding her. Looking closely, the person in the white coat was holding a bowl of steaming hot chicken soup. Peng Bin burst into tears, his heart-wrenching sobs. The food he hadn't yet swallowed fell from his mouth. Several fully armed soldiers and doctors sat in the spacious vehicle. They did not mock Peng Bin, instead they stepped forward and gently patted his shoulder in a gesture of comfort. After Peng Bin managed to compose himself, he was about to ask who they were and why they had come to collect him when his gaze suddenly fell upon the window. Only then did he realize that the group welcoming him was locked in a standoff with personnel from the official shelter. Moreover, the cannon of a main battle tank was pointed most unceremoniously at the entrance of the official shelter. The words he wished to ask lodged in his throat. After waiting a while longer, several familiar faces appeared in the vehicle. Director Dong, Mayor Nong's sister Yuqi, Director Xiang's sister Xiaowei. After boarding, Peng Bin greeted each of them along with their family members one by one. They reciprocated with warm small talk. Just then a voice crackled through the vehicle's intercom. Only these few people on the list have survived. Returning now, the vehicle slowly began to move. Inside the official shelter, Xiao Weiman stared at the tenjin of meat these people had left behind. Overwhelmed by shame, he clenched his fists tight, and through gritted teeth squeezed out 3 words, Sun Yuyong. Beside him, Director Liu stood hunched over, not daring to utter a single sound. The moment these people met Sun Yuyong was also the first person who came to their minds. However, they could not be entirely certain since they were well aware that Sun Yuyong had no military connections. After the vehicle had gradually left the shelter behind, a dignified-looking man in his 50s turned to ask the white-coated figure beside him, "Comrade, did Director Sun Yuyong send you to collect us?" The white-coated individual did not pause in their work, shaking their head. "I don't know anyone by that name. The one who arranged for us to pick you up was Mr. Chen Fan." "Mr. Chen." The group exchanged glances, all shaking their heads, indicating they did not know anyone called Chen. The white coat seemed to recall something and said, "Oh, there is one person you might recognize, Zheng Jie, Secretary Zheng." Upon hearing this, they immediately understood. Yes, it must be Secretary Zheng. A young woman in her 20s beside the man asked, "Dad, where are we going?" The man shook his head and looked toward the white coat, who had just finished adjusting the foredrip for Peng Bin's mother. Turning back with a smile, they said, "To the Zhongding shopping mall. That is the shelter established by Mr. Chen." Hearing the term Mr. Chen, once again everyone was filled with curiosity. Yet seeing the radiance in the white coat's eyes, they knew this shelter was the real refuge. Not like the so-called official shelter they had left behind. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Zhou Xianda led his team back to the shelter. As the vehicle was about to enter the shelter, they spotted thousands of people gathered inside the transparent greenhouse at the entrance. A boy of 18 or 19 asked curiously, "Sister Doctor, is this greenhouse your shelter?" The white coat burst out laughing and said, "These people have come to the shelter to look for work." "Looking for work?" Everyone was completely baffled. The white coat pointed inside. "The shelter is in there." The moment their voice faded, the tank and armored vehicles parted ways with them. The vehicle they were in drove directly into the first floor of the shelter. Once inside, their jaws nearly dropped in shock. This place was nothing like the official shelter, which kept the lights off for extended periods just to save fuel. On the contrary, it was brightly lit. What surprised them even more was the sight of someone wearing short sleeves while moving cargo. This meant the temperature inside was at least 20 degrees above zero. As they opened the vehicle doors, a warm current of air rushed toward them. A group of white-coated individuals were already waiting, beds prepared. Peng Bin's mother and the wife of another person were immediately taken away for medical treatment. They did not even ask where the patients were being wheeled to. For some inexplicable reason, at this moment, they found themselves inexplicably trusting these people. The next moment, they felt as though they had stepped into a furnace. Beside them, a sturdy young man, bare-chested, rushed past, pushing supplies. While they themselves were wrapped tightly in 4 or 5 thick layers of clothing, wearing 3 pairs of pants, bundled up completely. For the first time, they felt like country bumpkins entering the big city, standing bewildered in the shelter's central atrium. At that moment, Chen Fan stood quietly on the corridor of the 5th-floor atrium, watching them. Suddenly, a crisp voice called out to them, "Director Dong, Director Xiang, Mayor Nong. Welcome home, everyone." They all turned to look and saw a beautiful woman with light makeup and red lips, dressed in a black professional suit. The tight pencil skirt hugged her perky figure, the collar of her white blouse slightly unbuttoned, paired with a straight black silk stockings and high heels. Of course they recognized her, yet for a moment they dared not believe it. Because just last week this person had been as disheveled as the rest of them. Now she appeared so exquisitely groomed. "Xiao Zheng, Secretary Zheng, Sister Zheng." They tentatively offered their greetings. Only after receiving Zheng Jie's response did they believe it was truly her. After a brief exchange, Zheng Jie guided them to wash up, assigned them rooms, and provided food. She also gave them a tour of the entire shelter. Zheng Jie answered all their questions patiently. "Xiao Zheng, when can we meet Mr. Chen?" In the end, it was Nong Jiangwen, the former mayor of Jiangzhou City, who voiced the question on everyone's mind. Zheng Jie smiled. "Rest well tonight, everyone. You will meet Mr. Chen tomorrow." The group examined the room where they would spend the night. Although it was only a small bunk bed, the feeling of a warm bath, a satisfied stomach, brand new clean clothes, and fresh bedding. This place was paradise compared to the official shelter. Lying in bed, they even harbored a fear of falling asleep, worried that upon waking they would discover it had all been a dream. The next morning, upon waking, they confirmed this was no dream. Opening the door, they saw many people carrying toiletries heading toward the communal restroom nearby. Though several rooms shared one toilet and wash basin compared to the filthy excrement buckets in the official shelter, this was truly a life worth living. "Good morning. You arrived last night, right? Remember to head to the first floor for breakfast after washing up." Several unfamiliar neighbors passing by greeted them warmly. "Dang it, who's in there? Hurry up, I'm dying. Today's my turn to feed the poultry. Being late again, and Aunt May will scold me." The person inside recognized who was calling and cursed back with a laugh. "I can't just cut it off immediately either. The armed department people left early. Can't you go over there?" The person suddenly realized, and with their pants half on, rushed off at full speed. Compared to the grim faces outside, the laughter and chatter here was what human civilization should look like. After freshening up, the group came down to the first floor. The dining hall was bustling with activity. Some wore short sleeves revealing sturdy muscles. Others wore heavy clothing, having tied their coats around their waists since it was warm inside. Clearly this person would be heading outside to work after eating. There were teenage boys in camouflage uniforms looking as though they were about to begin military training. A group of children was eating with rice all over their faces, led by several people who looked like teachers. These people had all held relatively high social positions before the apocalypse, but from last night until now they truly understood what it meant to be a country bumpkin entering a grand mansion for the first time. They picked up their utensils and joined the queue with everyone else. What shocked them even more was that this place did not practice ration meals. Instead, take as much as you want. There were no slogans on the walls about not wasting food. Even so, the dining trays were almost spotless, not a single grain of rice left behind. These were all people who had endured the apocalypse. This kind of self-discipline came more naturally to them than at any other time. After finishing their meal, Peng Bin and the others returned to their dormitory to wait for Zheng Jie's arrival. Yesterday, she had already explained the daily routines of this place, so this morning they completed the same morning procedures as the other survivors. At around 9 o'clock, Zheng Jie arrived at their door. The group had gathered in one of the rooms chatting at the time. "Good morning, everyone." They immediately stood and greeted her. In the pre-apocalyptic world, how could someone like Zheng Jie, secretary to the Agricultural Bureau director, have caused such nervousness in these people? "Director Peng, Director Xiang, let's go see Mother and Madam first." The group nodded in agreement. Last night, after Peng Bin's mother and Xiang Guoqian's wife were sent for treatment, they hadn't seen them since. They were led to the second floor where every department and piece of equipment found in a hospital was available. In one of the wards, Peng Bin's mother had undergone appendectomy surgery last night and was recovering well. Xiang Guoqian's wife had accumulated a host of minor ailments over time and her treatment had already begun. The two expressed endless gratitude to the doctor, but the attending physician waved his hand and said, "This is our duty. If you must thank someone, thank Mr. Chen." Next, Zheng Jie brought them to the conference room on the 5th floor. After watching the video message Sun Yuyong had left for them, the group exchanged bewildered glances. As for the contents, Chen Fan had not watched it. It wasn't until some point in the future when Chen Fan longed for his family that he opened it and learned how utterly unbelievable the contents of Sun Yuyong's video truly were. Having met with the families and watched Sun Yuyong's final instructions, they now knew it was time to meet the mysterious Mr. Chen. Meanwhile, the mysterious Mr. Chen was in his office, picking his nose in an undignified manner. "Uncle Zhao, how should we deal with this situation?" The shelter was still under continuous renovation and various dust particles were unavoidable, leaving their nasal passages full of grime. Moreover, with nearly 3,000 electric heaters running simultaneously in the shelter, the air inside was extremely dry, causing severe static electricity and dust dispersal. Zhao Guangxing said, "Install humidification equipment throughout the shelter and increase the number of cleaning staff." Chen Fan nodded. "For now, that seems to be our only option. If it weren't for the extremely cheap water purchased from the system, this would have been an insurmountable problem." Zhao Guangxing lamented, "It's a pity we haven't made a final decision about staying or leaving, otherwise we could use alternative heating methods instead of electric heaters." No sooner had Zhao Guangxing left than Zhang Xinzhong arrived. The underground farm had been completed and all planting work was done. Now they were just waiting for the crops to grow. The reason Zhang Xinzhong came to see Chen Fan was to extend the farm to venue number 2. This meant a bunch of complicated lists, including electricity allocation, planting racks, plant seeds, and other sundries, needed to be submitted to Chen Fan for him to conjure out. Besides these, several people were lined up outside Chen Fan's office. The medical department had medicine purchases to discuss. The armed forces department needed to report ammunition consumption from recent student shooting practice. The living supplies group needed to purchase a large array of daily necessities from toothpaste to furniture. Even the newly established education department had come to request supplies for the children they had taken in. Chen Fan felt helpless. Sun Yuyong had taught him to maintain a lofty and magnificent image, yet he increasingly felt like nothing more than a purchasing agent. The bustling scene at the office door gave Peng Bin and his group a new understanding of Mr. Chen as they waited outside. Mr. Chen was extremely busy. After more than an hour, the ever-busy Mr. Chen finally finished his affairs and had time to meet the people Sun Yuyong had recommended to assist him. The moment they opened the door, what first startled them was Chen Fan's age. The youngest among them was 46-year-old Peng Bin. The eldest was Nong Jiangwen, the former mayor of Jiangzhou City, who was 55. His own daughter appeared older than Chen Fan. However, they dared not act presumptuous. Having experienced more than half a year of this apocalypse, having witnessed the shelter's harmony and prosperity, and knowing that their lives and their families' lives had been saved by Chen Fan, they would never dare underestimate this young man. "Mr. Chen." "Hello, Mr. Chen." Yesterday, Chen Fan had only allowed these people to join the shelter team to observe the system coin situation after midnight. Although the current system's mechanism couldn't prove that those who hadn't generated system coins for Chen Fan were traitors, it at least showed that those people hadn't genuinely committed to following him. Fortunately, all of these people had received the system's recognition. If they hadn't, Chen Fan would have had no choice but to make them ordinary members among the shelter's populace. Chen Fan rose and warmly approached each of them, shaking hands. "I'm truly sorry for the busy day today, making you wait so long. It is we who have troubled you. Come, please sit." Faced with Chen Fan's enthusiasm, the group even felt somewhat flustered. Once they were seated, Zheng Jie acted as intermediary and began the introductions one by one. This is Mr. Nong Jiangwen, Mayor of Jiangzhou City. This is Mr. Xiang Guoqiang, Deputy Director of the Yongcheng Agricultural Bureau and Deputy to Director Sun. This is Ms. Dong Lishu, Director of the Yongcheng Human Resources Department. This is Mr. Peng Bin, Director of the Yongcheng Propaganda Department. Each time Zheng Jie introduced someone, that person expressed their gratitude to Chen Fan for saving their lives. After the introductions, Chen Fan curiously asked, Uncle Sun gave me a list of 7 names. Where are the other 3? Zheng Jie shook her head. The other 3 are already dead. Their bodies were found after cross-referencing identity information outside the official shelter. Sighing, Chen Fan said, fortunately several of you arrived safely. I'm sure Uncle Sun's spirit in heaven must be relieved. The people who had worked with Sun Yuyong to secretly gather strength for a counterattack must have shared an extraordinary bond. Next, Peng Bin, Xiang Guoqiang, Nong Jiangwen, and Dong Lishu recounted their experiences with Sun Yuyong. Only then did Chen Fan learn that Sun Yuyong's help to them back then could be considered a life-changing kindness. Combined with Chen Fan's rescue this time, it was kindness upon kindness. From barely surviving alone to a team approaching 1,000 people, Chen Fan had accomplished this in less than 2 months. In the pre-apocalyptic world, expansion at such a speed would surely have brought numerous management headaches. But things were different now. Everyone cherished the hope of survival, grateful for Chen Fan's shelter, and could unite closely together. Even so, as the team continued to expand, Chen Fan would certainly need a core management group. Relying solely on the system to sustain everyone couldn't give him complete control over everything. Furthermore, Chen Fan himself lacked many things. In his growth process, he needed a capable team to assist him. He could also gain improvement from these people. Everyone, I'm sure you've all seen the current situation in the shelter. If I want to lead the survivors of Yongcheng to survive, we must accelerate the shelter's construction while recruiting more members. On a small scale, we are saving ourselves, and on a grand scale, we are preserving the human species. As the team grows, I need the assistance of a management team. Uncle Sun, upon learning my situation, recommended all of you to me. Setting aside your pre-apocalyptic relationships, the fact that Uncle Sun recommended you on his deathbed speaks to your capabilities. So I'm giving everyone 2 choices. First, live peacefully as ordinary members of the shelter doing regular work. As long as you don't cause trouble for the shelter, I can guarantee your safety and your family's safety. Second, join my management team. But the prerequisite is that you must forget your former identities and devote everything to the shelter. Everything here, including faith, dignity, and even life itself. If anything threatens the shelter's interests, I will handle it with thunderous measures. Such handling knows no morality, let alone law. Without any hesitation, the group immediately stood and respectfully bowed to Chen Fan, expressing that they would serve Chen Fan and the shelter with all their heart. Setting aside the gratitude they owed Sun Yuyong and Chen Fan for saving their lives. Simply the fact that Chen Fan could organize a self-rescue shelter and dedicate everything to saving humanity, this alone made serving him their honor. As for the thunderous measures Chen Fan had described when facing the threat of racial extinction, who would dare obstruct the shelter's development? They would handle such people even without Chen Fan intervening. They saw this more clearly than ordinary members. 3 months of apocalypse plus 4 months of experience in the official shelter had long since made them understand this. After the group sat down again, Chen Fan spoke once more. Once again, I sincerely welcome you all to join us. As long as it benefits the construction of the shelter, feel free to propose bold ideas. I promise you all, any supplies you need I can provide. Spoken by anyone else, those final words would have sounded like sheer arrogance. Yet coming from Chen Fan's mouth, these seasoned individuals found themselves harboring not a shred of doubt, for reasons none of them could quite explain. It was already evening when they left Chen Fan's office. The group had been moved from their single rooms to small suites on the 5th floor, a modest perk Chen Fan reserved for the shelter's core personnel. Though the suites were merely compact 2-bedroom apartments, they were far superior to the bunk bed single rooms on floors 2 through 4. As they were collecting their keys and sorting out room assignments, a young woman emerged from the door across the hall. Seeing the group standing there, she greeted them politely. She then looked at Zheng Jie and asked, Sister Zheng, is Brother Fan home? I wanted to ask him for some papaya seeds. Zheng Jie smiled. Xiaobing, he should be in. But aren't you afraid of disturbing Mr. Chen and Miss Wang this late? Why, Xiaobing giggled. All right, I'll come find him tomorrow then. Her gaze then fell upon Nong Jiangwen's daughter, and she exclaimed in surprise, Big sister, you're so beautiful. Our shelter has gained another great beauty. Her remarks drew hearty laughter from everyone. The 5th floor was currently reserved for those who knew his secret, and these new management members were the first outsiders to take up residence there. Apart from the management team, the 32 people who were already aware of Chen Fan's secret also lived in the small suites on the 5th floor, an extra privilege granted to those who had helped Chen Fan start his business from the very beginning. The next day, the group officially began their work. Their office was located right next to Chen Fan's. That day, however, they did not offer a single suggestion or piece of advice. Instead of staying in the office, they wandered around observing everything. Chen Fan understood that given their cautious nature they would not make any moves until they fully grasped the current situation. That day Chen Fan transformed into buyer Xiao Chun. One moment, he was in the basement oil depot and reservoir on level B2 replenishing energy supplies. The next, he was at the second exhibition hall's underground level B2, contributing to the agricultural department's infrastructure. Then he appeared at the food warehouse to stock up on provisions for the coming week, and shortly after at the auto repair shop to replenish Huang Yexing's maintenance parts. With more people in the shelter, daily household waste had also increased. Unfortunately, the city's garbage trucks had long since been converted into camper vans and driven off during the Great Evacuation. In fact, all cargo trucks in the outside world had vanished. After all, their high chassis allowed them to carry far more supplies over long distances, making them far more practical than SUVs. One could only imagine how scarce vehicles had become. Otherwise, the few off-road vehicles Chen Fan had brought back earlier would never have earned the envy of the Lijiang community. Chen Fan purchased a garbage truck from the system. Fortunately for someone like Chen Fan, whose system currency had exceeded 300 million, the cost of a garbage truck was utterly negligible. But as soon as the garbage truck appeared, the electric power department started clamoring for tracked cargo vehicles instead. The mountain road leading to the solar power facility was far too rough, and relying solely on pickup trucks for every trip was incredibly inconvenient. Thus, 2 free-terrain tracked transport vehicles worth 7 million in total made their appearance. That price stung a little, but considering that each tracked transport vehicle had 2 massive compartments with a carrying capacity equivalent to 2 dump trucks, Chen Fan gritted his teeth and let it slide. But when the construction department saw that both the livelihood group and the power group had acquired new means of transport, they refused to be left out. Third Brother's exact words were, "You're just small departments, and you can already apply for large new transport equipment. We're a major department. How can we possibly haul construction materials with just a pickup truck? It's way too inefficient." Both sides were near to his heart, so Chen Fan waved his hand and bought 3 more tracked transport vehicles, losing another 10.5 million system credits in the process. Damn it. He had only come down for a stroll, and more than 10 million was gone just like that. Startled, Chen Fan scurried back to his office. The arrival of these giants brought both joy and worry to the engineering department. What delighted them was the vehicle's immense transport capacity and outstanding off-road performance. What troubled them was the sheer height of the vehicles. They couldn't fit through the shelter's first-floor entrance. If goods were to be loaded outside, the workers would have to toil in temperatures of minus 60 degrees Celsius, then return indoors to 20 degrees just minutes later. Repeating that cycle would only cause endless trouble for the medical department. So they decided to simply do it, tear it down. They expanded the shelter's first-floor main entrance. Fortunately, the shelter had originally been a building materials market, and its underground parking garage was much taller than that of an ordinary shopping mall. Otherwise, having to alter the underground parking entrance would have been an even bigger headache. Building a life in the apocalypse wasn't filled with spectacular feats, though rather it revolved around those trivial little tasks that had barely mattered before the end of the world. Yet under today's extreme climate, those very trivialities had become matters of life and death. As of today, 279 people had passed their interviews, still short of the target of 350. Waves of survivors continued to pour in, and the number of people gathered outside had already surpassed 4500. Zheng Jia said the first phase's headcount target should be reached before nightfall. And tonight would be another night Chen Fan eagerly awaited, because the shelter's population was about to exceed 1,000. He needed to confirm whether the system's threshold had been met before the value multiplied 5-fold. Currently, each person could earn him 62500 system credits, and 988 people would provide Chen Fan with just over 60 million system credits, already a dreamlike figure. Yet Chen Fan harbored an even grander plan. The more system credits he stockpiled, the greater his security. Besides, who would ever complain about having too much money? That night, Chen Fan hosted a banquet in his private dining hall. Every guest in attendance was a future member of the shelter's management. The large round table, which seated over a dozen people, was laden with dishes that before the apocalypse could only have been found in a 5-star hotel. Aside from those already in the know, the newly joined members stared in disbelief at the sumptuous spread before them. At first, they assumed the ingredients had simply been frozen for several months. But the moment the exquisite sashimi touched their tongues, they could find no words to express the shock within their hearts. The meal felt less like a formal banquet and more like an intimate family dinner meant to bridge the gap between the old and new members. At first, everyone merely chatted about the past and lamented the mercilessness of the apocalypse. But as the conversation drifted, it naturally turned to plans for the future. On that subject, Chen Fan was the only one with any real authority. For the shelter's path ultimately depended on the direction Chen Fan chose to take. Seeing everyone turn their gaze toward him, Chen Fan set down his wine glass and addressed Hao Xiaoyang of the meteorological group. "The reason I brought you here, Elder Hao, from the official shelter, is so that I can take control of the apocalyptic climate at the earliest possible moment. If the post-apocalyptic climate remains stable enough for us to stay in Yongqing over the long term, we will expand upon this shelter's foundation. But if the shelter itself becomes unable to withstand the temperatures to come, we will prepare in advance, follow the trail of the old government, and migrate southward, searching near the equator for a land where we can continue to thrive and multiply. Unaware of Chen Fan's secret, known Jiang Wen raised the immense difficulties involved in relocating the shelter and undertaking such a long-distance migration. The other newcomers shared the same concern, suggesting that preparations should begin immediately. To make it easier to carry off the supplies later, they even recommended simpler and lighter construction methods for all building work. Those who knew Chen Fan's secret finally understood why he had chosen to confide in them back then. Without knowledge of his abilities, disagreements were inevitable, even if everyone's original intentions were for the good of the shelter. Regardless, the shelter's development had to be planned around long-term survival. But this was not yet the time to reveal the secret to these newcomers. And so Chen Fan had one more purpose for this dinner: to coordinate in advance with those who knew his secret, weaving a benevolent lie that would convince everyone there was no need to worry about supplies. This is the first day of the new book's launch, and I hope to receive encouragement and 5-star ratings from all my readers. I've read every comment and review. For those criticizing the unreasonable parts, I didn't intend to pad the word count. For example, when driving with the window open, at -60 degrees, you can't fully open it right. It would certainly be just a small crack. Another example, some readers suggested that using generators is less economical than burning coal. I'm aware of that. My other book's character uses coal for power generation. However, given the current shelter's ventilation and space constraints, it's a temporary arrangement. For now, no spoilers intended. And I'm sure you readers wouldn't want me to fill numerous pages with encyclopedia-style explanations, would you? If you did, I'd certainly oblige. It would let me pad out quite a few chapters. If you have reasonable suggestions that won't affect the future plot, I'll make changes accordingly and include a note in the latest chapter. The protagonist is not a reincarnator, and no one is perfect. Lastly, please go easy on me. Thank you. Everyone, please don't worry about the relocation. Even if we must leave, we will travel light, because I have prepared supply stations along the southern migration route, which will ensure we can safely reach the equator. Moreover, I have already selected several southern settlement sites where I have prepared all the necessities for resuming production. Boom. All the newly arrived people stared at Chen Fan in disbelief. No wonder the young shelter leader before them appeared so composed, even giving them the impression that Chen Fan didn't take this apocalypse seriously at all. Yet those who knew the secret remained expressionless, causing these newcomers to become even more convinced that Chen Fan's words were true. At this moment, only one thought filled their minds: Chen Fan had somehow foreseen this disaster and made thorough preparations. Otherwise, who would make such grand preparations in advance? If it were them, even when choosing to relocate, they would bring half a tube of toothpaste, half a bottle of soap, half a bag of salt. These small things, because they could never find such items on the road. And according to what Chen Fan said, they would travel light, bringing almost nothing. How could they not be astonished? While they were lost in speculation, Chen Fan raised his glass. Rest assured, everyone, I would never joke about your lives. The next phase of work requires us to unite in building the shelter to the most secure and enduring standards, managing the shelter's population according to long-term plans for sustained development. Everyone raised their glasses in response. These people who once held high positions had initially submitted to Chen Fan based on Sun Yuyong's testament and Chen Fan's gratitude. Now there was one more reason this young man could lead everyone to survive, whether they stayed or left. Xiao Weiman's sole authority in the official shelter was based on the premise that he could never lead everyone to survive forever. Someday, everyone in the official shelter would disappear into the reality of exhausted supplies. During this time, Xiao Weiman enjoyed the satisfaction brought by his absolute power. But Chen Fan could lead the shelter's people to survive forever. Everyone would die without him. Even if he became a tyrant, everyone could accept it. Moreover, Chen Fan was not such a person. If the system could display loyalty levels, Chen Fan would surely see theirs rising rapidly. The next day, inside Chen Fan's office, Zhou Xianda reported to Chen Fan, the official shelter has sent people to live in the residential complex nearby. They've been watching us for 3 days. Chen Fan extinguished the cigarette in his hand and said, increase the support for survivors outside. From occasionally providing 1 portion of meat porridge, raise it to 2 portions daily. Zhou Xianda was puzzled and was about to ask his doubts when Zheng Jie beside him smiled. Minister Zhou, Mr. Chen wants to help you increase your manpower. Zhou Xianda was even more confused. Help me increase my manpower. Zheng Jie glanced at Chen Fan, who nodded for him to continue. The official shelter sending people to watch us is nothing more than trying to probe how deep our resources are. Since they want to know, let's show off to them. Most people inside the official shelter are ordinary people with conscience. They endure only because they cannot escape, and because Xiao Weiman's gang holds the guns. These people sent to monitor us will sooner or later spread news of our superior conditions to those who cannot escape. This will only strengthen their determination to flee even more. So who would be the first to rebel? Zhou Xianda suddenly realized definitely those soldiers who originally stayed in Yongsheng and joined the official shelter. Zheng Jie smiled. If these people dare to resist, it proves they are unwilling to be accomplices. Their quality and character have already been verified. Zhou Xianda slapped his thigh, suddenly enlightened. No wonder when we first entered the official shelter to take Mr. Sun out, you had me leave a walkie-talkie behind. The person who took that walkie-talkie must be someone Mr. Sun or Secretary Zheng trusts, right? Chen Fan and Zheng Jie glanced at each other and smiled. Tomorrow arrange your people to receive their information at a spot 3 kilometers from the official shelter. Zhou Xianda's face filled with joy, and he immediately stood up. I will accomplish this mission. In a residential building 1 kilometer from Chen Fan's shelter. Inside an apartment on the 20th floor, a man with binoculars muttered, "Damn, even ordinary survivors outside eat better than us. Why are we doing this?" The person beside him, gnawing on hard food, cursed with a laugh. You mean you want to abandon your wife and kids to be abused by those people and go join them alone? The first speaker put down the binoculars and cursed, "Damn it, Xiao Weiman and his bunch of bastards. All right, save your energy. At least they don't dare to cross the line publicly. I heard someone even declared himself emperor out there." The man laughed disdainfully. Your news is outdated. The person eating asked curiously, "What do you mean?" The one with binoculars laughed. That faction you mentioned was already annihilated by Chen Fan's shelter. In less than 5 minutes, that dynasty of over 50 people was wiped out. The one who called himself emperor died in it, shouting, "Your emperor has fallen," before he died. It was absolutely hilarious. What a waste of my food. You know what, the people in this shelter are more like the proper authorities. If I could ever get my parents out, I would definitely beg them to join. Tell me about it. It's a pity we don't have transportation. Even if we brought our families out, we couldn't walk all the way here. The man with binoculars clenched his fist and said, "What if we go back and discuss with the squad leader? I believe most people's thoughts are the same as ours. Damn it, let's do it when we get back. I've had enough of the official shelter anyway." Meanwhile, inside the official shelter, to others, Luo Qiaolong appeared to be seriously ill. He was hiding a walkie-talkie under his blanket, worried that the low temperature would drain the battery faster. Just then footsteps approached. "Squad leader, get up and eat something." Upon hearing the voice, Luo Qiaolong acted as if struggling to rise. The visitor helped him up and fed him thin porridge. Right at this moment, the people in the beds surrounding Luo Qiaolong also got up. After those several people rose, they began deliberately talking loudly. Taking advantage of the noise from their conversation, the person feeding porridge quietly said to Luo Qiaolong, "I found out. The squadron leader didn't die from an accident. He was murdered." Luo Qiaolong didn't stop drinking his porridge, but asked, "What about my wife?" The person feeding him hesitated, not knowing how to answer. After taking a deep breath, Luo Qiaolong said, "No need to tell me. I understand. Have you contacted the others?" The person feeding him recovered his composure and said, "Yes, they've been wanting to rebel for a long time." Luo Qiaolong slowly nodded. "All right. Tomorrow cover for me to make contact with the outside, then we'll make plans." Saying this, Luo Qiaolong quickly finished the thin porridge and prepared to climb back into his blanket. The person feeding porridge stopped him. "Squad leader, isn't this too dangerous? My wife and daughter." Half of Luo Qiaolong's body had already slipped into the blanket, but he slowly emerged again and leaned close to his ear, lowering his voice. "Staying here means death sooner or later. Taking the risk gives us a chance to live. And I believe Director Sun has no reason to lie to us." The man who brought the porridge no longer hesitated and nodded heavily. "All right." After he left, the people who had been deliberately chatting also gradually fell silent. 61. 75 million yuan has been credited today. Please check your account. Balance 420 million yuan. At midnight, the system provided Chen Fan with a substantial income, as usual. However, Chen Fan was no longer as jumpy as he had been in the early days. What he looked forward to even more was whether the system would grant another 5-fold bonus once the shelter's population surpassed 1,000 after the 350 newcomers joined. The next morning, Chen Fan had barely arrived at his office after breakfast when Zheng Jie came to report, "Mr. Chen, the 350 candidates who passed the interview are now reporting for duty. We are currently arranging their meals and accommodations." As she spoke, she handed Chen Fan a USB drive. He inserted it into his computer and began reviewing the files. The first page contained a convenient overview for quick reference, while the remaining pages held each person's detailed records. Zheng Jie's recruitment work was remarkably thorough. Engineers, energy experts, electricians, and appliance repair technicians. Nearly all essential roles for shelter construction were covered. Though physicians, nurses, and pharmaceutical specialists were fewer in number, their ranks were steadily growing. They had even recruited 3 individuals skilled in information technology, anticipating future technological infrastructure needs. There were also 2 psychological counselors, positions that proved absolutely vital. Approximately 70% of the survivors had already developed significant psychological trauma from the hardships of this apocalypse. For instance, one day Chen Fan encountered a brother and sister, both around 12 or 13 years old, surviving alone outside the shelter. When he attempted to crouch down and affectionately pinch the girl's cheek, her brother immediately lunged forward like a bristling cat, shielding her. A defensive reaction that would have been unthinkable before the world fell apart. Rather than viewing Chen Fan as someone providing refuge for people to willingly submit to, it was more accurate to say the apocalypse itself had already broken their spirits. As long as someone could ensure their survival and that of their families, they would accept even the most extreme forms of rule. Regrettably, the vast majority within these ranks possessed only modest skills. True top-tier talents were scarce, for those capable of escaping had long been taken by the government authorities. Even the talented individuals Chen Fan had noticed were generally older and unable to flee south alongside the main evacuation. Most of those selected by Zhang Jie fell within the age range of 28 to 55 years old. Noticing Chen Fan had finished reviewing the documents, Zhang Jie said, Prung Bin Nong Jiangwen and Dong Lishu are waiting outside. Shall I invite them in? Upon Chen Fan's approval, Zhang Jie opened the door, and the three entered immediately. Good morning, Mr. Chen. Good morning to you all. What brings you here together so unexpectedly? Chen Fan did not wish to keep them standing by his desk. Instead, he gestured toward the tea table, inviting them to sit. Once seated, Nong Jiangwen presented a piece of paper and said, Mr. Chen, I have a suggestion. After the 350 new arrivals are properly settled, it would be advisable for you to deliver a welcome address. Chen Fan took the paper and saw a handwritten draft. He immediately understood their intention. As the master of the shelter, he needed to ensure every person who arrived here recognized his authority and felt grateful to him. They were concerned that due to their ages and lack of experience in such matters, they did not know how to address these newcomers. So tactfully, they offered him a sample speech for reference. Chen Fan glanced at it and noticed the writing was precise, deliberately controlled to avoid any untidiness, ensuring it would be easy for him to read. You are all very considerate. I shall arrange several laptops for you to use as workstations. After Nong Jiangwen expressed his gratitude, he added, if you have no special engagements today, I suggest you visit Director Zhou Xianda's group of students during their training. He then seemed worried about displeasing Chen Fan, hastening to explain, I understand that in these times time should not be wasted on formalities. However, it is essential that every person in the shelter has the opportunity to meet you and speak with you at least once. Knowing they acted out of genuine concern, Chen Fan smiled and agreed. After they departed, he carefully reviewed the speech they had prepared for him. A county-level city mayor personally drafting a speech for him. Could one believe it? The content was crisp and direct, completely free of the redundant rhetoric common before the apocalypse. It brought a faint smile to Chen Fan's lips. Actually, these people know how to speak properly. Now Chen Fan could no longer approach meeting newcomers casually. Zhou Xianda had issued strict orders. Anyone outside the core management team required Chen Fan to bring security personnel whenever he met them. Furthermore, Zhou Xianda reminded him that he must never let his guard down. He was to keep an anti-explosion shield in mind at all times, and in the event of danger risk exposing his secret abilities to summon it instantly as a protective barrier. Zhou Xianda's reminder had given Chen Fan an additional survival assurance. As his superior had said, when faced with danger, Chen Fan truly could employ such measures. He could even purchase large objects from the system on the spot and drop them upon anyone attempting to harm him. Why waste such an advantage? Lu Yusheng. The office door opened, and Lu Yusheng approached Chen Fan saying, Mr. Chen, I await your orders. Chen Fan explained that he intended to meet the 350 newcomers later and informed him accordingly. Unexpectedly, Lu Yusheng reacted with considerable alarm. He immediately summoned Zhou Xianda. Chen Fan felt somewhat irritated. Is this level of mobilization really necessary? However, once Zhou Xianda arrived, Chen Fan finally understood why they were treating this meeting with such rigorous caution. Mr. Chen, among those 350 individuals we suspect, 4 may have infiltrated from the government shelter. Chen Fan, intrigued, asked, how did you discover this? Zhou Xianda extended his hand for Chen Fan to examine, gesturing for Lu Yusheng to do the same. At first, Chen Fan was puzzled, but when he glanced at his own hands, he immediately understood. Working long hours in temperatures below -60 degrees inevitably caused visible damage. Frostbite, cracked skin, and calluses. Having spent nearly a month without physical labor himself, Chen Fan's hands stood in stark contrast. Can you confirm this solely based on their hands? Zhou Xianda shook his head. Their hands alone cannot provide certainty. Individuals such as the doctors from Second Hospital or the mechanics from Xingye Repair Factory could survive at home without ever leaving their doors. The problem lies in their faces. The signs of prolonged outdoor exposure are evident. There is one particular group that exhibits this condition: personnel who long-term wear gloves while handling firearms during duty. Hearing this, Chen Fan finally grasped their meaning. Are you suggesting you suspect these individuals are sent by Xiao Weiman's faction to gather intelligence on us? Zhou Xianda's expression turned cold. Intelligence gathering itself is of lesser concern, for we intend to feed them fabricated information deliberately. What I fear is... Chen Fan nodded. He had already offended Xiao Weiman twice, and the shelter's operations directly challenged the official authority he claimed to represent. It was hardly surprising that Xiao Weiman might harbor murderous intentions. Nevertheless, Zhou Xianda's words prompted Chen Fan to form a different plan. He possessed the power to crush the government shelter entirely through force, yet he had chosen not to. The reason was that many valuable talents resided within the official shelter. If he simply destroyed it, those talented individuals would perish alongside it. He needed a method that would protect both himself and the innocent people trapped within. These people were invaluable to the shelter's construction. Zhang Jia, please bring them in. Soon after, Nong Jiangwen and the others who had just left returned to Chen Fan's office. Meanwhile, 20 kilometers away from Chen Fan's shelter within the government refuge, Luo Chaolong, shielded by several teammates, hid beneath blankets and activated his walkie-talkie. Tuning to the prearranged frequency, he began transmitting. Outside the government shelter in an abandoned building, armed personnel disguised as resource scavengers had been lying in wait for some time. Finally, they received Luo Chaolong's transmission. After receiving their assigned tasks regarding Chen Fan, the armed unit immediately departed. Upon returning, the team reported directly to Chen Fan. By the time they arrived at Chen Fan's office, Chen Fan and his associates had already formulated their strategy and awaited only their intelligence report. Mr. Chen, we have conveyed all the information you assigned us. Chen Fan nodded. Good. From now on, you must continue receiving daily updates until the final operation commences. The man stood at attention and replied sharply, yes, sir. The atrium plaza on the first floor of the shelter. 350 newcomers and their families were gathered here. Having bathed, donned fresh clothes, and eaten their fill, they finally looked like proper human beings again. Hearing that Chen Fan would personally meet with them, their faces were filled with startled gratitude. But two people were exceptions. They kept glancing around nervously. Watching from upstairs, Zhou Xianda noted their behavior and instructed an armed unit member in plain clothes nearby to proceed according to the plan. The plainclothes personnel quickly descended and melted into the crowd. Applause erupted as over 600 people gathered in the first-floor atrium of the shelter. Chen Fan approached the crowd flanked by 4 armed guards and several administrators. The moment he prepared to speak, the assembly fell silent at once. First, on behalf of everyone at the shelter, I welcome you all. From today forward, we are family, comrades bound together. Though this age is merciless, humanity still endures. After Chen Fan spoke for a few minutes, he stepped down from the platform to mingle with the crowd, engaging warmly with each person. Spotting a little girl, Chen Fan picked her up himself. The perceptive child pressed a kiss to his cheek. Among the crowd, the undercover operatives quietly approached the 2 men suspected of being infiltrators. While no one was watching closely, he slipped a sharp object resembling a dagger into his palm and murmured, when Chen Fan approaches you, you must strike him down. Otherwise your family won't survive past tonight. The plainclothes operative quickly vanished into the crowd. The man nervously accepted the dagger and hastily stuffed it into his pocket. His entire body trembled with fear. His companion noticed his distress and asked what the man had said. Ahu stammered out a fragmented account of the threat he had received. The other man panicked as well, but they both knew that if they refused, their families held hostage in the official shelter would surely be killed. Ahu steeled himself and made his decision. Brother, please take care of mom and dad. Damn that Xiao Weiman. He leaves us no way out. Let me do this, brother. No, brother, let me do it. Xiao Wei is already dead. You still have your wife. Neither of them questioned the plainclothes operative identity. The fact that he had pinpointed them so accurately in the crowd proved he had been planted by the official shelter beforehand. Watching from upstairs, Zhou Xianda smiled. I did not expect a simple test to succeed so easily. Notify Mr. Chen to proceed as planned. Chen Fan bodyguards then guided him toward the 2 brothers. Chen Fan approached with a beaming expression. Without giving them time to reconsider, Ahu broke free from his brother hand for his family. When Chen Fan drew within 1 meter, one of the security guards deliberately created an opening. Seeing his chance, Ahu pulled the dagger from his pocket and lunged at Chen Fan. Chaos erupted as everyone screamed in panic. Chen Fan, lying in a pool of blood, was carried away. Not only were Ahu's hands and feet restrained and his mouth gagged, but he also stared in disbelief as the paper dagger was snatched from his grasp amid the confusion. A real dagger now lay on the ground beside him, not his. He could not understand what was happening. The stranger had threatened his family, and for the first time, Ahu had acted recklessly without hesitation. Looking back, it had been so foolish. He was terrified. Zhou Xianda arrived with a large contingent to secure the scene. The chaos was gradually brought under control. The hundreds of new arrivals, once they realized the truth, surged toward Ahu in anger. They knew his actions would jeopardize their own chances of joining Chen Fan shelter. Other shelter members quickly learned of the assassination attempt and rushed to the scene. Under the cover of the armed department, Ahu was escorted away amid angry glares. His brother was taken along as well. He was deeply confused. Ahu was the one who had struck, so why was he being taken too? The shelter gates were urgently sealed, and everyone was ordered to remain where they stood. In the medical emergency room, Chen Fan smiled as Wang Meng burst in through tears. You nearly gave me a heart attack, do you understand? You should have warned me in advance. The others involved in the ruse then arrived, no longer in a rush. Mr. Chen, if you ever become an actor, I will definitely buy a ticket. That performance was hilarious. I truly cannot imagine how the blood suddenly sprayed from your body. That technique was flawless. Only those privy to Chen Fan's secret knew the answer. That was blood he had purchased through his golden finger ability. After everyone laughed it off, Zhou Xianda entered. Mr. Chen, the 2 of them have confessed. Everyone immediately ceased their joking and turned to Zhou Xianda. Xiao Weiman has taken their parents' wives and daughters hostage, threatening them to infiltrate our shelter. As for Xiao Weiman's motive, they do not know. Chen Fan did not care about Xiao Weiman's purpose. Allowing infiltrators into the shelter had already crossed his line. He asked were there not 4 suspects. Zhou Xianda replied, we investigated the other 2 at their residential compound. They have always served as drivers for the survivor team. At supply points, they only needed to guard the vehicles without heavy labor, so their hands remained well protected. Chen Fan nodded. I will consider this period my vacation. The rest is in your hands. Everyone responded in unison, yes, sir. In the interrogation room, Ahu repeatedly insisted to the armed personnel that the object in his hand was not a dagger at all. When he handed it to me, it felt incredibly light. I assumed it was made of fiberglass or some such material. With so many people around, I dared not take it out to inspect it. Only when I pulled it out did I realize something was wrong. And I never even touched Chen Fan. There must be other infiltrators who were meant to kill Chen Fan while I created the distraction. The interrogation room door was pushed open from the outside. Zhou Xianda returned and asked any new information. Ahu's pupils dilated as he pointed at the person who had entered with Zhou Xianda and shouted, "It is him. He is the one who gave me that fake dagger." It was him. The man identified was the plainclothes operative. He picked at his ear impatiently and said, "Indeed it was me. I anticipated you would not dare to inspect the dagger in front of so many witnesses." Desperate, Ahu cried out like a man clutching a lifeline. "Did you hear that? He admitted it. Arrest him. I have rendered a meritorious service. I should not deserve the death penalty." The armed personnel remained unmoved. Ahu's brother, as if seeing through the entire scheme, said helplessly, "Ahu, stop shouting. They are the ones who plotted to murder Chen Fan." Zhou Xianda drew a blade from his waist, its edge still stained red, and smiled at them. "Smart choice." His brother begged, "Sir, since Chen Fan is our common enemy, my brother, and I can pledge our loyalty to you." Ahu realized there was still a chance and joined in his pleas. Zhou Xianda crouched down and stared straight at them. "Everyone in the shelter knows it was your doing. How can you possibly serve me?" Hearing these words, both men fell silent. However, Zhou Xianda's however sounded like sweet music to their ears. Ahu immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly. "Sir, you are a man of great ability, so please don't toy with us. Just tell us directly what you need us to do, as long as you spare our lives." Zhou Xianda rose with a smile and said, "Untie these two brothers." The two men saw a glimmer of hope and nodded gratefully. A man from the armed department brought over a stool. Zhou Xianda sat down, pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, and calmly lit one. The two bruised and battered men stood before Zhou Xianda, slightly bowing. "I respect you both as real men for risking your lives for your families. I do have a task for you. Once completed, I can find a reason to exonerate you and bring you and your families here to live." Upon hearing this, the two men knelt before Zhou Xianda once more. "Thank you, sir. From now on we will serve you faithfully." Zhou Xianda quickly helped them up, arranged stools for them to sit, handed them cigarettes, and lit them personally. "Do you know why I arranged the assassination of Chen Fan?" The cigarette barely reached their throats before they erupted into violent coughs. Damn, was this something they were meant to hear? Zhou Xianda waved his hand to reassure them, and said, "A while ago Chen Fan went to the official shelter to pick up those people, right?" The two nodded immediately. Though they were merely peripheral lackeys of Xiao Weiman, they were well aware of Xiao Weiman's fury over this matter. Seeing them nod, Zhou Xianda continued, "After those few arrived, they became the core management of the shelter, while those of us who had been serving Chen Fan from the very beginning were treated with disdain. A while back, those newcomers took control of half the military authority. It's clear Chen Fan was guarding against us." Ahu, convinced he had guessed Zhou Xianda's mind, chimed in. "Throughout history, every newly enthroned emperor has used decisive measures to reclaim military power." Zhou Xianda gave him an approving look as if to say, "Well done," and continued, "Now that Chen Fan is dead, there will be a showdown between me and those newcomers. I need you to go back and convey a message to Xiao Weiman asking him to send people to assist me. As long as their demands aren't exorbitant, I can meet them all. Once I have full control of the shelter, I will honor my promises to you." The two had no reason to doubt the news of Chen Fan's death. The amount of blood gushing from Chen Fan's body made survival impossible. That night the two were tossed out alongside corpses. Then another vehicle picked them up. Meanwhile, inside the shelter, everyone was deeply concerned about Chen Fan's condition. Soon the medical team brought good news. Chen Fan had been rescued, though he would need prolonged recuperation. However, everyone who wished to visit Chen Fan was turned away. At the official shelter at that moment, Xiao Weiman stared suspiciously at the two bruised assassins who had been sent back. The two recounted the entire incident to him. Xiao Weiman did not fully trust their words. After they left, only Xiao Weiman's brother Xiao Weihua and Director Liu remained in his office. Director Liu asked, "Mayor Xiao, do you believe their account?" Xiao Weihua replied, "Didn't they say they would come for an in-person meeting in a few days? Let's first decide how much supplies we can extract from them." Xiao Weiman wore a contemplative expression. He hoped this news was true. Only supplies obtained from Zhou Xianda could revive all the people in the official shelter. He did not want to see everyone perish. What kind of emperor rules over no subjects? Find a way to send someone to Chen Fan's shelter to investigate before making any decisions. The following day, Chen Fan's shelter opened its gates at dawn as usual. Countless survivors still flocked to the canopy at the entrance, seeking opportunities. News of Chen Fan's assassination attempt spread rapidly and became the day's biggest topic. Hidden among the crowd, Xiao Weiman's confidant quietly slipped away after learning that Chen Fan had survived. Meanwhile, the protagonist Chen Fan was immersed in frustration. He could not decipher the system's five-fold multiplication pattern at all. When he was alone, the system provided a base of 20 system coins. After reaching 10, 20, 50, 100, and 200 people, it multiplied by 5 each time. After reaching 500 people, he had expected another five-fold increase, but was deeply disappointed. The previous night, 350 people plus their families minus the two who had left brought the total population of Chen Fan shelter to exactly 1600. Even after the shelter exceeded 1,000 people, the system remained unresponsive. Had it permanently stalled at 62500 system coins per person. Even more frustrating was that based on the 1600 person threshold, he should have received a full 100 million system coins last night. Instead, he had only just over 99 million, short by the reward for 8 people. Chen Fan comforted himself once more. Among 1600 people, having 8 with divided loyalties was a remarkably low ratio. He hoped these people were not spies. He also hoped these people would over time become as genuinely devoted as the two from Xingye repair shop. Human hearts were the hardest to fathom. Besides, with so many people, there was no clear way to investigate anyway. Chen Fan's mindset soon adjusted. Earning 100 million system coins a day, who needed anything more? The official shelter. Mayor Xiao, we received word from over there that Chen Fan survived the assault, though he requires prolonged bed rest. It is said that all who wish to visit have been turned away. If the news from Chen Fan shelter had been that Chen Fan had died, Xiao Weiman would have doubted the authenticity of what Hu and the other had brought back. But seeing how urgently they publicized the news of his survival, Xiao Weiman assumed it was a smokescreen. According to Hu's account, the previous day he had lost so much blood that survival was impossible. If he had truly been rescued, why was he refusing visitors? Convinced that Chen Fan was dead, Xiao Weiman was in high spirits. You did well. Continue to investigate and report. That day, the new leadership team, led by Nong Jiangwen, began taking charge of the shelter's civilian affairs. Meanwhile, Zhou Xinda's armed department was conducting rigorous drills with 150 male students from the 3rd high school at Pavilion 2. Initially, everyone assumed this was merely a normal arrangement following Chen Fan's assassination. But after 3 consecutive days, people began to notice something amiss. Supplies within the shelter were being unevenly distributed. Nong Jiangwen, who was in charge of supplies, had reduced support for Zhou Xinda and the armed department. Nong Jiangwen's team appeared enthusiastically at every workstation each day, their behavior strikingly reminiscent of pre-apocalypse election campaign tactics. Yes, exactly like the electioneering scene in some nations before the end of the world. The members of Chen Fan shelter had sharp eyes. Nong Jiangwen's urgent behavior revealed something suspicious to them. Gradually, a rumor spread throughout the shelter. Chen Fan was dead, and his alleged severe injury, requiring rest, was merely a lie to stabilize the situation. Zhou Xinda pushed his armed department to train with fierce determination. The gunfire from Pavilion 2 grew increasingly dense, casting considerable psychological pressure on all shelter members. Had they barely glimpsed the hope of eternal survival, only to have it destroyed in the power struggles of these meddling schemers? No, they would not accept it. They wanted to see their leader, Mr. Chen. The neutral faction began to demonstrate. We must see Mr. Chen. Yes, we are seeing him today, or we go on strike. Regardless, we will not allow chaos within the shelter. Right, this shelter is our home, our hope for survival. Anyone who dares to play power games like before the apocalypse will face me even without firearms. Soon both Nong Jiangwen and Zhou Xinda appeared together to calm the crowd. The two even embraced publicly to demonstrate that there was no conflict between them. But the more they tried to cover up in this manner, the more suspicious it made everyone. On the 4th day of Chen Fan's assassination attempt, Nia Wuhui, the principal of the 3rd high school, launched a student mobilization. The 150 students selected for the Armed Forces Department did not report to Building No. 2 for training the next day. Their slogan was, maintain peace in the shelter and do not participate in any internal strife. This reduced the 190 armed personnel that Zhou Xinda had painstakingly accumulated back to the original 40. Upon learning of Zhou Xinda's situation, Nong Jiangwen could not conceal his smile. This made all shelter members even more convinced that Chen Fan was dead and that Nong Jiangwen and Zhou Xinda were vying for power. Even so, the weapons remained under Zhou Xinda's control. Everyone knew that if these 40 men resorted to armed suppression, the entire shelter would suffer. Thus, some elders were elected as representatives to speak with Zhou Xinda. Facing the group of elders, Zhou Xinda took a deep breath and finally revealed the entire power struggle between him and the others. He said indignantly, "This shelter was built with great difficulty by Mr. Chen and myself. I will not hand it over to those latecomers to manage." Several representatives present tried to persuade him in turn. One elder spoke earnestly. "We know you have made great contributions, but maintaining a foundation is not about violence. The newcomers were government officials before the apocalypse and have rich experience in management. Perhaps it might not be a bad thing for them to take over the shelter's administration. What do you think?" Another elder quickly chimed in. "Yes, in my opinion, why don't we all sit down calmly and discuss a win-win solution together?" Exactly. Then we will vote to let you continue controlling the military power while those people will be in charge of internal administrative authority. In this way, both sides can perform their respective duties and form a mutual check and balance, which would be good for the shelter. But Zhou Xinda remained unmoved, only promising, "I can only guarantee that I will not use force to deliberately damage any facilities in the shelter." Rest assured, no matter how things escalate, I will not gamble with the shelter. After learning Zhou Xianda's attitude, they went to talk to Nong Jiangwen. Does that common soldier know how to manage? Does he know how to allocate resources? Why are we in such a hurry to establish a unified management system? Isn't it for the good of the shelter? Look at him. He's like a sulking child. How can such a temperament manage a shelter? Are you willing to entrust everyone's lives to someone so impulsive? I promise that everything will be fair, just and transparent from now on, but I need a voice to achieve this. I hope you will support me. After hearing Nong Jiangwen's words, they found them quite reasonable. Yet they could not extract any information about Chen Fan's life or death from either of the two men. The signals from both sides indicated that neither would gamble with the shelter's facilities, which reassured the residents. Other survivors, realizing that this turmoil would harm the entire shelter, began to stir up again. We want to see Mr. Chen. We only recognize Mr. Chen as the leader of this shelter. That's right. Our lives were saved by him. I'm just saying if Mr. Chen is no longer with us, our top priority should be to find out who ordered the assassination and avenge him. Well said. The urgent matter is to avenge Mr. Chen, not to engage in infighting here. No matter who the culprit is, even if Nong Jiangwen and Zhou Xianda don't send anyone, I will risk my life to avenge Mr. Chen. We've all been through death once. I'll repay Mr. Chen's great kindness with my life. The more Zhou Xianda and Nong Jiangwen refused to discuss Chen Fan's situation, the more the shelter members believed he was dead. They stopped caring about the power struggle and focused solely on avenging Chen Fan. For 4 consecutive days, news of the internal affairs of Chen Fan's shelter reached the official shelter. By now, Xiao Weiman was 90% convinced of the two assassins' story. Call them back. I want to ask for details again. The two men came to Xiao Weiman's office and repeated their account. Are you sure Chen Fan lost that much blood? Yes, Mayor Xiao. We would never joke about such information. You did well. Go to the kitchen and get 2 jin of food. Thank you, Mayor Xiao. After they left, Xiao Weihua leaned in and said, Brother, I think this matter is settled. Xiao Weiman nodded. Now he was fully convinced that Chen Fan was dead. When is Zhou Xianda coming? Tomorrow. Good. Tomorrow we'll see what terms he can offer. In Chen Fan's office, Zhou Xianda looked listless and said to Chen Fan, Mr. Chen, please let this end quickly. I'd rather face a hail of bullets than be accused by everyone like this. Nong Jiangwen laughed heartily. Don't worry, we'll clear your name in time. Zhou Xianda glanced at the calm Nong Jiangwen and smiled resignedly. Old Nong, you politicians really have composure. Chen Fan tapped the table. All right, let's review the plan again. There can't be any mistakes tomorrow. The next day, Zhou Xianda drove 4 tracked vehicles out of the shelter toward the official shelter. Upon arriving at the official shelter, he received a warm welcome from Xiao Weiman. The 300 jin of food on the 4 vehicles made Xiao Weiman and the others beam with joy. Minister Zhou, right. Quite a move. You could even lay a hand on your own savior. Zhou Xianda did not respond to the taunt, but got straight to the point. Mayor Xiao, this 300 jin of food is a deposit. After you help me seize control of Chen Fan's shelter, I'll give you another 700 jin, 100 jin in total. How about it? Xiao Weiman shook his head and sipped tea. Xiao Weihua smiled and said, Minister Zhou, we can discuss the reward later. First, tell us your plan. A fierce glint flashed in Zhou Xianda's eyes. Send your people to cause trouble at Chen Fan's shelter. Claim that your people had a conflict with ours while scavenging for supplies resulting in a death, and demand an explanation. Given Nong Jiangwen's current eagerness to win people over, he will come out to negotiate in person. Then your people posing as the victim's family will lose their temper and kill him. My people will not interfere. Xiao Weiman, Xiao Weihua, and Director Lu exchanged glances. A playful smile curled at the corners of their mouths. This fool had come up with such a lousy idea. You arrive today, and tomorrow the official shelter will go to cause trouble. After killing Nong Jiangwen, you stand idly by. Anyone would guess that you Zhou Xianda used an outsider's hand. Director Lu asked suspiciously, Minister Zhou, are you sure this will secure the management rights? Don't fail to pay the final installment. Since you already know what I've done, I might as well tell you. They want to hold a collective vote to elect a new manager, and I will definitely lose power. Zhou Xianda looked confident. As long as Nong Jiangwen is dead, anyone who disobeys me. Seeing Zhou Xianda's desperate measures, Xiao Weiman no longer hesitated and agreed. In that case, I will help you, Minister Zhou. Zhou Xianda was overjoyed. He stood up and cupped his fist in salute. Thank you, Mayor Xiao. I'll take my leave now. Just as Zhou Xianda was about to turn and leave, Xiao Weiman suddenly called out, Wait. Zhou Xianda turned around with a puzzled expression, looking at Xiao Weiman and asking, Mayor Xiao, is there something else? Xiao Weiman, expressionless and indifferent, said, Minister Zhou, the matter of compensation hasn't been settled properly. Hearing this, Zhou Xianda frowned, looking puzzled, and said, Didn't we just agree? 10,000 jin of food as compensation. However, Xiao Weiman smiled faintly and gently shook his head, as if to say you were still too young. At this moment, Director Lu, who had been standing silently by, stepped forward. Like a peacemaker, he said with a smile to Zhou Xianda, Minister Zhou, that was a compensation condition you unilaterally proposed. We haven't even had a chance to bargain with you. Seeming to hold a grudge, Zhou Xianda snorted and angrily sat back down in the chair, crossing his arms and looking at Xiao Weiman, saying snappily, Fine, Mayor Xiao, just be straightforward. How much do you want? Xiao Weiman unhurriedly set down the teacup in his hand and calmly said, 20,000 jin of food, 1,000 jin of vegetable seeds, 500 live chickens, and ducks, each 20 pigs. Not a single jin less. At these words, Zhou Xianda's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Xiao Weiman, exclaiming, impossible. Absolutely impossible. Director Liu then popped up again, saying, Minister Zhou, we have thousands of people to feed here. If we deploy most of our forces to help you, we can't justify it to everyone without these provisions. Zhou Xianda, seemingly trying to suppress his anger, bargained. Even so, you can't be so exorbitant. Cut the quantity Mayor Xiao just mentioned in half, and that's the most I can offer. Xiao Weiman said impatiently, since Minister Zhou lacks sincerity, let's call off this deal. Then he stood up and prepared to leave. Zhou Xianda took a few deep breaths and gritted his teeth, saying, fine. I hope Mayor Xiao handles things well. Xiao Weiman stopped at the door and laughed heartily. Good, then it's settled. Oh, and by the way, to prevent Minister Zhou from breaking his word, our entire meeting today has been recorded. Minister Zhou wouldn't want everyone in Chen Fan's shelter to know about it, would you? Zhou Xianda glared at Xiao Weiman with fury. After a long moment, he said bitterly, once I pay the final installment on time, if today's matters are still revealed to the shelter, my tanks and armored vehicles will make the official shelter lose a piece of its flesh. Xiao Weiman was not angered by Zhou Xianda's threat. On the contrary, the more Zhou Xianda behaved like this, the more it proved he was at his wit's end. Haha, Minister Zhou, you flatter me. I am a man of my word. Shall Lucy Minister Zhou out. Time rewound to yesterday. The official shelter deployed 5 vehicles to go to a mountain reservoir to dig out fish frozen in the reservoir. Luo Chaolong and his companions applied for this task and went as excavators with the team. Now, ordinary people in the official shelter who wanted to go out to earn points had to be led by Xiao Weiman's men. Xiao Weiman's confidants were only responsible for driving and supervising the workers. That day, Luo Chaolong and his comrades worked especially hard. During lunch, he took the initiative to go into the tent where Xiao Weiman's confidants were sheltering from the cold and distributed cigarettes to them. Come on, guys, have a cigarette. Oh, Xiao Luo, you still managed to get cigarettes at a time like this. Not bad, huh? Luo Chaolong smiled along and pulled out a half bottle of liquor from his bosom. Their eyes lit up at the sight, and they didn't care that Luo Chaolong wasn't working. They let him stay and chat. After all, as long as the others outside could complete today's collection task, it didn't matter if one Luo Chaolong was missing. Guys, our shelter's food is about to run out. I wonder what our future path will be. As Luo Chaolong finished speaking, the men who were just laughing over the cigarettes and liquor suddenly lost their spirits. One of them sighed heavily. Xiao Luo, what can we do in this apocalypse? Just live one more day longer than others. Luo Chaolong fanned the flames. I heard that, Mr. Chen's shelter has already been built. Others say they have fully achieved the conditions for eternal survival. At this topic, the group immediately started chattering excitedly. One of them, who had been sent to monitor, vividly described the complete self-sustaining ecosystem of Chen Fan's shelter to the group as if he had been inside. During the conversation, Luo Chaolong added his own embellishments. Solar power, vegetable and fruit seeds, enough poultry for breeding. Damn it, now that you mention it, it's really possible that Mr. Chen has pulled it off. No wonder he has the confidence to take in so many people. It shows he has calculated exactly how many the shelter can support for sustainable living. Unconsciously, the group had started referring to Chen Fan as Mr. Chen, without even realizing it. But Luo Chaolong's ingratiating and discussing these matters was not his true purpose. After all, the superior conditions of Chen Fan's shelter had already spread throughout the official shelter. The real goal was to divert their attention. Under Luo Chaolong's cover, one of his teammates moved away from the digging crowd. He went to a spot and pulled out 2 backpacks. Then, taking advantage of everyone's inattention, he stealthily approached the vehicle they came in and hid the 2 backpacks among the supplies. At 4 p.m., the convoy returned to the official shelter. Before entering, Luo Chaolong and his companions had to undergo a round of body searches, mainly checking for hidden food. Then they followed the vehicle to the warehouse to unload. During unloading, Luo Chaolong deliberately placed the basket containing the backpacks deep inside, ensuring the cook wouldn't see it before the next day. The backpacks naturally contained guns, which Zhou Xianda had arranged to be hidden at their food collection point earlier. All of this was arranged through that walkie-talkie during this period. After moving the day's collected supplies to the warehouse, Zhou Xianda and his men were searched again upon leaving the warehouse, showing the extent of Xiao Weiman's control over these people. Several of Xiao Weiman's confidants were eating the food delivered by Zhou Xianda today at the warehouse entrance. A few women sat on their laps, enduring their obscene language. Such scenes only occurred on the second basement level. When they stepped into the first basement level, a large crowd of people huddled together on quilts, sleeping on the floor in a sight that was staggering. It was so dark here that no vitality could be seen. A strong stench of excrement and urine assaulted the nostrils because their waste was all collected in buckets in the corner. A young woman in her 20s, without any hesitation, spread her legs in front of them and relieved herself on the bucket, showing no shame or attempt to cover up. A man in his 50s stared straight at the young woman, groping his own groin. Luo Chaolong strode over and kicked the old man, blocking his way viciously. Only then did the old man like a frightened rabbit scurry back into his quilt in fear. However, as soon as Luo Chaolong left, he approached the young woman again, resuming his previous obscene behavior. Initially, everyone would use quilts to form a barrier shielding the scene of defecation. Now they had long become numb, like walking corpses. A young man around 30 had set up a pot beside his quilt, boiling his tattered leather belt in it. Luo Chaolong saw that he had been boiling it for 2 days, but was reluctant to eat it, only taking a few sips of the stinking broth from the belt, then adding some cold snow. This was the tragic reality of the bottom-level people in the official shelter. That night, Chen Fan received Nia Wu-wei, principal of No. 3 Middle School. When he saw Chen Fan standing before him unharmed and listened to the full account of events, he finally breathed a deep sigh of relief. He immediately summoned all students to head to the training ground overnight. It was said that Chen Fan, rumored dead from assassination, had arrived at training ground No. 2. Behind him stood Zhou Xiandan, Wu-wei, Nong Jiangwen, and others who had come along. 40 armed personnel and 150 students already trained in marksmanship stood in neat formation below. After hearing Chen Fan lay out the entire fake death scheme, the crowd erupted into cheers. My dear comrades, when we were all struggling to survive, powerless to stop those dark parasites from running rampant, today we hold the means to survive forever in this merciless apocalypse. In our hands lies the strength to strike fear into all lawbreakers and the conditions to give ordinary survivors a voice. Let us unite and bring a belated justice to this ruthless world. As Chen Fan finished speaking, deafening roars erupted throughout Training Hall No. 2. Justice. Justice. Honestly, Chen Fan felt a bit embarrassed after finishing. But these people simply ate it up. Since ancient times, justice has been the foundation upon which all hearts are won. Now in possession of 1 billion system coins, Chen Fan had the means. To ensure his team members would not come to harm, he reluctantly spent 100 million to purchase 4 more main battle tanks. He also spent 40 million on 5 infantry fighting vehicles. This brought Chen Fan's shelter armored combat vehicles to 5 main battle tanks, 6 infantry fighting vehicles, and 2 wheeled armored cars. Chen Fan pressed down his hand, and once the armed personnel fell silent, those 13 massive machines slowly rolled out from Hall No. 3. The 40 veterans' first reaction was, holy crap, you got us all fired up, like we're heading on a suicide mission, and it turns out to be using cannon fire to swat mosquitoes. Those dozen-odd massive machines would keep these middle school students in the mood for days. But once Zhou Xianda assigned their combat roles, the student rookies wilted instantly like frostbitten eggplants. The main assault would still fall to the veterans. They could only follow behind, learning the ropes and handling cleanup work. But soon they perked up again because Chen Fan said, our military equipment does not stop here. Do not be discouraged, comrades newly among us. Those who perform well from now on may be assigned to the armored combat vehicles. After assigning the mission, Chen Fan added, because we must guard against leaks, everyone will sleep at the training ground tonight. This matter will not be disclosed to the rest of the members until the enemy's armed forces have been eliminated. Naturally, no one objected. On the morning of the 5th day since Chen Fan's assassination, inside the official shelter, Mayor Xiao, the personnel are ready, awaiting your orders. Mayor Xiao Weiman surveyed the team of 80+ people and nodded in satisfaction. Thank you all for your hard work. I will host a feast at home to celebrate your triumphant return. With that, an armed convoy of over 20 off-road vehicles and police cars set forth from the official shelter, heading toward Chen Fan's shelter. In the current apocalyptic environment, a force of this scale was already considered a steel torrent. What they could never have imagined was that the true steel torrent was advancing toward them. After the convoy departed, Director Lu cautiously ventured, Mayor Xiao, what if Zhou Xianda holds a grudge because we only sent half our forces? Could he? Xiao Weiman waved his hand confidently. The rest must stay behind. What if those people rebel? Besides, I told him this constituted the bulk of my forces. What can he possibly do about it? Director Lu nodded. I don't know what's gotten into them lately, but the people inside have indeed been restless. It's wise to reserve additional troops to keep them in check. Xiao Weiman continued, though only half the men are going, nearly all the weapons are being taken along. If Zhou Xianda pushes the issue, we'll have an answer ready. Director Lu seized the opportunity to flatter. Mayor Xiao, your foresight is remarkable. Before the official shelter departed in a residential compound 1 kilometer from Chen Fan shelter, a fully armed group suddenly stormed in, swiftly neutralizing the 2 surveillance operatives who had been monitoring Chen Fan's shelter. This meant they could no longer relay information to the team dispatched by Xiao Weiman. At that very moment, more than a dozen combat vehicles from Chen Fan's shelter, along with several track carriers filled with armed personnel, were slowly rolling out. What was Chen Fan's grand design for all this? For the skilled professionals among the official shelter's population. For the shelter to thrive and sustain itself relying solely on endless extraction from the system was not a viable long-term strategy. Placing all hope in the system alone was ill-advised. Although the inside-outside collusion plan could not entirely guarantee the safety of innocent people within the official shelter, it was far preferable to the alternative, them cowering inside, using hostages as human shields, forcing Chen Fan to blast open the gates with tanks and rely solely on individual combat superiority to crush through. In that scenario, not only would the number of hostage casualties be uncontrollable, but his armed personnel would also suffer heavy losses. This was precisely what Chen Fan wished to avoid. The purchase of tanks and armored vehicles was precisely to ensure his own forces would suffer no casualties during this operation. The official shelter's vehicles formed a column over 100 meters long, strutting boldly down the main road toward Chen Fan's shelter. Meanwhile, Zhou Xianda's steel torrent lay hidden behind several buildings, quietly awaiting their arrival. An egg was about to collide with a boulder. Every few kilometers, Zhou Xianda's spotters perched atop buildings, monitoring and reporting in real time. If not for the bizarre apocalyptic phenomenon making elevated positions significantly colder, making drone flights impractical, Zhou Xianda would not have needed such elaborate arrangements. During the original official mass evacuation, aircraft could not fly above 300 meters. The only helicopters operating below that altitude could remain airborne. After the meteorological team arrived at Chen Fan shelter and conducted thermometer tests, they confirmed that for every 100 meters of altitude gained, the temperature dropped by 10 degrees, revalidating the data the authorities had originally measured. This bizarre phenomenon shattered humanity's conventional understanding of the relationship between altitude and temperature. Site 1 target acquired. Report complete. Command vehicle copied. This transmission signaled that the official shelter's force had entered the encirclement laid by Zhou Xianda. Tank Unit 1 commenced pursuit. Once the last vehicle of the official shelter entered the kill zone, Zhou Xianda ordered a tank and an infantry fighting vehicle to roll out from a building trailing the enemy column to cut off their retreat. Tank Unit 1 copied. Additionally, a tracked transport carrier carrying 20 veteran soldiers was held in reserve to prevent anyone from abandoning their vehicles and fleeing during the final sweep. Target has entered Zone 2. Report complete. Command vehicle copied. As the official shelter's convoy drew ever closer, Zhou Xianda issued another order. Tank Unit 2 move to the flank. Tank Unit 2 copied. Target has entered Zone 3, reporting in. Command vehicle acknowledged. Tank Group 3 move out. Tank Group 3 acknowledged. As orders were relayed one after another, the official shelter convoy found itself flanked on all sides. At this moment, the official shelter convoy was traveling along the pre-apocalypse ring road. Just as they were about to ascend the elevated bridge, the rear vehicles spotted the tank and armored vehicles drawing closer from behind. Captain, there's a tank and armored vehicle behind us. It should be Zhou Xianda's team. The captain of this official shelter operation was puzzled as to why Zhou Xianda's forces had followed without any prior communication. He picked up the walkie-talkie, about to have someone in the back check if there had been a change of plans. Immediately came a report from a vehicle in the middle of the convoy. Captain, it seems we've been surrounded. The captain quickly looked back, and indeed tanks and armored vehicles had appeared at the intersections on both sides of the convoy's midpoint. Captain, look ahead. When he glanced toward the elevated bridge ahead, tanks and armored vehicles were approaching from that direction as well. The people from the official shelter finally understood this was a trap, a lure to draw out the snake. When did they acquire so many tanks and armored vehicles? Weren't they supposed to have only one? It wasn't entirely their fault for being careless. After all, their team was the only force in the entire Yongcheng that could match Chen Fan's territory. Yet the very force encircling them was none other than Chen Fan's team, the ones they were supposed to help. In the silent, frigid city, Zhou Xianda's voice rang out, even colder. I'm giving you 10 seconds. Throw your weapons out the car window, then get out, and squat down with your hands on your heads. Looking at the palm-sized pistol in their hands, then at the pitch-black gun barrels and heavy machine guns outside the windows. Besides, since there was no blood feud between them, only a fool would fight to the death. 10, 9, 8. One by one they discarded their guns and stepped out with hands clasped behind their heads. Facing such overwhelming odds, they didn't feel the slightest shame at being captured. Recalling the descriptions of Chen Fan's shelter that certain individuals had spread recently, they even entertained fantasies of being recruited by Zhou Xianda and joining Chen Fan's shelter team. A grand, long-planned confrontation had concluded in such an effortless manner. The scheme that had taken days to orchestrate was merely auxiliary. In the end, victory depended on hard power. TCH, a whole week of shooting practice, and I thought we'd finally get some real combat today, a middle school student guarding the prisoners muttered with evident disappointment. No sooner had he spoken than an older soldier leading him struck the boy on the head and cursed with a laugh. You still hoping more people will die? A prisoner squatting on the ground saw the student soldier being scolded by the veteran and sneered. Right, we surrendered. What are you going to do about it? After the veteran left, the middle schooler stepped forward and struck the mocker with the rifle butt. The man howled in pain. Still laughing? Go on then, laugh for me. Still gonna laugh. The veteran turned back and witnessed the student's actions. This time he was genuinely furious. He strode forward and delivered a flying kick to the middle schooler, cursing. Do you have any idea how dangerous your behavior was? I told you to maintain 4 meters distance from them. Did you think I was joking? If they snatch your gun and take you hostage to force us to release them, then they return to the official shelter to report our position. By then, with the official shelter gates sealed tight, we'd have to assault the place. Do you have any idea how many people would die? Scolded by the veteran, only then did the middle schooler truly recognize his mistake. After the veteran departed, the man on the ground winked at the young soldier and whispered, "I'm still laughing. Go ahead and laugh. What are you going to do about it?" Report to Minister Zhou. We've confiscated 31 firearms, 28 pistols and 3 rifles, along with various bladed weapons. Strip them of their clothes and make them change. Dressed in their enemies' uniforms and driving their vehicles, Zhou Xianda's forces began advancing toward the official shelter. Right at this moment, Luo Qiaolong's group inside the official shelter began their operation. The order Chen Fan had given them was when Zhou Xianda's team breached the gates, they would strike from within, creating a pincer attack. When Chen Fan had sent Zhou Xianda in to rescue Sun Yuyong the walkie-talkie, Zhou Xianda brought in had been passed to Luo Qiaolong through Zhengjia. Luo Qiaolong was simply a figure who could ensure the safety of internal personnel as much as possible. Even without his presence inside, Chen Fan's plan would not have been derailed. It was only that the death toll would have been beyond estimation otherwise. Preserving important talents whenever possible, that was the principle. Mayor Xiao, they've returned. Upon receiving Lu Director's report, Xiao Weiman stared in bewilderment. So soon? Did something go wrong? He assumed Zhou Xianda's plan had failed, causing his men to return empty-handed. Never could he have imagined that his own team had surrendered without firing a single shot. Let's go take a look. Regardless of the outcome, I won't loosen the payment, Zhou Xianda promised. You're right, Mayor Xiao. After all, our people went out. You're right, Mayor Xiao. After all, our people went out. Eager to learn the truth, they immediately headed toward the main gate of the official shelter. It was only upon reaching the second floor of the stadium that they realized something was off. From their elevated vantage point, they could see that in the distance, it wasn't just their team returning. There were Zhou Xianda's forces right behind them. Those tanks and armored vehicles were far too conspicuous to miss. The two sides were several hundred meters apart. Suddenly, gunfire erupted from Zhou Xianda's convoy. Though it appeared as if the two sides were exchanging fire, every bullet was fired into the ground or angled upward into the sky. It merely created the illusion of a fierce battle for the distant Xiao Weiman. Quick, use the walkie-talkie to find out what's happening. Director Lu hastily contacted their team via walkie-talkie. What happened to you? How did you end up being chased by them? Soon the official shelter convoy transmitted a message back to headquarters. The speaker was indeed the team leader the official shelter had sent out, except at that moment his head was pressed against a gun barrel. Mayor Xiao, it's me. We were set up. Open the gates quickly. The distance between us is still enough for us to pull back. Furious upon hearing this, Xiao Weiman cursed Zhou Xianda for his treachery and cunning. His sole concern was preserving his armed forces. After all, what else could he rely on to resist the incoming Zhou Xianda? Quick! Open the gates quickly. The distance between the two sides was precisely calculated by Zhou Xianda, designed to give them the illusion that there was still time to close the gates. The people of the official shelter were confident that the stadium walls would shield them. They only needed to defend the main gate. Even if Zhou Xianda had the audacity, he wouldn't dare enter. Luo Qiaolong heard the intense gunfire outside and knew the moment had arrived. He immediately roused his teammates who had been feigning sleep. The entire shelter's residents heard the gunfire and immediately erupted into chaos. Taking advantage of the cacophony, Luo Qiaolong, still beneath his blankets, opened the channel he had prearranged with Zhou Xianda and asked, "This is Luo Qiaolong. Are we to begin our operation?" P.S. The book's rating is out. 6. For points. The sky is falling. I suppose it's because of Chapter 28, when I revealed the system to the original team. Too many people left negative reviews. I believe the system couldn't have been kept hidden forever anyway. It would be better to let some people know from the start, so they could help conceal it from the majority later on. I dared to write it this way because I knew I could control the direction. Besides, the fact that they received system rewards from these people already proves they were trustworthy. I think that's quite easy to understand. Think of Chapter 28 as a reader filter. Those who enjoy the so-called ruthless lone wolf mentality will disappear from the story's continuation starting from that chapter. Sincere thanks to all the handsome, wealthy guys who made it this far. By the way, please leave a good review. Thank you. Zhou Xianda replied to Luo Qiaolong. When you see the convoy enter, you may act. Those are our people. Shortly after, the convoy smoothly made its way into the official shelter. Luo Qiaolong immediately called his companions over, excitedly heading toward the warehouse. Most of Xiao Weiman's trusted men had gone to guard the entrance of the official shelter, preparing to defend against Zhou Xianda's approaching forces. Only a dozen or so people remained to guard the survivors and the warehouse. Moreover, not everyone was armed with a gun. After approaching the warehouse, Luo Qiaolong put on a panicked expression and said, "Mayor Xiao sent us to inform you to go out immediately and reinforce." The guards at the warehouse gate were caught off guard by this sudden shout. They even forgot they carried walkie-talkies on them. If those outside needed to reach them, there would be no need to send someone in to relay a message. Luo Qiaolong's purpose was to stun the guards. He and his teammates didn't hesitate. Taking advantage of their close proximity, they pulled out sharpened toothbrushes and attacked. Even with the element of surprise, one of the guards still managed to draw a gun. After one of their own was hit, Luo Qiaolong took down the 5 men guarding the warehouse door. With no time to attend to the injured teammate, he quickly grabbed the keys and unlocked the warehouse door to retrieve the guns they'd hidden there earlier. The other guards, hearing the gunfire, immediately reported to Xiao Weiman and rushed toward the warehouse. At this moment Xiao Weiman and most of his forces were stationed on the second floor of the stadium, preventing Zhou Xianda from entering. The high ground gave them a tactical advantage for downward fire. Startled by news of traitors within, he was shaken. He wanted to dispatch the team that had just returned by car to eliminate the infiltrators, but before he could act, gunfire erupted from within the shelter's main entrance. This gunfire came from people who had entered in vehicles from the official shelter. Growing increasingly uneasy, Xiao Weiman commanded the men defending the second floor with him, "Quick, go down and check." A group of more than a dozen people immediately descended with their guns. However, the moment they reached the stairwell landing, they were met with a barrage of fire. After several men fell, they retreated back to the second floor to report to Xiao Weiman. "Mayor Xiao, it's terrible. The people who just returned are firing at us." Before Xiao Weiman could even process this information, the people posing as official shelter personnel opened the gate. Upon seeing the gate swing open, Zhou Xianda immediately ordered the armored vehicles inside. The defenders on the stadium's second floor watched in stunned silence as Zhou Xianda entered completely unobstructed. They didn't even attempt to fire and stop him, for the vehicles entering were thickly armored. Their guns couldn't harm them in the slightest. Several minutes later, a message echoed through the corridors that filled them with despair. "You are surrounded. Surrender now, or you will be killed on sight." How ironic. These were the very words that people like them often uttered before the apocalypse. Now those same words were being used against them. Xiao Weiman and his faction were thrown into chaos. At this moment they finally understood. Those people who returned must be imposters. It's over. Everything is finished. "Mayor Xiao, what do we do?" "Mayor Xiao, let's surrender." Xiao Weiman bellowed furiously. Silence. Then he grabbed a walkie-talkie and said, "I want to speak with Zhou Xianda." Zhou Xianda picked up a walkie-talkie from a corpse on the ground and said, "Xiao Weiman, don't waste your breath. Throw your guns down, then come down with your hands on your head." "What do you mean? We have no grudge against you. Why are you using force to break in? Where's the law? Where's—" Zhou Xianda couldn't be bothered to listen to Xiao Weiman's rambling and tossed the walkie-talkie to the person beside him. At this moment Luo Qiaolong was walking toward Zhou Xianda with his injured teammates. The white cloth tied around their shoulders was the agreed signal meant to help Zhou Xianda's men identify them. Luo Qiaolong reporting to Minister Zhou. Zhou Xianda nodded and had the wounded treated and loaded onto vehicles. Looking at these soldiers in tattered clothes, gaunt and emaciated, Zhou Xianda stepped forward and patted their shoulders approvingly. "Well done, all of you. Leave the rest to us." Luo Qiaolong and his teammates finally saw a glimmer of hope, their eyes welling with tears. Zhou Xianda turned around about to give the order for the armed forces to storm the second floor. Suddenly a transmission came through the other side's walkie-talkie. "Minister Zhou, we surrender. We're throwing our guns down now." Zhou Xianda smiled. "Very well. Everyone come down with hands on your head." Word also came from those still guarding outside the official shelter that they had seen the guns being thrown down. Within moments 30 to 40 people descended one after another. Among them Xiao Weiman was brought down, still bound like a trussed pig. Director Liu rushed forward first, fawning, "Minister Zhou, I'm little Liu. Xiao Weiman, this evil incarnate, has been subdued and awaits your judgment." Looking at the people who had once groveled at his feet, now turning on him faster than flipping a book page, Xiao Weiman flew into a rage and cursed profusely. Zhou Xianda ignored his barking and began arranging subsequent affairs in an orderly manner. Vehicles carrying the student soldiers began arriving one after another. The teenage recruits were ordered to separate the survivors in the official shelter from Xiao Weiman and his associates. The headlights illuminated the entire underground parking lot of the official shelter as bright as day. Since Zhou Xianda's people entered, the other survivors had been huddled in corners, cowering in fear. They had no idea what this group of people was here for. Even though Zhou Xianda had captured Xiao Weiman, the one who had been oppressing them all along, they dared not approach. After all, they couldn't be certain whether Zhou Xianda was just another Xiao Weiman waiting to happen. It was only then that the armed forces members had time to observe their surroundings. The survivors, having gone too long without bathing, emitted a stench that even overpowered the smell of excrement and urine. Compared with Xiao Weiman's people, the survivors' appearance presented a stark contrast. Xiao Weiman's men, while not exactly full of vitality, showed no signs of hunger. They were being controlled by the student soldiers. On the other side were nearly 4,000 prisoners, each with a vacant, dazed expression in their eyes. "Everyone please be quiet." Zhou Xianda's single command instantly silenced the entire shelter. He then had someone bring out a projector and a set of speakers. After setting up the equipment, he began projecting images onto the interior wall of the shelter. Everyone's gaze gathered on the projection on the wall. Soon the projector displayed a vibrant scene of a post-apocalyptic shelter. A formidable military team. Expansive indoor planting zones. Diverse livestock farming areas. Clean and tidy dormitories. A cafeteria serving abundant dishes. At the end of the video, Chen Fan appeared dressed in a handsome suit, his hair styled in a mature fashion. Well, somewhat mature. Sitting at a desk, he waved to those watching the video. "Hello everyone. What you just saw is the shelter converted from the Zhongning shopping center. I am Chen Fan, the builder and owner of this shelter. My team and I are dedicated to gathering all survivors in Yongqing, uniting to build a sustainable shelter for survival. Most of you here are from Yongqing, so you should know the scale of the Zhongning shopping center. Currently, our shelter's food production, energy, and basic living materials can sustain 40 to 50,000 people for long-term survival. Hearing this, gasps erupted throughout the scene, and their eyes finally began to show a spark of hope. This video had been re-edited by Peng Bin and looked far superior to the one Chen Fan had previously shown to Xiao Weiman. Had he not caught sight of a stark, barren expanse through the lens, no one would have suspected this was a post-apocalyptic world. It resembled more of an indoor ecological garden. To enhance the video's visual impact, Chen Fan had specially procured numerous supplies from the system and stacked them in Hall No. for co-creating a spectacular site within the vast underground parking facility. Since these supplies would eventually be needed anyway, he might as well play along with Peng Bin's performance, while simultaneously putting at ease those within the shelter who were unaware of his secrets. By the time you see this video, my team has already taken control of the pseudo-official forces and criminal elements led by Xiao Weiman. Prior to that, my team also eliminated the entire criminal underworld throughout Yongcheng. Only in this way can we restore clear skies to Yongcheng and give our survivors who are already struggling to stay alive a better chance at survival. Xiao Weiman, whose mind had already descended into madness, could not contain his emotions upon hearing this, and began roaring at Chen Fan on the video screen. It took Zhou Xianda's men striking him with the butt of a rifle, knocking out several of his teeth, before he finally fell silent. Following that, Nong Jian, Wendong, Li Shuxiang, Wuchang, and Peng Bin appeared on screen one by one. They had spent 4 months living alongside these 4 individuals, so of course they knew them well. Those 4 had once been as wretched as everyone else, but now they radiated vitality and held important positions within Chen Fan's shelter, filling the onlookers with envy. The 4 began outlining the entry requirements and rules of Chen Fan's shelter. With their credibility as guarantors, the people from the official shelter were now convinced that Zhou Xianda's group was not of the same breed as Xiao Weiman's. After the video was turned off, Zhou Xianda ordered a full identity verification of everyone present. Upon learning that such an excellent shelter was recruiting, everyone cooperated willingly, eagerly, hoping to be selected and escape this forsaken place. During this time, a truck laden with food and kitchen equipment pulled in and began cooking large pots of rice right in front of everyone. When the 4,000 survivors caught sight of the fragrant food simmering in the pots, some even tried to break through the perimeter guarded by the student soldiers. Unsure of how to stop ordinary civilians, the student soldiers hesitated. It was only when veterans stepped forward to demonstrate, forcibly dragging people back, that they managed to prevent the starving crowd from rushing forward to seize the food. Once the food was ready, Zhou Xianda announced, "Everyone line up to receive your portion. There is enough for all, no looting allowed." At first, the 4,000 survivors assumed the meal was meant only for Zhou Xianda's people, given that it was already close to noon. To their surprise, their own rations were included. Abandoning all thought of obeying Zhou Xianda's orders, they surged forward in a chaotic scramble. Drawing on the earlier precedent, the student soldiers made no distinction between guilty and innocent. They simply shoved people back with force, which finally compelled everyone to stand in orderly lines. What baffled the student soldiers was that some individuals, even after being struck and bleeding from their strict enforcement, showed no concern for their injuries. Instead, they craned their necks forward, anxiously terrified that the food would be distributed to those ahead in line. Only when the survivors watched the cooks start a second batch did they finally believe Zhou Xianda's promise that everyone would receive a portion. Though the student soldiers hadn't fired a single shot, the experience proved invaluable. Once everyone's emotions had settled, the Armed Forces Department personnel began eating their midday meals in groups. Meanwhile, Xiao Weiman and his gang could only stand there empty-handed. Even if food had been offered, they likely wouldn't have been able to eat, uncertain of how Zhou Xianda planned to deal with them. It wasn't until 3 in the afternoon that the identities of all these people had been fully verified. Gazing at the glaring names of provincial and municipal officials on the roster, Zhou Xianda felt absolutely nothing. What did titles and positions matter now when survival itself was at stake? Most of these people had stayed behind because they refused to accept this was the end times, believing they could simply endure until things returned to normal. Others clung to the hope that the official shelter would keep them fed. And some, like Xiao Weiman, saw opportunity in the abandonment, thinking that once the officials departed they could finally rise to power. In short, people had all sorts of strange reasons. But far more had stayed because a family member had fallen gravely ill in the months leading up to the apocalypse, and by the time the authorities finalized their evacuation, those loved ones were too weak to make the journey. With that, Zhou Xianda, the upright judge, shifted into executioner mode. Those led by Xiao Weiman were arranged in rows along with prisoners captured along the way, and the ordinary survivors of the shelter were called upon to identify each of their crimes one by one. The proceedings took only an hour. Of the 136 accused, only 1 escaped being identified. A man who thanked his luck for never having committed any overt misconduct toward the survivors during those 4 months, having only joined the administration through connections. Suddenly, Zhou Xianda's chilling words reached their ears, reducing most of them to trembling wrecks on the ground, some so terrified they lost control of their bladder. All units aim and prepare to fire. The veteran soldiers raised their AK rifles without hesitation, pointing them directly at the condemned. The student soldiers hesitated for only a moment before hardening their expressions and raising their weapons in unison. Over 100 guns now trained on the group, cornering them completely, and leaving no room for any thought of resistance. Ready. Zhou Xianda's command brooked no deliberation, delivered in a voice stripped of any mercy. Fire. The crack of gunfire echoed through the air, and within moments the faction that Xiao Weiman and his allies had seized and held for 4 months lay utterly destroyed. The survivors watched in satisfaction, assuming the matter was finally settled. But Zhou Xianda's voice rang out once more. From here on you may report those among you who have committed wrongs. The words hit like a bomb dropped into the crowd. Those who had done shameful things quickly averted their gaze. Some glared viciously at their victims, hoping to intimidate them into silence about past atrocities. Another hour passed, and the 4,000 had dwindled to roughly 3,500. The old man who had once leered at young women now lay dying in a pool of blood. Before the apocalypse, he had been a department-level official. Now he died at the hands of a girl he could have easily bullied at any time. With that, Zhou Xianda addressed the remaining crowd. We have compiled everyone's personal information. I will take these records back to the shelter to vet and select personnel. We expect to return here in 2 days, at which point we will call out names from the list. Of course, those who refuse to come will not be forced. His words left everyone in silence. Freedom from Xiao Weiman's oppression had brought them no sense of liberation because they knew the supplies at the official shelter could barely sustain them long term. They had finally understood. In the face of mere survival, all notions of status, wealth, and pleasure seemed utterly insignificant. Now they would rather till the fields at Chen Fan's shelter or work as ordinary laborers than face starvation elsewhere. After Zhou Xianda left, the quick-witted rushed toward the warehouse to plunder the food left behind by Xiao Weiman's faction. Some went after vehicles instead. Hundreds of corpses were mercilessly trampled underfoot. However, this chaos was soon put to an end by an elderly man who had commanded great respect even before the apocalypse. Before the results of Mr. Chen's shelter selection come out, I hope everyone will temporarily accept unified food distribution. I promise you that nothing like what Xiao Weiman did will happen during this period. Many of the soldiers who stayed followed his arrangement. They began reorganizing the food supplies and clearing away the corpses. On the armed department's way back to the shelter, the soldiers and their families who had participated in this internal operation alongside Luo Chaolong were granted the first batch of entry rights to Chen Fan's shelter. By the time they returned, it was already past 8 in the evening, and the greenhouse outside was still bustling with voices. Many survivors were unwilling to go home, for there was barely any firewood left to burn. The greenhouse not only offered more warmth than their homes, but also allowed them to be the first to receive missions to venture out in search of supplies the next day. Seeing the armed department's vehicle return, everyone turned their gazes toward it. Luo Chaolong saw in their expressions a reflection of who he himself had been before today. As the shelter's main gate opened, the contrast between the inside and outside was like two completely different worlds. Having injured personnel treated, taking a shower, eating a proper meal, changing into new clothes, and being assigned dormitory rooms. All these things that had been so ordinary before the apocalypse made them feel as though heaven itself could not compare. Even though they had watched videos introducing the place during the day, actually standing there and experiencing it firsthand was an entirely different matter. Like everyone else who had just arrived, it was not until nightfall, when they lay down to sleep, that they felt as though all of this were some kind of dream. Upon learning that Luo Chaolong's wife had been brutally killed by Xiao Weiman and his gang, Zhou Xianda comforted him. Next time I come here, I'll bring you along so you can collect the remains of your wife and your commander. You rest and recover first. Those high school soldiers need veterans like you to train them. These simple words of concern and such ordinary arrangements made Luo Chaolong, a man who had always remained strong, burst into tears. By now the entire shelter had long returned to calm. For when Zhou Xianda had gone to the official shelter, it was said that Chen Fan, who had been stabbed to death, had reappeared in the shelter's courtyard and explained the entire matter to everyone. So when Zhou Xianda returned with the armed department, everyone applauded him. Luo Chaolong thought the applause was encouragement for eradicating Xiao Weiman's faction. He could never have imagined it was an acknowledgement of Zhou Xianda's acting skills. Even a child of about 10 years old ran up to Zhou Xianda and sincerely apologized. Brother Zhou, I'm sorry. These past few days I've cursed you 100 times in my heart. I apologize to you. Watching the little rascal take a respectful bow and then leave, passers-by burst into laughter. By the time he arrived at Chen Fan's office, everyone was still waiting there for him. After Chen Fan quickly reported what had happened, his think tank began reviewing these people's profiles. Indeed, the list contained many talents who could not be recruited from the outside world. However, whether these talents were as outstanding as their profiles suggested still remained to be verified. After all, they had filled out the information unilaterally, and there was no way to verify it now. If it was discovered that someone had randomly filled out the form merely to gain entry into the shelter, they would be assigned to work as an ordinary laborer. And if after working as a laborer they harbored resentment and went around stirring up trouble, then they would be handed over to Lao San. All of Yongqing's overt criminal elements have been eliminated. Everyone has worked hard. The construction department has completed all residential areas in Pavilion 2. Starting tomorrow, we will shift our focus entirely to resettlement issues. After everything was arranged, and everyone had left, Chen Fan slumped heavily into his office chair and closed his eyes in deep thought. Others had systems that could dominate heaven and earth and all creation, while he was racked with exhausting toil from head to toe. But thinking of the mission he bore upon his shoulders, thinking of the expectant gazes of all those people, there was no choice but to grit his teeth and press onward. From another angle, perhaps this feeling was not so bad. Who had not fantasized about becoming a savior in their childhood? Since he now possessed this ability, he might as well fulfill a childhood wish. It was also a way of staying true to his original aspiration. Suddenly a pair of gentle hands lightly rested upon the savior's forehead. Without needing to open his eyes, he knew it was Wang Ming. She was still wearing her white medical coat, clearly having just finished work and returned. As the shelter's only hostess, she dared not slacken in the slightest. You've had a tiring day as well. Go rest soon. Wang Ming's hands did not stop. This kind of fatigue is physical. A good sleep will fix it. But you are different. Worrying your heart is what truly exhausts. Seeing her like this, Chen Fan no longer urged her. He could feel her growing increasingly cautious, as if afraid that the people in the shelter would question why she had the right to be the shelter master's woman. Nowadays, whether in her words and actions, or in her work enthusiasm, Wang Ming always performed exceptionally well. Yet even after returning home, she took meticulous care of Chen Fan. Putting himself in her shoes, it was actually quite tiring. But with so many women queuing up for this kind of exhaustion, she felt deeply content in her heart. How is Uncle Guan's wound? No major issues. It's the same as yours back then. Now we have better equipment and medicine, so rest assured. Hearing this, Wang Ming gently touched the centipede-like scar on Chen Fan's shoulder and said, "It's a pity we used sewing thread back then. If we had medical conditions like these at the time, you might not have been left with a scar." Chen Fan smiled and took her hand. "Without that accident, perhaps I would never have obtained my golden finger. But thinking that my parents died because of it, I would rather never have had a golden finger. I would trade it all just to bring them back." Wang Ming pulled Chen Fan's head into her embrace and comforted him with a smile. "If it were me, I would willingly trade my life to give you the golden finger. Not only would it allow you to survive, but it would also let you carry humanity's hope ever further. Xiao Fan, you are now the only one who can lead everyone to survive. I believe your uncle and aunt would also wish to see you like this." The two embraced for a while, and then Chen Fan asked, "Sister Ming, is it tiring to follow me on this path?" Wang Ming knew what he was asking and answered without hesitation, "Of course it's tiring. Watching you improve so rapidly day by day puts an enormous amount of pressure on me, you know." Chen Fan laughed heartily. That answer was very much like Wang Ming. He pulled her onto his lap in one motion. "Then let me help you relax. This white coat of yours. TSK, TSK. Xiao Fan. Don't. I haven't taken a bath yet. That place is dirty, we can't." The next day, Chen Fan indulged in a rare lie-in. Upon waking, Chen Fan was in a very good mood, for the addition of Luo Chaolong and his group the previous night had yielded the expected benefits. Moreover, of those who had previously failed to reward Chen Fan half, had now produced rewards as well. Indeed, not everyone was as stubborn and unyielding as the two individuals dealt with by Zhengyang Laosan. Now, all 208 members of the armed department had received system recognition, making them Chen Fan's greatest source of confidence aside from the system itself. Chen Fan's daily meals were prepared solely by Bai, who also led the entire shelter's culinary team. Chen Fan had tried to persuade him to hand it over to others, but the man refused. As he put it, "Mr. Chen is too important to us. I can't rest easy leaving this to someone else." He was well aware of the man's concerns. Chen Fan treasured life more than ever now. Given that Bai, a 5-star chef, was indeed skilled in the kitchen, Chen Fan dropped the matter. These individuals who knew his secret were no different from Wang Ming. They bore no arrogance despite their contributions, each quietly dedicating themselves to their posts. Except for the small apartment on the 5th floor that set him apart from others, his treatment was identical in every other respect. Everything seemed to be moving in a positive direction. After breakfast, Chen Fan came to his office and overheard voices from the neighboring conference room. Upon approaching, he discovered the management team was discussing personnel recruitment. Almost every department head and team leader was present. When it came to determining what kind of people they needed, they were more professional than Chen Fan himself. Upon seeing him enter, everyone rose to greet him. Chen Fan waved his hands, signaling them to continue. But barely had he returned to his own office when Hao Xiaoyang from the meteorology group arrived. "Mr. Chen, the maximum temperature has dropped another 0.7 degrees. His good mood was instantly extinguished by those words. "Have you calculated the time frame?" Hao Xiaoyang nodded. 3 to 5 months. Chen Fan muttered to himself. Only 3 months at the fastest. He fell into deep thought. After a long while, he realized Hao was still standing respectfully before his desk and quickly said, "Forgive my lapse. Elder Hao, you may go ahead. It's fine. I'll take my leave then." After he departed, Chen Fan sat down before his computer and began making notes, muttering, "Damn it, you useless system. Why won't you give me a 5-fold multiplier? I've only managed to accumulate 1 billion, and there's simply not enough time." Lost in thought, he was suddenly interrupted by a knock at his office door. Zheng Jia entered and reported, "Mr. Chen, we have completed the screening of the second batch of 1650 people. Among them 100 applied from outside the shelter in recent times, while 650 are survivors registered by the official shelter. Please review. Chen Fan took the files and quickly glanced through them before handing them back. I leave the decision to you. Zheng Jie immediately replied. Then I will instruct Minister Zhou to depart at once. Chen Fan waved his hand and returned to his work. Whenever he encountered questions he couldn't answer during his thinking process, he would have the guards outside call upon specialists to provide answers. Without internet or search software there was no other way. Some of those summoned stayed for half an hour before departing, while others simply answered a question that was trivial to Chen Fan and promptly returned to their posts. Through Chen Fan's actions that day and the questions he posed, others pieced together a clue: migration southward. Today's daytime temperature was negative 61 degrees. That morning Lu Yunxiang and his uncle accepted an order from Chen Fan's shelter to locate a cutting machine. For such a small item the engineering team would not bother Chen Fan, which indirectly gave the outside survivors an opportunity. Chen Fan's shelter had increased its rewards. As long as one worked hard one could exchange labor for basic food and fuel. If Chen Fan had not done this many lives would have perished at an accelerated pace. His uncle had been working at a construction site and fortunately before the apocalypse that site had what they needed. Thus he and Lu Yunxiang set out together. Upon arriving at the site his uncle, desperate to save time and avoid keeping Lu Yunxiang and the vehicle waiting too long. After all the engine was still running and he couldn't bear the fuel cost, rushed forward. All he could think about was obtaining the item as quickly as possible. Suddenly dizziness overtook him and he collapsed, landing hard on the loose snow. A sharp piece of steel rebar pierced through 3 layers of his pants and penetrated 4 centimeters into his thigh. Hearing his uncle's cry for help, Lu Yunxiang jumped out of the vehicle and sprinted toward him. Soon he saw his uncle lying on the ground. At that moment, he had only one thought: rush to Chen Fan's shelter for medical treatment. Lu Yunxiang carried his injured uncle out of the construction site, stumbling along the way. His uncle, who once weighed 170 jin, now tipped the scales at less than 120 jin. Even with his uncle weighing barely under 100 jin now, to Lu Yunxiang's weakened physical condition, it felt heavier than a mountain. Prolonged food shortages had led to malnutrition. In the past, this weight would have meant nothing to him. Over these past 7+ months, the 16-member Xiong family team had dwindled to just 4: his younger sister, his aunt, himself, and his uncle. He could not bear to lose another family member. He could not withstand such devastation again. Previously, when others spoke of humans unleashing hidden potential in moments of despair, he had dismissed it as nonsense. But today he finally understood that such a thing truly existed. Several times he had fallen and wanted to simply lie there to let go and find release. But then he thought of his aunt, so emaciated that her body was consuming its own muscle, and his sister, who had lost 3 frozen fingers. With unyielding will he forced himself to rise again, shouting through gritted teeth, "I will survive. I Xiong Yunxiang, damn it, I will survive." In the end, Xiong Yunxiang successfully brought his uncle to the entrance of Chen Fan's shelter. Just as he was about to lift his uncle from the vehicle and beg the shelter for medical aid, he realized that even the strongest willpower could not withstand the merciless apocalyptic world. His uncle was dead. Already stiff from the moment he lifted him from the vehicle. All for a meager reward of food. A vibrant life had been lost. He fell to his knees and wailed uncontrollably. Around him, survivors seeking refuge at the shelter turned a blind eye. No one stepped forward to offer comfort. Such scenes occurred every day. Our people had grown accustomed to them. Who hadn't lost family members? Even the lord of the shelter, Mr. Chen, had lost his entire lineage, had he not? No one blamed Chen Fan for turning them away. People were already grateful for the daily meat porridge. Since leaving the official shelter, this was the first force to provide unsolicited aid to survivors. Even with food and fuel completely cut off, Chen Fan's shelter offered these people an opportunity to earn sustenance through labor. Everyone understood that the shelter was still under construction and would accept new arrivals as space became available. Given that such a force still existed, what more could anyone hope for? From the floor-to-ceiling window of his office, Chen Fan witnessed Xiong Yunxiang kneeling and weeping bitterly. He called upon Feng Yujin from the power group. "Mr. Chen, you summoned me." Turning from the window, Chen Fan gestured toward the tea table. "Master Feng, please sit and talk." Feng Yujin sat down, cautiously straightening his back and awaiting Chen Fan's instructions. Chen Fan poured him a cup of tea and asked, "What is the current progress of solar panel installation in building No. 2? Feng Yujin immediately replied, "Expected to be completed in about 3 days." Chen Fan nodded and inquired further, "If the shelter loses its generators and relies solely on the solar panels from 2 buildings, how much area can be sustained?" Having clearly calculated this beforehand, Feng Yujin answered without hesitation, "We can maintain operations in both buildings, excluding building No. 1. Because building No. 1 is considerably larger, the solar output would be insufficient to support it adequately." After hearing the result, Chen Fan issued his command, "Work around the clock to complete the solar installations in buildings No. 3 and No. 4 as quickly as possible. From now on, I intend to take in all survivors of Yongcheng." Feng Yujin was slightly taken aback. "Shouldn't we wait for Minister Zhao to finish constructing the living quarters?" Chen Fan shook his head. "We can wait, but those outside cannot." Feng Yujin worked outdoors at the shelter every day and had witnessed the dire conditions outside. He asked no further questions, stood up, and vowed, "I guarantee the task will be completed." Outside, nearly all food supplies had been completely exhausted. All remaining reserves among the survivors, and any edible plants that could still be dug up, had reached their breaking point like ticking time bombs over these past few days. The river flowing through Yongcheng had been nearly stripped bare. Within dozens of kilometers around, every edible plant and tree root had been exhausted. Without Chen Fan's shelter, the entire population of Yongcheng would enter a mass extinction cycle. Unless human corpses. August 5, 2030, the Qixi Festival. This day was supposed to be a disaster for the Simps. But now it has become a disaster for all mankind. Early in the morning, Chen Fan appeared in the central plaza of Shelter No. 1. This was the first time he had gathered all the shelter members here. Over 1,600 shelter members stood in orderly rows gazing at Chen Fan and several administrative staff members on the second floor. For some, this was also their first glimpse of him. Before they could marvel at his youthfulness and handsome features, Chen Fan began to speak. Through our collective efforts, shelters No. 1 and No. 2 have been completed, and our productive capacity has far exceeded the basic needs of our current population. My original intention in establishing this shelter was to help more people. Now, within dozens of kilometers of Yong City, food has become increasingly scarce. Therefore, I have decided to open Shelter No. 3 to accommodate the survivors of Yong City. We will select suitable individuals from these people to fill various positions. As for those who do not meet the criteria for joining, I will manage them collectively and provide them with the most basic living guarantees. Although everyone had mentally prepared themselves for Chen Fan's decision, the reality still brought concerns. Murmurs immediately rippled through the crowd. How many people would that be? Is it really necessary to take them all in? What happens when the food supply can't keep up with population growth? Despite their worries, no one dared to voice opposition. After all, the shelter belonged to Chen Fan. This merely added another label to Chen Fan. Saint Fan. For Saint Fan, hesitation any longer would mean very few humans left in Yong City. After eliminating the black forces of Yong City, he no longer feared the unstable elements among the people. With the current armed forces, he could completely control a population boom, so there was no time to waste. He wondered how many system coins this sheltering model would bring. Even if only a small portion became members, each person represented a gleaming 62500 system coins. Chen Fan was simply delivering a notice, not seeking opinions. There was no need to. After he finished, the psychologist stepped forward, and silence instantly fell over the crowd. She addressed everyone. "Hello everyone, I am Su Yuan from the medical department. You should all know what my responsibilities are. The shelter will soon welcome a large group of survivors. Before joining the shelter, those of you seated here, and they have both endured the hardships of the apocalypse. As a result, some people's personalities may have become extreme or radical. These people need warmth, they need care. Only when they return to civilized order will such negative mindsets gradually fade away. The workload of this kind of care cannot possibly be handled by just 3 psychologists in the medical department. I need your help. First and foremost, I hope you will not discriminate against or bully these survivors. Please embrace them with our friendliest attitude, offering them care and understanding. For example, Uncle Wong from the agriculture department, when he first arrived. Su Yun spoke gently to everyone, citing several examples. Of course, the people used as examples had given their consent. This large-scale acceptance, if not handled properly, could easily lead to unnecessary conflicts between the two groups. The relationship was somewhat like modern humans taking in cavemen. If even one modern human were to strike or verbally abuse one of the cavemen, the negative effects could take other modern people a long time to remedy. Can everyone meet Dr. Su's requirements? Chen Fan's words were met with a thunderous response from everyone. Yes. Rest assured, Mr. Chen. We know where to draw the line. Before Chen Fan decided to shelter all survivors of Yong City, he had consulted with the management team. At that time, what worried them most was not the management issues nor the food problems. It was the question of integration, especially when they arrived and would clearly notice the gap in quality of life between themselves and the official shelter members. Conflicts arising from hierarchical differences between people were the most likely to generate negative emotions. Later, Chen Fan summoned psychologist Su Yun, and her suggestions gained everyone's approval. Strict management was inferior to winning hearts. So why didn't Chen Fan simply grant the sheltered people the same treatment as official members? If he did that, it would break the hearts of those official members who had worked so hard to join. It would also cause the sheltered people to take their entry into the shelter for granted. Over time, they would develop a complacent mentality, thinking the shelter's help was their due. This was simply human nature. So what was the difference between these sheltered survivors and official members? Official members had unlimited food rations, 3 sets of clothes each for indoor and outdoor wear. Basic living necessities were largely satisfied. They could shower every day. They were assigned double occupancy rooms with private wardrobes, and if they had 3 or more family members, an additional room would be provided. Family size would never be held against them. When going out for work, the armed forces would provide escort, ensuring their safety was fully guaranteed. They had the right to know about all shelter affairs, big and small. When other labor was available, shelter residents only needed to supervise and guide. As for the survivors who would be housed in the shelter, Chen Fan would only guarantee them a warm place to live, regular showers, and enough food each day to survive. Among these people there would certainly be those who not only failed to show gratitude, but even caused trouble in return. They would be gathered together for covert observation until they revealed their evil nature. After Chen Fan's instructions were issued, the entire shelter sprang into action. The survivors outside the shelter were quite puzzled. Why was the gate opening later than usual today? Just as they were wondering, the morning's publicity meeting had concluded. The shelter gates swung open, and as usual they were about to move forward to check today's task listings. Never had they expected such magnificent news to reach their ears. Starting today, the shelter establishes a survivor reception center. Everyone may obtain the right to temporary residence within the shelter. You will receive the most basic meals. Thunderous applause erupted on the spot. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Long live Mr. Chen. Nearly 7,000 people had gathered at the shelter gates this morning. Most were familiar faces. After all, they had been surviving solely by accepting tasks during this period. The person announcing this notice gestured for everyone to quiet down. Through the loudspeaker he said, "Those who wish to enter shelter know. 3 must comply with internal management. No causing trouble or picking fights. Assigned tasks must be carried out strictly. Those who refuse to comply with management will be blacklisted and expelled from the shelter. Those who wish to enter go home first and prepare a set of clean clothes suitable for 20-degree temperatures. Upon entering the shelter, everyone will be arranged to shower and change." The staff member enumerated many detailed requirements. What did it mean to provide hot water for everyone to bathe and wash clothes? What did it mean to ensure temperatures around 20 degrees? What did it mean to guarantee basic food for everyone? Out in the open for survival, sake, to avoid being bullied, they had bared their fangs and shown their claws. But that had never been their true nature. Who wanted to live in constant fear? When civilization descended upon them once more, they could finally put away their fierceness, because being tough was truly exhausting. After the staff finished explaining the rules, the survivors who had already lost all their loved ones were guided to become the first batch of people accepted by the shelter. The moment they stepped inside, their hearts felt as though they had risen from hell to paradise. Before the apocalypse, he had heard of traffic jams. Now the entrance to the shelter was facing a different kind of congestion. For with every step they took inside, newcomers would stop and gaze around and wonder their forward progress slow. The permanent members of the shelter had long been prepared and began guiding these people through pavilions 1 and 2 toward pavilion 3. The sudden influx of so many people into the shelter created an unbearable stench. Yet none of the permanent members showed any sign of disgust, for they too had felt this way upon their first arrival. Meanwhile, over a dozen vehicles from the armed division began circulating through the streets and alleys of Yongqing, broadcasting the announcement repeatedly. And at every interval they would pause for over 10 minutes to let those without transportation board. Those who missed the first trip need not worry. The armed division would make another round. Missing it today was fine, for over the next 7 days the primary mission of most armed division personnel was exactly this. Chen Fan had also dispatched convoys toward the official shelter, since that is where the population was largest and most concentrated. When the people at the official shelter learned that everyone could come along with them, the entire stadium erupted in thunderous cheers. Just yesterday Luo Xiaolong had looked as wretched as all of them. Yet today he appeared before them vigorous and confident. Almost no one was willing to stay behind. Luo Xiaolong handled the remains of his family members, then led the people from the official shelter back to Chen Fan's shelter. The entire facility buzzed with energy that day, like crowds streaming in before a concert arriving from every direction. The permanent members faced a monumental workload on the first day alone, with nearly 15,000 people arriving to register. Of these, 7,000 had been lingering at the entrance of Chen Fan's shelter searching for work. Another 3,000 came from the official shelter. The remaining 5,000 or so were a mix. Some had come on their own after hearing the announcements, while others had been transported back trip after trip by the armed division. Those who had not arrived that day were people waiting for family members still outside searching for supplies. Once their families returned and learned of the news, they would come tomorrow without question. Chen Fan had full confidence in this. When given a proper shelter, who would risk venturing out under harsh conditions to scavenge for supplies? Everyone please cooperate and don't block the entrance. Move forward quickly. There will be plenty of time to look around later. Those who have showered, put your clothes in the washing machine, and remember to select the quick wash cycle. Whose shoes are these? They're caked with filth. After bathing, do not wear them inside. Head to the warm water pool on the right, wash them, and then put them on. What's the big deal about going barefoot? This isn't outdoors. It's perfectly fine. Hey young lady, put some clothes on. You can't just walk around like that. Hang your clothes in your designated area. We use electric heaters here. They dry clothes quickly. Little ones, no running around. Go find your family. Those who have finished showering line up for medical checkups at the clinic. Pavilion 3 was bustling like boiling water at this moment. Staff members with megaphones directed the crowd at regular intervals. The scene resembled an airport security checkpoint with long serpentine lines forming. More people sat in their assigned areas waiting patiently. Since priority was given to the injured, over 90% of whom suffered from frostbite, they made their way directly to the medical department after showering. The medical department was equally swamped today. Stop struggling. You need this limb amputated. Don't worry, mister. Chen has said that regardless of physical condition, we will welcome and care for everyone. Uncle, let's draw blood first. After that, you'll be able to eat. Hurry to Mr. Chen and apply for antibiotics. A meeting? Even a meeting can wait. He told us to drop by any time this week. Simply managing showers, medical checkups, and laundry for these people would take 3 to 4 days. Water was easy enough for Chen Fan, cheap and abundant. But wastewater disposal was more troublesome. The temporary shower facility drained blackened water into the sewers. The wastewater flowed into an internal settling reservoir, then was pumped out by tanker trucks and discharged outside. The trucks had been modified with heating functions to prevent the discharge pipes from freezing outdoors. Chen Yu from the bus company and his family members were equally busy repeatedly trucking the sewage to a nearby ditch for disposal. Meanwhile, Bai-Yu led dozens of chefs wielding large-scale rural banquet cookware, drenched in sweat, ensuring that the new wave of over 10,000 survivors and the shelter's existing residents all received hot meals on time. It was exhausting work, yet everyone was in high spirits. In the apocalypse, who could resist such a vibrant scene? The shelter was evolving from a tight-knit team into a thriving small society. At noon, dozens of boys and girls aged 10 to 14 pushed small carts into Pavilion 3. Their arrival drew the attention of all the newly arrived survivors. Most recognized them. These were the children Chen Fan had taken in earlier. Seeing them now bright-eyed and full of energy was reassuring. It proved they had been living well here. In the crowd, a woman cried out, "I regret not trusting Mr. Chen back then. If I had, my child wouldn't have died." Another middle-aged man slapped his own face hard. "Child, father is sorry for you." Many shared similar regrets. But soon their attention shifted to the food on the carts. The children's innocent voices rang out, "Everyone please line up for your meals." The children had been given a rare day off from school, and their teacher had brought them to help with whatever they could. As the pot lids were lifted, the mouth-watering aroma of freshly cooked food filled everyone's nostrils. Gulp! The sound of swallowing saliva was familiar to everyone. But what did it sound like when 10,000 people swallowed at once? Line up. Everyone gets a share, no pushing. Pavilion 3 resonated with the sounds of suppressed swallowing, clinking bowls and chopsticks, exclamations of wonder, and occasional tears. Those young boys and girls tirelessly shuttled back and forth with food, ensuring everyone received their portion. Today's transfer 1,038 billion, please check. Balance 2,123 billion. The good news, over 1,600 people brought Chen Fan 10 billion system coins overnight, with only 37 of them receiving no reward. The bad news, even reaching 1,000 people, the system still didn't multiply Chen Fan's earnings by 5. Quantity triumphed over quality. After this experience, Chen Fan stopped longing for the days of those wild 5-fold multipliers. Patiently accumulate population base. While Chen Fan slept, the entire shelter remained bustling with activity. To assist these survivors, full members volunteered for 3 rotating shifts. On the second day, over 6,700 more people arrived. On the third day, about 2,300. On the fourth day, only 1,200. On the fifth day, it plummeted dramatically to just 22 people. On the sixth day, waiting until 6 p.m., everyone in the shelter, both full members and newly joined survivors, stared at the shelter gates. In the end, all members of the armed forces returned. Starting tomorrow, they wouldn't need to search the urban area anymore. Even if there were survivors remaining in Yongqing, most simply wouldn't want to come. The miracle ultimately failed to materialize. Clang. The moment the shelter gates closed, not a single person had arrived the entire day. Chen Fan gazed out the office floor-to-ceiling window at all of Yongqing, a suffocating sense of desolation washing over him. Before the apocalypse, Yongqing's urban area had approximately 4.5 million permanent residents. In March of this year, the authorities organized the Equator Line migration, and nearly 3 million people departed. From the moment the authorities left, of the 1.5 million who remained in Yongqing, only these 20 to 30,000 had survived until now. The above figures also exclude populations that migrated from the north over the past few months, since by then statistics could no longer be maintained. Now one could walk into any commercial housing and find corpses. There were even more corpses on the roads than plants in the green belts. The death rate peaked in April. Deprived of government support, most urban residents couldn't adapt to this way of life. These people died en masse within half a month after the authorities departed. Thanks to their collective deaths, Yongqing supplies weren't depleted by a massive population, allowing these 20 to 30,000 people to persist until Chen Fan's shelter was established. The closure of the shelter gates meant that these would be the only living souls in all of Yongqing from now on. Those individuals who didn't make it to the shelter would sooner or later fail to survive. Zhang Jie arranged for an inspection of venue number 3. Learning that Chen Fan wanted to visit venue number 3, Zhang Jie began organizing security arrangements. After all, with over 2,000 people, no one would rest easy without advanced preparation for Chen Fan's visit. Nong Jiangwen and other core management personnel, nearly 10 people in total, went together to venue number 3. Through the underground passage from venue 1, passing through venue 2, they arrived at the underground parking lot of venue 3. The entire complex was connected like a string of beads by these underground passages. Such a structure truly couldn't be more suitable as the main building for a shelter. The moment Chen Fan ascended from the parking lot to the first floor, he was immediately greeted by thunderous applause. The armed forces deployed dozens of people to separate Chen Fan from the crowd, with people standing in a circle surrounding him. All newly joined survivors lived on the first and second floors of Venue 3. For safety reasons, people on the second floor were forbidden from leaning over the atrium railing where armed forces personnel stood guard with guns. So much so that people on the second floor wanting to get a closer view of Chen Fan's distinguished countenance all descended to the first floor to wait. The moment Chen Fan appeared, the scene erupted in thunderous cheers. "Hello, Mr. Chen. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Long live Mr. Chen." Standing among the crowd, Chen Fan waved in acknowledgement. Looking at those faces lit up with joy at their newfound lease on life, Chen Fan's heart was far less calm than his composed exterior suggested. It was at this moment that he truly realized how profoundly meaningful the work he was doing truly was. Money, power, beautiful women. All of it was worthless compared to this state of mind. Chen Fan raised his hand to quiet the crowd and silence fell immediately. After 2 months of construction, Venue number 3's water supply, electricity, and heating were all completed yesterday. Thank you all for your patience. No one expected that Chen Fan's first words would be a slightly apologetic explanation to everyone that it wasn't that he was refusing to shelter them before, but rather that the shelter simply hadn't been ready. But who would blame Mr. Chen? Had it not been for Chen Fan's shelter providing them with a means to survive? Had it not been for Chen Fan building the heated greenhouse? Had it not been for Chen Fan distributing porridge every day? They would never have held on until now. Now the moment Venue number 3 was completed, Chen Fan couldn't wait to welcome everyone. In the hearts of the people of Yongqing, his status had long become incomparably majestic. Years later, if the human species stubbornly survives this catastrophe, Chen Fan's actions would be memorialized in stone and even deified. Chen Fan's speech was brief, after which he proactively moved closer to the crowd, cordially inquiring about their circumstances. Everyone was filled with gratitude toward Chen Fan. But Chen Fan's actions terrified the armed forces personnel, who kept pushing back overly enthusiastic people. At this moment, Chen Fan spotted a small figure in the crowd. It was a girl of 11 or 12 years old. Chen Fan remembered her well. Back then, when Chen Fan wanted to pinch her cheek, her 10-year-old brother had shielded her behind him, wearing an expression as if facing a formidable enemy. Strictly speaking, Chen Fan's decision to shelter children under 15 was actually prompted by these two siblings. Because afterward, Chen Fan learned that the sibling had lost their parents, and it was their brother who stubbornly raised her to the present. However, due to their brother's obsession, when that batch of children arrived at the shelter, Chen Fan hadn't seen this little girl among them. Who would have thought he could see her again now? She was no longer that scruffy little alley cat. After a bath and in clean clothes, she had become even cuter. Chen Fan walked up to her, knelt down, and asked, "Little sister, do you remember me?" The little girl nodded. "Where's your brother?" The little girl shook her head. Seeing her response, Chen Fan thought her brother had died. He wondered how this girl had managed to survive until now. He even harbored some dark thoughts. These days there were no strangers who would take in children unless they had ulterior motives. Monsters were not uncommon in this apocalypse. Chen Fan patiently guided her. "Did your mom and dad bring you here?" Even though he already knew both her parents were gone, Chen Fan asked again, unnecessarily, hoping it wasn't what he feared. The little girl probably felt it was impolite to keep not speaking. Finally she spoke up, "Mom and dad are gone." Her voice was soft and sweet, very cute, yet the words she spoke were so heartbreaking. By this point, Chen Fan had already felt a surge of killing intent in his heart. He continued to feign calm, opening his arms to signal the girl to come into his embrace, afraid that once the little girl revealed her secret, someone nearby might suddenly harm her. He pressed further, "Then who did you come with?" The little girl hesitated for a moment, then bravely stepped into Chen Fan's arms. "I came with my brother." Only then did Chen Fan's heart finally ease. He tightly embraced the girl. "Then just now when I asked about your brother, why did you shake your head, eh?" "My brother disappeared after we arrived." After hearing this, Chen Fan immediately frowned and asked those around him. Before his accompanying person could go investigate, a staff member who had been stationed there for resettlement work immediately stepped forward to explain. "Mr. Chen Xiaoyu's brother is receiving treatment in the medical group. We've explained it to her, but she can't see her brother and has been uneasy these past 2 days. I've been staying here with her. Don't worry." The concern and worry in Chen Fan's words, all the survivors could sense, was genuine. The scene was very quiet. Everyone smiled as they watched his dialogue with the little girl. "Do you want to see your brother?" The little girl nodded vigorously, "Yes." "Then will you come with me later to find your brother?" The little girl nodded again vigorously. "Okay." For the rest of the visit to Venue number 3, this little girl held onto the corner of Chen Fan's clothes the entire time, afraid that he wouldn't take her to see her brother later. Everyone watching this scene couldn't help but laugh despite themselves. In the conference room, exhaustion was evident on every face as Dong Lishu reported the population data to Chen Fan and the administrative staff. A total of 25222 people have been taken in with an average age of 37. Males account for 62, females for 38. 589 people have disabilities. 621 are under 15 years old. Now the shelter had reached the population scale of a township. Township Chief Chen earned 1.67 billion system coins daily. Total balance 8.5 billion. After Dong Lishu finished her report, Lu Yang, head of the medical department, began reporting on the health screening. According to descriptions from this batch of survivors, at least 500 people died on their way here. Most of them perished from illnesses they had stubbornly endured during the journey to the shelter. Among those who successfully reached the shelter, 29 people died this week. Additionally, 4 individuals are not expected to survive beyond a week. In the pre-apocalyptic era, hospitals would report how many patients they saved, while deaths were mentioned only in the most euphemistic terms. Now the entire shelter operated with swift decisiveness. Issues were addressed directly, without evading sharp questions. Each department presented their reports on the survivors and outlined subsequent arrangements. After everyone finished speaking, Hao Chaoyang stood up, inserted a USB drive, and reported, "The above is the weather team's analysis of temperature variations over this period." This morning, Hao Chaoyang's temperature monitoring report showed that Yongcheng had experienced temperatures of -70 degrees Celsius. This meant temperatures in the Yongcheng region were continuing to drop. That night, Chen Fan hosted a private dinner for the 32 people who knew his secret. After the meal, Chen Fan spoke up, "We need to formally consider migrating south." Even though they knew Chen Fan had long harbored ideas about southern migration, when he truly made the choice, most people couldn't help but feel apprehensive. Bai Xiaobing asked, "Fanji, isn't our current situation quite good? Why do we need to migrate south?" In truth, Bai Xiaobing's question reflected what all those who knew Chen Fan's secret were thinking. After all, they were only responsible for their own sectors, lacking the overarching perspective that management teams possessed. Chen Fan explained, "The scale of this shelter simply cannot support self-sufficiency for over 200 people. Are you not worried that one day my golden finger might stop working?" At these words, everyone felt a jolt. This was indeed their greatest fear. Chao Zixuan asked, "Fanji, couldn't we just develop the shelter to meet self-sufficiency requirements before we leave?" Chen Fan smiled and said, "This shelter was built too hastily. The infrastructure is simply unsuitable for long-term survival. Take waste disposal, for instance. We would need to drill holes underground to channel sewage into the groundwater, but current conditions make that impossible. Alternatively, we could relocate to the seaside and establish a new shelter running waste pipes directly to the flowing water beneath the sea ice. But since we're choosing to relocate anyway, why not go to the most temperate region on Earth, the equator?" Chao Zixuan had nothing to say in response. He knew that Qin Yu had been using vehicles daily to transport sewage out. Even with internal water purification recycling systems, there were times when discharge was necessary. In the short term, this was manageable, but if this apocalypse trapped them there, it would become a major problem in the future. Moreover, drainage was just one of many tasks that would inevitably require going outside. For instance, maintenance of external solar panels, garbage disposal, and more. Moreover, this shelter was originally established to create something tangible and visible that would attract people to join us. While things seem decent now, many aspects are simply unsuitable for long-term survival, and the current temperatures make it impossible to expand outward or renovate. Zhao Guangxing agreed with the southern migration proposal. As head of the construction department, he understood these matters better than anyone. He said, "If we choose to stay, we would need to add a second layer of insulation to the shelter's exterior, preparing for years of indoor living. Take cranes as an example. Cold temperatures cause exposed hydraulic oil and lubricating oil to become viscous, rendering machinery inoperable. Even if machinery could operate outdoors, we would need to build a warm environment before mixing cement on the exterior. This would make the construction timeline extremely lengthy. The exterior already has solar panels installed. We would need to dismantle them first before reinstalling, and the temperature continues to drop. By then, the conditions would likely no longer permit such work. If we choose to reinforce the shelter walls from the inside, that would shrink the interior space even further, making it even more insufficient for maintaining the farm and addressing the risks should Xiaofan's golden finger disappear." Everyone listened with mounting concerns. Work that seemed simple before the apocalypse had become tremendously difficult. Combined with the weather team's latest analysis report, outdoor work would become increasingly impossible as time went on. Wang Ming had been working with a psychologist the longest. She said, "Even if Xiaofan's golden finger lasts forever, over 200 people crammed together in this place, living in an environment like a rat's burrow, who can guarantee that psychological problems won't emerge after a few decades?" In truth, everyone knew there were only two possibilities: either reduce the population significantly, or take only the 1600 plus official members and leave behind those who joined in recent days to fend for themselves. But Chen Fan and those who knew his secret would never do that. If they did, they might spend the rest of their lives haunted by guilt. So this idea would never be voiced. Su Liang asked, "Fanji, can you guarantee that once we reach the equator, the temperature there will be warm enough for us to establish a sufficiently large self-sufficient shelter?" Chen Fan replied, "The weather team's analysis report forecasts current equatorial temperatures between -35 and 40 degrees Celsius. Assuming it takes us a month and a half to reach an ideal location, the local temperature by then would be around -40-something degrees. Do you remember what it was like at -40? Outdoor exploration was far easier then than it is now at nearly -70 degrees, wasn't it? According to Uncle Zhao's and my estimates, within 1 month, we can weld an iron shed 10 times larger than the current shelter. Only at this scale can we barely sustain food self-sufficiency for so many people. I can conjure countless massive iron plates. If conditions permit, we can build an even larger indoor space. As long as the iron shed has sufficient heating equipment, we can gradually rebuild the shelter walls from within. The new shelter must meet 2 basic conditions. First, it must be near a large drinking water reservoir. That way, even if my golden finger stops working, we can easily collect ice blocks to melt for drinking and irrigation. Second, it must be close to the sea, allowing us to build a heated pipeline for waste discharge. Even if temperatures drop further, the sea ice rarely exceeds 20 meters in depth. I know taking so many people on a southern migration is risky, but we cannot gamble on my golden finger lasting forever. Our ideal migration window is within this 1.5 months. Any later, and the difficulty of travel will multiply exponentially. Tomorrow, I will announce the southern migration decision. Everyone should prepare for the journey. With that, everyone expressed their complete willingness to follow Chen Fan's arrangements. During the management meeting the following day, Chen Fan issued the order for southward migration. The shelter administrators understood that currently half of the shelter's energy came from several large generators in the basement level 2 of Building 1. The fuel consumption of those machines was indeed terrifying. In their view, Chen Fan's fuel reserves supporting these generators for nearly 2 months was already remarkably impressive. No matter how thoroughly one prepared, there had to be limits after all. Moreover, the solar equipment currently only covered 2 venues. As time progressed, outdoor installation would become increasingly difficult, and much of the exposed equipment would grow fragile as temperatures continued to plummet. Additionally, the current farm area only encompassed the basement level 1 of Building 1, half of the basement level 2, and the basement level 2 of Building 2. These 2.5 areas alone were utterly incapable of sustaining the expenses of over 20,000 people. Beyond all this, the shelter still possessed numerous inconveniences. Now all they could do was hope that Chen Fan would successfully lead everyone southward to the place he had so thoroughly prepared. Only by establishing a completely self-sustaining circular environment for all could they endure forever. Furthermore, everyone harbored another anticipation to learn what had become of the official group that had departed several months prior. Thus, when Chen Fan proposed this, not a single person objected. Of course, this meeting was not a discussion, but a direct command. With the tone set, the small society of the shelter began its full mobilization for the journey southward. Each department immediately descended to convey the directives. Every project involved different specializations. Chen Fan only needed to produce the requested materials when they made their demands. Chen Fan, who possessed billions of system coins, once again transformed into procurement Chen. Every aspect of the migration, food, shelter, energy, vehicles, safety, and thermal preservation, presented its own formidable challenges. Fortunately, Chen Fan, who possessed the system, could lead everyone to travel light. This was considerably easier compared to the first batch of migrants from Huaxia. This did expose the risk of revealing his system, but the current Chen Fan needed only to remain silent, and no one would be so indiscreet as to press for answers. The armed forces under Zhou Xianda were sufficiently loyal. Even if his trump card were exposed, he could ensure no one would dare entertain ulterior motives. This was also Chen Fan's confidence in choosing to migrate now. The paramount concern of the southward migration was selecting which means of transportation could carry all 2700 people. Someone proposed the railways traversing several southern nations, but it was immediately rejected. Primarily during the early post-apocalypse, over a meter of snow covered all railways. By the time Chen Fan arranged for the snow to be cleared, it would be an eternity later. Thus, the DT-30 Vityaz heavy snow track vehicle became the optimal choice. This behemoth's front section alone measured 10 meters in length, equipped with a cargo hold capable of bearing 10 tons. Chen Fan purchased an additional carriage, transforming this vehicle into a 1-towing-2 configuration. This vehicle, with its 38.8-liter displacement and 710 horsepower, consumed nearly 100 liters per 100 kilometers. With the added carriage, this might increase to over 120 liters. The fuel tank, filled to capacity at 120 liters, could cover approximately 100 kilometers, sufficient to handle the predicament of scarce fuel along the migration route. However, the 2 carriages were originally designed for freight. To have over 2700 people eat and live entirely within the vehicles, substantial modifications would be necessary. If converted entirely to bus seats, each carriage could seat 40 people. But this was clearly unfeasible, because the journey to the planned destination was estimated at 20 days, assuming nothing went wrong. Consider this: on bumpy snow-covered roads and vehicles that virtually had no suspension, what would it be like to be jostled for 20 days? Oh right. Except for the 5 seats in the driver's cabin, everyone else would be confined within the 2 thick iron plate carriages, the kind without windows. This was no different from 20 days of solitary confinement. To prevent everyone from experiencing a living hell, the carriages were first converted with middle-row MPV seats that could recline at greater angles. By sacrificing seating capacity, they gained spacious interiors. Then the dashcam footage from the lead vehicle was projected onto the front of the enclosed carriage, giving all survivors the sensation of sitting behind a windshield. This way no one would experience adverse reactions. Toilets were installed within the carriages. Cold air insulation and thermal preservation treatments were applied. Small in-vehicle generator battery packs and heating systems were added. Intercom systems for all carriages and over a dozen other modifications. After such redesign, a vehicle that could originally carry 85 people, including the driver's cabin, was reduced to 65. Approximately 400 such behemoths would be needed to transport 2600 people. The remaining 1,000 plus would drive combat vehicles, fuel trucks, medical vehicles, obstacle-clearing vehicles, and other operational vehicles. F.K. When he saw the total cost, including all modifications, it actually required 7 billion. His proudly claimed 100 billion in system coins still fell short by several hundred million. Chen Fan repeatedly reassured himself, "Fortunately, I have the system, which brings me 7 billion daily." He truly felt blessed to have such an advantage, otherwise nothing could proceed at all. After drinking a cup of tea in his office and readjusting his mindset, Zhou Xinda arrived. In the armed department's infantry fighting vehicles and wheeled armored vehicles also need replenishment. To ensure safety throughout the journey, I suggest increasing each to 30 vehicles for extra security. After all, we must cross multiple nations. When we don't know what situations await us over there, it would be better to show our hand directly. Chen Fan took a deep breath and remained composed. Currently, we have 6 infantry fighting vehicles and 2 wheeled armored vehicles. That means we need to add 52 vehicles, correct? Zhou Xinda expressed some concern as he whispered, "With so many vehicles, your ability." Chen Fan waved his hand magnanimously. "No problem," he said to himself internally. "I've already spent tens of billions. What's a few more 100 million? Chen Fan didn't fancy the whole showing off and face-slapping routine either. Having heavy firepower leading the way could save a lot of unnecessary trouble. Currently, the armed department has a full 500 personnel. New arrivals also need complete equipment sets. Chen Fan once again spoke magnanimously. "No problem. For tanks, do we choose transport or drive them directly alongside us?" Zhou Xinda had clearly thought this through and immediately responded. "If we choose tracked transport vehicles, we would also need to modify heated carriages to ensure tanks can enter combat readiness at any time. So let's just drive them directly. It would be exhausting driving those things long distances, but I'll make sure everyone is trained well during the migration and we'll take turns driving." Chen Fan nodded. "Since we've already committed to showing our hand on this journey, let's drive them directly. That will also deter any would-be troublemakers." What Chen Fan truly wanted to say was that his system coins were running low. There was no need to waste money on those track vehicles costing over 20 million each. At the new construction site, 400 vehicles alone would be severely excessive. Zhou Xinda left. Then Dong Lishu arrived. "Mr. Chen, the clothing for the newly arrived 20,000 people is completely unsuitable for a long-distance journey. We must consider purchasing cold-weather gear for everyone." "All right, compile everyone's sizes and report them to me." Who had promised them not to worry about supplies. Dong Lishu added, "Regarding fuel, food, water, and other provisions along the way, would you prefer we prepare everything in advance or restock at the supply points you mentioned?" If he had to consult Chen Fan for every single item along the journey, he would be driven to distraction. So he said, "Give me the inventory list. Bring enough supplies for 1 week before departing, and we shall restock once a week thereafter." Upon receiving the reply, Dong Lishu immediately went off to get things done. With over 11 billion already spent, the 200 million for the Human Resources Department was merely pocket change. Hardly had Chen Fan sat down when Zheng Jie's voice came through from outside. "Mr. Chen, Minister Liu is looking for you. Wonderful, another person here to ask for money." As soon as Liu Yang entered, he said with a smile, "Mr. Chen, to ensure the transportation of medical equipment, our medical department also needs to prepare some vehicles to create a mobile hospital. What do you think?" Chen Fan rose from his seat and said, "Teacher, when no one else is around, just call me Xiao Fan. Take whatever equipment can be moved and convert everything onto larger heavy snowtrack vehicles. I will arrange that for you." After Liu Yang left, Chen Fan did the math. Mobile medical equipment at 100 million, 4 heavy snowtrack vehicles at another 100 plus million, plus the medicines needed for the journey, totaling approximately 250 million. At this moment, Huang Yeshing, the former owner of a repair shop, received his orders, and his face flushed with excitement. It was the first time he had ever commanded so many people, nearly 200 souls, under his direction to modify vehicles, with every department required to yield to their conversion work. Following Feng Yujian of the power team, Huang Yeshing too began to speculate that Chen Fan possessed extraordinary abilities. After all, who in the pre-apocalypse world would have stockpiled such incredible resources? But like Feng Yujian, he was clever. He diligently did his work, and pleasing and supporting all of Chen Fan's decisions was in his mind the only correct thing to do. So he came with a smile, committed to carrying out anything Chen Fan assigned to him. Seeing Chen Fan's face dark as a rock bottom, he carefully ventured, "Mr. Chen, I've come to request engine oil, antifreeze, and heavy machinery repair tools." On the very first day of proposing the southern migration, Chen Fan's 100 system coins were gone, and he still fell 2 billion short of meeting the demands presented by all departments that day. Procurement clerk Xiao Chun had transformed into Chun Zong, president of the procurement company. Today's incoming 697 billion, please check your account. Balance 723 billion. Poor. Chen Fan was experiencing for the first time just how poor he truly was. The system coins earned tonight would not even cover tomorrow's expenses. Wang Ming, sleeping drowsily, was inexplicably well handled by Chen Fan with greater violence than ever before. However, she discovered she rather enjoyed it. The construction department ceased work on the current shelter and launched a more urgent planning phase for the future one. Among those who came from the official shelter, several architectural design talents emerged. Under Zhao Guangxing's organization, they began preparing comprehensive plans for the construction of the future megashelter. Every step required precise calculation, and this work continued even during the migration. Zhou Xianda led the armed department daily outdoors to familiarize themselves with tanks, infantry, fighting vehicles, wheeled armored cars, and heavy snowtrack vehicles. What excited the group of high school student soldiers most was that heavy armored combat vehicles were finally within their reach. In their early teens, their learning capacity was extraordinary. Each of them would quickly master driving, shooting, and auxiliary roles with the most suitable positions selected for them. After all, they would be escorting a convoy stretching over 10 kilometers. This made Chen Fan, who suffered from a fear of insufficient military strength, realize that a 500-person armed department was astonishingly stretched thin. Thus, some military and police personnel from the official shelter, who remained locally, donned full cold-weather combat uniforms, expanding the armed department to 700. Speaking of the official shelter, it was impossible not to mention those officials. Originally believing they had no marketable skills and could only perform menial tasks here, they had now found positions as drivers. After all, with hundreds of vehicles, relying solely on Qin Yu's bus drivers was utterly insufficient. Now Qin Yu had become the leader of this group of drivers, commanding nearly 900 men. So he considered himself not unduly arrogant in styling himself as director of drivers. The medical group was equally keen, driving the medical vehicles equipped by Chen Fan and conducting outdoor first aid drills alongside the armed department. The entire shelter seemed to be channeled with a single driving force, a spirit of defiance against heaven itself. While all members bustled enthusiastically in preparation for the southern migration, Chen Fan finally found a moment of leisure. As of midnight last night, 18 people still had not generated system coins for him. For a team of over 200, this proportion was negligible. Would they betray him? Unlikely. The entire Yongsheng was practically deserted now. With whom would they collude? Then why had these individuals failed to gain the system's recognition? There was only one possibility, one that Chen Fan could fully accept. For instance, if a Taoist saved a Buddhist and took him in, you could not expect the latter, once rescued, to switch to Taoism. This was a matter of principle for them. From another perspective, he admired such people even more. It indirectly demonstrated their firm convictions. These 18 individuals who had not gained the system's recognition should, like everyone else, harbor gratitude toward him. Should such people learn of official news during the southern migration, they might leave. Even among the 200 plus members of the team, now many who currently generated system coins for Chen Fan might depart. As they left, Chen Fan would no longer be able to obtain system coins from them. Even if such a scenario occurred, Chen Fan would not hold any ill feelings toward those individuals, because this was a normal choice of human nature. In the office, Chen Fan enjoyed Zheng Jie's Kung Fu tea. A short skirt. Yes, quite short. Sitting directly in front. Yes, perfectly centered. Secretary Zheng, oh Secretary Zheng, so this is the real you. At 30, your exterior alternates between intellectual grace and icy aloofness. But inside, you're downright cartoonish. Knock knock, a gentle rap came from the door. Mickey Mouse rose and waddled over to open the office door. The two who entered were Liao Yuan, ranked 4th among the province's leaders, and Lin Jie, a tycoon in the real economy worth tens of billions. Both wore the indoor clothing uniformly issued by the shelter. Though Liao Yuan's face was haggard, his gaze remained sharp. Lin Jie carried the bearing of someone long seasoned in business. Having just been engaged in conversion work, they had rushed over upon learning Chen Fan summoned them urgently, hands still unwashed. Mr. Chen, you wish to see us. Their tones were respectful, lacking any trace of the arrogance the powerful had displayed before the apocalypse. Chen Fan rose and shook both their hands. Greetings, both of you. Please sit and have some tea. Thank you, Mr. Chen. After sitting down, both simultaneously marveled at Chen Fan's youth. Truly turbulent times produce heroes. After finishing a cup of tea, Chen Fan asked with concern, I heard that both of you weren't feeling well when you first arrived. Are you feeling better after these past few days of recuperation? Thank you for your concern, Mr. Chen. We are much better now. Through their casual conversation, Chen Fan came to understand why they had not left with the southern migration group. Liao Yuan stayed behind because he believed the disaster would not last long. His elderly mother could not travel, and he trusted that the official shelter supplies would sustain them until the apocalypse ended. Lin Jie was away on a business trip at the time, and later spent a fortune hiring a group of people to escort him back to Yongsheng. Upon returning, he discovered his family had suffered persecution, and to pay for his granddaughter's treatment, he was forced to remain there. One was 60 years old, the other 62. Both had once held positions of great power. Now they and their families lived under someone's roof, entirely dependent on Chen Fan for survival. Throughout their conversation, both appeared anxious and fearful, clearly traumatized by Xia Weiman's tyrannical rule. On their way here, they had been worried that Chen Fan was not who he appeared to be, that he was actually a smiling tiger far more ruthless than Xia Weiman. Now that money meant nothing to one and power meant nothing to the other, what could Chen Fan possibly want from them? The only thing Chen Fan might desire were their graceful granddaughters. They were terrified Chen Fan might suddenly say, "Old men, would your granddaughters be willing to share my bed?" Seeing their restless demeanor, Chen Fan smiled and said, "Elder Lin, Elder Liao, I simply invited you for a casual chat. Please don't be so restrained. Both of you were experienced elders before the apocalypse, and I, the younger one, have some questions I'd like you to help me resolve." Chen Fan's humble posture. If they were to take advantage of it, their pre-apocalypse achievements would become a laughingstock. "What troubles you, Mr. Chen?" "Everything we know, we will tell you truthfully." "Mr. Chen, please speak." Relieved that Chen Fan had no designs on their granddaughters, their hearts finally relaxed. But suddenly a sense of disappointment welled up within them. Wait. Why disappointment? Their granddaughters weren't even 16 yet. What path should humanity take after the apocalypse? After Chen Fan finished speaking, Zheng Jie brought a bowl of fresh grapes and placed it on the tea table. Despite their composed demeanor, their peripheral vision couldn't help but fall upon it. They even forgot to answer Chen Fan's question promptly. They had eaten fruit only once since arriving at Chen Fan's shelter. Before that, nearly 7 months had passed without any. In the past, fruit placed on tables was mostly for display. Now its nature had completely changed. Their body's functions told them they urgently needed such nutrients. Chen Fan tore 2 bunches of grapes from the vine and handed them to each person, saying, "Fresh fruit is quite rare these days. Let's eat while we talk." After speaking, Chen Fan casually popped a grape into his mouth. Only then did the two carefully eat 1 grape each. The moment their teeth broke through the skin, the juice exploded forth like parched earth receiving its first spring rain. Was this description exaggerated? No. This was the normal sensation of someone who had survived 8 months of apocalypse. If not for Chen Fan's presence, they would have surely closed their eyes to savor this rare moment of comfort. Resisting the urge to eat another grape, Liao Yuan said, "Mr. Chen, I believe our most pressing task is to develop agriculture and secure food supplies. All other considerations must take a back seat." Lin Jie also said, "I share the same thinking as Elder Liao. Only by developing agriculture and surviving can we consider other forms of progress." Liao Yuan continued, "Mr. Chen, perhaps you expected more from our answer, thinking that given our former social standing, we should have grand theories to discuss. But in our current situation, nothing is more important than survival." Chen Fan didn't find anything wrong with their words. If he didn't have his cheat, survival would be the paramount concern. They were only human experiencing the apocalypse for the first time. It was impossible for them to ponder impractical matters. Ensuring everyone survives forever is not difficult for me. I'd like to hear your thoughts on what comes after solving the problem of food and basic needs. If Chen Fan had merely said surviving for a long time, they would have raised no objections. He did possess such ability. But Chen Fan spoke of surviving forever. Eternally. Wasn't that being overly arrogant? What even an entire nation or all of humanity could barely achieve. How could he have such confidence? Liao Yuan said seriously, "Mr. Chen, I'm sure you know what conditions are required to lead humanity in survival. The supplies you've shown us are indeed substantial, but what if this apocalypse truly cannot end for several decades, or even a century? These reserves are far from enough." Liao Yuan felt it necessary to caution this young shelter leader to prevent him from leading these people into an abyss through blind arrogance. Within the shelter, except for those who knew Chen Fan's secret, no one else dared to entertain such thoughts. Lin Jie also reminded him, "Mr. Chen, we mean no offense. We are simply speaking pragmatically. Even if the supplies we've seen are merely the tip of the iceberg, you cannot guarantee that all supplies will remain usable decades or centuries from now, can you? For instance, heating, energy, transportation, production equipment. All equipment we can easily obtain now will eventually require maintenance and part replacements. At that time, we might need to start from iron smelting. I believe Mr. Chen understands that developing a technological tree cannot be accomplished overnight." Watching the two senior figures repeatedly caution him, Chen Fan secretly thought, "Thank you, System Bro. Without you, I wouldn't have this confidence either." He then repeated, "When I say ensuring everyone survives, I include everything you've worried about. As for how I managed to do it, I'm afraid I cannot reveal. At a time like this, I would never joke about such matters. Please rest assured." When Chen Fan first obtained the system, he could have simply stayed home and eaten well from its benefits. But he chose not to. Instead, he went out to recruit team members, befriended Su Liang's group, absorbed Zhou Xianda, and brought back Zhao Guangxing. Why did he do this? To build deep friendships forged through shared hardships. Later, the system's rewards proved these people were trustworthy, and only then did Chen Fan reveal his cheat to them. But among those who joined later, if they genuinely followed Chen Fan simply because they saw his cheat, the nature of the relationship would be entirely different. So Chen Fan knew he couldn't rely on the system forever. Strengthening oneself is the true foundation. He suspected that among the 18 people who couldn't receive system rewards were these two. The real purpose of this conversation was not to discuss humanity's future path with them, but to practice whether he could win over individuals of such caliber without revealing his cheat. If these two people who held pivotal positions in society before the apocalypse could be won to his side, then the remaining 16 should also be manageable. This approach was actually taught to Chen Fan by Sun Yuyong when he was still alive. It could be considered the homework Sun Yuyong left for Chen Fan before his death. Liao Yuan and Lin Jie exchanged a glance. Their decades of experience allowed them to see that Chen Fan's confidence was absolutely genuine and not a facade. Liao Yuan asked in rebuttal, if Mr. Chen can guarantee everyone's eternal survival, what kind of path for humanity does Mr. Chen hope to see after the apocalypse ends? Lin Jie also nodded, indicating he wanted to know Chen Fan's true thoughts. Chen Fan inwardly let out a bitter laugh. An old fox indeed. When I pose questions to you, you deflect them back to me. Very well. Since you've asked so sincerely, then I shall graciously enlighten you. Wrong broadcast. Chen Fan declared with conviction, I hope humanity can establish a new social system, uniting all of mankind, and building a world of shared endeavor. Hiss. These two men brimming with knowledge found themselves momentarily speechless. Their first instinct was that Chen Fan was utterly naive. The notion of uniting all of humanity and building a world of shared endeavor was simply a fantasy beyond reach. Had it been someone else, they might have burst out laughing, saying, Mr. Chen, we've undergone rigorous training. No matter how funny, we won't laugh, unless we absolutely can't help it. After Chen Fan finished speaking, the two struggled for words, and an awkward silence filled the room. Do the two of you think I'm being naive? Liao Yuan and Lin Jie desperately wanted to respond yes, but they dared not. Liao Yuan tactfully offered, Mr. Chen, if I may speak frankly, this is extraordinarily difficult. Lin Jie was more direct, since Mr. Chen sought us out to discuss these matters, I doubt you'd want to hear insincere words from us. I'll be blunt, this is nearly impossible. Chen Fan nodded. Had they offered flattery with words, they didn't even believe themselves. This conversation would have been pointless from the start. If a modern person traveled back to ancient times and told the people of that era that future generations would enjoy equality, an end to famine, universal healthcare, and freedom from oppression, even if we haven't achieved these perfectly, we at least present such an image. Compared to feudal society, it would have seemed utterly unimaginable. The two of you believe such things were impossible in the past doesn't mean they're impossible for the future. It simply requires a very long time. Achieving human unity requires multiple conditions. I believe humanity must first face a common crisis to realize this truth. This apocalypse serves as just such an opportunity. Sometimes one must break before one can rebuild. With this opportunity, the next steps involve integrating economy, culture, politics, and education around shared goals, common morality, and shared values. Only then can we hope to succeed. The ideal world I describe is not a utopia. Humanity needs new institutions to ensure fairness and inspire endeavor, new culture to shape shared values, and technology to advance human progress. Throughout this process, everyone can become part of the change. Everyone possesses the right to know, the right to vote. Whether leaders or ordinary people, all must openly disclose their assets and backgrounds. If we want all survivors to willingly accept this new human system, we must employ firm methods to unify ideology. The military, food supplies, and ideological guidance must all be under the control of those executing this plan. Persisting on this path for generations, in plain terms, conducting generational indoctrination, believe that one day we will achieve our goal. Witnessing that Chen Fan was not merely speaking casually, but discussing this matter with solid reasoning and thorough preparation, those who had previously deemed his ideas impractical began contemplating the feasibility. The example Chen Fan cited, that of a modern person traveling to ancient times, was indeed worthy of contemplation. Were it not for this apocalypse, this vision of an ideal world might never have emerged, even over thousands of years. As Chen Fan had said, this catastrophe was indeed an opportunity. Liao Yuan said, I never expected Mr. Chen to harbor such grand ambitions. I understand that roads are made by those who walk them. If we dare not even dream, our ancestors would never have pioneered one new human system after another. However, some issues cannot be avoided. If we successfully migrate south and discover people of different nations, races, and faiths living there, people who were fortunate enough to survive the apocalypse, then even ideological unification would be impossible. How would we resolve this? Lin Jie also remarked, or perhaps this apocalypse isn't as terrible as we imagined. In 2 years it might end. At that time it would indeed be as Brother Liao said. We would return to those unavoidable conflicts. They had words unspoken, anything that official institutions organized by nation-states cannot achieve. How could a mere shelter community of 20,000 people possibly accomplish it? What began as casual conversation gradually transformed into a debate, with Liao Yuan and Lin Jie becoming the attacking side, while Chen Fan assumed the defensive. Why must this world contain different nations, races, and faiths? Wouldn't it be sufficient for this world to have only the nation of Huaxiao? Only one Huaxiao ethnicity? Couldn't every Huaxiao person be a god, be their own faith? Wouldn't it be sufficient for this world to have only the Huaxiao nation, only one Huaxiao ethnicity? Couldn't every Huaxiao person be a god, be their own faith? Hiss. Could they dare respond to this? They dared not, nor did they know how to respond. We're still worrying about survival, yet you want to dominate this planet. How does one even converse with such a fanatic? Gazing at Chen Fan now, it was as if he extended his hand toward the 10 o'clock direction and shouted, West Sea. Sima Fan's ambitions, how utterly audacious. Either Chen Fan had gone mad or he had become delirious after taking control of this shelter. In their eyes, the current Chen Fan was even more extreme than Xiao Weiman. How does one communicate normally with a madman while ensuring everyone's safety? Urgent seeking advice online. Chen Fan did not intend to seek any response from them after voicing such opinions. He continued, throughout history, certain scientists and thinkers have made tremendous contributions to human knowledge, but their ideas often conflicted with prevailing power structures or mainstream views, earning them persecution or even death. Their sacrifices remind us that scientific progress and intellectual freedom often come at an enormous price. Copernicus proposed the heliocentric theory, overturning the long-dominant geocentric model and laying the foundation for modern astronomy. Yet his theories were deemed heretical at the time and faced fierce opposition from the church. Servetus discovered pulmonary circulation, making an important contribution to physiology. Because his religious views aligned with neither Catholicism nor Protestantism, he was burned alive at the stake. Socrates proposed many important ideas about ethics, knowledge, and logic. Accused of corrupting the youth and impiety, he was sentenced to death by the court. Lavoisier proposed the law of conservation of mass and overturned the phlogiston theory. Because he had served as a tax collector, the revolutionary tribunal sentenced him to death, and he was sent to the guillotine. Before you dismiss me as insane or arrogant, let these examples illustrate truth resides with the few. To those with deeply ingrained traditional views, such individuals are madmen, enemies of humanity. Before you question my vision, let me pose a counter-question. If the future I propose were realized, would humanity be better off than the pre-apocalypse system? The two were bewildered by Chen Fan's relentless barrage of words. Yet they had to admit that the world Chen Fan envisioned would indeed be better for humanity. Both instinctively nodded. If humanity could truly unite as one with complete fairness, justice, and transparency, who would dare say that was bad? Though they nodded, they still believed it impossible, understanding full well the immense difficulties involved. Only Chen Fan, with his unique advantages and this apocalyptic opportunity, dared to attempt it. For anyone else at any other time, it would have been an impossible fantasy. Crunch, crunch. The two instinctively picked up grapes and began eating. Anyone with political awareness and understanding of societal mechanics would have understood the underlying meaning. They chewed not merely grapes, but also Chen Fan's words. Though the content seemed heterodox and impractical, and even now they believed Chen Fan could not possibly accomplish his vision. Yet who could refuse to discuss dreams with someone who harbors lofty ideals and is earnestly striving toward them? No one. This was also humanity's shared dream. Click. Chen Fan lit a cigarette and pushed the cigarette pack and lighter toward the two. They forgot to say thanks and casually took one, lighting it themselves. To one side, Lu Yusheng and Secretary Zheng Jie, who were responsible for guarding Chen Fan that day, were also stunned by Chen Fan's earlier words. Their conversation had lasted almost the entire day. From people's livelihood to military affairs, from history to the future. That evening, Chen Fan hosted a private banquet for the two, letting them taste fresh ingredients impossible to find in the apocalypse. After they left, Chen Fan breathed a huge sigh of relief. If not for the various books he had recently purchased from the system to hastily cram knowledge, he might barely have kept up with many of their theories. Shelter No. 3 Pavilion. Back here, Liao Yuan and Lin Jie smoked the cigarettes Chen Fan had given them, neither speaking for a long time. Lin Jie extinguished his cigarette and said, Director Liao, what are your thoughts on what this young Master Chen said today? Liao Yuan also extinguished his cigarette and tossed the remaining half-pack to Lin Jie, saying, This pack is yours. From today on I quit smoking. To live a little longer and see whether this madman Chen Fan can achieve his goal. If my input is needed, I am willing to help build this impractical fantasy brick by brick. After Lin Jie caught the pack and tossed it to an acquaintance on the nearby bunk, he said to Liao Yuan, I never expected that only in my twilight years would I find what I, Lin Jie, truly wish to do. I'll go mad alongside him too. The two exchanged glances and then burst into hearty laughter. That night, the number of people who had not received system coins among Chen Fan's team dropped from 18 to 16. Embracing Wang Meng in sleepless night, Chen Fan twisted his mouth into a smile in the dim room. The following day, Peng Bin from the propaganda department arrived at Chen Fan's office with 3 men and 4 women. If ordinary citizens before the apocalypse had seen these 7 individuals, they would have erupted in frenzied shouts. For these 7 were nearly the pinnacle of China's celebrity elite. 2 divas, 2 kings, 3 super first-tier stars, and 1 former top idol. Greetings, Master Chen. Upon seeing Chen Fan, all 7 bowed in unison to greet him. At the same tea table, they gathered around Chen Fan and took their seats. Everyone appeared quite tense. They lacked the composure that Liao Yuan and Lin Jie had shown the previous day. A charity concert had brought them to Yongcheng. The apocalypse had kept them there. Originally, over a dozen celebrities were trapped in the official shelter, but only these 7 remained alive. Chen Fan took out his notebook, flipped to the first page, and produced a pen saying, "You are all my idols. It wouldn't be excessive for me to ask for your autographs, would it?" Hanika couldn't help but laugh, and the tense atmosphere in the room was broken by Chen Fan's amiable demeanor. They all knew this was Chen Fan giving them face. Who among them would dare claim Chen Fan was their fan? "It would be our great pleasure to serve you, Master Chen. This is our honor." One by one they began signing Chen Fan's notebook. Observing these people, the men were handsome and the women beautiful. Stars were stars. Even after enduring the apocalypse and the oppression of Xiao Weimin's faction, their natural features remained impressive without any makeup. However, the 4 female stars, formerly slender figures maintained for camera appearances, now looked excessively thin. They could not compare with Wang Meng's figure. After everyone finished their tea, Zhou Jie, the 51-year-old music industry veteran acting as their representative, asked, "This tea is quite fine. May I ask what Master Chen needs from us? We will do our utmost to fulfill your requests." Kai Lin, the 50-year-old female representative who still retained her charm, added, "We await your instructions, Master Chen." Chen Fan set down his teacup and said, "After surviving this catastrophe, I imagine you all have deep reflections. On the journey south, things will not be easy. After settling near the equator, we will enter a long and arduous phase of rebuilding our homeland. Human emotions are subtle. We need not only food, family, affection, and love, we also need spiritual nourishment. I hope you will join our team's propaganda department and bring comfort to the souls of team members struggling to survive. Zhou Jie, Wang Hong, Kai Lin, Deng Qi, Onana, Ani, Ku Kai Koen. I hope you can shoulder this responsibility." The 7 straightened their backs proudly. Never expecting they could still utilize their talents in the apocalypse, they naturally preferred resuming their former professions rather than doing manual labor in the shelter. One by one they patted their chests loudly, making vows before Chen Fan. Especially the 4 actresses whose chest-patting movements made Chen Fan's heart tremble with amusement. Satisfied with their commitment, Chen Fan patted Kai Koen on the shoulder and said, "Do well, and I will build a basketball court inside the shelter, so you and Zhou Jie can compete to see who is better." Kai Koen's face flushed with excitement. He declared, "I may not defeat senior brother Jie within a year, but I don't believe I cannot beat him in 2 years. And even if I cannot in 2 years, I am confident I will surely triumph within 2.5 years." Chen Fan nodded, firmly expressing high praise for his iron will. Over the following days, Chen Fan individually received several people who had held influence in society before the apocalypse. The southward migration preparations at the shelter continued in full swing. The original 18 people who had not received system coins had been reduced to just 2. Later, those 2 perished in an accident during work. They were respectively a real estate developer boss and the chairman of a building materials group. Zheng Yang, the 3rd elder responsible for arranging their work, was severely reprimanded by Chen Fan. And as punishment, Chen Fan spent 3,000 system coins from the system to purchase 3 cartons of premium cigarettes, subjecting Zheng Yang's lungs to persecution. Zheng Yang made a profound self-criticism of his actions, took the premium cigarettes, and willingly accepted the punishment. As the entire shelter was preparing for the southward migration, the first non-commercial store within the shelter opened its doors. A barber team composed of 4 stylists and 30 trainees who had undergone brief training helped over 16,000 male residents cut their hair short and assisted over 10,000 females in cutting their hair to shoulder length. Since people no longer had high demands for hairstyles, clean, neat, and easy to maintain cuts sufficed, so this task could be completed within 2 weeks at most. Over these 8 months, many survivors had lacked the conditions to cut their hair, so their locks had grown long. Some had trimmed them casually with scissors resembling something gnawed by rats. Some survivors were so indistinguishable by their backs alone that one could not tell whether they were male or female. Most absurdly, after everyone grew thin from hunger, some long-haired males appeared, even more alluring from behind than women. Besides the barbershop, women's underwear shops and daily necessities stores were also established one after another. No currency was required. Those in need could take according to their quantity needed. Each person carried only one backpack containing necessities for the southward journey. When Dong Lishu submitted the underwear inventory list to Chen Fan, it aroused his curiosity. Despite being starved to such a state, there were still 4 G cups and 9 F cups. September 12, 2030. All preparations for the evacuation south were complete. Today was also the Mid-Autumn Festival, a cherished tradition in Huaxia. 300 women were bustling about making mooncakes. A gang of kids squatted nearby, drooling as they waited for a taste. Suddenly, a middle-aged woman bellowed, "Dong Mei, keep an eye on your boy. His snot just dripped into the red bean paste." The little tyro sensed danger and bolted on the spot. His mother came charging after him across the kitchen, a rolling pin in hand. The same loud-mouthed woman scooped up a ladleful of red bean paste and smoothly covered the shiny glob in the bowl. She resumed making mooncakes as though nothing had happened. Who could afford to waste food in these times? Inside the kitchen, 100 chefs were preparing the mid-autumn feast. In the shelter's central courtyard, a temporary stage was being erected for an end-of-the-world mid-autumn gala. This banquet served as both a festive dinner and a farewell. Tomorrow they would embark on their long journey, leaving behind Yongqing, leaving Huaxia, leaving their homeland. During the earlier frantic preparations, no one had yet felt the weight of parting. But now with the countdown to departure ticking away, the longing for this land grew ever stronger. Fortunately, the sheer spectacle of a million yuan feast soon distracted everyone. Over 20,000 souls gathered in the central plaza, marveling at the feast spread before them and the unfathomable reserves of Mr. Chen. For the first time in ages, wine graced the table. It was meager, but enough for everyone to raise a glass. Sated and satisfied, the lights throughout the shelter dimmed. On the giant screen in the courtyard, scenes from before the apocalypse flickered to life: bustling markets, city traffic, students reciting lessons, lovers embracing on street corners, families sharing joyful dinners. Every frame a window into the ordinary life they had lost. Yet they had not seen such sights for over 9 months. Scenes so commonplace in the old world now brought tears to over 20,000 pairs of eyes. Gently wake the sleeping heart. Slowly open your eyes. A voice not perfectly polished, but filled with genuine feeling, broke the silence. A man approached the stage with a microphone in hand. When the spotlight found him, thunderous applause erupted. The first performer on stage was their savior, the Messiah of Yongqing, the founder of this refuge, Mr. Chen Fan. He seemed to glow not from the stage lights, but from the reverence only these people could see. As the song played on, 7 singers took the stage one by one. The background screen shifted to scenes of people facing disaster in the early days of the apocalypse. The sunrise awakens the dawn. The earth is reborn in brilliance. Finally, as Chen Fan and the 7 singers joined in chorus, the video transitioned to vibrant images of life in the shelter and everyone busy preparing for the southern relocation. Let me see the sincerity in your eyes. Let our smiles be filled with the pride of youth. Let us hope tomorrow will be better. The song "Tomorrow Will Be Better" opened the gala. As the performances continued, mooncakes were distributed to everyone. To celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival properly in this desperate wasteland, to hear familiar voices perform live, to stand surrounded by so many resilient souls united together. This was everything they had dreamed of. In this moment, they feared the disaster no more. After stepping down, Chen Fan said to the publicity department, "This is the true meaning of culture and entertainment." Peng Bin, receiving praise from Chen Fan, felt even happier than he ever had receiving official approval before the apocalypse. Kai Kuan, fresh off stage, grabbed a mooncake and took a mighty bite. Swallowing with evident pleasure, he praised sweet, yet savory. Such a unique flavor, absolutely delicious. Zhou Jie, sitting beside him, tried one too. This is good, but I don't taste the saltiness you're talking about." Kai Kuan smirked proudly. "Maybe it's like finding a coin in a dumpling during Spring Festival. This one's a surprise flavor." He devoured the mooncake in 2 or 3 bites, only to choke from eating too fast. Behind him in the audience, the woman who had made the mooncakes could hardly meet anyone's gaze. Finally, after Wang Hong's rendition of Descendant of the Dragon, the gala drew to a close. Everyone returned to their quarters early to rest. Chen Fan made his way to room 802, building 6, Lijiang residential area, to see his parents and son Yuyong one last time. As all drifted into slumber, the night sky above was clear, a rare sight in recent months. The moon hung high overhead, its light pouring through the glass ceiling above the courtyard like silver water. September 13th, 2030. 6:05 a.m. The first armored command vehicle converted from a wheeled chassis rolled out of the shelter. The southern relocation had officially begun. Even with all 4 hall doors opened, it was estimated to take 2 hours for the entire convoy of over 600 vehicles to pass through. 70 armored combat vehicles from the armed department escorted the 450 heavy-tracked snowmobiles carrying survivors. 30 of those were empty, reserved to pick up any survivors they might encounter along the way. 700 soldiers were distributed across the front, middle, and rear of the convoy, with the majority positioned at the head. Every 80 heavy-tracked snowmobiles, a medical vehicle, was interspersed. The entire column stretched approximately 17 kilometers, with relay nodes deployed every 3 kilometers to ensure wireless communication sync across the long dragon of vehicles. Fuel tankers, kitchen cars, repair vehicles, and support units wove through the formation. 20 Vanguard armored vehicles from the armed department escorting a track transport departed 3 hours ahead. Carried inside were 2 bulldozers ready to clear any blockage on the road immediately. The convoy would move forward without stopping whenever possible. Every detail had been meticulously planned. Just as a third of the main force had exited, Zheng Jia hurried to Chen Fan. Without preamble, she said, "Mr. Chen, 122 people refused to leave." Chen Fan immediately asked what was happening. Upon hearing the full story, he went straight to where those who refused to leave had gathered. They had known he would come and had already assembled as one. As soon as Chen Fan arrived, he scolded them loudly. "What are you doing? Pack your things and get on the vehicles now." Everyone lowered their heads silently. They knew his anger came from concern. Almost all of them were disabled, some injured during the apocalypse, most losing limbs to frostbite. Still recovering, they would require ongoing treatment throughout the journey. They did not wish to consume the medical resources of the relocation, so they chose to stay behind. "Mr. Chen, among us there are doctors and people who know how to maintain equipment. The solar panels still work. If we shut down most areas and keep only the farm and a few dormitories running, we can survive. Besides, useless people like us couldn't contribute to any construction work there anyway. It would be better if we stayed here to guard the shelter. If this damn apocalypse ever ends and you return, there will at least be a home waiting." Speaking, the man fell to his knees before Chen Fan. Everyone followed suit. Several who leaned on crutches lost their balance and tumbled to the ground. Chen Fan hurried to stop them. "I said it once, and I'll say it again. No matter how long you lie in bed, I will support you. No one in this shelter looks down on you. Why do you look down on yourselves?" Chen Fan turned to the onlookers around him and ordered, "What are you standing around for? Even if you have to tie them, drag them onto those vehicles. This convoy does not leave without a single person missing." Among this group of disabled individuals were not a few high-ranking officials and social elites. They prided themselves on their understanding of human nature. They had assumed that Chen Fan's visit was merely a perfunctory gesture performed for the other survivors. Yet now Chen Fan's actions revealed a genuine intention to lead them away, utterly devoid of pretense. Even if his display were merely theatrical, they could comprehend it. Managing a group required such performances to win their devotion. "If Mr. Chen doesn't disdain us, what right do we have to feign arrogance?" Upon finishing these words, the man hobbled forward and bowed deeply to Chen Fan. "Mr. Chen, I apologize. We've caused you nothing but trouble." Another disabled person stepped out from the crowd to apologize to Chen Fan, then loudly urged the others to board quickly. "Everyone hurry onto the vehicles. From now on we will serve Mr. Chen with utmost devotion to repay his kindness." Soon after, all the injured and sick followed that person's example, boarding one by one. Each person's eyes glistened with tears of gratitude. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the last vehicle departed from Yongqing, this sanctuary that had preserved all their lives. To accommodate the survivors in the carriage and ease the anxiety of being confined in an enclosed space all day, they originally planned to install a screen only at the front, but now one had been added at the rear as well. One camera was connected to the dash cam at the front of the vehicle. The other was positioned beside the rear door ventilation opening, shielded by a layer of glass to protect it from the extreme weather outside. The design was straightforward, so Huang Yeshing organized everyone to fabricate them collectively. They had complained about the trouble back when they were making them, but now it truly felt comfortable. Those inside the carriage felt as though they were in an environment with large windows both at the front and rear. As soon as the vehicle departed the shelter, everyone inside involuntarily turned their heads, reluctantly gazing back at this sanctuary that had preserved all their lives. Until the shelter vanished from sight. The vehicle Chen Fan rode in appeared no different from the others on the outside, save for a bulletproof glass window, but the interior was worlds apart. It was the same heavy-duty snow-tracked vehicle, yet the first carriage was a private suite exclusively crafted by Huang Yeshing for Chen Fan. The second carriage served as a combined command center and meeting room. The private suite may not match the luxury motorhomes from before the catastrophe, given it was assembled hastily. But compared to 30 people crammed into a single carriage, the difference was striking. Chen Fan had never instructed anyone to arrange this, yet he knew Zhang Jie, his capable secretary, would have everything taken care of. Throughout his life, Chen Fan's clothing, food, shelter, and travel had always been of the highest standard. He had never felt the need to pretend to share in their hardships, nor was there any reason to do so. All the supplies belonged to him alone, and even if he indulged in excess, others would only remark, "Mr. Chen is truly authentic." Inside the carriage, the warm atmosphere stood in sharp contrast to the hellish landscape outside. This convoy moved like angels traversing through damnation. Laughter and joy filled the interior, while corpses littered the exterior. As they passed through a residential compound, a pair of eyes peered down from an upstairs window. "Wife, come look quickly, that bunch of fools has finally left." "Did they all go? Let me see too. Bring me a piece of meat, I'll eat while I watch." The woman handed over a large chunk of stewed meat to the man. After taking a bite, he complained, "Damn it, these legs must be a man's right. I've told you so many times, if you're going to eat women first, you should at least pluck the leg hair. Men have too much hair, and you're too lazy to bother." Seeing the man was upset, she coaxed him affectionately. "Oh, you silly thing, what were you doing behind me while I was plucking?" The man perked up at this. "How about we watch the convoy leave while we do that thing?" The woman playfully punched his arm. "I don't want to, it still stings. I'll bring those women over, can you just make do with them for now?" The man chuckled. "Fine, you're the best wife." Soon after, the woman led over 2 women from the neighboring room, both vacant-eyed but decent-looking. The man immediately rushed them to the window. In the shadows of another residential compound, a man watched Chen Fan's departing convoy with similar intent. These people finally left. "All the flesh scattered across Yongcheng is mine, ha ha ha. It's all goddamn mine. These people are just dying in a different place, how stupid, ha ha ha. Ah, here it comes, baby, I'm coming for you." Beneath him lay a thawed female corpse he brought back from outdoors the day before. After the entire convoy departed from the shelter, someone immediately drove back into it. They had hoped Chen Fan would leave behind some supplies for them. But when these people arrived at the shelter, they discovered their most coveted electric heaters were gone. These electric heaters are now installed in the carriages heading south, which explains why Chen Fan chose them originally. They're portable and simply require a power strip to operate. The tracked vehicle's own power generation can fully support the electricity needs during travel. Each roof is equipped with solar panels salvaged from the shelter's exterior, and the daily charge is nearly sufficient to operate the heaters throughout the evening. Even if the battery isn't enough, there's no need to worry, as several 2,000 kW generators were also brought along installed in the carriages of a few tracked vehicles. In short, every possible contingency along the route has been accounted for. This is the power of the team. In the convoy's command car, Zhou Xianda and several management members studied a map on the carriage wall marked with routes and 2 destination points. These 2 destinations represent the final objectives they discussed for the southward migration, one near Lingue Reservoir north of Singapore on the Malay Peninsula, at a straight-line distance of 1500 kilometers from Yongcheng. Lingue Reservoir holds hundreds of millions of cubic meters of fresh water. Even with the current population of over 2,000 in the shelter, it could sustain them for centuries. Less than 40 kilometers east of the reservoir lies the Gulf of Thailand. Proximity to the sea primarily addresses drainage concerns. Wastewater management prioritizes treatment and reuse, establishing advanced facilities to purify sewage for non-potable applications. Should the apocalypse end, construction could expand outward from the shelter with drainage pipes channeling waste toward a river near Lingue Reservoir. In the worst-case scenario where the apocalypse never ends and Chen Fan's shelter population grows, heating pipes could be installed to discharge wastewater directly into the Gulf of Thailand. In summary, the team has prepared multiple contingency plans for various scenarios they might encounter. Another location proves more suitable, one situated precisely on the equator approximately 80 kilometers northwest of Padang's urban area in Indonesia, at a straight-line distance of 200 kilometers from Yongcheng. Nearby are 2 reservoirs comparable in size to Lingue Reservoir and closer to the coastline. If the shelter were established there, it would be just a few kilometers from both the reservoir and the Indian Ocean. However, this most suitable location can only serve as a backup plan. Reaching it requires crossing the Strait of Malacca. Current assessments suggest the cross-strait crossing presents extreme difficulty. Speaking of the ocean, someone once proposed reaching the ideal shelter in Badong City directly across the frozen sea surface. However, crossing the frozen sea to get there was almost impossible. Even with super low temperatures persisting for over 9 months, the thickness of the sea ice remained unstable, compounded by tidal and ocean currents causing ice layer displacement, creating uneven ice surfaces, cliff-like ice walls, icebergs, and ice fissures, among many other factors. Encountering any one of them would lead to the complete destruction of the entire convoy. Therefore, sticking to land routes proved the safest choice. But the overland journey wasn't easy either, with 4 or 5 mountain ranges along the way. If any proved impassable, the only option was a massive detour. This wasn't merely a matter of going around a single mountain. A detour could span hundreds or even thousands of kilometers. Setting aside the difficulty of crossing the Malacca Strait, reaching the ideal destination of Badong City would require traveling 4 times the straight-line distance, approximately 800 kilometers. At a pace of 200 kilometers per day, it would take at least 40 days to reach the ideal destination. Even choosing the closest point north of Singapore would still require a month. Half a year ago, when the authorities decided to leave Huaxiao, the military led the way while all civilians followed, voluntarily clearing paths for survivors while also addressing fuel supply issues. The civilian vehicles that followed were a motley collection. Every inch of interior space utilized, crammed with essential supplies, and roofs overloaded with whatever could be strapped on, giving off a distinct post-apocalyptic aesthetic. Compared to Chen Fan's current convoy, the survivors from that era were like silk robes versus rags. As Chen Fan's vanguard emerged from the city, they spotted numerous abandoned fuel tankers, vehicles the authorities had requisitioned nationwide during the initial southward migration. The practice of providing free fuel to survivors was something few nations besides Huaxiao would have attempted. Beyond these derelict tankers, however, lay far more stranded vehicles, their parts already stripped clean. Some bore license plates from Yongcheng itself, breaking down after just a few kilometers, a sheer stroke of ill fortune. While other convoys departed weighed down with supplies, Chen Fan's team traveled light and unencumbered. Except for those privy to Chen Fan's secrets, most harbored deep unease. Sensing this anxiety among his team members, Chen Fan moved to bolster their confidence and guard against the unpredictable risk of his system vanishing without warning. Regarding provisions, Chen Fan had stocked a month's worth of regular food plus compressed biscuits packed into every available space across all vehicles, enough for the round trip. Isn't this what you wanted to see? Right there in your vehicles. Surely that steadies your nerves. For agriculture, Chen Fan had acquired several truckloads of seeds and poultry sufficient to sustain this group for a decade. As for fuel, storage tanks were prepared with enough supply for all vehicles to make the round journey. Even in the event of emergencies at the destination, there would be ample fuel to return to Yongcheng. To accommodate these supplies, over 23 carriage heavy tracked vehicles were purchased. Only when every member saw these tangible provisions did they finally exhale with relief. This southward migration cost Chen Fan nearly 2 billion system coins. Fortunately, through accumulated gains over this period, he had amassed over 7 billion system coins by today. The weather was unusually clear today, yet the cold remained bone-chilling. Ultraviolet rays reflecting off the snow into the driver's eyes would over time cause snow blindness. These concerns had all been accounted for in advance, with everyone issued snow goggles before departure. As Chen Fan's vehicle merged onto the highway, he knew this journey would mean saying permanent farewell to his homeland. During daylight hours, Wang Ming volunteered to accompany the medical convoy, since there were still unhealed individuals at the shelter requiring care. Only Zheng Jie, Chen Fan's personal secretary, accompanied him in his suite. At the front of the formation was the command vehicle for the entire southward migration, where Zhou Xianda and several administrators busily coordinated between the lead and rear convoys. In a vehicle behind them, Zhao Guangxing and his construction department were engaged in intense discussion over building plans for 2 potential destinations. In the other windowless carriages, passengers dozed off while watching the projection screen ahead. This stretch of highway had been frequently traversed by Yongsheng residents seeking supplies, and had also been cleared once by official forces during the Great Migration, so the ride felt remarkably smooth. Occasionally, vehicles that broke down were towed to the emergency lane. The experience was somewhat akin to touring by bus. Thus, the vanguard that had departed 3 hours earlier had already reached their first stop, Jiangzhou City. This was also the city where Nong Jiangwen had been stationed before the apocalypse. Based on Yongqing's casualty ratios, Jiangzhou should have very few survivors left, unless someone like Chen Fan had emerged among them, sustaining them through to the present. Chen Fan's directive to the vanguard was clear: at every city they reached, send vehicles in to announce the southward migration. Anyone willing to join would be taken and given the 30 empty vehicles available. With all departmental functions now established, Chen Fan felt considerably more at ease. Zheng Jie worked beside him on a laptop. The work channel on his walkie-talkie was overly noisy, so he switched it to an administrative frequency. The carriage was quiet at this moment. Clad in slippers and holding a book, he lounged against the sofa. Sunlight filtered through the reinforced bulletproof glass window, illuminating fruit cut by Zheng Jie for him. Anyone passing by might have mistaken it for a vacation. Setting down the copy of The Crowd he'd been reading, he gazed out at the snow-blanketed landscape and asked more to himself than anyone else, how long will this apocalypse last? Hearing his words, Zheng Jie paused from her typing, set aside her work, and turned to look at Chen Fan's profile as she replied, "As long as you're with us, we need not fear this apocalypse." As his personal secretary, she had likely guessed some of the secrets surrounding Chen Fan, which is why she spoke with such conviction. Still gazing out the window, Chen Fan shook his head with a wry smile. "You've picked up their flattery too." Though Zheng Jie was 6 years Chen Fan senior, their dynamic always had Chen Fan playing the older, more authoritative role. A rare smile crossed Zheng Jie's face as she replied, "I'll take that as Mr. Chen complimenting my ability to learn then." Before the apocalypse, she had been targeted by the eldest son of a prominent family. Refusing his advances at the cost of her own life, she faced retaliation against her parents. It was Sun Yuyong who intervened and helped her family survive the ordeal. While capital punishment was avoided, the consequences were severe nonetheless. Her parents were transferred to a remote northern city, and so when the apocalypse struck, they could never return. The journey grew monotonous, and the two fell into casual conversation. Both were young and found themselves dreaming aloud about rebuilding their homes once they reached their destination. But none of them could have known this journey would become a nightmare. Chen Fan and his team would encounter the true horror of this apocalypse. The vanguard's several vehicles arrived in Jiangzhou City 3 hours ahead of schedule. After a round of publicity, 21 people from this small city of over 100,000 inhabitants chose to join them. The medical vehicle carrying the 21 survivors merged back onto the highway, rejoining the convoy. Those 21 individuals were currently undergoing blood tests and physical examinations. "Thank you," one of the middle-aged men asked. "Which official department is your team affiliated with?" The soldier assigned to receive them shook his head and replied, "Your mayor of Jiangzhou City is also among us, currently serving as an administrator on our team, but we are not an official government organization." Upon hearing that the mayor was part of their group, the 21 survivors felt somewhat reassured, but the news that this massive convoy was not government-affiliated immediately sent their anxiety spiking. The soldier then recounted Chen Fan's accomplishments, a rehearsed narrative prepared by Peng Bin from the propaganda department for all survivors. Hearing this explanation eased their apprehension, and they sighed, "Amazing." One added, "If I have the chance, I will thank Mr. Chen in person. We've brought all our remaining food, about 20 to 30 jin. Where should we leave it?" The soldier glanced at the provision bundle, a chaotic mix of various foods, even some unfamiliar tree roots, which utterly killed his appetite. However, the soldier harbored no disdain for their meager possessions. Without Chen Fan's intervention, he wouldn't have even access to such scraps. These items would now be relegated to the livestock transport at the rear of the convoy for the pigs. "You've shown remarkable dedication. Leave these items here for now." The survivors then completed their basic processing aboard the medical vehicle, physical examination, shower, and clothing change. Then, as with everyone else, they had lunch inside the vehicle. The kitchen had prepared meals in advance, and each vehicle was equipped with a microwave. They simply queued up to warm and consume their food. For those who had joined earlier, these meals were unremarkable. But for the 21 newcomers, they represented a rare and welcome feast. They traveled along the highway all day. Apart from some muddy patches on the road surface, the overall conditions were quite good, so Chen Fan's vanguard reached Jinnangguan, the last small town at the China-Vietnam border, by 1 p.m. Before the apocalypse, this 180-kilometer stretch took merely 2 hours to traverse. Now it consumed 6 hours. Even on the open highway, the tracked vehicles were painfully slow. Meanwhile, a team from the local armed department was broadcasting southward migration recruitment notices throughout the town. Soon after, a vehicle slowly approached them. As the vehicle drew nearer, they began asking questions. Which team are you with, and why are you migrating south at this time? The squad leader in charge of searching for survivors was Su Liang, who gave a general overview of Chen Fan's refuge. He explained the arrangements. Those with specialized skills would be assigned to various departments, while others would learn skills before being placed along with other regulations. Hearing that Chen Fan's team was not official, the other party hesitated. They understood Su Liang's words well. One of them, clearly the leader among them, asked, "May I speak with your commander?" The convoy was about to pass through Jinnangguan at this moment. With relay nodes deployed, Su Liang was able to contact them. He pulled out his walkie-talkie, switched to the management channel, and reported to Chen Fan. After listening to Su Liang's description, Chen Fan agreed to speak with them. "Hello, I am the person in charge of this refuge convoy. Do you have any questions?" Upon hearing Chen Fan's voice, the other party replied respectfully, "Hello, sir. Thank you for rescuing people along the way during your evacuation. Unlike those gangs who prey on the vulnerable, we still have considerable supplies. Could they be exchanged for more favorable terms upon joining?" Chen Fan immediately understood their concerns and said, "It's only natural that you'd want to secure better treatment for your team before joining. However, this refuge is mine to build. I hold absolute authority, how everyone else is treated equally, including those who assist me in managing survivors. Do not judge our team through the lens of the pre-apocalypse world." The other party was left speechless by Chen Fan's words, unable to verify anything since this was their first contact. Chen Fan continued, "You risked exposing your substantial supplies by coming out to meet my people, which shows you understand very well that if you do not join us now, your resources will eventually run out and face certain death. You have no choice." This struck directly at their deepest fears. When they had heard Su Liang's vehicle broadcasting outside, the people inside had held a vote before deciding to come out and make contact. "I will be blunt with you, even if your food supplies were far greater to us, they would be but a drop in the ocean. Transporting them would be an inconvenience for us. Leave them for the locals who refuse to leave." These words stunned them. After 9 months of apocalypse, anyone bold enough to speak so arrogantly was either a madman or truly powerful. Chen Fan's next words confirmed that he was indeed the stronger party. "We have armored vehicles and heavy weapons. If we intended to seize your supplies by force, do you think we would waste time negotiating?" Hearing this, they immediately realized they had encountered a formidable vessel, and their fragile raft was no match for making demands. Ashamed, he said, "I am sorry, sir. I spoke out of turn and troubled you to explain. We will follow your convoy from now on. Judge us by our actions. I understand your caution, for in this apocalypse human hearts are hard to fathom. Our convoy will pass through Jinnangguan in approximately 3 hours. We are the only force in Yongqing capable of southward migration, no other teams will be coming. Hurry and lead Su Liang to your refuge to gather everyone. I look forward to welcoming you aboard." If this battle were not to become the final stop before crossing the border, Chen Fan would not have bothered to persuade them so patiently. After Chen Fan ended the communication, Su Liang smiled and said, "I couldn't convince you. I needed Mr. Chen to step in. I will be reprimanded when I return." Fortunately, it was Mr. Cheno. Another commander might have simply ignored you due to your hesitation. The man quickly apologized. "I am truly sorry." As Mr. Chen said, in this apocalypse, human nature is unpredictable. Su Liang laughed heartily and urged him on. "Just kidding. Mr. Chen won't hold it against me. Lead the way to your refuge." In the past, they would never have so readily allowed strangers into their refuge. But now, if they did not take this step, they would all perish soon enough. When Su Liang arrived at their refuge, his eyes widened in astonishment. There were over 600 survivors. Su Liang was stunned by how drastically the survivor count in this small city of only tens of thousands differed from that of Jiangzhou City, a city of over 100,000 inhabitants. Seeing Su Liang's expression, the man interpreted it as Chen Fan's team being unable to accommodate so many people. Their leader said, "Captain Su, we will drive alongside you instead. However, we do not have much fuel left and on the road." Su Liang then realized they had not made themselves clear and explained again. "Our convoy specifically prepared a batch of empty vehicles to accommodate survivors like you. I was simply astonished that so many of you survived." The man looked confused. "Everyone boards the vehicles. We have 35 cars here. Are you certain we do not need to drive them away?" Su Liang addressed the group. "As long as you join Mr. Chen's convoy, your food, clothing, shelter, and safety will all be guaranteed. Just work diligently when helping to establish the new refuge. We may need to cross mountain ranges next. Your vehicles cannot keep up. Each person may bring only a small amount of luggage or nothing at all. Those who have decided to leave should prepare now." At that moment, Su Liang felt quite imposing, finally understanding the kind of satisfaction Chen Fan must have felt as a savior figure. The survivors of Jinnan Pass regarded Su Liang's words with skepticism, yet other recourse, they chose to wait. During the waiting period, their leader escorted Ong to inspect their food reserves, which even left Liang somewhat surprised. How could you possibly stockpile so much food? The man spoke with evident pride. Many of us were transport drivers shuttling in and out of the pass. When the apocalypse struck, we were hauling food supplies bound for the interior. The roads soon clogged, and we found ourselves stranded here. We organized ourselves during this time, fending off numerous raiders who sought to seize our provisions. Those who survived eventually gathered here to live together. After all, Jinnan Pass had long served as a trade port between two nations with vast quantities of food flowing across its borders daily. The mountain of provisions stored here, so long as they had been safeguarded from the start, could indeed sustain them for an extended period. Moreover, forests stretched endlessly along their route, providing ample firewood for warmth that would last a remarkably long time. Su Liang surveyed their shelter and nodded in approval. You have generators with fuel reserves, solar panels, and crops. Were it not for crossing paths with us, I estimate you could have held out for 2 or 3 more years. The leader shook his head wearily. As you yourself said, merely 2 or 3 years. This accursed bitter cold will likely persist for decades. What difference does it make whether one lives for a day or 3 years? Su Liang smiled faintly. That is true. As they chatted, the 12 tracked vehicles dispatched to collect them arrived. This was precisely why Chen Fan had been so confident in declining their vehicles. In the face of such heavy tracked transports, their own conveyances were truly pitiful. Su Liang promptly urged everyone aboard. Yet they lingered hesitating. Puzzled, Su Liang asked, "What's keeping you? Let's go." Only then did they voice their concerns. All these supplies. Surely we're not leaving them behind. Su Liang laughed heartily. In these times, does Mr. Chen have any notion of how precious food is? His words on the intercom were no boasts. Bored with peace of mind. Moved by Su Liang's confidence, the survivors steeled themselves and began boarding in orderly fashion. This was precisely why Chen Fan had entrusted Su Liang with leading the rescue. Had it been anyone unfamiliar with his secret, none would have been so generous with such valuable provisions. Dismantling equipment and loading supplies would otherwise have consumed half the day, at minimum, severely limiting their daily progress. But Su Liang, aware of Chen Fan's extraordinary gifts, felt no remorse over these supplies. As the last of the survivors boarded, Su Liang encountered the same scene Chen Fan had faced when departing the shelter. Several wounded refused to become a burden. This allowed Su Liang to indulge in a moment of moral grandeur. Mimicking Chen Fan's earlier demeanor, he barked, "We are all leaving together. Not a single Chinese compatriot will be left behind." These words brought tears to their eyes. Each person heaved their bundled belongings aboard. Su Liang could only sigh. He had already told them not to bring so much, yet they insisted. He let them take what they could carry, knowing they would discard it themselves once the weight became unbearable. Soon after, a medical vehicle arrived to attend to the injured and disabled. As was their due, the survivors received the customary hospitality, a warm bath, clean clothing, and a proper meal. Once again, they were overwhelmed with gratitude. When the Jinnan Pass convoy merged onto the highway and joined the main column's steel torrent, the newcomers were utterly astounded. They felt profoundly fortunate to have aligned themselves with the right organization. By this point, Chen Fan's community had swelled to 27795 souls. As the lead vehicles crossed the border, Wang Hong's voice crackled through the intercom, singing. It was an old classic from over 40 years ago, "Clouds of My Homeland." The song made every survivor acutely aware that they were about to leave their native soil forever. All turned their gazes toward the windows or the projection screens. Beyond the endless white expanse stood the solemn border gate. Upon crossing into foreign territory, the convoy immediately unfurled a brilliant red flag bearing the Chinese emblem. Without the flag proudly displayed, both Chinese and Vietnamese survivors might have assumed Chen Fan's convoy originated from the great northern Bear Nation. After all, every vehicle in the fleet was of Russian make. Displaying the flag served a dual purpose. It signaled to Chinese survivors their shared heritage, and though it might provoke Vietnamese hostility, Chen Fan and his people believed that even Vietnam's regular military would hesitate to engage a force of such magnitude in the apocalyptic present. The so-called highway they traversed resembled a Chinese first-class road, for lanes yet uneven and pockmarked. The advantage of tracked vehicles immediately proved itself, wherever the road allowed they maintained the same pace as before. Conventional civilian-wheeled vehicles would surely have struggled constantly with traction. Consequently, the number of breakdowns along the roadside grew steadily. During the official mass evacuation months prior, stranded civilians received no assistance beyond fuel. The consequences of breaking down on foreign soil were entirely foreseeable. Today's smooth progress owed entirely to the sheer scale of Chen Fan's convoy. Stretching over 10 kilometers, no foolhardy soul dared approach. Should they have been a small party of mere handfuls of vehicles proceeding southward, would have invited untold troubles. This was evident from the scenes along the route. Wherever smoke rose from houses beside the road, heaps of wrecked vehicles lay abandoned nearby. Such villages harbored bandits who regularly sallied forth to commit murder and robbery. The vanguard reported these findings to Chen Fan. Chen Fan's grandfather had fought in the Battle of Langsun, often recounting those gruesome scenes to him. Furthermore, as a native of Guangxi province bordering this very nation, Chen Fan knew well the attitude held by its people toward China. Under normal circumstances, he would have disregarded such matters entirely. Yet with only 50 kilometers remaining to their planned first stop, an hour still ahead, he made his decision. Thus began a cross-border pacification operation framed as troop training. Upon receiving orders, the vanguard drove armored vehicles close to any village or building they passed. Should Chinese nationals be found detained within, every inhabitant of that village would be eliminated without mercy. By 4:30 in the afternoon, Chen Fan's forces arrived an hour ahead of schedule at their designated first checkpoint. This lay in the outskirts of Beijiang City, east of Hanoi in Vietnam. Chen Fan also received a report from his armed division. 7 hideouts had been raised. As he had suspected, each nest held captive Chinese women. 97 in total, of whom 34 were accidentally killed during combat. This was precisely Chen Fan's operational doctrine, never allowing his fighters to be held hostage by enemy leverage. Of the remaining 63 women, the armed division chose to abandon 15. Medical personnel had determined that these 15, despite their good looks, had been driven completely mad. The armed division's conduct solidified the convictions of the newly joined survivors from Jiangzhou and Jinan Pass. Chen Fan's force was truly an army of justice. Hanoi lay approximately 300 kilometers from Yongcheng in a straight line. At this point, the meteorological team reported that the average temperature here was 4 degrees warmer than in Yongcheng. This confirmed that the further south they traveled, the warmer it became. Yet, even with this increase, the temperature still hovered near minus 62 degrees, no different from conditions in Yongcheng. Even so, Chen Fan had no intention of entering Hanoi under cover of night. The convoy filed neatly into position in Beijiang City, merely 30 kilometers from Hanoi. Though Vietnam called it a city, its actual scale failed to match even most of China's county towns. From the moment the convoy arrived, not a single resident or vehicle emerged. Not from courage but from fear, or perhaps the entire population had perished. The convoy bypassed the urban center altogether, anchoring in an open field just outside town. The moment vehicle doors opened, all survivors tumbled out regardless of the bitter cold, desperate to stretch their limbs. Confined within sealed compartments for an entire day had proven truly miserable. Had Huang Yixing not outfitted their vehicles with projection screens, this discomfort would have been multiplied several times over. No matter what happened along the way, wherever they traveled, or how many people they took in, Chen Fan announced everything to all survivors through the vehicle's built-in intercom system. Transparent consultation and open communication formed the cornerstone of Chen Fan's management philosophy. After disembarking, the contrast between the neatly dressed original survivors and the newly arrived individuals was striking. After all, queuing for a shower inside the vehicle took considerable time. The newly joined survivors also observed the vigorous spirit and disciplined demeanor of Chen Fan's team members. Whether one had suffered prolonged starvation or was well fed could be told at a glance. Seeing was believing, which made the latecomers truly believe Su Liang's words. At this moment, Chen Fan was receiving representatives from 3 batches of rescued survivors. After brief greetings, Chen Fan kept several women who had been imprisoned by the Vietnamese for half a year. One of the women recounted to Chen Fan in detail the suffering she and her family had endured. During these past 6 months, we watched as one Han Chinese person after another was captured by them. The men were killed while the women were kept alive. The group that imprisoned me was composed of demons organized from several nearby villages. They have killed at least 400 people in total. If you hadn't come to rescue us, the few of us who had fully gained their trust planned to set fire to their houses while they were asleep and perish together with them. The soldiers guarding Chen Fan were indignant one after another. Chen Fan comforted them, and after their repeated expressions of gratitude, he proceeded to the medical vehicle for a physical examination. Chen Fan's decision to rescue these captured women actually stemmed from his own private considerations. Once the future shelter was established, population reproduction would also become a key priority. Currently, the team consisted of far more men than women, with the ratio severely unbalanced. If he did not take in more women now, would he have to adopt polyandry when they eventually arrived there? These rescued women had no one to rely on, so their gratitude and future loyalty were both well assured. As for whether the men in the shelter would look down on them for having been used, probably not. After more than half a year without any contact with women, even the sight of a sow would make them want to compete to see who was more daring. This was evident from Zhang Jie's work report. Throughout the journey, some had reported that surviving couples were intimate in the vehicle's restroom. Such phenomena needed no concealment, they were simply normal human needs. What about the others who had no partners? These women captured by the Vietnamese had excellent physical attributes. Taking those few he had just spoken with as an example, each scored above 8. 5. If they were of poor quality, the Vietnamese who had imprisoned them would not have allowed them to survive this long. Once the medical reports came out, as long as they were free of sexually transmitted diseases, they would be allocated to the male team members. Of course, such allocation was not mandatory and required mutual consent. After dark, the members were very busy and the temporary camp became lively and bustling. After the kitchen vehicle parked, it began preparing dinner for everyone, with the aroma of food filling the entire area. Huang Yixing started leading people to carefully inspect the vehicles. The armed department began organizing the night guard duties. The medical department conducted physical examinations for those who had just joined. Hung Bin Nong Jiangwen and Dong Lishu began collecting personal information from the hundreds of new arrivals and explaining the team's rules and regulations. The 7 celebrities had worked as announcers throughout the day, and after getting off the vehicle, they did not idle, but actively sought tasks to perform. During dinner, those newly arrived members discovered that the food was being served by superstars, such as Wang Hong, Zhou Jiekai Lin, and Deng Qi, so astonished that they forgot how precious food had become in these times. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the temporary camp returned to quiet. The logistics department personnel drove water tankers and fuel tankers to replenish all the vehicles. The tracked vehicles had large fuel tanks consuming less than a quarter today, yet Chen Fan still required everyone to fill them up daily to prevent any unexpected incidents. The water tanks on the vehicles seemed much smaller, especially those carrying the new members, which were insufficient for bathing. Once all the vehicles stopped, these new members could use the restrooms of other vehicles to take a shower. Tonight, they could not only wash away the grime and bacteria from their bodies with hot water and body wash, but also find a barber to give them a haircut. Being able to sleep soundly in a clean state was something they had never dared to dream of before. The first day of the southward migration passed smoothly in this manner. Most people could not sleep because they had rested sufficiently during the day. But the staff drivers and armed personnel were utterly exhausted and fell into dreamland early. Chen Fan discussed with the management team and requested that the armed vanguard depart earlier the next day than they had today. Today, whenever the vanguard reached a location where captives were held, they would deploy a small contingent to eliminate the threat. After clearing several layers in succession, the entire vanguard was reduced to only 4 armored vehicles leading the way. Unless Chen Fan abandoned the rescue of Han Chinese casualties along the way, they, with insufficient manpower, could only depart earlier. That night, the exhausted Wang Meng finally returned to Chen Fan's suite. The two of them fell asleep without doing anything. On one hand, she was too tired. On the other hand, Zheng Jie, her personal secretary, was sleeping in the adjacent room. Surprisingly, not a single person was left behind. But thinking about it, it was easy to understand Chen Fan's emergence was these people's only lifeline, and there was little chance of any dissent when they were already struggling to cling to him for survival. The next day, as on the previous day, they collected another 51 captured women along the way. At 4:30 in the afternoon, they arrived at the second planned rest stop, Rong City. Another 200 kilometers southward, and as expected, the temperature had risen somewhat, now at -54 degrees. For Yongqing, which was nearly at -70 degrees, this place could be described as having a pleasant climate. By the time all the convoy vehicles had parked, it was already 6:30 in the evening. Inside a tall building in the distant city, a pair of binoculars had been continuously monitoring Chen Fan's team movements. At 3 o'clock in the morning, when Chen Fan's team was sleeping most soundly, the walkie-talkie immediately received a report from the armed department. Mr. Chen, more than 10 vehicles have emerged from Rong City and are approaching us. Chen Fan immediately got up, dressed, and rushed to the command vehicle. All the managers also rushed to the command vehicle. Seeing Chen Fan arrive, Zhou Xianda immediately reported, "The distance to the enemy is too far, and our thermal imaging cameras still cannot clearly identify what type of vehicles they are. However, the fact that they can drive without headlights already indicates they possess thermal imaging equipment. This opponent is not simple. During the day, they must have learned about our firepower. The fact that they still dare to approach under these circumstances means this is no longer mere reconnaissance." Zhou Xianda continued, "My suggestion is to first get closer to them, clearly identify what kind of vehicles they have before making a decision." "Very well, you make the arrangements." Chen Fan, having no combat experience in this regard, would not engage in the behavior of a layman directing an expert. He signaled for Zhou Xianda to take independent command. After receiving Chen Fan's approval, Zhou Xianda picked up the walkie-talkie to direct the armed department's combat vehicles to approach the enemy. With drones unable to be launched at present, using them for advanced reconnaissance would have been the wisest choice. Zhou Xianda could only make analyses based on the situation reports from each team member. Fortunately, the enemy was in the same situation, otherwise it would have been impossible for them to send vehicles to secretly approach and reconnoiter. More than 50 armored combat vehicles, having received the order, drove out from the middle of the convoy and advanced toward the enemy. Every night when the convoy stopped to rest, some of the tracked transport vehicles would form a circle as a defensive fortification. From an aerial view, the entire massive convoy resembled an ancient city wall, with only a few exits for entry and exit. The remaining personnel transport vehicles, work vehicles, command vehicles, and all combat vehicles were positioned in the center. Should any engagement occur, personnel from the outer transport vehicles would retreat inward. Even if the enemy targeted the outer vehicles, at worst it would result in vehicle losses rather than casualties. This approach also shielded the central combat vehicles from becoming primary targets, preserving their fighting capability. Given the current extreme cold conditions where aerial superiority had been neutralized, this represented the optimal defensive formation. All these arrangements had been discussed and decided before departure. So when the survivors in the outer ring of tracked vehicles heard the combat order, they immediately evacuated in an orderly fashion and took shelter in other vehicles. The few people at the command center hearing that everything was proceeding in an organized manner were satisfied with their team members' efficiency. Soon the walkie-talkie crackled with a report from an armed department soldier. They are turning and fleeing. We are still in pursuit, awaiting orders on whether to open fire. Zhou Xianda responded, did you identify what type of vehicles they are using? Yes, they are armored cars on the other side as well. Zhou Xianda did not immediately reply to the soldier, but instead said to Chen Fan, if they can see us, they must have night vision equipment too. We cannot continue the pursuit. It looks like they are trying to lure us out. If we press on, there is definitely an ambush ahead. Chen Fan nodded and said, our priority right now is migration. They are not weak, so there is no need to engage in combat. Let everyone come back. Zhou Xianda immediately ordered the armed department vehicles to return. Since they had been spotted by the other side regardless of their purpose, this place was no longer safe, so Chen Fan decided, we are leaving now. They were genuinely afraid Chen Fan might act on impulse and order an attack. After receiving the evacuation order, they began mobilizing the convoy to depart. Rome City, a metropolis of 500,000 people, had intricate road networks. With the enemy possessing armored vehicles and night vision equipment, deliberately walking into their ambush would be like walking into a tiger's den. Even if they managed to defeat the enemy, they would certainly suffer heavy losses themselves. Currently, they had not lost anything, perhaps just saving face by fleeing overnight. But the lives of soldiers mattered more than pride. If the enemy happened to be a small Vietnamese military unit stationed here, provoking them could mean far worse than just losing the armed department. Entire teams could be wiped out. But some things did not go as one wished. Just as the convoy was packing up and preparing to depart, an unexpected incident occurred. Boom. The explosion sent shockwaves through the team. A shell had struck among them. Fortunately, it had not hit Chen Fan's command vehicle. Otherwise, that single shell would have spelled the end. Zhou Xianda did not hesitate pulling Chen Fan aboard a tank, since only tanks could withstand artillery fire. Chen Fan understood the principle of not standing beneath a crumbling wall. This was not the time to show off bravery. If anything happened to Chen Fan and the system was lost, the entire team would be doomed. So he did not resist when Zhou Xianda urged him onto the tank. There was no time to ponder why the enemy had opened fire, let alone plan an immediate counterattack. The tanks evacuated first, followed closely by the command vehicle, since Wang Meng and the management personnel were inside. The other vehicles also began evacuating in an orderly fashion. Fortunately, the enemy did not fire during the withdrawal. Otherwise, with just 1 or 2 hours needed for evacuation, who knew how many casualties there would be? This lesson taught Chen Fan's team that they could not stay too close to cities in the future. After the tanks and command vehicle had driven far enough away, Chen Fan and Zhou Xianda returned to the command vehicle. Blasted and bewildered, Zhou Xianda said grimly, that shell was likely from a self-propelled howitzer. First armored vehicles and night vision, then howitzers. Everyone realized this enemy was no ordinary force. At that moment, Luo Xiaolong arrived at the command vehicle. Among the armed department aside from Zhou Xianda, he was the most capable commander currently leading the student soldiers. Mr. Chen, hello everyone. Nong Jiangwen Peng Bin and other management personnel nodded in greeting. Chen Fan waved his hand and said, not the time for pleasantries. Tell me your thoughts. Luo Xiaolong nodded and shared his assessment. The enemy dares not confront us head-on during the day, opting instead for nighttime harassment. This suggests they lack the strength to engage us directly, or even if they possess the capability to defeat us, it would come at a severe cost to their own forces. On one hand, we have not entered the city to provoke them. On the other, we have not attacked their dozen or so armored vehicles. There is no reason for them to target us. They fired one shell and then went silent. All signs indicate they have other objectives. Zhou Xianda said, indeed. Running away benefits them nothing. Surely they would not fire a shell just because we are Chinese to vent their frustration. Everyone nodded in agreement. Just as they were pondering the enemy's true intentions, a piece of troubling news came through the walkie-talkie, breaking their concentration. The previous shell had struck the third car of a tracked vehicle, killing 30 survivors instantly inside. Several people outside coordinating the evacuation were also hit, resulting in 3 more deaths and 4 injuries. Having possessed the system for over 3 months, Chen Fan had never faced such a setback, even though he had prepared himself for the possibility of losing people along the way. But never like this. Every step back only fueled his anger. Every moment of endurance made the loss feel greater. The other management personnel in the command vehicle, upon hearing about the 30-plus casualties, all showed indignation on their faces. However, everyone understood that now was not the time for emotional decisions. Only a quarter of the team had departed, while more than half were still queued in the area the enemy had just bombed. Their immediate priority was ensuring the safety of the remaining team members evacuating. The command vehicle fell silent. Suddenly, the vanguard reported through the walkie-talkie, the bridge ahead on our planned route has collapsed. Should we divert? Everyone immediately checked the offline maps on their computers. Vietnam's terrain was quite narrow and elongated, resembling a thin, stunted vegetable. Chen Fan's team was traveling from north to south, as if walking from the egg's wide end toward the narrow tip, with mountain ranges to their right bordering their homeland, and the sea to their left. Thus the flat plains in between were quite limited. Consequently, Vietnam relied on a single main highway as its primary artery, with only a handful of branch roads. This was especially true for river crossings. More branch roads meant more bridges had to be constructed. If the bridge ahead on Chen Fan's planned route had collapsed and the riverbed was too high to access the frozen surface below, the only viable option was a nearby bridge 5 kilometers away via a turn, not too far. Under normal circumstances, taking the detour would be the obvious choice. However, the timing of this bridge collapse seemed highly suspicious. The breach site sat in open ground, and rerouting through the alternate bridge would funnel them into a mountain depression. It was the sole mountain depression in the area. As a Chinese man especially, he had surely watched historical dramas before. Where did ambushes typically hide? When no response came through the walkie-talkie, the voice requested again, should we reroute? Awaiting instructions. Chen Fan, Zhou Xianda, and Luo Xiaolong exchanged glances, and Zhou Xianda replied, take the other bridge, but hold position before crossing. The scouting soldier was puzzled, but did not ask questions, immediately carrying out the order. Upon seeing Zhou Xianda's command, the others finally snapped to attention. Only Nong Jiangwen had guessed part of it, asking, you suspect the enemy has laid an ambush in the mountain pass? Zhou Xianda smiled confidently and replied, not suspect, certain. Luo Xiaolong measured the length of the mountain pass using the navigator's built-in scale, then said this stretch of road flanked by mountains is roughly 10 kilometers. Once we enter, we'll be trapped like fish in a net. Everyone found the reasoning sound, and worry immediately followed. With wolves ahead and tigers behind, what should we do? Zhou Xianda, however, showed no signs of concern. I was actually worried they wouldn't have an ambush. If they've set one, that makes things much easier to handle. Everyone looked puzzled. Nong Jiangwen stepped forward and asked, Minister Zhou, do you have a solution? Stop keeping us in suspense, just tell us. After speaking, Zhou Xianda noticed that Chen Fan and Luo Xiaolong seemed to have caught on as well. He looked at them, gesturing for them to share their thoughts. This was also an indirect way to cultivate Chen Fan's military acumen. Seeing this, Chen Fan began his analysis. Here's my take. If this were really about gathering intelligence, there would be no need to send over a dozen armored vehicles. That's far too conspicuous. They're clearly letting us discover them on purpose, showing off their strength to make us believe Rongshi City is heavily fortified. That single artillery shot was meant to frighten us into retreating overnight, luring us right into their ambush. Luo Xiaolong chimed in, if they truly had the strength, they would have launched a night attack while we were unprepared. The fact that they're trying every trick to drive us into a trap only confirms their garrison in the city is insufficient. Chen Fan continued, and consider this, they only fired one shell. If I were in their position, I'd have fired repeatedly to scatter us. This suggests they simply don't have enough ammunition to spare. But why would their ammunition be depleted? First, everyone knows the current situation makes any meaningful production impossible. This bridge wasn't destroyed after we arrived. It was blown long before. That means they've used this same ambush tactic against other groups before. Every engagement drains their stockpiles considerably. Zhou Xianda nodded with a smile, and understanding dawned on everyone. Peng Bin, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up. What if the forces ambushing us on the mountain come back to reinforce? Zhou Xianda turned his gaze once more toward Chen Fan and Luo Xiaolong. Chen Fan understood. He was being given the chance to work out the tactical deployment. We should keep our track transport vehicles putting on a retreat to mislead them. If we stay stationary, they'll likely shell us again to drive us forward into the trap. Instead, let's have the Armed Forces Department strike quickly into Rongshi City. Given how recklessly they've been posturing in the urban area, taking them down shouldn't be difficult. As for the enemy forces waiting on the mountain, if they come back to reinforce, our 5 tanks won't be particularly effective in urban combat anyway. We just need to hold this bridge. Luo Xiaolong added, if all else fails, we can blow the bridge. Worst case, we spend time using machinery to dig a route down to the river and cross over the ice. Once we secure Rongshi City, whether we counterattack or maintain our position at the bridge, they'll be the ones growing anxious. The enemy holding the mountain can't have brought much supplies with them. They'll have only 2 options, surrender or flee. Zhang Jie, curious, asked, since we're going to cross that bridge next to us eventually anyway, why go to all this trouble driving us in? Aren't they afraid we'll grow suspicious? Luo Xiaolong explained with a smile, Secretary Zhang, this mountain isn't particularly tall, and it's bare with no cover. During the day, we can clearly spot their ambush positions. It's only at night that conditions favor an ambush against us. If we leave at dawn, they lose their big catch. Tonight is their only window of opportunity. Chen Fan followed up, the fact that they didn't dare ambush us during daylight further confirms they're outnumbered. Night is their only advantage. Zhang Jie nodded sheepishly. I see. Zhou Xianda then began laying out the battle plan. In truth, risking an assault into Rongshi was itself a gamble for Chen Fan and the others. If the enemy had merely set the ambush to force a bloodless surrender while keeping substantial forces hidden in the city, they would have been finished. But with their only route blocked by ambushes, failing to strike decisively and catch them off guard would be fatal. If the enemy realized during daylight that Chen Fan's column had seen through their ruse, coordinating attacks from both the city and the mountain pass would encircle Chen Fan's forces, and the casualties would be far worse. 65 armored vehicles and infantry fighting vehicles rolled into Rongshi without concealment. 5 tanks pointed their main guns at the bridge, while 5 armored vehicles provided supporting defense. While monitoring the direction of Rongshi City from within, the command vehicle Chen Fan also kept his attention fixed on movement in the distant mountain pass. True enough, vehicle lights suddenly appeared on the ridge above the pass. From their elevated position, they must have spotted Chen Fan's dozens of vehicles surging into the urban area. Then the headlights on the mountain began moving toward the opposite side of the bridge. They were attempting to cross and reinforce the city. Boom, boom. 20 minutes later, the distinctive report of tank artillery reached their ears. The enemy had been intercepted by Chen Fan's tanks while making their return. Simultaneously, the sound of heavy machine gun fire erupted throughout Rongshi City as urban combat ignited. Satisfied reports flowed continuously through the radio, and Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief. The enemy forces remaining in Rongshi were indeed sparse, exactly as they had suspected. In Rongshi, to ensure their sole howitzer could fire in the harsh weather, they had constructed a shelter at a warehouse outside the city, opening the warehouse doors whenever they needed to engage. The dozen armored vehicles and troops they'd previously spotted had all congregated at that same shelter, with only 30-odd men left on guard, sparing the armed forces department the difficulty of searching the entire city. After surrounding them, the enemy's armored vehicles barely fired a handful of rounds. Their ammunition reserves had indeed dwindled, as anticipated, with most of what remained taken by the forces positioned in the mountain pass ambush. Facing Chen Fan's force, which outmatched them by more than tenfold in personnel and several times over in combat vehicles, the enemy offered only token resistance before surrendering. A blaze erupted at the bridgehead on the opposite side. The 5 tanks waited until the enemy vehicles had crossed before opening fire, destroying several that had attempted to reinforce. Seeing their comrades fall, the remaining enemy vehicles turned tail and fled back toward the mountain pass. Chen Fan's first formal battle had concluded. As dawn broke, he received Zhou Xianda's report. Because the enemy had been concentrated in one location, the armed forces department personnel had not even exited their vehicles, resulting in 0 casualties. Furthermore, they had discovered over 400 Chinese survivors being held there. On the opposite side of the bridge, the 30-odd enemy combat vehicles that had been lying in ambush saw several of their vanguard vehicles destroyed by tank fire. The rest dared not cross. It was obvious the enemy possessed no tanks. At 7:00 a.m., the battle for Rongshi City concluded. 7 enemy prisoners were taken and 423 Chinese nationals were liberated. Most were women, only 24 men. Yet Chen Fan felt no trace of triumph. Was Vietnam's military capability so weak? Not at all. Their ground forces in particular were formidable. Otherwise, Gouaixing would not have been designated a permanent combat readiness zone. Had a single city like Rongshi contained so few troops, and their ammunition reserves, surely they couldn't have been so depleted. He had expected to win, but achieving victory without bloodshed was precisely what troubled him. Chen Fan had barely time to ponder when the armed department brought several prisoners before him. That was when everyone noticed the clothes on their bodies. Those were military greatcoats, standard issue to Huaxia soldiers. The captives did not understand Chinese, but fortunately some survivors from Zhenangguan could speak their language given their long-standing involvement in border trade. However, before Chen Fan had decided what to ask, he delegated the questioning to Zhou Xianda. His first question was direct: where did you get those clothes? After the translation was relayed to him, the man threw back his head and laughed wildly. We stripped them off the Huaxia soldiers. Bang! Upon hearing the translation, Zhou Xianda delivered a flying kick that sent the man sprawling, then turned to another captive. Are you Vietnamese soldiers? This captive was more docile, nodding in affirmation. Zhou Xianda pressed on. Were you the only ones left in Rong City? The man who had just been compliant suddenly erupted into curses. Chen Fan and everyone present were puzzled by such an intense reaction to that particular question. Yet cursing remained uncivilized behavior, so Zhou Xianda administered another kick in the name of civility, then moved on to the next prisoner. Why did that question stir such fury in him? Hesitating briefly, the man glanced at Zhou Xianda's foot, stirring again, and shouted his answer before any further punishment. Our force of nearly 20,000 was reduced to fewer than 100 by your people. The announcement struck the entire gathering into stunned silence. Only 3 seconds elapsed before Chen Fan grasped why his armed contingent had seized the opposition without raising a blade, and why their ammunition supplies had grown so critically low. Had they not already engaged in combat of such devastating scale, the confrontation between the two forces would undoubtedly have been far bloodier. Bang! The man was again sent flying by Zhou Xianda's kick. As confusion spread among the onlookers about why confession earned him yet another kick, Zhou Xianda turned to the interpreter. Tell him speaking is fine, but do not glare at me like that. I am afraid. The interpreter fell silent. Chen Fan fell silent. The assembled crowd fell silent. Zhou Xianda pointed to the next captive and continued, there are no traces of battle here. Where did you engage us? Why did you fight the Huaxia forces? The man answered without hesitation. QL-80 at the Laos border. As for why, even we do not know. It was an order from above. Everyone was shaken by this revelation. 4QL-8, as he described it, was the most direct route for Vietnam to cross the Annamese Cordillera and enter Laos. The entire road stretched nearly 100 kilometers through the canyon, which was also the route Chen Fan's column had planned to take that day. And now they had learned that official Vietnamese regular forces had clashed with official Huaxia troops there. This time Zhou Xianda did not kick him, continuing his questioning. What were the losses suffered by the Huaxiao official forces? The man answered honestly. I do not know, but it must have exceeded ours, for we were the ones laying ambush on the mountainside. Zhou Xianda questioned skeptically. Just you? The man quickly replied. At that time your great Huaxiao migration took half a month to fully pass through. We ambushed your rear guard. On that road the main force could not turn around, for your civilian populace was so vast that it blocked the entire route. Chen Fan stepped forward and asked, are you saying this road is now completely blocked by wrecked vehicles and corpses? Everyone still harbored a sliver of hope, but the captive nodded without hesitation. Bang! This kick came from Chen Fan himself. Turning to the next captive, Chen Fan asked, with so many Huaxiao officials, they could not have all used this one route. Were there groups taking QL-12C instead? The man immediately nodded in confirmation. Chen Fan followed up, was the rear guard on the other route also ambushed? He first shook his head, but upon seeing the predatory glares from Chen Fan and Zhou Xianda, he changed to nodding. That area is not under our jurisdiction. We were only responsible for QL-7 and QL-8. But I believe Hejing City and Tonghai City surely received orders to ambush the rear guard on your QL-12C route. Nong Jiangwen exclaimed in disbelief. The authorities had reached an agreement with Vietnam during the Great Relocation. How could they go back on their word? Chen Fan speculated the original agreement was predicated on the assumption that the apocalypse would end soon. Later they realized it could not be resolved in the short term. As population grew, living space grew increasingly strained, so they reneged. I estimate that not only the rear guard but also the vanguard and central columns certainly encountered uninterrupted attacks. Several nodded in agreement with Chen Fan's assessment, though bewilderment lingered. Zhou Xianda voiced the foremost doubt. At that time our southern forces still had fighter jets capable of taking off. Moreover, by his description, the official forces had not even employed much heavy firepower. Something about this is deeply suspicious. However well Vietnam rested and however thoroughly prepared, it defies logic that they could have driven the Huaxiao forces into such disarray. Chen Fan and the others, even though not all were military personnel, understood the vast disparity in strength between Huaxia and Vietnam. Why did the official forces sound so utterly inadequate from his account? Unless they were lying, yet they did not appear to be. Or perhaps there was a concealed truth. This mystery would not be solved until many days later, when Chen Fan finally uncovered the answer. And it was an unbelievable answer indeed. Now was not the time for doubts. Everyone began to worry about the journey ahead. According to the captive's account, all 4 nearest routes crossing the Annamese Cordillera from Guizhou province southward into Laos were completely blocked. This meant the entire column would have to take a vast detour. This was precisely the scenario Chen Fan most dreaded. They would have to pass through several major cities, and his meager force would hardly be enough to fill anyone's teeth. If such ambushes repeated throughout the journey, how many would survive to reach their destination? Fortunately, after the apocalypse, the armories of these nations could no longer produce ammunition. All Chen Fan could hope for was that the earlier battles had consumed enough of their ammunition stocks to ease the difficulty of the southward migration. Finally, Zhou Xianda asked, were the ones who ambushed us in the mountain pass refugees who escaped to Ho Chi Minh City? The man nodded. 8 out of 10 chances they fled to Tonghai City. Chen Fan asked curiously why. The man answered, because Ho Chi Minh City is your Huaxia territory. Upon hearing this, hope surged through everyone present. The captive, observing their expressions, unexpectedly sneered. Those gangs are far more vicious than us. Whether you are Huaxia or Vietnamese makes no difference to them. The captive then watched as the hopeful expressions on Chen Fan and his companions' faces turned cold and sinister, an involuntary smile forming at the corners of their mouths. But he had forgotten one thing: he was still a prisoner. Bang! Everyone turned in astonishment toward Nong Jiangwen, who was usually the picture of courtesy and refinement. He smiled calmly. Standing outdoors is too cold. A little exercise will warm us up. Everyone expressed full understanding and turned their attention to the next captive. The man trembled uncontrollably. This time Chen Fan asked the question, what remains of Rome City's population? To everyone's surprise, the man counted the captives present and replied, besides those prisoners you rescued, only 7 of us remain. Where did the other Vietnamese go? Some died, some fled. Vietnam also organized a southern migration, and most of them left long ago. Satisfied with the interrogation, Chen Fan signaled Zhou Xianda with a glance to deal with the 7 prisoners. The remaining captives who had not yet been questioned immediately sensed danger and cried out, "Sir, I haven't been interrogated yet. You can kick me a few more times instead, just don't kill us. We can serve as guides for you." "That's right, sir. If you're heading south, you'll surely need to communicate with the Vietnamese authorities. We can pose as refugees and help you make contact." Chen Fan waved his hand dismissively. Zhou Xianda understood immediately. Men from the armed department drew their weapons. The first agitator was still laughing loudly. Bang! The second swearing man was still spewing vile words. Bang! When the 6th man was about to be executed, he hit upon something that caught Chen Fan's attention. Sir, aren't you planning to pass through Jingshi and Tonghai? We don't live on the city outskirts. In the city you can easily find them. I know where their shelters are. Hearing this, Chen Fan and Zhou Xinda immediately put on cordial smiles. Prepare some food for this Vietnamese brother. Zhou Xinda grinned. I didn't kick you earlier because I thought you were a resourceful fellow. The onlookers watched in silence. 5 of the 7 were executed, the 6 survived. At that moment the last man was thinking, they can't see me, they can't see me. As the armed department soldiers pointed their guns at him, he stammered endlessly. I'm half Chinese. My grandmother is from Gui province. Let me speak a few words in the local dialect to prove it. Thank you, Bang. The soldier who fired turned to Zhou Xinda and said, Sir, he was cursing me. Afterwards, Chen Fan organized the cremation of the 33 martyrs. These people all came from Yong City and were neighbors from Building 3, Olijia community. Among them was the middle-aged man who had once traded 2 gene of pork for phone charging and the elderly woman who had visited him late at night. They had found a different kind of happy ending together. After the cremation, Chen Fan visited the 4 wounded. The most severe cases might require 3 months of recovery. Chen Fan promised that as long as the team remained intact, no one would be abandoned. He told them to focus on healing. The travelers who had been taken in along the way were deeply moved. In any other faction, such injuries would have meant abandonment, or simply no means of treatment. This confirmed once again that they had followed the right leader. With these matters settled, it was already 11 in the morning. Chen Fan decided to camp for another day to deliberate and redraw the route. While everyone was planning the journey, Chen Fan met with the 423 rescued captives. Without exception, all of them volunteered to join. Among them, those held captive the longest were from the first group who had followed the official forces. They described being ambushed by 20,000 Vietnamese troops and the Chinese rearguard fighting desperately against overwhelming odds. The Vietnamese strike had been too sudden combined with their elevated firing positions. Chinese losses had been catastrophic, a situation consistent with the Vietnamese soldiers' accounts. The horror on the battlefield defied description. From his testimony, Chen Fan confirmed once again that the originally planned mountain crossing route was impassable. There was no need to send scouts to verify whether the 2 mountain routes were blocked by vehicles and corpses. The section near Rome City alone required clearing over 10 kilometers, not to mention checking whether the vanguard and center of the official column had been attacked. If they had been ambushed as well, the entire road would have been strewn with abandoned vehicles and corpses. Cleaning up would take until the monkeys grow wings. Better to detour. Aside from the first group of captives, the rest had joined the southward migration in scattered groups. They reported that no unit that had remained separate from the main force had escaped unscathed. Chen Fan naturally knew he was speaking the truth. Without weapons along the way, advancing would be as difficult as retrieving scriptures from the western heaven. By the time Chen Fan returned to the command vehicle, everyone had already been in heated discussion. Other survivors also understood everything that had transpired that day. The intensity of debate in each train car rivaled that in the command vehicle. The southward migration was obstructed at every turn, resembling the long march of decades past. Originally, Chen Fan and his team had believed that with sufficient vehicles and supplies they could reach their destination without incident. But now accidents had occurred. The worst-case scenario they had feared the most had come to pass. Vietnamese hostility toward the Chinese was nothing new. Combined with the ongoing clashes between Chinese and Vietnamese authorities along the route, what chance did Chen Fan's column stand against the Vietnamese military and civilian population? Consider this analogy: after the apocalypse, survivors from the island nation fled southward across the entire Chinese mainland. Their ranks included many female teachers beloved and respected before the collapse. Could Chinese people, devoid of legal or moral constraints, spare them? Therefore, whether standing on the Chinese side or the Vietnamese side, strictly speaking, there was no clear right or wrong. Without overwhelming strength, weakness itself becomes the original sin. Chen Fan's team, numbering over 28,000, would have to fight the entire nation of Vietnam alone to continue southward. And the situations in Laos, Thailand, and Malaysia along the route remained unknown. If they encountered only small guerrilla units like today, perhaps they could prevail. But what if large-scale forces awaited them? How could they contend with the military power of even a small nation? To Chen Fan at present, such a country remained a towering giant. Chen Fan's only advantage lay in his billion-plus system credits, 107 billion. In the command vehicle, everyone fell silent upon Chen Fan's return, continuing their discussion. They needed to formulate a final plan before presenting it to Chen Fan for selection. With eyes closed in meditation, Chen Fan was studying a so-called Eastern Wind 41 toy priced at 1 billion system credits. When he quietly summoned Zhou Xinda for consultation, he learned this toy functioned randomly without information support or signal guidance. It was beyond what Chen Fan could afford to deploy. Reluctantly, he abandoned the idea. Inspired by Zhou Xinda, Chen Fan received a more practical suggestion: the BM-21 rocket launcher. Theoretically, such exposed 122mm multi-tube rocket launchers might not function reliably in today's extreme weather conditions. For safety, the launch tubes holding 40 rockets could be stored inside the carriage with continuous heating, opening only when needed and firing before low temperatures affected the ammunition. But did Chen Fan really need such trouble? He was a cheat. With the system, he could purchase ammunition directly and load it before ambient temperatures compromised the rounds. The two men discussed in hushed whispers as though they had discovered a rare treasure. If not for the 33 team members who had sacrificed themselves today, they would undoubtedly have burst into wicked laughter. Zhou Xinda summoned Su Liang Wang Yuliang Chun Guangxing Zhang Ziang and Chao Zishuan from the arm department. Zhao Guangxing then called 10 men from the construction department. These were Chen Fan's true confidants who knew his secrets. The dozen entered the urban area of Rong City. Avoiding all eyes, they found what appeared to be an abandoned warehouse. Chen Fan manifested 5 Grom rocket launcher vehicles.